Global overnight cooling of 70 degrees Celsius. My neighbor didn't even buy a bag of instant noodles. And I have already stocked up an entire Walmart supermarket. The materials will be available in December 2050. Due to the impact of a meteorite on Earth, it changed the climate. The blizzard that lasted for a month submerged all cities. And I rely on my relationship as a warehouse worker in the supermarket. Get a batch of supplies. Can barely hold me up for a year. Maybe one day. The goddess I've been licking for 5 years is knocking on my door, begging me to give her 2 bags of instant noodles to help her. When my heart softened and I opened the door, but a dozen or so neighbors rushed in, knock me down and steal all my supplies. What's even more insane is that this snake and scorpion woman actually suggested not to waste resources. Finally, dismember me into broth. I asked her to open the door. I need to split the supplies in half. I died with hatred in my heart. But suddenly a white light flashed by. Actually reborn a month before the end of the world. I must make sure you guys look good. But the top priority should be to stockpile supplies first. Rebuild safe house. First, ensure that you can survive safely in the apocalypse. Find another chance to retaliate against that Bai Chi and those animals. When my parents passed away, leave me only 1 house and 2 million yuan in savings. Probably not enough to stockpile supplies and build a safe house. Suddenly, there was a piercing sensation in my eyes. As I closed my eyes, my mind immediately came to a different dimensional space. This is a multi-dimensional space with millions of square meters, so that I can freely store massive amounts of material. I work as the supervisor at the largest Walmart supermarket in the city. As long as we can empty the supermarket warehouse, these supplies are enough for me to use 10 times. Then I arrived at a 9-star hotel. Ordered 50,000 yuan worth of delicacies. Then he wolfed it down and started. The waiter watched as I was eating, secretly mocking oneself in the heart. I am just a tycoon who has never seen the world before. Little did they know that 1 month later, humans won't even be able to eat instant noodles. Proper. When I left a 9-star hotel, I was satisfied. Coincidentally, I met Fong Yuqing, who caused my death in the previous life, and her best friend. Both of them are gold diggers with red heads and tails, always treating me like an ATM. Seeing me come out of a 9-star hotel. You're planning to treat me like a scapegoat again. Now I have a heart to see Han Yu capture and kill him, but he still pretends to be a tea master in front of me. So I decided to play by the plan. Take out the largest Walmart supermarket black gold card in the city, and tell them that I'm going to consume. Actually, I just wanted to take the opportunity to catch and manipulate them. And the 2 of them heard that they were going to take them to consume. I was so happy that I almost laughed out loud and let out a pig's cry. After arriving at the I purchase all kinds of necessary materials on my own. Just let them push the shopping cart. Don't ask them what they need to buy either. Finally, Fong Yuqing couldn't help but express. Let them suffer all afternoon. We will invite them to a 9-star hotel for dinner later. I'll just say that I've been very busy this month. Let's talk about it when we have time next month. This sentence infuriated Fong Yuqing's best friend and immediately turned her face. Directly scolded me for being stingy. Fong Yuqing immediately rubbed her arm against her best friend in classical Chinese. Later, she stated that her best friend was just joking. My best friend immediately changed her face. Tell me, everyone is friends. Don't take it to heart. Actually, they don't want to tear my face now. Find a good opportunity to beat me up hard once. Not long after, I took Fong Yuqing and the other 2 with me, pushing a large amount of supplies into the community. In my previous life, I was killed by Fong Yuqing and her neighbors. In this life, I will deliberately put in front of them, proudly hoarding supplies. Wait until the end of the world arrives. See how they beg me. At this moment, the neighborhood committee lady approached with her grandson in her arms. So many delicious foods. This kid bought so many delicious things at a discount in the supermarket. I don't know how to share it either. Xiao Zhang, you can't finish all these things. Divide the time for auntie. After speaking, let my grandson go and buy from me the thing in the cart. I don't intend to spoil you. Immediately snatched back the chocolate from the child's hand. I didn't expect the uneducated child to scold me. One more curse and I'll tear your mouth apart. He's just a child. What are you arguing with the child about? What's so great about just one chocolate? After speaking, I will reach out and snatch the chocolate from my hand. And he said he would give me money again next time. I immediately took out the QR code and asked Auntie to pay. Auntie didn't expect it either. I have become so difficult to talk about today. then let me leave. After transporting the supplies back home, I will send Fong Yuqing away. Don't forget, please treat us to a 9-star hotel for dinner next time. I perfunctorily stated that I will definitely invite you next month. After seeing them off, I will put some supplies into a different space. I need to test if this strange space can keep fresh. Drugs can be purchased by someone else. Next, priority should be given to finding people to reinforce houses and purchase materials. We also need to use some cold and hot weapons for self-defense. The next day, I will take out some fresh produce from a space. Except for the inability to store live animals, fresh food has not deteriorated at all. Just like when it was first placed inside. So I had a bold idea. Find the best hotel in the city to order 500 tables of food. Put it in another space. After paying hundreds of thousands of deposits to the hotel, I came to the bank. At a price of 4 million. Mortgaging my parents' house to the bank. After a month, most people will freeze to death. Money is not very useful. Excluding 1 million banquet expenses, there are still 5 million deposits left now. Next, we need to build a safe house. I also need to buy medicine and weapons. But if we want to accelerate the progress, these money are probably not enough. Just when I don't know how to solve the money problem, a man in a suit stopped me at the bank entrance. Asked me if I want a loan. Don't let the money delivered to your doorstep go to waste. To be honest with a man in a suit, after obtaining a loan of 5 million yuan, the man in the suit immediately took me to meet their boss. Subsequently, the two of them collaborated in singing and harmonizing. In the end, I sold my house worth 5 million yuan, add a 300,000 yuan sedan, mortgage them for 4 million yuan. I still need to repay 7 million in 3 months. I agreed. Later, he readily signed a contract with them. They thought I was the big nemesis. Actually, they are hypocrites. The first time you receive the money, I'm here. Zhanglong Security Company, one of the best security companies in China. I informed the person in charge of the requirements. I want to move the house I am currently living in, build into the highest level of post-apocalyptic safe house. The person in charge immediately took out a stack of documents. Signal me to choose the most satisfactory solution from it. My final choice is transform the ceiling and walls. Ground reinforced with 20 cm thick aviation material. Not only lightweight but also explosion-proof. Choose a balcony that can isolate temperature. Highest strength bulletproof glass. Install all ventilation systems. A filtration device that can filter any gas. Then install a dead angle monitoring and alarm system. Last, convert the room door into an anti-theft door for the bank vault. It's about completely transforming the house into an inviolable fortress. Finally, I asked the person in charge, can you help me privately? If we can get it, I am willing to offer an additional 1 million. With the addition of building a safe house, a total of 8 million yuan will be paid in full in one lump sum. The person in charge said after listening, the safe house can be built in 15 days. As for the firearms, we have to wait for news. The safe house and weapons have been secured. Next, just find a way to empty the warehouse of Waldemar supermarket. At first, no one cared about this disaster. A month-long blizzard. Let the temperature drop sharply to -70°C. When people realize the seriousness of the problem, the end has arrived. And I came a month before the end of the day. We have started building the Doomsday safe house, and also hoarded a super municipal supplies. Soon, I reserved 500 tables of high-end banquet takeout for him, a magnificent delivery truck, attracting a lot of onlookers from the community. Among them, there is Fong Yuqing. Seeing that I not only our hotel banquet, and I ordered so many at once, he has become more determined to take down my invisible wealthy second generation. I asked the driver to place all the banquet in the underground warehouse. After counting the quantity, I immediately settled the final payment. Then he eagerly arrived at the underground warehouse, put all 500 tables of banquets into a different dimensional space. Because of this, in the apocalypse, there were all kinds of big meals to eat. You can also cook hot pot. The next day, Zhanglong Security Company dispatched personnel to renovate the house as scheduled. The abnormal behavior of the past 2 days has attracted roast from neighbors. Is this foolish deficiency having too much money? Buying so much food for nothing is really a waste. I don't know what I'm up to now. A month later, I'll see if you're still laughing or not. Screen rotation. I arrived at the office of the manager of the South China warehouse in the supermarket. At twice the market price. Entrust the manager to ask his to purchase a batch of special drugs. By the way, I also took a 20-day leave. Then I arrived at the supermarket warehouse. I have to do it within a week. Find an opportunity to empty the materials in the warehouse. Because of this, all food, department stores, tools, and daily necessities have been resolved. When passing by the rest area, encountering Fong Yuqing, a snake and scorpion woman, who is also boasting about her success. I originally wanted to be quiet to the bone. I didn't expect Rainbow Cat to see me, surprisingly reprimanding me. What kind of man is asking a woman to move things? This woman is indeed vicious. Surprisingly speaking ill of me everywhere. Yuqing said she twisted her waist while helping you move things. Bring 500 yuan quickly to see a doctor for Yuqing. After listening, I stepped forward with a fierce expression. He voluntarily moved things. Besides, what are you? Dare to talk to me like this? After speaking, I left without looking back. Leave a face full. Shocked Fong Yuqing. He never dreamed of it. I kept sending messages and licking him a few days ago. Not only have we not sent any messages these past 2 days, I don't say hello to him even when I see him now. That night, Fong Yuqing couldn't help but send me a message. Ask me why I haven't paid attention to him these days. But I don't even want to return the information to him. Angry Fong Yuqing directly cursed the street. But on second thought, he realized. Could it be that I really received some news? Just started hoarding supplies. Then ask your best friend. Should I also go to the supermarket to buy something? My best friend smiled and said, even if there is news, there will be official notifications. Only by hoarding things now can one be considered foolish. A week later, firearms and medicine were all delivered one after another. The security company has also completed the construction of the safe house as scheduled, and more than 300 cameras were installed throughout the entire building. Can monitor each floor at any time. When the fire made, I will discuss with the person in charge and settle it in 3 months. I don't know 3 months from now. Can you still survive? Watching the final drinking water also arrive. So next, it's about implementing a plan to clear the supermarket warehouse. In the apocalypse, a bag of instant noodles. You can have a top-tier female celebrity sell her body. And in the week before the apocalypse, I have stocked up an entire Walmart supermarket. I put the sleeping pills into the drink in advance. Please invite all colleagues from the warehouse to drink during lunch break. Half an hour later, all the warehouse staff slept to death. I have turned off all surveillance footage. Then I arrived at the warehouse and opened a different dimensional space. It took 2 hours. Received all the million square meters of goods. With these supplies, I can live comfortably in the apocalypse. After finishing all of this, I also took some sleeping pills. In such a short period of time, being able to move empty warehouses without being aware of according to normal thinking, no one would immediately suspect me. As long as we get through the last few days, this secret will disappear with the arrival of the apocalypse. The employees who woke up early soon discovered the supplies in the warehouse disappear out of thin air. After receiving the news, the manager, you immediately called me and scolded me for how to make the motherboard. Did you stick to stealing, kid? Manager, who am I? You don't know. 2 more hours. It can make all million square meters of goods disappear. It's too weird. You should hurry up and report to the leader. Hurry up the investigation to get it right. The next day, the police asked me to go to the station and record a statement, and asked me not to leave this city for the next few days. Cooperate with their investigation. I won't go anywhere. 2 days later, it will be the end of the world. 2 days later, a meteorite exploded near Earth. The aftershocks generated have changed the global climate. A blizzard is beginning to hit this city. Some people are happy at this moment. With such heavy snow, you don't have to go to work. Some people are happy that they have never seen such a heavy snowfall before. Hurry up and take photos as a souvenir. And only I know. This is just the beginning. In a few days, you won't be able to laugh. The next day when someone went out, they found out. One night's blizzard was surprisingly 1 meter thick. Someone found that today's temperature is much colder than yesterday. And they didn't prepare anything. I received a call from Fong Yuqing early in the morning. Originally, this blue pond was here to question me. Did you know it would cool down before hoarding so many supplies? Don't tell him yet. After listening, I replied that I am very busy. Just hung up the phone directly. Fong Yuqing didn't expect it either. I would actually be indifferent to him, even hanging up the phone. According to our report, the reason for the mysterious cold air sweeping the world this time Currently, experts have not provided a response. Soon after, another message from behind. You need to borrow some food from me. She said she will return it to me after the blizzard. This extreme weather. Food will become increasingly expensive. This beachy doesn't want to go out in the low temperature. Just want to feel comfortable and reach out to follow what I'm thinking. It's quite beautiful. I immediately sent him a photo of lunch. This is a top-tier Wagyu. And there's also high-end red wine. I didn't expect this loser to eat so well. Later, Fang Yuqing said she was also hungry. I also want to drink red wine. I'll just go to the supermarket and buy it myself when he's hungry. Directly infuriated Fang Yuqing. Hold back. I can't be angry about a fish in the pond. I just put down my phone. When preparing to continue enjoying the delicious food, the monitoring tablet next to the ground has encountered another problem. Turns out it was the neighborhood committee lady blocking the people in the community. Not going out to purchase supplies for them. Overnight. Global temperature drops 70 degrees. My neighbor didn't even buy a ham sausage. And I already stocked up an entire Walmart supermarket. On the second day of the blizzard, the neighbors noticed that the weather was not quite right. Everyone wants to go out and hoard some supplies. The neighborhood committee lady is blocking the door and not allowing everyone out. Being messed up by you guys like this. Prices are bound to rise. I won't be able to eat high-priced dishes then. Who dares to go out shopping today? I will report you to the higher-ups for inflating prices. Seeing the opportunity to make things difficult for the neighborhood committee lady, I came to the crowd. The suspended mother is right. If this snow continues for a few more days, who's going to find someone who doesn't have anything to eat at home? Who should I take responsibility for anything that happens? My words immediately make the neighborhood committee lady a target of public opinion. This kid is trying to make things difficult for me. You wait. A few days later, the neighbor lady who suffered losses called for names in the group. I need to go downstairs with a few other people to sweep the snow. He just wanted to take the opportunity to seek revenge. I will immediately retaliate against your neighborhood committee for not taking the lead. Why do you want us to go? Why don't you dare to call those social figures and the wealthy second generation? Go bully honest people. My words immediately elicited a response from others, blaming the neighborhood committee aunties for bullying the weak and fearing the hard. I dare not call Chen Jinhao and Su Hao. Chen Jinhao on the 6th floor is responsible for earthwork projects. The target has 600 subordinates. Su Hao on the 8th floor. Not a wealthy second generation with connections to senior management at home. And in the previous life, it was Qin Zhanghao who smashed open my door. Su Hao took the lead in dismembering me. None of them are good things. I immediately asked the neighborhood committee lady in the group. You need to have the ability. Let Qin Zhanghao and Su Hao go sweep the snow. Words also quickly took effect. Auntie, in order to save her face, I can only force myself to send messages. Let Qin Zhanghao and Su Hao sweep the snow. Of course. Immediately scolded by Qin Zhanghao for being mentally ill. And Su Hao took the opportunity to humiliate the neighborhood committee lady. I don't have to work. What is sweeping snow for? Don't act recklessly with the owner's money every day. I really consider myself the master. After the neighborhood committee lady suffered 2 losses in a row, call me directly and pour your anger on me. Are you trying to get along with me, kid? Now everyone is not going to sweep the snow anymore. If something happens, you are responsible. Something that bullies the soft and fears the hard. I dare not even say a word when someone scolds me. Now come to me to find a sense of existence. I'm not easy to bully either. Be careful when barking recklessly. I'll take your life. At this moment, I completely broke my face with the neighborhood committee lady. Soon after, Chen Zhanghao arrived at my doorstep. He kept clamoring and rushing to the group to talk to him about things. Now come take my life. Gangster neighbors come to kill me. But not only am I not afraid. On the contrary, I am very happy. Because the participant who dismembered me and made soup in the previous life. There is Chen Zhanghao. Now you're taking the initiative to come over and bump into my gun. How could I miss the opportunity for revenge? I shot an arrow with a bow and crossbow onto Chen Zhanghao's calf. A low temperature of over -70 degrees Celsius. Lower leg penetrating injury. Even if you don't die, it's useless. At this moment, Chen Zhanghao knew that not treating the wound as soon as possible can be very dangerous. So they quickly fled the scene. Wait until the wound is treated before finding a chance to retaliate against me. This kind of weather now. The hospital must not be able to dispatch ambulance managers. If Qin Zhanghao cannot handle it within half an hour, the wound will freeze, my legs will really be weak. Chen Zhanghao brought scissors and other tools. After removing the bow and arrow, I simply wrapped it up. Then he spoke harshly to me in the homeowner group. Threatened not to kill me. Write the name upside down. I am not afraid to retaliate and dare to provoke me again. Even the other leg is broken. Our conversation caused other homeowners to explode. They didn't expect me to dare to provoke Qin Zhanghao either, and even disabled one of his legs. After Qin Zhanghao saw my reply message, it's hard to swallow this breath. Immediately call and shake people. Not long after, 5 or 6 thugs gathered at my doorstep and started shouting. The bald leader wants to use a big knife to split open my house door. But they don't know. My door has long been replaced with a bank vault material anti-theft door. The big knife was directly broken and bounced off. A few little brothers didn't know what to do in an instant. I can only knock and shout desperately at the door. I'll let you know. I'm not easy to mess with. Connected the tap water with a water pipe. Directly sprayed them all over. Although it won't cause any harm. But this cold weather doesn't feel good either. A few younger brothers fled back to Qin Zhanghao's house. And tell him everything just now. Chen Zhanghao finished listening. Immediately ordered to take turns guarding my doorstep. He doesn't believe I can keep hiding in the house. But they don't know. I have already stocked up on supplies from a Waldemar supermarket. There's no need to go out at all. The next day, a few people spontaneously organized to clean up the snow. I want to go to the supermarket to purchase supplies. But at this point, the snow is already higher than humans. Relying on manual snow shoveling cannot keep up with the speed of snowfall. In the end, one can only return without success. At this time, on the TV, reporting on the casualties of this sudden snow disaster. According to reports, due to inadequate prevention and control measures, the United States, 200 million people have been trapped. Millions of both sides are already discussing countermeasures. I believe there will be a response soon. The plan hopes that everyone will not be nervous or panicked. Believe in the official power. After the neighborhood committee lady saw the news, immediately pacify the homeowners in the group. Let's help each other out. I'll get through it soon. At this moment, Fong Yuqing privately talked to me. Asked me how I've been lately. After finishing the superficial work, he started borrowing food from me. And he said he would invite me to dinner later. I will directly send him a photo of eating lobster at noon. And tell him that I have already eaten it. And he also ate very full. No need for him to invite. Not long after, Fong Yuqing's best friend also sent a message. Please advise me to seize the opportunity to bring Fong Yuqing closer together. The snow disaster will not last long. Just hold back a few hungry meals. When the time comes, deceive Fong Yuqing and make a profit. After reading it, I sneered. Surrounded by a hook. Gold stinky loser. I came to see you because I looked up to you. Then he turned to ask Fong Yuqing, is there any other spare tire that can be harvested? Not long after, red-haired Zhou Peng brought some food to Fong Yuqing. Fong Yuqing also had a very moving expression. Express gratitude to Zhou Peng. But as soon as Zhou Peng left, he changed his disgusted expression. Just your bear-like appearance. You dare to have ideas about me, too. In the next life. 3 days later, the show starts. The community is experiencing a large-scale power outage in the apocalypse. Global continuous blizzard for a week. All cities are experiencing water and power outages. But only my home is still brightly lit. Neighbors don't know, so everyone ran out of the hallway to inquire about each other's family situation. When we all know that there is no water or power outage. Some people complain that the authorities will not come forward to solve it again. We're about to die. And I knew this would happen earlier. Prepare the generators. Now only my family in the city has electricity. Here. Someone in the neighborhood committee group has revealed the latest news. The current occurrence is a snow disaster that occurs every hundreds of thousands of years. Human. There is a possibility of entering the ice age of mass extinction. Faced with sudden disasters, the official cannot take into account the billions of people in the country. So we can only seek our own blessings. Prepare more food and heating tools. After the neighborhood committee lady saw this news, made a crazy decision. While everyone is still unaware of the situation outside, he wants to monopolize the resources of the homeowners. He immediately posted an announcement in the homeowners group. Ask everyone to immediately hand over the supplies to him. Unification in stating that this is an official requirement. If anyone does not cooperate and causes serious consequences, Afterwards, I will request the police to make an arrest. And then, as soon as possible, he privately chatted with me. Xiao used to work in a supermarket warehouse. Not long ago, I stocked up on a few shopping carts and supplies. Now is the time for you to shine and heat up. I promise to return the things to you as soon as possible after the snow disaster. Everyone will also remember you well. In the previous life, the neighborhood committee lady used this trick. You lied to me a lot of things. Finally, he also released the news that I had supplies. My tragic death is closely related to you. Thinking of this, I immediately replied with a message stating that if materials are collected, remember to share some with me. After Auntie saw my confidence, feeling extremely angry. This kid hoarded so much stuff before. What's wrong with sharing some with me? For the sake of goodness, it's my big fish. Immediately call me directly, and indicate that this is a requirement of the organization. I need to take a leading role. Take you as the neighborhood committee. Why don't you take the lead? Can you lend me a few bags of instant noodles first? My word made Auntie lose patience. Roaring, it means you must look good at me when you turn around. Damn you. I am at least the leader of the community. How dare you talk to me like this? Auntie immediately thought of making other homeowners pressure me. But on second thought, I can't let other homeowners know that I have supplies on hand. So he followed the same routine as before. Go ahead and deceive others. 2 days later, there will be a homeowner present. Group roll call. Mom, why don't you speak after receiving the supplies? What about the agreed unified distribution? At this moment, the old lady is full of food and drink. Looking forward to the information in the group. Proud and proud. The fools. The thing that my mother worked hard to deceive me into. How could there be a reason to return it? At this moment, Chen Zhenghao called over. Inquire if Auntie wants to monopolize the supplies. There's no such thing as that. I just want to. Once all the household supplies are collected. Unified distribution. Chen Zhenghao doesn't want to hear these terrible excuses. Directly threatening not to spit out the supplies. Immediately ask the younger brother to come and pick it up by himself. A pack of instant noodles costs 5,000 yuan. Neighbors not only don't think it's expensive, and he's also rushing to get it. More affluent second generation offers twice the price. How much is needed? But I think the people who sell instant noodles are fools. The world is facing a once-in-100,000-year disaster of martyrdom. In the near future, money will only be a bunch of useless numbers. And Fang Yuqing borrowed food from me. After being rejected again by me, immediately, I have the courage to think. He contacted Zhou Peng. Then, with a look of grievance, he slandered Zhou Peng, saying that I rely on having food. Surprisingly, he was asked to betray his body. After being shot by Zhou Peng, he threatened to help Fang Yuqing teach me a lesson. Watching Zhou Peng take the bait, Fang Yuqing immediately hugged Zhou Peng's hand. Look of admiration. It means that as long as we grasp the solution, they can live happily together. Zhou Peng, who was startled by insects. Immediately, I brought Fang Yuqing and the other two to my doorstep. Immediately asked me to open the door. And he said he wants to exchange some food with me using fever-reducing medicine. And at this point, I have already discovered through surveillance. Fang Yuqing and her best friend are ambushing on the side with weapons in hand. Just because you want to kill me. Oh, Zhou Peng thought his plan was foolproof. Signal Fang Yuqing and the two are ready to take action. But the next second, I sprayed all over with dry water. Cold and foul smelling. Instantly causing Fang Yuqing and her best friend to lose their willpower. Only Zhou Peng angrily slammed into the door. And clamoring to kill me. Are you saying you're starving to death? Give you some free food as a reward. Not yet. Thank you to me. Zhou Peng was very surprised. I actually saw through their intentions. Wait for me to. I have to kill you. Then he used a kitchen knife to chop down my house door. The next second, the palm will be directly shaken and killed. Foolish deficiency. My room door is a bank vault level anti-theft door. Yesterday, I was awakened by a gunshot. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhenghao had already started using force, forcefully snatching supplies from neighbors. Subsequently, Chen Zhenghao posted a video of shooting homeowners to the homeowner group, and warned the people in the group. In the future, he will take over the entire building. Who dares to take the lead? The people in the video are their fate. Not long after, the owners opened a new group again. They are all condemning Chen Zhenhao's atrocities. When it comes to discussing who will take the lead in confronting Chen Zhenhao, but everyone is like a shrinking turtle. After all, Chen Zhenhao has a gun. No one wants to be a bullet blocker. At this moment, Uncle Yu and the group expressed willingness to take the lead. But we need more than 10 young men to accompany him. Once is issued, everyone started looking for various reasons to back down. Some express emotional support for Uncle. Some expressed willingness to provide weapons. Even some people began to question, is Uncle an undercover agent of Chen Zhanghao? If the uncle takes a dozen or so strong men, turning around to join Chen Zhanghao, so their situation is not more dangerous. The people in the group started arguing. It's already this time. They are still passing the buck to each other, and they deserve it. On the other side, Chen Zhanghao is moving the body. Turns out these corpses were subordinates of Chen Zhanghao who died of illness. Chen Zhanghao, just have the little brother throw the body at the door. His purpose in doing so, I want to wait until there's no food left, treating corpses as rations. The next day, the person who questioned Uncle as an undercover agent happened to be killed by Chen Zhanghao as the harvest target. Women in the group are asking for help from everyone, but what's waiting for is everyone's ridicule. Scolded him for what he deserved. Realistic report. On the other side, Fang Yuqing watched the news in the group, realizing that if this continues, it will eventually be their turn. So he planned to share the news that I have supplies on hand. Find a few more people to attack my home. Not long after, Fang Yuqing formed a group called Mutual Aid Group. Fang Yuqing expressed in the group with great fanfare. A person's power is limited. Only teamwork can survive. And everyone is neighbors. We should help each other. They can provide me with protection. Just asking me to contribute my family as a base. Well done with the wishful thinking calculation. Unfortunately, I'm not foolish now. I'll just give them a direct answer. If you can survive, you have to rely on your abilities. Don't chatter. You have no value to me. Then he withdrew from the group chat. My operation almost caused Fang Yu's emotions to explode in place. It seems that even soft bubbles and hard abrasions won't work. A few people discussed prying open my house door. Rush in together and take me down. Coincidentally, one of them is from the unlocking company. Not long after, they came to my doorstep with umbrellas. Start prying the lock. They naively thought I could only splash water. There is no other means. My door. But with the addition of a 5-layer defense anti-theft door, if you could easily pry it open, my money is not in vain. I immediately opened the high-voltage defense of the anti-theft door. In just a few seconds, the locksmith was directly electrified, making the outside crispy and inside tender. And a few people not only don't run away when they see this, but also, you shamelessly scolded us, how dare you kill someone? You must come out today and give us an explanation. Otherwise, I want you to look good. This group of scumbags. If I don't fight back, wait for you to pry the door in. Either kill me or drive me out. This is my home. You guys are actually one co-owner allocation. This is really seeking death. The man piled up the corpses at the door as a reserve for rations. Due to a global overnight cooling of 100 degrees Celsius, neighbors didn't prepare any supplies, and I have already stocked up on supplies from a Waldemar supermarket. After Fang Yuqing released the news that I had supplies, a few neighbors gathered and planned to pry open my house door. Take over everything from me. I had already prepared emergency measures before the end of the world. I aimed at the four-eyed boy through the secret door. Then one shot went into the soul, directly shot through his arm. The two accompanying people witnessed the situation. Immediately assist the four-eyed child to prepare for evacuation. But in the next second, 2 flying swords will fly in, hitting the arms of 2 people. 3 women almost fell out of their souls upon seeing this. Just leave the injured people behind and run away. After everyone returns home, shocked to discover that the sword was actually rusted. In this weather, if there are no antibiotics that awaits them is death. A few people finally started to fear. Wang slapped Fang Yuqing in the face with a slap. Slut! Didn't you say that his family only has a sturdy door? How could there be bows and arrows? Do you already know? Treat us like gunshots. Fang Yuqing expressed her grievances and expressed that she really didn't know. The last time I went, I was really just splashed with water. At this moment, Zhou Peng came to the 2 of them, indicating that Fang Yuqing did not deceive anyone. Four-eyed kids also indicate that this is not the time for infighting. We still need manpower to take care of him. Miss Wang immediately contacted Zhou Ke to come and help. Zhou Ke was a bit surprised when he saw the sword injury. Why is it a sword injury again? This immediately attracted Wang's questioning. Who else has become enemies with Zhang Yi? Joku immediately explained that he had seen it before in the hospital. Then tell sister. Surgery is not recommended without professional equipment. If the sword is forcibly pulled out, it will accelerate infection. Plus no antibiotics. There can only be one dead end. Zhang Yi, this bastard. We just came to our door to discuss with him. It's just a matter of fact. Is it necessary to use such cruel means? When Joku leaves, reminder again that there are no antibiotics. Don't take the risk of pulling out your sword. At this moment, Fang Yuqing interrupted, indicating that before the snow disaster, you saw that I have hoarded a lot of medicine. Fang Yuqing speculates that my home should have antibiotics. The green tea girl brought someone to kill me. And with just one sentence, I made the green tea girl defect. And he said he could do anything in the future. Just now, after Joku helped Zhou Peng and a few others check, indicating no antibiotics, they will all die. After listening, Fang Yuqing expressed, I must have antibiotics on my hands. Because a month ago, he saw it with his own eyes. Almost every day, trucks deliver goods to me. Even pharmaceutical large trucks over. Joku finished listening and expressed, antibiotics themselves are not rare drugs. If I had started hoarding drugs a month ago, then there must be antibiotics on hand. The injured people finished listening. The shameless ones indicate that the injury was caused by me. It is only natural for me to provide antibiotics. Just hurry up and urge Sister Wang to go find me and ask for antibiotics. But Miss Wang was in an awkward situation and just started bothering me. Will I be kind enough to give them antibiotics? Fang Yuqing's shameless expression. They didn't cause any harm to me. And they were originally planning to occupy my house. You're still planning to leave me some supplies. If we have to blame him, we can only blame him for being too ruthless. Surprisingly, he killed us. We are the victims. Miss Wang, after listening, I immediately decided to have Fang Yuqing go to me and ask for antibiotics. After all, I pursued Fang Yuqing before. The chances of success will be higher. At this moment, Peng came over and they also stated that they were injured because of Fang Yuqing. Only when we recover from our injuries can we continue to protect you. Fang Yuqing finished listening to everyone's words. Say you want to give it a try and see. Seems to see hope. Wang immediately asked Joku to take out the sword first. And Fang Yuqing stands tall. Just give me a call. Then he gave a pitiful expression. Zhou Peng and others are almost dead. Please show kindness and save them. I just replied to him, there's no need for that. Even if I save them, it's useless. Now the city is under heavy snowfall and sealed off. Either they run out of supplies and starve to death. Either he was killed by Qin Zhenghao. Fang Yuqing finished listening. Crying even harder indicates that he knows he's wrong. It will be changed in the future. I hope I can forgive him. Just hoping to donate some antibiotics to him. Let him save Zhou Pengjie, and promise not to harass me again in the future. Miss Wang on the side can't listen anymore. Grabbed one hand, and fiercely urged me not to do too extreme. Now it's snowstorm again. There's another bully like Chen Zhenghao. Stay on the front line in life. Maybe there's still a place to ask for their help in the future. I chuckled after listening. Guess why I'm shooting you with rusty arrows? Just to make you suffer from the torment of illness. Slowly die, and I'll save you all. Will you come back to retaliate against me? But now I once had a crush on Yuqing from the other party. We can consider letting her come alone. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing snatched the phone directly. And she said that as long as she can live in my house, from now on, she will be my woman. Anything can be done. How ugly is indifferent human nature. The green tea girl brought someone to kill me last second. The next second is for a bag of instant noodles. Ask me if I need a maid. And I took the opportunity to tell Fang Yuqing, I can also let her live in my house alone. But the premise is to distance oneself from others. Upon hearing this, best friend immediately begged me if I could let her come together. And she said she can also be my woman. I ignored Fang Yuqing's best friend, just coldly telling Fang Yuqing, the only person I love is you. It's best to set aside relationships with other people who are neither good nor bad. After listening, Fang Yuqing happily said that she would listen to everything from me. Then, disregarding the crowd, he ran straight towards the door. My best friend grabbed Fang Yuqing and hoped to take her alone. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuqing threw herself away, and fiercely expressed, no one can stop her from coming to my house. At this moment, Wang Jie stepped forward and slapped Fang Yuqing in the face, directly cursing Fang Yuqing as a slut. Zhou Peng on the side was completely confused. He got hurt because he helped Fong Yuqing stand out. I just want to pursue my own happiness. What's wrong with it? I will starve to death sooner or later when I am with you all. What Zhou Pang said was speechless. Pang Pang, you said you love me. Isn't it important to love someone and hope they are happy? You have helped me a lot before. You are a good person. But now you can't give me anything. Now only Zhang Yi can give me what I want. After speaking, Fong Yuqing left without looking back. But in the next second, I was knocked down by my best friend. And indicate that we won't let Fong Yuqing monopolize the benefits alone. Subsequently, Fong Yuqing was controlled by everyone. Don't let him go out. At this point, Zhou Kuo reminded everyone. It's best to find the medication as soon as possible. Otherwise, they may become infected and die later on. The four-eyed boy who has been silent all along indicates that he has a way to deal with it. He found out from the video I posted. My home not only has a fireplace, there are also various foods available. It indicates that both fuel and food should be very sufficient. If we release this message, gathering everyone's strength to demolish my house, they can lament and mourn from it. Fong Yuqing was the first to refuse after listening to demolish Zhang Yi's house. What should I do then? This statement immediately aroused Wang's dissatisfaction. While cursing Fong Yuqing as a selfish slut, while preparing to hit her, Feed Zhou Peng suddenly called out to Wang Jia, and expressed not to embarrass Fong Yuqing. He understands Fong Yuqing. He will use time to impress Fong Yuqing. Upon seeing this, Sister Wang angrily cursed and licked the dog. Then he turned around and left. Not long after, Sister Wang sorted it out. The video I have posted was posted in the homeowners group. And he said, why should I eat so well? But they got hit. This is unfair. Chen Zhenghao's eyes lit up when he saw the video in the group. He didn't expect me to have so much delicious food either. Coincidentally, the old grudges in my heart are counted together. The end of the day is approaching. Neighbors are so hungry that they can only eat leather shoes. And I either have steak or roast chicken every day. Soon there will be news of supplies at home, sent to the owner group by some uneasy and kind-hearted. Everyone is starting to criticize me. Some people morally kidnap me with cold blood. Some people pretend to be pitiful and beg for my help. Some people are willing to trade their bodies for stuttering. Some people are willing to pay over 1 billion yuan in assets to stay at my house. Even some people cannot distinguish the situation clearly. Command me to distribute the supplies. After reading these condemnation messages, I answered coldly, do I know you very well? Why do we need to provide relief to you? In the previous life, you also helped you like this. Finally, I will have to be killed and dismembered by you. This lifetime. Don't think about me dealing with you irrational animals. What humanistic principles should we talk about? Fried kids can't believe I'll respond to them like this. He thinks I'm really not afraid of death. So many of them. Just a sip of saliva can drown me. My words also make the people in the group stir fry. Are you speaking in human language? What's wrong with neighbors helping each other out? Young people always think about lying flat. You need to learn how to contribute, okay? It's all your fault. Even if he secretly supplies, he won't tell us. Some are smarter. Knowing it's useless to confront me. Send me a private message secretly, indicating that as long as one is willing to donate food, any request can be made. Here. I don't even want to pay attention to these people with human faces and animal hearts. I just thought it's been a long time since I went out. Find a time to go outside and take a look. Coincidentally, there are several snow trucks in one space. At this moment, Joka sent me a private message. Originally, Joka's supplies were also depleted. He wanted to trade things with me. In the previous life, Joe would rather starve to death. We also need to give the final supplies to Sherry and them. He is one of the few good people. Plus his medical skills. Maybe keep him down to take care of me. It's also a good choice. But the smarter a woman is, the easier she is to betray. I am of death. Maybe we can give him a little test. Once approved, give him a chance to move in. Then I sent a message to Joku. Tell him to exchange food. At least get something useful to me. Can it be used as a fisherman's pillowcase? Please, I have never been with a stranger before. I've been so low-lipped before. I finally decided to let Joka be my undercover agent. I think soon the neighbors will unite against you. Just help me monitor their action plan. Just report to me in real time. Dr. Zhou, are you trying to betray them and throw them into the city? Still following the flow and waiting for the bladder to starve to death? It's up to you. The last day is approaching, the 30th day. Neighbors' supplies are almost depleted. And I either roast chicken or beefsteak every day. Just because before the end of the world, I have already stocked up on supplies from a supermarket. Not long ago, Miss Wang sent the message that I have supplies to the homeowners group. The homeowners shamelessly asked me to contribute all the supplies. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude to me. To deal with these beasts, I am conditional on providing food. Let Joku be undercover. Please report to me in real time the updates of the homeowners. You must provide valuable intelligence. Only then can you exchange for what you want. Okay, I understand. Not long after, the four-eyed child looked at me silently, starting to criticize me in the group again. If you don't hand over the supplies, you really won't be polite to me. You can rest assured. I will burn all the supplies and not distribute them to you. Four-eyed kid, you see how ignorant I am. Immediately invited Chen Zhanghao to join them. The expedition team group. Chen Zhanghao stated that our primary goal now is to capture the octopus. As long as we receive the supplies, I promise not to take action against other homeowners now. But I need half of the supplies. The four-eyed boy immediately matched what Chen Zhanghao said. And call on everyone to work together now. Bring back all the supplies. After Joku and Uncle you saw the news in the group, immediately send me a message notifying me. Meanwhile, I have also disposed of the weapons I previously hoarded. All ready. Then I sent a message to tell Joku, never come with the homeowners. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Next, let's wait and see the good show. Meanwhile, led by Chen Zhanghao, all the homeowners hold weapons, arriving at my house in a grand and mighty manner. Not long after, the homeowners arrived at my doorstep, and started clamoring not to open the door again. They smashed my house with a big hammer. Kill me again. But they don't know. I have been monitoring for a long time, watching their every move. Seeing the timing ripe, I directly pressed the high-voltage defense system. The few people standing at the door were instantly electrified to the point of being charred from the outside. The homeowners who took the lead immediately started to beat the drums when they saw the situation. But at this moment, Chen Zhanghao was a pistol, stopped their way, and threatened who would dare to escape. Who jumped now? Neighbors come to kill me. Not only am I not afraid, on the contrary, I am very happy. Just because of the previous life. It's these beast neighbors who killed and dismembered me, boiled into bone soup. I am well prepared for this life. I'm worried about not having a chance to deal with you guys. Just when I used the high-pressure defense system, after electrocuting a few neighbors, the neighbor who was just imposing immediately became hesitant. One after another, they started playing the drums of retreat. This immediately aroused Chen Zhanghao's displeasure. Immediately pull out a pistol and threaten anyone who dares to escape now. Just kill someone. And the four-eyed dog legs immediately stood up to express themselves. Zhang Yi, it's just the devil. We need to avenge our deceased neighbors. I suggest using wooden stakes instead. This way, there won't be any more electric shocks. As long as we break through, what awaits us later is endless food to eat. And warm Peru. This sentence immediately boosts the morale of the previously withdrawn neighbors. Not long after, neighbors started using wooden stakes to knock into my house door. For the behavior of these little galami, except for the noise, it won't have any effect at all. Let me give you a song to cheer you up. You hear me arrogantly playing music. The neighbors' anger burned instantly. Keep clamoring and waiting for them to rush in. Just make it difficult for me to die. Half an hour later, several neighbors responsible for knocking on the door were exhausted and panting heavily. But my door, apart from the ceiling fixtures, but it remained motionless. This is a person working in a bank. I found out that my door was actually a bank vault, made of copper material. This level of anti-theft door, even if a bomb is used, it won't work in the villa state. Unless you have a key or find the top-tier unlocking rack. Otherwise, it would definitely not open. Just boasting about their professional knowledge. I have already set my weapon on target from the hidden door and aimed it at him. I shot an arrow through my neighbor's neck. The unexpected scene caused others to panic. Start panicking and run back. There's no time to escape. I am not stingy in treating them to arrows. Not long after, there were a few more corpses outside the door. At this moment, the neighbors kept cursing at the door. He's the devil. He should go to hell. At this moment, Four-Eyed Boy shouted, don't panic, everyone. I have a way. It's over. I killed someone. Just when Chen Zhanghao brought someone to dig into my house. When grabbing my supplies, I killed several leading neighbors with a bow and arrow. This immediately scared the other neighbors and they didn't dare to do it again. This is a proposal from Xianzi. The door of Zhang Yi's house is made of alloy, but it's impossible that the wall is also made of alloy. The four-eyed child just finished speaking. A neighbor answered the conversation. There's so many of them. Just take turns chiseling the wall. You can catch me soon. He does whatever he says he does. Neighbors have started using tools to demolish my house wall again. Hee, that's it. Zhang Yi, you bastard. You'll be looking good soon, ha. As the cement layer is chiseled through. What made them collapse was, my house's wall is actually made of alloy. This has caused some people to collapse uncontrollably. But some people don't believe in evil. I don't believe all walls are made of alloy. Then he started chiseling the wall again, searching for breakthroughs everywhere. A group of idiots. Can you think of? Can't I think of it? I spent a lot of money hiring professionals to renovate it. The walls of the house were reinforced with 20 centimeters of precision steel. Bombs can't even explode. With just a few of your hammers and axes. It feels like tickling you without food. I see how much longer it can take. A few more hours have passed. Everyone is starting to cause all the walls have been chiseled with a plaque. It's just that there's not a single area that's not reinforced with steel plates. The four-eyed kidnapper has started moral kidnapping again. Accuse me of having premeditated intentions. Not only did you not tell them about the snow disaster, also reinforced the house to prevent them. Zhang Yi is a despicable person, only focusing on oneself, regardless of everyone's life or death. We are his neighbors. Isn't it right to help us? Doesn't his conscience hurt? At this moment, Chen Zhenghao speaks. What are you panicking about? What if the walls are all made of steel plates? Is it difficult? Are the ceiling and floor also made of steel plates? Then let the neighbors divide their troops into two routes. Part of chiseling the ceiling, partially chiseled floor. Chen Zhenghao is a bit brainy. Unfortunately, I'm not stupid either. Another hour or two has passed. Everyone discovered. Both the ceiling and floor are made of steel plates. Neighbors who have several days themselves. Under several hours of high-intensity physical labor. Some people can't handle it anymore. Comes into a coma. At this moment, someone was actually watching their dying neighbor start drooling. On the 32nd day of the end of the world, the neighbors are already starving and dizzy. Even with the idea of cannibalism. Watching my dying neighbor. Some people can't help but drool. In order not to expose oneself and become a beast. Neighbors looked at each other with a smile. Immediately avoid each other's gaze. The four-eyed boy who originally thought he had the chance to win. Also collapsing. Damn Zhang Yi. Sacrifice yourself alone. Can keep us all alive. Why are you so selfish? Sacrifice yourself. What's wrong with you? Can't you be more generous? At this moment, a neighbor said they saw me decorating before. The balcony has been changed into a French window, and it's the kind of large glass. Maybe we can attack through the. After hearing this news, neighbors seem to see hope again. They are convinced that the balcony must be my escape exit. There must be a loophole there. Not long after, the neighbor held a weapon. By erecting wooden boards on the balcony, crowding towards my house. In a few minutes, a dozen or so people crowded onto my balcony and started clamoring. Promise to smash the glass later, and I'll look good. If there are really zombies in this world, maybe it's similar to this group of people. Or perhaps even more terrifying than zombies. I turned around and came to the kitchen. I casually made a combustion bottle. Then ignite the combustion bottle and throw it into the mechanism. Next second, the combustion bottle fell from the ceiling of the balcony. After the combustion bottle is broken, the fire spread instantly. I caught fire on my body. The burning sensation made them instantly panic. Just jump down from upstairs. Falling to death is better than burning to death. Some neighbors want to run back. Seeking, he was immediately rejected by four-eyed boy. I warn you not to come over again. You will implicate us like this. Anyway, you guys are hopeless. How about starting from here? Jump down and die happily. Watching the neighbor on fire disobey advice. The four-eyed boy waved his hammer directly, pushing some neighbors downstairs. In a few minutes, the screams stopped. Only a few bodies still burning remain. What's even more disgusting is that four-eyed kids and others were actually warming up next to the body. Approaching point. Don't waste it. I set fire to my neighbor's relatives and friends and burned them to death. But not only did my neighbors not report to the police and arrest me, he still knelt down and begged me to help them. Just because the end of the world has been around for over a month now. The neighbors have run out of supplies and have been starving for many days. After seeing the tragic scene of the strong attack on the neighbor ahead, some neighbors threw away their weapons in their hands. Then I came to my balcony and knelt down in prison. Please give me some alms to eat. Even if it's just leftover food, it's okay. And claimed that as long as there was something to eat, you can ask them to do anything. Watching the neighbors pleading in front of me, I immediately had a way to deal with Chen Zhanghao in my heart. But before that, you must first stimulate your divine skills, so that you can deal with Chen Zhanghao without hesitation. I will put the leftover noodles in front of them, and promise who killed Chen Zhanghao. I will provide food for a week, and it's the kind of food that fills you up all at once. After listening, the neighbors looked at Chen Zhanghao one after another. At this time, Chen Zhanghao, also hooked by the eyes of neighbors, feeling a bit flustered watching. Guess if I told my neighbors something. At this moment, the little brother behind me noticed. The eyes of other neighbors looking at them are also a bit off. In no time, the neighbors will turn around, surround Chen Zhanghao and the others. At this moment, Chen Zhanghao realized something. Immediately to check. Originally, it was a reward order I posted in the homeowners group. Just kill Chen Zhanghao. Just provide a week's worth of food. This instantly made Chen Zhanghao the land of many arrows. But with the deterrence of the pistol and the obstruction of the younger brother, Chen Zhanghao took the opportunity to turn around and escape from the escape staircase. The next day, someone is already eager to hunt down Chen Zhanghao. But everyone is afraid of Chen Zhanghao's pistol. Even if you don't try hard, you will eventually starve to death. Seeing Chen Zhanghao threatening his young brother with a handgun, my neighbor took the opportunity and rushed out from behind. A little brother happened to turn around. Immediately remind Chen Zhanghao to be careful behind him. Black Boss sent neighbors to come and kill me. I ended up buying it with a bag of instant noodles. I immediately posted a reward order in the homeowners group. Just kill Chen Xiaoqi. I will provide food for a week. Soon, some neighbors couldn't resist the temptation. Go ambush Chen. As a result, he was killed by Chen Zhanghao with a handgun. Chen Zhanghao angrily called for his younger brother, dragged the two down and chopped them into meat soup. At this point, a little brother was shocked to find that Chen Zhanghao had a back injury. Unexpectedly, our neighbor almost succeeded in the surprise attack just now. After Chen Zhanghao returned to his residence, immediately called Zhou Ku, ask him to come and bandage the wound. In no time, Zhou Ku will arrive at Chen Zhanghao's residence, help him bandage the wound. And he stated that he is not receiving free treatment. Chen Zhanghao stated that, I don't have any food to exchange anymore. But you can share some other food with him. But what Zhou Ku didn't expect was that other foods mentioned by Chen Zhanghao. Surprisingly, it was the neighbor's body. Zhou Ku panicked and refused. And he said he would rather starve to death than eat these things. I can't bear to part with that. It's too important to have a doctor around at this time. Unless absolutely necessary. Other definitely keep you until the end. Zhou Ku pushes Chen Zhanghao's salted pig hands away. Then prepare to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, two subordinates stopped him. Chen Zhanghao pulled out a pistol to signal that Zhou was Xiang Yu. He can't go anywhere until his wound is healed. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Zhanghao and his younger brothers are discussing how to deal with it again, if not dealt with as soon as possible. My neighbors will continue to be disadvantaged by the bounty order. Then they decided to move next door to my house. Take turns squatting and guarding. Don't believe me, don't go out. After Zhou Ku heard their conversation, immediately pretend to go to the restroom. Then send me a text message. Informed me of their actions. Not long after, Chen Zhanghao knocked on the door of a couple's room. After checking, it's a couple. Hurry up and get out of here. They want this house. Couples can only give up their houses to survive. But just turned around and didn't take a few steps. I was by Chen Zhanghao's henchmen using a stick. Later, they were beaten to death with their sticks. The purpose of Chen Zhanghao's actions? Just to reserve more rations. Such cold weather. Not stuttering is too uncomfortable. On the 34th day of the coming apocalypse, Chen Zhanghao has already started bringing his younger brother to come and kill people, treating people as food. And he also moved next door to my house, in order to seize the opportunity for me to go out. Take turns squatting on the other side of my front door and back window. Over time, the wounds of 4 eyes and a few others have started to deteriorate. The wound is not only extremely itchy, but also extremely itchy, and it also started to turn black and purulent. I don't want to die yet. This makes the four-eyed child who has been hungry for a few days already. More collapse. After Zhou Peng saw that his wound had also suppurated, plead with one's cousin. I hope he can come up with a solution. Please ask me again to take a look. But Wang Jia said she couldn't do either. A few days later, I discovered through surveillance that Chen Zhenghao used a pistol, threatening some young people to join his team. Chen Zhenghao knew he didn't have many bullets left, intending to knock down the team before the pistol goes out of action. On the one hand, it is to prevent anyone from attacking him due to the bounty order. On the other hand, there are sufficient manpower. You can also take action on me. Zhou Ku will call me soon. Chen Zhenghao is crazy. I've been killing people continuously these days, and even treated people as food to eat. I have been imprisoned at his house for 2 days without eating. What's wrong, Zhang Yi? Will you save me? Zhou is a surgeon from a top-tier hospital. It's still useful to keep it. I really can't let him die. I immediately told Zhou Ku, just do one thing for me next. I'll give you a chance to survive. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Peng arrived at my doorstep, continuously tapping the door, and he shouted to me to get out of here quickly. I know Zhou because of his wound. I think your wound has started to deteriorate. Tetanus bacteria should have already invaded your body. It's starting to rot your body. Such cold weather. Your body is like a hotbed. Bacteria must be very small. Soon you will rot all over and die. My words made Zhou Peng even more devastated. Keep shouting to kill me. I advise you not to waste your energy at my doorstep. It's better to fulfill the unfinished wish with this time. For example, in the post-apocalyptic era, Fang Yuqing also had to be a licking dog. Licking until the end, I didn't even have a chance to die. After Zhou Peng was infected with tetanus bacteria, suppurative wounds. Not long ago, under my temptation, Zhou Peng decided to propose to Fang Yuqing before his death. Zhou Peng arrived at the room where Fang Yuqing was being detained. Then he knelt down in front of him and inquired about Yuqing. Are you willing to marry me? At this time, Fang Yuqing, scared by the stench emanating from Zhou Peng, he reacted and answered that I don't want to. Now only Zhang Yi is worthy of me. What are you? It smells so bad. Get out of here now. After speaking, give Zhou Peng a big push. Wen Yen. Zhou Peng's expression became like eating 10 pounds of shit. Just grab Fang Yuqing's neck and scream in anger. No. You love me. Let's go to hell together. Let's be together forever. Just finished speaking. Fang Yuqing is another big pussy. It smells so bad. I even told you to stay away. You licking dog. At this moment, Zhou Peng was completely angered. Pinch Fang Yuqing's neck even harder. I will do this. You're the one who caused it, and you dare to scold me. On the other side, Zhou may be a bit hesitant. Do you want to help me prescribe medicine for Chen Zhenghao? On the one hand, it's because I'm afraid I won't keep my promise. On the one hand, they are afraid of being discovered. But for now, if you want to live, you have no other choice. Then he said he needed help. Chen Zhenghao laughed heartily after listening. Unexpectedly, Dr. Zhou, who was extremely cold, was ultimately defeated by hunger. After gaining the trust of Chen Zhenghao, Zhou Ke came to the kitchen to help chop firewood. There is currently no gas available. They can only cook with firewood. Little brother instructed Zhou Ke to keep an eye on the fire and not put it out. I turned around and left. After my little brother leaves, Zhou Ke took out the sleeping pills he had prepared beforehand. Then pour it all into the pot. The pungent taste emanating from the pot. Zhou Ke couldn't help but cover his nose. Not long after, everyone started eating. Chen Zhenghao looked at the delicious food in his hand. Express happiness. Unexpectedly, Dr. Zhou also joined them one day. Zhou Ke remained silent. I just said, I'll go back to my room and eat. I turned around and left. How dare Zhou Ke eat this thing? Just to avoid Chen Zhenghao's eyeliner. Then wait for the sleeping pill. Half an hour later, Chen Zhenghao and his younger brothers are already drowsy. Another 10 minutes have passed. When Zhou Ke comes out of the room, Chen Zhenghao and his younger brothers have already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Zhou Ke immediately sent me a message notifying me, and I immediately gave orders to Zhou Ke. Drag several people from the whole town to the balcony. The woman cooked a pot of human flesh. I put medicine in the pot again, and he did this. The guards can be with me, because it's just me. Only then can he survive in this icy and snowy apocalypse. Live on. I asked Zhou Ke to drag Chen Zhenghao and others to the balcony. After Zhou Ke moves everyone out of the balcony, I came to the balcony holding a pistol. Joku is puzzled. Is this going to kill Chen Zhanghao and the others? I chuckled. It's not me, it's you. Immediately throw a rope to Joku. Use this rope. Tie Chen and a few others to the railing on the balcony for me. Then find the gun on him to me. When Yanzhou roast that I was too cautious. I aimed my pistol at Joku, signal him to take action quickly. And it is stated that only with care can a ship of 10,000 years be made. Joku can only do it for the sake of survival. Watching Joku find Chen Zhanghao's pistol, I immediately asked him to slow down his movements. Then remove the magazine clip. Throw it to me again with the pistol. Joku frowned. If I throw it over, you won't just turn your back and not recognize anyone, will you? I chuckled. And you have no other choice now. You can only trust me. Joku finished listening and removed the magazine. Then he threw it at me. After I got it, confirmed that it was seen in the surveillance footage, that's when I finally felt at ease. Seeing the timing ripe, I'll go back inside the house. Then, holding the pre-prepared high-pressure water gun. When it comes to Chen Zhanghao and a few others, it's like spraying. Joku looked at my technique. Knowing that I am going to freeze Chen Zhanghao and others alive to death, or that I would be even crazier later. Chen Zhanghao was awakened by the chilling water. A few little brothers were also awakened by the cold, roaring with a bewildered expression, who tied them to the balcony. At this moment, my voice rang out. You guys have been having a lot of trouble lately. It's time to die too. Chen Zhanghao was also surprised when he heard my voice. He didn't expect me to collude with Joku to prescribe medicine to them. Then he shouted loudly at me and advised you to be sensible. Release me. I didn't listen to Chen Zhanghao's nonsense. Turning on the faucet again made them all wet. The piercing ice water instantly chilled them to the sound of a pig's cry. That's about it. The show begins. I only saw the place washed away by water. Instantly freezes at a low temperature of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. In no time, several people in Shenzhen will freeze into popsicles. You passed the test. You can come over now. Hear my words. Joku just breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I'll be right over. You would choose to sacrifice yourself to fulfill others, or kill someone else to fulfill oneself. Facing my problem, Joku ultimately chose the latter. Because Chen Zhanghao is not a good person either. Why not kill him in exchange for a glimmer of hope? Just now, Joku has completed my test. I agree for him to stay in my safe house. I am monitoring. Observe if there is anything suspicious about Joe. After confirming safety, signal him to push the door in by himself. Joku just entered the door, kneeling down to the ground heated by the heating inside the house. Compared to -60 or 70 degrees outside, this place is simply heaven. He quickly took off his clothes, enjoying the long-lost warmth. I suddenly used a gun to hold onto Joku's back. Remind him not to forget what he came in for. For example, do we need to prove ourselves first? It's not harmful to me. Joku is a top student. You can tell the meaning I'm expressing as soon as you hear it. On his face, he deliberately asked me how to prove it. It's easy to prove that I don't have any hidden weapons on me. If you are determined to follow me, it's better to be honest. I believe this won't do you any harm. Joku understands what I mean. In no time, he took off his coat and stood in front of me. Is this enough? Looking at Joe's attitude of not dragging his feet, I am also very satisfied. Then hand him a towel. Signal him to go take a shower now. Passed the test. I took him to the bathroom, and selected a new set of clothes for him from a space. Try it out. If you don't like it, I'll give you another set. I returned to the living room, checking Joku's medicine box. There are only some syringes inside, although there is no harm. But I immediately decided to settle into a space first. Not long after, Joku had already taken a shower, and she changed into the camisole dress I gave her. A curvaceous figure is immediately visible at a glance. I gestured for him to sit down. Using a blower to blow his hair, he told me, "Tell him that I haven't completely let go of my guard against you yet. You want to live here. Just prove your value. For example, obeying my commands. Do something that should be done. Don't think of any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I will kill you." After speaking, I pointed to a room and told Joku, "Stay there from now on." And remind him, there is not only surveillance inside, and the door will also lock back. If it cannot be accepted, you can leave now. Okay, I'll be obedient. Joku made a wise choice. Compared to the outside, this place is simply heaven. Then I told Joku, I will tell him all my secrets. Here it is, here it is. My post-apocalyptic safe house. Finally, the first girl has joined us. Under Joko's candid meeting, I agreed for her to stay. But the premise is that you must listen to me for everything. I also plan to tell her the secret that I have a space. On the one hand, it is ready. On the other hand, it is to let Joko know. If you have ulterior motives towards me, in the end, it will only harm himself. You should have seen it in the news. This snow disaster, originating from an explosion of a meteorite, the resulting gamma rays. And gamma rays can not only change the climate, and it will also cause mutations in the human body. For example, when I mentioned, I just conjured a bag of bread out of nowhere. This is my ability. Heterospace. I have already stored a large amount of supplies in a different space. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. If I die, the alien space will disappear. Supplies will also disappear. So only I am alive. Only then can you enjoy everything I offer. Joko looked at the bread in front of him. I can't believe there are really superpowers in this world. After hesitating for a while, Joko picked up the bread and indulged in it. I don't care for idle people. So you do all the household chores. You are my maid. Besides, can you still mention it to me? What is it for? Dr. Zhou, Joko finished listening. Understand the meaning I am expressing. Immediately take off your coat. He hugged me and kissed me. Joko, look at me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I covered my chest with my hand. But his proud figure. How could one hand possibly block it? The next day, after a night of fighting, Joko didn't wake up until noon. I came to the bedside and asked him to get up and eat quickly. Joketsai woke up reluctantly from his dream. In a few minutes, Joko wolfed down the hamburger again. The food he looked down upon over a month ago. Nowadays, it is a delicious food in the world. But you can't eat too much at once. I was hungry for several days before. Sudden overeating can actually cause stomach problems. Watching Joe finish his meal, I immediately threw him a cold jacket. Then bring him to the balcony. Pointing at Chen Zhanghao, who was frozen into ice, he said, "Cube out for me. On the 38th day of the apocalypse, I only use a $2 hamburger. Let the beautiful doctor be willing to be my maid." I told Joku, I can provide him with accommodation and food, but the prerequisite is absolute obedience to my words. And the first task, it's about smashing the body of Chen Zhanghao, who was frozen into popsicles. Facing my commands, Joku is puzzled. Chen Zhanghao was clearly dead. Why do you still want to smash their bodies? Although I say it on my lips, it's because I hate Chen Zhanghao leaving it there. It's very eye-catching. But actually, I want my neighbors to know. If you offend me, there will be no good end. You can also make Joko follow me wholeheartedly. Although Joko doesn't think it's necessary to do this, but still obediently came to the next balcony. I can break kanji with my mobile phone. A few moments of Chen Zhanghao's teen were recorded. I plan to post it to the homeowners group. At this point, we need to let them know who is the real boss. The video upload will be completed soon. Neighbors learned about Chen Zhanghao's death. I am very happy afterwards. They all thought I was doing harm to the people. Next second, I will send a voice message to tell them that Chen Zhanghao is dead. I will be in charge of this building from now on. My neighbors used to be afraid of me or scold me. I didn't expect my neighbors to thank me. Even some people think I'm a good person. Borrow food from me. But what surprised me the most was, Fong Yuqing hasn't died yet. And he called me. Zhang Yi, are you with Joku? Didn't you say that I am your true love? You said you wanted me to have good food and accommodation. Now Chen Zhanghao is dead. I'll go find you. Hurry up and kick that slut Joko out of here. I don't allow you to be with other women. You are mine. In classical Chinese, I replied with a sentence. You didn't actually die. Fong Yuqing suddenly realized. I thought she was dead. Just being with that slut Joku. Then he started cursing Joko was. Replace her and move into my house. But at this moment, Fong Yuqing's best friend in Wang Jia has appeared behind Fong Yuqing. Then pressed Fong Yuqing down to the ground. And scolded Fong Yuqing for causing us so much trouble. I also want to live a good life on my own. After Joker heard their conversation, hold on to my arm tightly. And he said he couldn't be like them, so please rest assured. After I finished listening, suddenly came up with a great idea of killing the heart. It's about taking intimate photos of me and Joku, send to Fong Yuqing. Will he go crazy with anger? In the apocalypse, a hamburger worth 3 yuan can be exchanged for a woman. A more scheming woman, in order to take a bite. Killing one's own friend. When I learned that Fong Yuqing, the scheming woman, had not yet died, I'm a bit surprised. But with it comes joy. Because we can continue to retaliate against him. I plan to take intimate photos with Joku. Send to Fong Yuqing. Just Fong Yuqing and her best friend. When fighting fiercely. Phone rings. My voice. Qinger, you are a good person. Unfortunately, you came late. I have found a better one. I think you will bless me. Right, Fong Yuqing heard what I said. Seeing the intimacy between me and Fong Yuqing again. Zhao Ho is deserted. Roaring hysterically. I don't believe you would treat me like this. It must be that slut Fong Yuqing who bewitched you. Zhang Yi, give me a chance. I will prove that I am the one who loves you the most. I sneered and mocked Fong Yuqing. Zhou is much better than you. You no longer deserve to have me. I and Joku are the true love. Don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid he might misunderstand. Upon hearing this, although Fong Yuqing felt unwilling in her heart, but I can only try to save myself with past events. You have been chasing me for 2 years. I should be completely devoted to it. Now I am actively looking for you. You should be happy about it. I started crying. Sister Wang and her best friend saw that I had abandoned Fong Yuqing. Happy to say that this is retribution. I hung up the phone directly. And I plan to no longer talk to Fong Yuqing. In this frozen indifference. She won't live long. After hanging up the phone, I turned around and asked Joe if he thought I was cruel. Joe shook his head. There must be a reason why you did this. I didn't expect this little girl to be so sensible. Not long after, Joe can prepare lunch. I gestured for her to eat first. Because at this moment, I saw that the neighborhood committee lady not only did not die, but also, still spouting nonsense in the group. Indicates that there is someone above. If the homeowners don't listen to him and send him food, then we will capture everyone and shoot them. At this moment, Joku was muttering to himself. You even accused me of poisoning, but I was just a little shocked because my aunt was still alive. After all, at that time, Chen Zhanghao was the first to rob Aunt's house. Joku with an embarrassed expression. When he was treating his grandson, I gave my aunt some salary. Joku, after listening, my face turned black. Immediately explained that I didn't know at the time. The snow disaster will last so long. I can't bear to give it to them. I also immediately explained. It's not because the available supplies this week are not enough. Hold on until now. After listening, Joka suddenly realized. Because there is no medication available. Aunt's grandson is estimated to have died 10 days ago. So after listening to Joku's words, I just figured out why Auntie can live to this day. At this moment, someone jumped from the neighboring building. Joku lowered his head and sighed. When will this disaster end? Just when I'm comforting Joe not to think too much. Uncle Lu called me. No matter what, one should visit the Three Treasures Hall. What exactly is Uncle Lu up to? In the apocalypse, a bag of instant noodles can buy the women in the entire community. But there's a mommy who wants to kidnap her. Come to my house and eat and drink for free. Just now, Uncle Oil called me and expressed some embarrassment. You need my help with something. I also expressed without hesitation that, if you need any help, just let me know. After all, Uncle Oil is a retired soldier. It can be considered a rare combat power. To establish good relationships. Originally, Xia Limei and Uncle Yu got together. Now he has become the takeover hero. Xia Limei's daughter has a high fever. Uncle Yu just came to beg me to give him some cold medicine. I didn't expect Xia Limei to have this skill either. Although I don't think Xia Limei is a good person. There's no need to help him either. But Uncle Yu spoke up. I can't refuse either. So I said, how many boxes are left at home? If you want it, come and pick it up later. Uncle Yu was very excited after listening to it. Representing Zhang Yi. Thank you so much. If there is anything useful in the future, try to speak up to me as much as possible. I have no obligation to refuse. I said on the one hand that they are all from our own families. You're welcome. While marveling at Xia Limei's simplicity. I didn't expect so many neighbors to lock onto Uncle Oil. Only with my reminder, Uncle Oil hoarded a lot of supplies. Joko listened to our conversation. Later, I was wondering if my relationship with Uncle Oil was so good. Uncle Yu is a kind and powerful person. Let him owe me a favor. Maybe we can use it in the future. Not long after, Uncle Lu knocked on my door. What I didn't expect through surveillance is, Xia Limei also followed the crutch. After hearing my voice, Xia Limei, immediately pleaded with me to help his daughter. I have prepared 888 cold medicine in advance. Throw it out through the secret door. Uncle Yu just spoke up and expressed his gratitude to me. Xia Limei kicked her nose on her face. Can he let his daughter live in my house? He knows my house has a heater, so that his daughter can recover quickly. Listening. I just know what Xia Limei is up to. He knows I can't take care of children. Then we can use the name of taking care of the children. Live together at my house. Thinking of this, I directly declined Xia Limei's request. And he said that his family's coal is also running out. Uncle, you couldn't help but stop Xia Limei. Zhang Yi's medication is already meaningful enough for us. Let's go back quickly. Xia Limei expressed a bit of resentment. What do he, as an old master, know? How can a child bear being so young? Then he said to me with a crying voice, for the sake of Uncle Oil's face, just let my child live in your house. Do you know that the end of the world is coming? What is the most important thing besides food? That's medication. In the apocalypse, if you get sick without medication, equivalent to being sentenced to death. For the sake of Uncle Yu's face, I gave Xia Limei a box of cold medicine, but Xia Limei kicked her nose on her face, requesting me to help him again. Let his daughter live in. I bluntly stated that if it were before the end of the world, I will definitely help. But nowadays, all the neighbors are thinking of killing me, and then occupy my safe house. I'm really scared. I think Uncle Oil will understand me. Right, Uncle Oil, I'm sorry to hear that. Roared at Xia Limei, saying that everyone is in danger now. Zhang Yi is still willing to give us. Zhang Yi is already interesting enough. Xia Limei's unwilling expression. So how did he let Zhou Ku live in? I listened impatiently and expressed my impatience. Zhou is my girlfriend. Isn't it normal for him to move in? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku immediately blushed with embarrassment. Although he knows I just casually handled it. But he was also happy to hear me say that. Uncle Yu outside the door urged Xia Limei to leave quickly again. But Xia Limei still stubbornly expressed. He's just doing it for the child. Don't wait for Xia Limei to be in Luoli, why not bother? Uncle Yu pushed Xia Limei's shoulder directly. Before leaving, he kept apologizing to me. Xia Limei, this woman is really not easy. Relying on my favorable impression of Uncle Yu. Surprisingly, it would be troublesome to come out like this. After this incident, I have to be even more careful, Shiremi, so as not to cause trouble and provoke Uncle Yu in the future. On the other side, Uncle Yu returned home. Immediately blamed Xia Limei for taking too much advantage. And at this moment, Xia Limei no longer pretends to be pitiful. The displeasure indicates that I am not doing it for the child yet. If he has some major problems, I won't live either. Uncle Yu couldn't say anything after listening to it. Just reminding Xia Limei to know how to repay kindness with gratitude. And if it weren't for Zhang Yi, I can't possibly stock up on supplies in advance. I might have starved to death long ago. Xia Limei's face darkened after listening. I don't know what bad idea you're having again. Then he lowered his head and leaned against Uncle Yu. And he said he doesn't need to be grateful to Zhang Yi. We're guarding you, aren't we? Uncle Lu is not happy after listening to it. Zhang Yi has been helping me all along. How did it turn into a villain in your mouth? But Xia Limei still expressed that she didn't know what to do, although it helped us. But he didn't suffer any losses either. It's just a box of medicine. And I guess he was just intentionally trying to get some favors. Shall we can then use you? It's just that he was able to ruthlessly kill dozens of neighbors. At first glance, it doesn't seem like a good person. Besides, the house is so big. What's wrong with staying with the three of us again? Uncle Yu roared angrily after listening to it. Xia Limei, stop it. And fiercely declared that he was not a fool. I can still distinguish right from wrong. No need for Xia Limei to chew her tongue here. After Xia Limei saw Uncle Yu getting angry, apologize immediately. Shut up, but Uncle Yu turned around and left. Xia Limei's eyes became cold and gloomy. I must find another chance to live in Zhang Yi's house. Better for us to survive. No matter how much it costs, I don't care. On the 45th day of the apocalypse, most people have run out of food. And some people intentionally released the news that I had supplies. The owners of other buildings actually dug a tunnel overnight, arriving at building 24. That is the unit building where I am located. After they arrived at cave 24, they would kill anyone they saw, prepare to even move the body back as food rations. Soon they arrived at my doorstep. Then a person named Lao LV, ignite the pre-prepared explosives, immediately placed at my doorstep. I was awakened by the deafening explosion. The sound source should be someone bombing my house door. I immediately took out my pistol and used surveillance footage to check the living room and Joko's bedroom. After confirming everything was okay, I breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, I found 7 or 8 people standing in the hallway through surveillance footage, looking at unfamiliar faces, people from other buildings who came to grab things, and they seemed to have come prepared, surprisingly carrying a steel and wooden axe, and there are also plywood for construction sites. From their weapons, I immediately guessed that they should be a group of rural public tenants from Building 26, and also carrying explosives for blasting. At first glance, it just came at me. Meanwhile, a man outside the door is complaining that the old donkey is useless. Surprisingly, not even a door could explode open. The old donkey also finds it strange. According to the amount of gunpowder he mixed, it should be enough to explode. He wondered if it was the reason for the dampness of the gunpowder. Looking at everything outside the door, I angrily opened the secret door. Immediately from a space, take out the pre-prepared simplified version of the white phosphorus bomb. White phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide can generate a high temperature of 1000 degrees during combustion. Suddenly, an incendiary bomb and a bomb was thrown out of the secret door, although the leader ran away in time and remind everyone to run quickly. But the fire is too intense. Some people who can't run far in time, instantly engulfed by a large fire. On the 46th day of the apocalypse, my neighbors started using explosives to blow up my door. Fortunately, I spent nearly 10 million to build security. Dirt is sturdy. It didn't cause any harm. I am relieved of my generous situation. Burning bombs instantly engulfed several people in the flames. The person on fire wailed and begged for help from their companions. The next second, a bullet will pass through his head. At this moment, I angrily turned my handgun into a machine gun, crazy shooting into the hallway. As I finished my last bullet, the wailing in the hallway also stopped, and there were 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground in all directions. Just now, I didn't control my emotions well. In order to kill and ignite, surprisingly, nearly 100 bullets were with the passage of apocalyptic time. Those vulnerable groups are eliminated. What's alive now are all tough characters. It seems that we need to find a way to find more powerful weapons. It's more secure. Then I arrived at Joko's room. He was already scared and curled up in the corner. Originally, he looked pitiful and delicate. But when she saw me, she suddenly pretended to be strong. And he said he thought it was an earthquake that caused him to hide in the corner. I didn't expect either. What kind of strength does this little girl have to pretend even if she's afraid? Immediately remind him. If there is really an earthquake, this is the 24th floor. Wherever you go, you will be flattened, and then I will explain what happened in the hallway. I told Joko once again. Joko finished listening inside. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, there are still people in the community who are more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Chen Zhenghao is nothing more than relying on having a gun. A bastard who bullies honest people. But they ambushed us. It is a group of united and physically strong organizations. Fortunately, I killed the person who could explode. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After listening, Joko asked me if I wanted revenge. My principle is that no one will offend me. I'm not a criminal. But you insist on provoking me. Although far away, one must be executed to avoid long dreams at night. But for safety reasons, we must first find some cannon fodder. I will immediately attack us on the 26th floor. The news of killing and looting materials was posted in the homeowner group. And tell the owners. I worked hard to drive them away. The homeowners who were originally a bit anxious. After seeing my words, they all started flattering me. Even starting to coax. Let me help them deal with the people on the 26th floor. To prevent them from killing again. I watched the news from the homeowners, responding to me with a sneer. Dealing with them has already consumed too many weapons. Can't keep myself safe now. You can seek your own blessings for the rest of you. At this moment, Uncle called me and asked me if I can help. I used to drink with them before. I didn't expect to have your idea now. Just one sentence from you. I'll go find them to settle the accounts. I immediately stopped Uncle Oil after listening, and stated that there are currently no plans for revenge. But since Uncle Oil is familiar with them, it's best to reveal their background to me. I will plan in detail. Let everyone deal with them well again. I shot and killed 7 or 8 neighbors. But other neighbors not only applauded and cheered. And he said I'm a hero. And I also plan to take this opportunity. Let the neighbors unite as cannon fodder. To deal with those people from the 26-hole Heavenly Emperor. Uncle Yu said after listening that he immediately organized neighbors to see how many people are willing to go. Immediately stopped by me. This is too obvious. Instead, it will make neighbors suspect. Even nose and face. Anyway, we have plenty of resources at home. Just wait for it. The Tianhe gang has killed so many people. They will come back for revenge. When the time comes, the neighbors will naturally beg me to come up with a solution. After hanging up the phone, I turned around and asked Joku for help. Although my neighbors flatter me on the surface, actually, it's both scary and cruel to me. Some things are not good. I will personally take action. You assist. Let Uncle figure out the distribution of personnel's combat power in the community. This is beneficial for us to live a stable life in the future. It's very helpful. 2 days later, Joku sorted out the intelligence collected by Uncle. Just report to me. The Tianhe gang currently poses the greatest threat to us, standing with the engineering team as the core. The main weapons are shovel and rebar. No firearms. Another threatened building is Building 21, led by Wang Chang and Xiaolu, a group of young people in their early 20s. Wild Wolf Gang. I teased Joku with my salty pig hands at the same time, while analyzing intelligence. People from other units are facing material shortages, suicide or cannibalism, resulting in a sharp decrease in personnel, so there shouldn't be any threat. Then I instructed Joku to continue investigating. Make sure to confirm if they have firearms. That's the most crucial thing. Meanwhile, as I guess, the people of Tianhe gang have returned for revenge. They can't handle it. So I took action against my neighbors, and constantly release messages. Zhang Yi, you won't come out again. I will kill all your neighbors. Not long after, the group of homeowners exploded. They are all condemning me. One person does things, one person is responsible. If there is a conscience, just go and extinguish 26 holes. That group of people were saying a few days ago that I am a hero. Changing faces now is faster than flipping through a book. I immediately retorted in the group, asked them to come over. Now I'm killing you back. How did it become that I was wrong? Anyway, he's not killing me right now. You have the ability to carry it on your own. And such a dangerous thing. It's better not to go out. My words immediately made some people kick their noses and face. Some of them scolded me for having my conscience eaten by the dog. Some even engage in moral kidnapping. I only care about myself. Seeing these ugly faces, I immediately spoke up and cursed loudly. Whether you guys will die or not has nothing to do with me. Speaking of conscience, you both deserve it. When we attacked my house, which of you didn't participate? Or maybe you're tired of living crookedly. Do you want me to kill you earlier? My words make most people collapse and never die. I finally waited until Chen Zhenghao died. Now another Tianhe gang has emerged. Plus snow disaster. For a while, it made some people lose hope of surviving. Seeing the timing ripe, I immediately called Uncle. Now, on the 49th day of the apocalypse, the Tianhe gang, organized by migrant workers, is located in Building 26. Started killing people indiscriminately in my unit building, in order to force me to go out and negotiate with them. However, the Tianhe gang's indiscriminate killings are exactly what I want. I am worried that there is no reason to let my neighbors be cannon fodder. Fighting with the Tianhe gang. Seeing that the timing is ripe in the group, I'll let Uncle Oil start planning now. Soon after, Uncle Oil warned everyone in the group. As long as everyone can unite as one, it can fight against the Tianhe gang. The appearance of Uncle Oil gives homeowners hope. They all expressed their willingness to listen to Uncle Oil's arrangements. Uncle, you took the opportunity to recommend me to lead everyone. Zhang Yi's family not only has weapons, but also, and eat a full meal every day. It is most suitable for him to lead us with the strength. Then Uncle Oil pretended to want to talk to me. In a few minutes, I always and told the owners. I saw it for the sake of Uncle Oil's face. I am only willing to help everyone. If you continue to force lie like you did just now. I withdrew from the group. The homeowners were also panicked after listening. Everyone expressed not to leave the group. No big deal, just do whatever you want them to do. As long as you don't die, it's okay. Look at the heat. It's almost done. Go straight to the point. Now we plan to have everyone join the Tianhe gang for a fight. As soon as this sentence is spoken, the group instantly quieted down. It seems like you're asking me to go to a firefight. But I'm comfortable hiding, right? I'm eating until I'm full and holding on. Why bother with your life and death? You just wait for the Emperor to release it. Kill all of you, okay. I just finished speaking. Uncle comes out again to sing. White-collar workers warn everyone. Firefighting still has hope for survival. If we wait to be slaughtered. But there's no way to survive. I am Zhang Yi. Since everyone is silent, just agree to let me lead me. Ugly talk ahead. If anyone dares to be a shrunken turtle, old fisherman, don't blame me for killing chickens and warning monkeys. After hanging up the phone, I posted another announcement in the group. Who dares to hide behind during a fight? Just treat it as a traitor. In order to make the owners obedient. I'll tell everyone. I will go out to find supplies. I promise everyone won't get hurt again. The reason why I did this. On the one hand, it is to stabilize military morale. On the other hand, it is to maintain the combat effectiveness of the cannon fodder. Coincidentally, there are snow bikes and snow motorcycles in a space. In this icy and snowy world. Just in time to come in handy. The people in the group have finished listening. I can't believe it. I will risk freezing to death. Go help them find supplies. In order for everyone to survive. I am willing to take this risk. Don't worry, I've been for a few years before. Where is the shopping mall? Where is the supermarket? I am very clear about it. Since I have become the building director, I will be responsible for everyone, and I've almost finished my supplies. Going out to find supplies is our only way out. On the 50th day of the apocalypse, neighbors are almost starving to death, and I also asked them to go to the neighboring building for a fight. The neighbors are not only happy, but also, he also said that I am their reincarnated parents. Because I promised them that I would only take down the Tianhe gang, I will go out and find supplies for them. Joku inquired. Am I really sure I want to help them find supplies? It's icy and snowy outside. Without a suitable means of transportation, it is undoubtedly a risk of death. I turned around and returned to my room to prepare. And tell Joku that I have my own way. Then comfort Joku with peace of mind. The supplies I have stored now are enough to feed him for a lifetime. Actually, I just want to find a suitable. Go check out the situation outside. Joku finished listening and said he wanted to go with me. I immediately refused. I still can't see the little girl's thoughts. I'm afraid I don't want her anymore. I comforted by saying that we have a certain relationship. Are you still afraid that I don't want you? Then I walked towards the door. And tell Joku that I already trust him 100%. After speaking, he took the food on the table. Collect fuel on the ground into a space. Leaving only Joku with a speechless face. Not long after, I arrived on the 4th floor. Now the heavy snow has covered the 4th floor. You can go out directly from the window in the hallway. The snow is very thick. As soon as I stood up, I was completely immersed in half of my body. It's really difficult to move a single step. I carefully observed the surroundings. After not discovering anything unusual, I released a snowy motorcycle from a space. But I just set off not long ago. Someone discovered me. But I was already prepared for this. After all, snow motorcycles have a lot of noise and movement. Being targeted is a matter of time. Not long after, I arrived at the Tianhe City police station. I planned to come here to try my luck. See if there are any weapons available for use. The police station was completely silent. Soon I was in a corner. Discovered several police officers who were frozen to death. They should be on night shift. I didn't have a chance to escape. That's why he froze to death here. I'll find a white cloth. Cover these police officers who protect the people. Rest in peace for the deceased. Suddenly, I found a string of keys on a police officer. It seems that here, the face should have the key to the police gun depot. As long as we find the firearms to replenish. Killing the Tianhe gang would be easy. Global ice cover. Everyone is in danger. But my Virgin Mary's heart is overflowing. Braving a blizzard to go out and find food for neighbors. Just because I want to deal with the Tianhe gang in the 26th. Must buy people's hearts and ensure the battle. And my first battle was with the police station. I want to try my luck here. See if we can find the weapon. I was on a police officer who froze to death. Found a string of keys. Then we found the arsenal. I am overwhelmed by the dazzling array of weapons inside. The key is that I also found a Barrett sniper rifle. You really came right this time. Not only do they have various protective suits and helmets, and there are plenty of bullets to fill up. After being reborn, I gained spatial abilities. Very precise control over distance. with the blessing of this big sniper, can conduct long-range attacks. Dealing with the Tianhe gang has become more stable. Add other weapons. Enough to build a strong team. After solving the problem with weapons, I should also go find food for those cannon fodder neighbors. Stores close to residential buildings should be swept away, so we can only go to a store a bit further away to look for it. Not long after, I stopped on a snowy ground rimmery. After sweeping away the snow, below is indeed a shopping mall. I broke the glass on the ceiling. Follow the prepared rope to the mall. Looking at the various luxury goods in the display cabinet, I marvel at frugality before the end of the world. A brand that cannot be bought for a year. Now it's worthless waste. I rushed all the way to the supermarket on the basement floor. Collect useful products into a space along the way. Although the supermarket still maintains its pre-apocalyptic appearance, but most products are affected by low temperatures, has lost its edible value, but it can barely be used as protective equipment. I will put the frozen goods into the storage bag, but I don't like these things. But the neighbors should be able to grab it. Not long after, I returned to the community. Huang Tianfang also saw my snowy motorcycle. He didn't expect me to have such a good thing either. This makes him even more certain that he wants to take me down. With snow motorcycles, they're still afraid of running out, and I had already guessed that. Road snow motorcycles will be targeted by more people. But fortunately, I have collected enough weapons and equipment. At this time, Uncle Lu was already waiting for me to come back on the 4th floor. What surprised him was that I can actually find so many supplies. I pushed open the door and arrived at the firearms depot of the police station. I have taken all the weapons, but no police officer dared to stop me. Just because the end of the world has arrived. Most people have been frozen or starved to death. Just now, I rely on a snowy motorcycle. I brought back 2 large bags of supplies outside. The neighbors were already eagerly gathering on the 4th floor, waiting for me to come back. After seeing me bring back the food, let Uncle's eyes shine. Leading by example, shouting "Long live Zhang Yi," the neighbors immediately followed and shouted. And after swearing in, "He will fight for my horse's head," I also immediately made a statement. As long as we fight the enemy well, it can not only be distributed among everyone. We will continue to search for supplies for everyone in the future. Can't wait for me to finish speaking. More than 10 people holding weapons emerged from the snow. They came here to grab supplies. I immediately pointed to the crowd and said, "Just kill 1 person. You may get food for 5 people." My words stunned the neighbors for a moment. The next second, everyone seems to be possessed by magic. Crazy charge towards the enemy. The person grabbing supplies saw this powerful method, startled to stand still in place. Shortly thereafter, screams echoed throughout the entire community. Under the thirst for food, neighbors are unleashing unprecedented combat power. Quickly eliminate most of the enemies. But there have also been casualties on our side. The influence of career. Joku was thinking. These people can still survive after being rescued. But this requires a lot of equipment and medication. But in this apocalypse, who would allocate resources? Wasteful who don't want to do it. Soon after, everyone gathered in the lobby on the 1st floor. As long as we unite these invaders, there's nothing scary about it. Speak up. I will name 2 of the best performers to come forward. Then distribute the food for more than 10 people to him. Work hard and maintain this momentum. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Other neighbors have some regrets when they see it. I didn't exert any extra force just now. Not only can it gain my recognition, you can still get so much food. And all I say is for this kind of effect. Then the sea began to distribute food. But at this moment, someone came out as a demon. He is a wealthy young man worth over 10 billion yuan. But you have to kneel in front of me like a pug, begging me to donate some expired food. Just because the global ice has been frozen for over a month. Most people no longer have supplies. And I rely on a snowy motorcycle. Retrieved 2 large bags of expired food. Just now, I use these foods, and the people from the neighboring buildings soothe me. Distribute food based on performance results. Almost everyone has received the food, but only to the wealthy 2nd generation Su Hao. But I didn't give him anything to eat. Out of kindness, I gave Su Hao a candy. This immediately aroused Su Hao's dissatisfaction. Why treat me differently? Why only give me 1 candy? You still have the face to ask why. Just now, while others were fighting, you just hide in the back and brag. Don't even touch it. Don't think I didn't see it. I gave you a candy, which is basically kind. Su Hao immediately explained. At that time, it was because there were too many people to squeeze in. There's no chance of performance at all. I immediately interrupted him, and it means I only look at the results. Don't look at the process. Upon hearing this, Su Hao, point at me immediately, nose roaring unfairly. Your actions are clearly aimed at me. I almost laughed to death after listening to it. Talk to me. What are you? I am currently reasoning with you. After speaking, I signaled to my neighbors to take Su Hao down. I am commanding you. I'm not begging you, you know. Let's talk about waste. I'll have my neighbor teach Su Hao a lesson. And tell the neighbors. If you think I'm domineering, you can put down the food in your hand and leave now. I promise I won't make it difficult for anyone. How many minutes will it take? No one spoke up for Su Hao either. This can be considered reaching a consensus. Su Hao once again spoke lowly, saying that I was too bullying people. At least he is also Tian Hai. He is a person with both head and face. I grabbed Su Hao's hair and sneered contemptuously. Now you're nothing. Then I turned around and told everyone. It's useless if I don't support Zhang Yi. The waste is here for me to tell everyone. When today's food is distributed here. Someone in the crowd stopped me. It turns out to be Fong Yuqing and her best friend. I haven't heard their names for a long time. I thought I forgot to or maybe we can keep the best at the back. I didn't expect either. It's been so long now. Surprisingly, Fong Yuqing hasn't died yet. But I have no intention of keeping him alive either. So I told him that the food didn't have your portion. I licked the goddess for 3 years. Now kneeling in front of me like a dog. Just because a snow disaster broke out more than a month ago. Most people are already starving to death. And just now, Fong Yuqing thought I licked her for 3 years. I will leave her with the best supplies. Unexpectedly, I didn't even want to give it to her. This made Fong Yuqing completely panicked. Immediately took my hand and asked Zhang Yi, "Don't you like me? You wouldn't do this to me, would you?" I immediately shook off. And he said that everyone was just acting on the spot. You won't really take it seriously, will you? Then I called for Joku, and continued to mock Fong Yuqing before saying anything about me. Now people with girlfriends. How many times stronger is the Zhou you know than you don't know? Bother me in the future. Fong Yuqing is still immersed in what I said. I won't let her live in my house. In my fantasies. Crying and shouting, all of this is not true. After seeing it, Sister Wang on the side. It really deserved the happy roast. A rundown person really treats herself like a fairy. Every day I think about fishing for the second generation of wealthy people. Then I asked Su Hao about his presence in your circle. What is Fong Yuqing's nickname? Su Hao sees opportunities for performance. Immediately shout out the universal socket bus. Russian roulette. This immediately attracted a lot of ridicule from people. Someone said they had a crush on Fong Yuqing before. I knew it was this kind of person. Just spend some money. This immediately drew ridicule from everyone. Fong Yuqing couldn't bear it in the end. Crying and running away. And I saw Su Hao so eye-catching. Give him some food as a reward. As for Fong Yuqing's best friend, I also had someone drag it away directly, chattering in my ear. After the little interlude, I immediately assigned tasks to my neighbors. Remove children. Currently, there are still 47 people standing in the entire building. Except for Uncle Yu, Xia Limei, Zhou Ku, and me. Others must take turns on duty. Prevent people from other buildings from sneaking in and attacking. Once the situation is discovered, just pick the handrails or metal objects on the stairs to notify everyone. As for rewards, allocate based on the number of enemies killed. Exchange one head for 5 servings of food. The person on duty can only eat what others have left of me. After speaking, I will have Uncle assign the work. Screen rotation. In a safe room. Joku can't wait to know the situation outside. I was watching the usage of the firearms. While telling Joku, the heavy snow outside. The low-rise buildings have been completely submerged. And according to this trend, even if the snow stops, it takes more than half a month for the snow to melt as we enter winter. The snow disaster shouldn't end so early. After one's words, I took out all types of firearms from a different space. I must learn their usage methods as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time goes by, people who don't know about the community, what more terrifying things will be done. After all, what is more terrifying than the apocalypse is the human form. Then I came to the balcony with a sniper rifle in my hand. We must first understand the usage of the sniper rifle. After all, this is an assassination weapon. Just as I was trying out the gun, I used a scope, discovered several sneaky figures in the snow. Zhang Yi carried the sniper rifle on his shoulder. Coincidentally discovered a few old six, sneakily appearing in the snow. I didn't expect the Tianhe gang to attack and turn again so quickly. It seems it should be coming towards my snowy motorcycle. During the day, I deliberately pretended to drive the snowy motorcycle into the parking garage. Sure enough for it. At this moment, Uncle Lu called to thank me. I left him a few boxes of instant noodles. When we just distributed the supplies, we didn't give them to him. Xiali continued to complain even after she had nothing to do. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. You left me a few boxes of instant noodles. Enough for us to eat for a few weeks now. Then he told me not to argue with Shirima. He just broke his mouth and face. I also took the opportunity to tell Uncle Oil. Although Xia Lime is willing to follow you in the apocalypse. Actually, it's also because you're a retired soldier, Uncle Oil can protect his mother and daughter in the apocalypse. Although Sister Xia is also good. But you can consider having your own child. Leave a post for yourself. To avoid making wedding clothes for others in the last empty moment. Uncle Lu understands the meaning behind it. In this post-apocalyptic world where we can't eat enough, and I have to take care of other people's children, I feel a bit uncomfortable in my heart. Up the phone, Joko blushed and looked at me with embarrassment. Subsequently, meanwhile, the people of Tianhe Gang have already circled in from the lobby on the first floor, preparing to wait for a surprise attack. Just as they were preparing, when climbing stairs, a brick fell down. At this moment, there was a deafening knocking sound in the stairwell. The sentinel neighbors shouted loudly. The people from Tianhe Gang have come to invest again. Come out quickly and hit hard. Free rations have arrived at your doorstep. The Tianhe Gang didn't expect it either. Only 2 days have passed. The people in our building dare to resist them. However, the Tianhe Gang also doesn't take the owners of our building seriously. Go straight to the firefight. What surprised the Tianhe Gang was that the owners of our building seem to have been beaten with chicken blood. Knives and knives take their lives. After all, killing one person can get food for 5 people. The Tianhe Gang could only flee in the end. After learning that the Tianhe back, then come to the balcony. Maybe you can try my Barrett. Zhang Yi and Joku are discussing things at home, but they encountered another surprise attack from the Tianhe Gang. Fortunately, I arranged for some neighbors to let go beforehand. The Tianhe Gang, who was ambushed, was beaten to pieces and fled. I came to the balcony, retrieved Barrett's sniper rifle from a different space. I want to take this opportunity to test whether this gun works or not. The professionally equipped sight glass is awesome. The figures the size of black beans can be seen clearly. After aiming at the right time, I decisively fired a shot. I didn't expect it to pop my head directly. What's going on? Someone shot us. I didn't expect either. How could you shoot your head at such a long distance? The remnants of the Tianhe Gang realized that the situation was not good. Speed up and run back. I also plan to strike while the iron is hot. Keep trying the texture again. I didn't expect that I was quite talented. Surprisingly, there were no mischief. This sniper rifle. In the future, when encountering difficult enemies, you can completely hide and attack from a long distance. There's no need to go out for a fight. The gunfire just now should have alarmed many people. It seems that some people won't be able to sleep anymore. Neighbors are also attracted by the gunfire. They didn't expect me to not only have a sniper rifle, but also, one more shot, one more shot. Everyone began to doubt whether I was special or not. Born as a soldier. It's better not to make me unhappy in the future. The next day, Joku told me that he heard gunshots last night. Ask if I fired the gun. I admit it directly. And excitedly tell Joku, I didn't expect my marksmanship to be so accurate. Take one shot and one shoulder directly. Joku's expression of admiration after listening was really impressive. I curiously asked him, why don't you ask me why I use a sniper rifle? Joku is a symbol of happiness. No matter what you do before or after, I will support you. And upon hearing this, I have to admit that Joku is not only beautiful, and Brainwazi is really smart. I shouldn't ask, I won't talk too much. Meanwhile, Huang Tianfan was attracted by the sound of gunfire. When they came to the balcony to check the situation, discovering that Wei is already dead. This also caused him to lose more than half of his combat power. Huang Tian's anger comes from his heart. I don't know what kind of devilish idea I'm up to in my heart. Zhang Yi used the sniper rifle brought back by the police station. killed 6 people in one go. After Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, heard the sound of gunfire, hurry up to the balcony, discovering that his little brother Wei has died. This left Huang Tianfang, who had originally thought he would win, at a loss. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to even have a sniper rifle. I really kicked the iron plate, but they don't snatch my snowy motorcycle. Their current supplies cannot last for 3 days. Finally, Huang Tianfang gritted his teeth, decided to go to the snow at night, bring back the bodies of Wei and his companions as rations. After the sniper rifle incident, Zhang Yi's position in the hearts of neighbors, another level has been raised. Neighbors have a saying that they must live. Don't provoke Zhang Yi. Going out this time, Zhang Yi is running towards it, going from the military base provided by the uncle. As long as we get more weapons, don't be afraid of a large-scale enemy invasion. Meanwhile, the Wild Wolf gang in Building 21 is also eyeing Zhang Yi. They searched the entire parking lot last night. I just couldn't find Zhang Yi's snowy motorcycle. However, they are determined to win Zhang Yi's snowy motorcycle. This is crucial for them to find supplies and expand the size of their gangs. Has critical assistance. The ambition of the Wolf gang is to take advantage of the apocalypse, live up to fame. But right now, the leader of the Wolf gang, the purpose of urgently taking down Zhang Yi's snowy motorcycle. There is another step. He hasn't smoked for 2 months. My whole body feels like there are thousands of ants biting on me. On the other side, Zhang Yi watched the overwhelming snow, thinking to keep up with this trend. A place where supplies can be found. Only several large supermarkets that have not been completely submerged yet. And the previously emptied Waldemar supermarket. There are several other companies' goods next to the warehouse. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi decided to go over there and take a look first. Not long after, Zhang Yi arrived at the warehouse area in the south of the city. This is the largest material reserve in Tianhe City. Hundreds of companies have their supplies stored here. Just collect and scrape back the supplies here. Not to mention raising someone. It's just a matter of thousands of people. But what disappointed Zhang Yi was that most of the supplies here have been transferred in advance. The only remaining ones are some luxury cars and heavy trucks, excavators and the like. Zhang Yi decided to put these into your space first. Future, there may be useful places to obtain, but to drive so many mechanical tools, so a large amount of fuel is essential. So Zhang Yi immediately decided to go to the nearby gas station to see it, replenish some fuel. After arriving at the gas station, Zhang Yi discovered that the gas station had already been buried by heavy snow. Originally, gas stations were not high-rise buildings, now buried directly in the snow. What should I do? On the 61st day of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi came to the gas station in search of fuel. The gas station has long been submerged by heavy snow. If manual excavation is used, I don't know the year and month to dig. Right in Zhang Yi. At a moment of helplessness, he suddenly thought of it. The excavator that just entered a space, adding snow thickness and accumulation time. It should not have formed a hard ice layer yet. Therefore, just use an excavator to find places like windows. That's it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately transferred different space to an excavator. Subsequently, diesel fuel was extracted from a different space. Add to the excavator. After preparation, Zhang Yi started getting started with it, attempting to operate the excavator. Because in my past life, when I worked in a warehouse, driving a forklift, so the excavator is not very difficult to operate. After Zhang Yi drove the excavator to the appropriate position, start construction immediately. After more than an hour, Zhang Yi finally found the window of the gas station convenience store. Generally, the oil storage warehouses at gas stations are underground. So Zhang Yi quickly arrived at the basement. As expected, 3 cans of gasoline stored in the basement. There is also a can of diesel. With these fuels, don't worry about running out of fuel in the future. Zhang Yi dismantled the oil pipeline on top of the oil tank, then sealed the pipe mouth with cling film. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of a serious problem. If gas stations can be dug, the other areas covered by heavy snow, isn't it possible to mine using the same method? In the future, Tianhe City will be Zhang Yi's large treasure trove. Zhang Yi finished these tasks. It's getting late too, so Zhang Yi planned to stay overnight at the gas station. Tomorrow, we will go to the defense camp provided by the uncle and have a look. On the other side, Xia Limei's daughter has a high fever that persists. I brought Zhou Ke's help to check the situation. Zhou Ke is also in a difficult position. Because most of the drugs are in Zhang Yi's hands. There is almost no medicine that can be used. This is brought by uncle. Last time Zhang Yi gave Ganmailing Chengji. You can only use this medicine to hold it for now. At present, we can only wait for Zhang Yi to come back to save Xiaolime. You, Xiaolime, will stay here because of this. Have you entered Zhang Yijia's house? Those who have lived in the apocalypse know that. The importance of drugs. It is second only to food in existence. At a low temperature of -Celsius, once sick, it's equivalent to being sentenced to death. The child in front of me has a high fever that persists. Fortunately, Uncle Yu provided cold medicine. Only then did the child have a glimmer of vitality. Mom, thank you very much, Uncle Yu. But Joku on the side immediately explained. These medicines are all provided by Zhang Yi. The person you should be most grateful for is Zhang Yi. After speaking, he turned around and left with Uncle Yu. And at this moment, a figure quickly ran down from downstairs. I didn't expect that the neighborhood committee lady not only didn't die, but also, still holding a dagger and stabbing towards Boma. He kept shouting in his mouth that my grandson was dead. Your children don't want to live either. Unprepared moms protect their children. The neck was directly stabbed and flew away. The child who went out was caught by Joku. Balma shouted to Joku with her last breath. Run with his child. Auntie immediately threatened Joku with a dagger. Give the child to him quickly. Grandson is already dead. Why does he live? Joe can see that Aunt is a bit abnormal. Quickly persuade Aunt not to be impulsive. Then, taking advantage of Aunt's unpreparedness, turn around and run upstairs directly. I didn't run out a few steps. I was tripped by my aunt's hand. Seeing Joe coming hanging on the line, Uncle Yu promptly helped Joe block the damage with his hand and take action to knock down Auntie. Uncle Lu was still very loyal. In order to repay Zhang Yi's kindness, ignoring his own safety, he took action to save Joku. If Joku had some major problems, Uncle Lu really doesn't know how to explain it to Zhang Yi. What surprised Joku now is that, what exactly did Auntie rely on to survive until now? This is the aunt lying on the ground. Curse Uncle Lu as a coward. If we had acted in time to kill Qin Zhenghao, his grandson won't be killed by Qin Zhenghao henchmen either. Then he started cursing again, blaming Zhang Yi and Joku for not saving their lives. Damn it too, noise. Soon, it also attracted neighbors on duty to come and check the situation. Uncle Lu retorted that it was enough. If it weren't for Zhang Yi killing Chen Xiaoqi, you can still bounce around here. At this point, Joku also spoke up, indicating that Zhang Yi also provided some medication at that time, treating grandma's grandson's illness. Just when I was preparing to deliver the medicine, I found out that my aunt actually killed her grandson. Auntie became even crazier after listening to Joku's words, continuously rolling on the ground and shouting that it's impossible. I didn't kill little tiger. The onlookers also guessed that Auntie should have eaten her grandson to survive until now. Usually, I keep saying that I feel a lot of pain. Sun Zi really hurts to the point of his own stomach. Then the two neighbors had a bad idea about Auntie. Seeing Auntie go crazy and almost die, it's better to turn Aunt's fat into an oil lamp. You can also get warm. Zhang Yi on the other side, still unaware in the community. He is preparing to get up and head to the defense camp. Zhang Yi braved the blizzard to help his neighbors find supplies. Not only did I not receive gratitude from my neighbors, still being collectively complained about by neighbors. Just now, Zhang Yi, based on the address provided by Uncle, found the defense camp in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi retrieves an excavator from a space. Then we found the dormitory building of the defense camp. But when Zhang Yi enters the interior of the dormitory building, he found out that the situation was different from what he had anticipated. Heavy snowfall from the sky. The geographical location is so remote. There's no snowmobile again. Why is there not a single person? Later, Zhang Yi strolled around most of the dormitories again. There's really no one there. That's only one possibility. It's because they evacuated early. Let's just talk about some government officials who are concerned about the snow disaster. Advanced transfer of troops and supplies. If that's after the snow disaster, someone will definitely rely on supplies and weapons to rebuild, establishing a new world or restoring order to the old world. And this is also what Zhang Yi is most worried about. At that time, there will be a large number of incidents of possessing weapons. This will be something he cannot resist. So Zhang Yi must also be prepared to respond. He immediately started the excavator. After unremitting efforts, finally found the arsenal of the defense camp. There are many rifles and various bullets here. And surprisingly, there are also military sniper guns and grenades. Although supplies and most heavy weapons, they have all been transferred away. But with these rifles, it's enough for Zhang Yi to protect himself. Now we have both supplies and basic defense weapons. Find another chance to search other places in the future. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi returned to the community. And tell the neighbors that they didn't find any supplies when they went out this time. This immediately caused everyone's dissatisfaction. People who don't have long eyes immediately blame Zhang Yi. Going out for so long, how could we possibly not find anything? Too irresponsible. They waited all day hungry. Zhang Yi finished listening. A gloomy expression on one's face. Have you been a bit drifting lately? Who risked their lives to find food for you? Who begged me to save you guys back then? It hasn't been a few days yet. I started thinking that these were what you deserved. Since you are so capable, find a way for yourself in the future. Someone immediately stepped forward to express. They don't mean that. I just said the wrong thing because my stomach was too hungry. Then ask Zhang Yi to go back and rest quickly. Zhang Yi knows what they say. But I must have been dissatisfied in my heart for a long time. Neighbors are really ungrateful. Zhang Yi relies on a snowmobile to go out and find food for them. They not only lack gratitude, but also, still planning how to kill Zhang Yi, and then snatch his snowy motorcycle. Shameless guy. We work tirelessly, it all depends on your face. Then the neighbor stood up and stopped Zhang Yi, and expressed that Zhang Yi went out alone to search for supplies. Too laborious. I want Zhang Yi to bring a few more people out together. After all, Zhang Yi's snowy motorcycle can accommodate 3 people, and with more people, there is more power. Finding supplies will definitely be faster. The neighbor was talking, slowly approaching Zhang Yi on one side, because he is holding a dagger. Prepare to take advantage of Zhang Yi not being killed. The other 2 neighbors are trying to attract Zhang Yi's attention, also began to persuade Zhang Yi to consider this proposal. Next second, Zhang Yi transformed from a space into a handgun. Then a single shot hit the neighbor who was surrounded by the head, causing them to blow their heads out. Who do we think we are? Do I believe these lies? It seems like there's too much sweetness for you. Make it difficult for you to distinguish where your position is. Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand, the other 2 neighbors started begging for mercy. And this matter has nothing to do with them. They really just wanted to discuss it. Zhang Yi didn't continue talking nonsense. Direct firing. He knows not to kill these leading neighbors. Others won't learn well. Zhang Yi killed 4 or 5 people in one go. The remaining neighbors were so scared that they turned around and ran away. At this moment, Joko and Uncle Yu heard gunshots and rushed over. Joko was somewhat worried and asked Zhang Yi if he was injured. The oil uncle on the side expressed indignation and dissatisfaction. These people are so damn. Until now, it's still unclear who to rely on. Zhang Yi stretched lazily. There is no such thing as a representation. He has already forgiven his neighbors. After all, he is a kind person. Actually, Zhang Yi just felt that there was no need to argue with a group of cannon fodder. And these cannon fodder also have other uses. Watching Zhang Yi leave behind, Xia Limei's expression was somewhat complicated. After returning to the safe house, Joko ate the neighborhood grandson. I told Zhang Yi about killing a mommy. By the way, there is also Chen Yulin, the owner of Building 9. I want my older brother to talk to you first. Zhang Yi relied on in the apocalypse. Dominate material reserves and weapons. But a woman who doesn't have long eyes came out and threatened him. Just now. Joko, the owner of Building 9, Chen Yuling. Message requesting cooperation. I told Zhang Yi. And require Zhang Yi to personally come forward for an interview. Zhang Yi's disdainful expression after listening. He doesn't lack anything now. But they can only wait to die. What qualifications are there to discuss cooperation with him? Joko finished listening to Zhang Yi's words. Immediately refused Chen Yulin directly. Zhang Yi's words changed with a gust of wind. Deny in a hurry. I really want to see what medicine Chen Yuling sells in her gourd. Then let Joko tell him all the known information about Chen Yuling. Turns out Chen Yuling is the owner of although the market value is 2 billion yuan. But it is a company engaged in micro-commerce. Although it's already 40. But the maintenance is good. Relying on the personality of the commercial market and strong means. Now managing Building 9. And under his management. Currently, only a few people have died in Building 9. After listening, Zhang Yi felt that Chen Yulin was indeed not simple. A woman has no strong means. I really can't manage a building. This makes Zhang Yi even more curious about what Chen Yulin wants to do. Joku also suggested that we talk to him first. See what he wants to do. This way, there won't be much loss. After Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, I plan to talk to Chen Yulin. He wants to inquire about the situation of other unit buildings by the way. When Zhang Yi opens the chat tool. But I found out that another person named Li Jian also added him. This person used to work for the same company as Zhang Yi. I met once before at the annual meeting. Two people come knocking at the same time makes Zhang Yi more vigilant. After Zhang Yi applied through Chen Yuling's friend, Chen Yuling came straight to the point. I hope to have a voice call with Zhang Yi. This was immediately rejected by Zhang Yi. He doesn't want to hear the brainwashing rhetoric of WeChat business anymore. So the cold reply was quick to say anything. After seeing Zhang Yi's reply, Chen Yulin on the other side, also with furrowed brows. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so difficult to handle. He heard about it before. Zhang Yi alone took down half of the battle in Building 25. Not only do they have weapons in their hands, there are also snow motorcycles that can go out to search for supplies. This is what makes Chen Yulin anxious. I just want to make a voice call. Directly persuade Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi's answer still surprised Chen Yulin. Subsequently, Chen Yulin also directly expressed her purpose. He can provide 60 or 70 people as labor force. Cooperate with Zhang Yi's snowy motorcycle. Go outside to expand territory and search. This is definitely more efficient than fighting alone. As a reward, as long as Zhang Yi provides enough food, it can be. After Zhang Yi saw Chen Yulin's message, roast that the other party really treats him as a big fool. Subsequently, Chen Yulin only then revealed the true purpose of this interview. If Zhang Yi does not agree to his request, he may unite with the entire community. Launch an attack on Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi is not satisfied with the threat from the other party. I didn't expect a beggar either. You can be so reasonable and confident in what you want. But considering that there are no response measures yet, there's no need to make a fuss for now. So Zhang Yi suggested considering it first. This is also Zhang Yi's delaying strategy. If more than 1,000 people attack and demolish the building at the same time, this still worries Zhang Yi a bit. In the apocalypse, as long as there is food, everything can be controlled. And the owners of other unit buildings, after learning that Zhang Yi had a snowy motorcycle, red in the eyes, Chen Yulin was the first to contact Zhang Yi, and threaten Zhang Yi to provide snow motorcycles and food. Otherwise, he will join forces with the entire community to attack together. Although Zhang Yi knows, in the apocalypse, there were no heavy machinery and explosives. Destroying the stairs through a numerical advantage is simply divine. As long as Zhang Yi stays hidden in a safe room, they can't do anything about it. But if we break the war with thousands of people, when will it be played? Just when Zhang Yi couldn't make up her mind. Phone rings again. Originally, Li Jian sent a message seeking cooperation. What Li Jian means is, I hope to be with Zhang Yi in the apocalypse. Creating a harmonious apocalyptic utopia. Harmonious development. The best choice for surviving the apocalypse. This is also beneficial for the reconstruction of post-disaster civilization. Later, Li Jian also stated that their building follows this management model. Currently, only a few elderly have illness due to extreme cold. And what they need most now is food. So I hope to collaborate with Zhang Yi. They provide human resources and can coordinate conflicts between Zhang Yi and other buildings. After seeing Li Jian's words, Zhang Yi expressed that this is the talent. Not only good at management, but also maximizing current benefits. Not speaking to Chen Yulin is a threat. Zhang Yi did not respond in a hurry. Turn around and ask if Joko has any knowledge about the 18th floor. I heard that the director of the 18th floor is a very charismatic person. Not only did they pick up the entire building in the post-apocalyptic group, also, through the unified distribution of materials. Let almost everyone live to this day. Zhang Yi shook his head after listening. In the end times of material scarcity, it's difficult to survive in this way. Later, Zhang Yi also replied that he would consider. Later, Zhang Yi received many friend applications again. These people are probably with the same purpose as Chen Yulin. Held his phone and asked Zhou Ke for his opinion. Is it better to seek peace or to go to war? But if we go to war, it will definitely be time-consuming and laborious. Still wasting bullets. And most people are also innocent and have no grudges. Zhang Yi asked Zhou Ke how he would choose if it were him. If you have full confidence, war is also possible. If you're really not sure, even if we provide some things to those unit buildings, capital is not an unacceptable range for you either. Zhang Yi finished listening. It seems that I am not very satisfied with the plan of providing materials. Then he asked Zhou Ku again, is there any way to do it? You don't have to go through a lot of trouble to get rid of them, or get rid of these troubles. Zhou Ku immediately stated to leave here. Go live elsewhere. Zhang Yi has actually considered this issue as well. But the hard-earned safe house. Just give up like this. What a pity. And the safe house is connected to the entire building. Unable to retrieve a space. Not long after, Zhang to remove his bulletproof vest. I plan to take some protective measures on my hands and feet as well. Subsequently, Zhang Yi posted a message in the homeowners group, everyone. People from some nearby unit buildings. Red-eyed, we have snowy motorcycles. You can find food. So threaten me. Attack us without handing over the food. At this moment, someone immediately stood up and said absolutely not. Some people are also concerned. It means that there are only a few dozen people in the entire building now. How to compete? Zhang Yi immediately expressed that if everyone is concerned, I can only hand over the snow motorcycle. There won't be anything to eat in the future. After hearing this, the owners, the masters of how to do it all expressed their willingness to compete with them. This is also the answer that Zhang Yi wants. At this moment, Chen Yuling pulled Zhang Yi into a negotiation bureau. It seems that Chen Yuling has already planned to collaborate with other building owners. Put pressure on her. This is the most shameless ever seen. For the sake of my own life. Unexpectedly united. Forcing Zhang Yi to selflessly dedicate all his resources. Just now, Chen Yulin brought Zhang Yi into the negotiation group of the community. 29 other building owners joined forces to condemn Zhang Yi. Wang Chang from Building 21 was the first to speak up, ironically mocking Zhang Yi's selfishness. Just focus on living a carefree life for oneself. Not helping them either. Huang Tianfan from Building 26 directly threatened, expressing that they do not accept their negotiations. Don't blame them for being impolite. Immediately leave upon seeing it. Come to Yuan Chang, I hope everyone can coexist peacefully. Subsequently, put forward several requirements that they have agreed upon. First, if Zhang Yi refuses to negotiate or does not accept the conditions now, will become the public enemy of everyone. Second, Zhang Yi must provide them with basic survival supplies. As an exchange, they won't building where Zhang Yi is located. The third snowmobile must be used alternately, becoming common property of the community. The fourth, information on all known materials. All selflessly contribute. Zhang Yi saw their ugly faces, thinking about whether or not to just kill them all. But according to Zhang Yi's current combat power, I can't finish it all in one pot. If we break through each one by one, soon, it will also attract other building owners to launch a joint attack. Zhang Yi quickly came up with a solution. With one enemy against 1,000. Why don't we capture the thief and the king first? Just wipe out all the landlords. Others will turn into scattered sand. Lack of fear. The next day, Zhang Yi was fully armed. He has already agreed to the appointment with other buildings, but it must go to the negotiation location designated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's purpose is very simple. Just wait for all the building owners to arrive. Use another grenade to blow up all of them. On the other side, Uncle Lu followed Zhang Yi's. Extra food distribution for the neighbors of my unit building. Let the neighbors wait until they have physical strength to fight against people from other buildings. Later, Zhang Yi told everyone that, as long as this negotiation goes smoothly, you don't have to worry about food anymore in the future. And in the future, you don't have to worry about living your life. Dear neighbors, for a better tomorrow, please make sure to work hard and give it a try. Standing on duty and maintaining order. As long as everyone dies, it's a beautiful tomorrow. Later, Zhang Yi brought his neighbors to the meeting place, after arriving at the site. But I found that there was a lot of darkness everywhere. All of them are people. I didn't expect other homeowners to. Surprisingly, he brought almost everyone out of his own building. After Zhang Yi saw it, immediately roar in the group. Get the unrelated people away from me. Otherwise, there's no need to negotiate. Subsequently, Zhang Yi called and asked Uncle to come and control the situation. Zhang Yi is hiding at the back. Set up a sniper rifle and prepare to wait for the opportunity to move. Not long after, other homeowners also came. But I still kept some people around me. This doesn't seem like a negotiation at all. But to eliminate Zhang Yi and the others, Zhang Yi set up a sniper rifle in the snow. If any homeowner dares to act recklessly, he just fired directly. Just now, other homeowners bring their own little brother to the building. Come and negotiate with Zhang Yi. Want to leverage the advantage of the number of people, forcing Zhang Yi to agree to their demands. Seeing that the other party is crowded and powerful, the neighbors were a bit worried and asked Uncle Oil about it. If we really take action later, why are they still panicking? If they were coming towards us, I already did it. Don't worry. We don't have much to worry about for them either. But, unexpectedly, the only people who came to negotiate were Building 26 of the Imperial Palace. Zhang Yunian from Building 5, Building 21, Chen Yuling from Building 9 and Li Jian from Building 18. For this negotiation, Chen Yuling is determined to win. In terms of their numbers, one person can drown Zhang Yi with just one mouthful of saliva. And other building owners also have their own ulterior motives. They don't want anyone to collaborate privately with Zhang Yi alone. I was thinking that something might happen later. Can you push other homeowners out to block bullets? At this time, Wang Chang, seeing that there are only a few dozen people on Zhang Yi's side, shamelessly expressing that the other party sees so many of them. I guess I scared myself to pee. Huang Tianfeng's more arrogant expression. I guess Zhang Yi was the first one to scare urine. I have already gone back to change my pants. Chen Yulin expressed some impatience. Hurry up and find Zhang Yi. Notify me of the things that were finalized in the group yesterday. Huang Tianfeng stood up immediately. Loudly asked where Zhang Yi is. Uncle Lu saw that the other party only had words. Immediately approach and inquire. What about asking others? Li Jian immediately explained. After discussion, I don't think it's good for everyone to come over. And even sent them as representatives. Uncle Lu immediately said after listening. 5 people are also possible. But I have to go see Zhang Yi. You must search your body first. This immediately aroused Chen Yulin's dissatisfaction. I think Zhang Yi is too arrogant. Don't even look at the current situation. Huang Tianfeng speaks more eloquently. I'm not afraid of death. Unable to distinguish between southeast, northwest, northwest. At this time, dared to propose conditions. At this time, Zhang Yi also heard the whole process over the phone. If he doesn't step forward and give these people some ranking, I really want them to think I'm being manipulated. Zhang Yi immediately notified Uncle Yu. Let all their people retreat. This scene is a bit confusing for people in other buildings. The distance seems to be almost. Zhang Yi immediately blew his whistle. Signal your people not to move. Just in Huangtianfeng, when they don't know what's going on, Zhang Yi has removed the pull tab of the grenade. Then he threw it forcefully. Directly throw it into the opponent's crowd. Recumbent groove. The other person doesn't have time to see clearly what it is. Just be blown away directly. The others were frightened and retreated one after another. And he expressed his fear that Zhang Yi even had a grenade. How do we fight this? At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice rang from the phone. Is having a large number of people really impressive? Zhang Yi threw a grenade at the neighbors. Suddenly, dozens of people were killed in the explosion. This scene directly scared everyone present. Wang Chang, who was just arrogant and domineering, suddenly became honest. He only heard that Zhang Yi has a sniper rifle. I didn't expect there to be even hand grenades. What exactly is Zhang Yi's origin? I kindly agree to negotiate with you, but you brought over one over here. Who are you scaring? I don't like it when I see it. We can only take action to clean it up. It's almost 2 o'clock. You still have 5 minutes left. If it exceeds the deadline, there will be no chance. A few landlords immediately became discouraged after listening. Chen Yulin was the first to speak up and stop Zhang Yi, and expressed that they are sincere in negotiating. Later, Zhang Yi told them to climb to the 13th floor within 5 minutes. Expired without waiting. Zhang Yi is very satisfied with the effect of the grenade. Not only did it kill more than 20 people, it also serves as a deterrent. Shortly afterwards, several building owners came to the 13th floor panting heavily. I can't eat enough already. Startled again by Zhang Yi's grenade. Now climbing the 13th floor in one breath. A few people's faces are particularly ugly. Zhang Yi was very satisfied when he saw a few people looking embarrassed. But when I saw that only 5 people had come, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. This won't solve this. Everyone can only find another way. After a few landlords sit down, Li Jian immediately spoke up. I repeated their previous requirements. It's just that this time there's no more arrogance and toughness from before. On the contrary, there is some selling and pleading. Not waiting for Li Jian to finish pulling, Zhang Yi directly slapped the pistol on the table. This scene frightened several building owners and they quickly retreated. Li Jian immediately shut up. and persuade Zhang Yi not to be impulsive. If there are any areas of dissatisfaction, we can discuss further. Zhang Yi smiled wickedly and asked a few people to sit down. Subsequently, he stated that he would not agree to the conditions they proposed. Who can afford the supplies for thousands of people in the entire community? You can control a building in this environment. They should all be smart people. I don't think you will be so kind that you can't eat enough. And I have to take care of the lives of others. I will now state my terms of cooperation. If you think it's not possible, you can own business. But I still hope that you will consider it carefully. Later, Zhang Yi told several landlords. He can provide food. But each building can only provide food for 10 people. As for how to allocate it, that's just a matter of a few homeowners themselves. Zhang Yi just finished speaking. Chen Yulin, this old woman, is the first to step forward again. Disagree. Our building still has 60 or 70 people left. I have over 20 employees myself. How do I distribute food for 10 people? On the 68th day of the apocalypse, thousands of people in the community unite, forcing Zhang Yi to sign unequal treaties. But Zhang Yi managed to handle it with a pack of cigarettes. Just now, after Zhang Yi proposed his own conditions, Chen Yulin, this arrogant woman, surprisingly, he was the first to step forward and express his disagreement. Zhang Yi's face immediately darkened, so there's no need to talk about it. At this moment, a voice stopped Chen Yulin, and she said that Chen cannot represent them. Originally, it was Huang Tianfa. The reason why he agreed to Zhang Yi's conditions. It's because when we ambushed Zhang Yi before, many people have already died. 10 servings of food are enough for them to share. At this point, Wang Chang also stepped forward. I hope Zhang Yi can provide more information. Otherwise, they won't be able to explain it to the other building owners. Zhang Yi loads the phone, and he said he needs to provide 300 servings of food per day alone. That's quite a bit. Li Jian, the mediator, immediately came out to smooth the situation. Let Zhang Yi consider it first. Can you first talk about other requirements? Provide 300 servings of food to the residents of the community every day. Of course, it cannot be given for free. So Zhang Yi proposed a set of solutions. The meaning is to rely solely on him to search for supplies. Definitely not a long-term solution. So we must be self-sufficient. Then Zhang Yi took out several bags of seeds. Express, full and stable development can be achieved through crop cultivation. So you must provide labor every day to cultivate. Zhang Yi just finished speaking, immediately questioned by Huang Tianfan on such a cold day. Can plants grow alive? Zhang Yi chuckled. It means that the supplies will eventually be depleted. How can we survive without relying on planting? What you have to do every day? Just send someone to throw away the snow on the open ground. Bring wasteland into cultivation. As long as we ensure the progress of land reclamation, I will also ensure to provide corresponding supplies every day, even in the future. Can provide cigarettes, alcohol, and clothing. Hearing the word cigarette, Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang, these two smokers, immediately zoom in with both eyes, tremblingly asking Zhang Yi if he currently has any cigarettes. Can you give them one first? They haven't smoked for over a month now. I feel extremely uncomfortable all over. Zhang Yi immediately pulled out a bag of Huazi. Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang. Immediately, he started smoking with a face full of enjoyment, waiting for Li Jian to provide other opinions. Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang immediately interrupted him, and he said that in the future, as long as he provides them with 2 packs of cigarettes, they agreed to Zhang Yi's conditions. Finally, Zhang Yi offered the condition of 1 pack of cigarettes per day. Let Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang helped everyone agree to the conditions proposed by Zhang Yi. This scene made several other homeowners. I want to strangle their hearts now. Zhang Yi started killing people with a sniper rifle again. Just now, Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang fed a pack of cigarettes. Unauthorized agreement to Zhang Yi's conditions. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among Chen Yulin and others. Watching Chen Yulin and others remain silent, Wang Chang roared angrily, urging them to agree quickly, afraid that Zhang Yi and others might change their minds. Li Jian wants to struggle again. Wang Chang directly at him, and satirize him as a man. How can you be so twisted like a woman? At this moment, Huang Tianfan was also on the side helping with the gun. It means that since Zhang Yi has given them face, we also need to understand the difficulties of Zhang's translation. Li Jian is about to be killed by these 2 selfish guys. I'm so angry. Unexpectedly causing internal strife in front of Zhang Yi. I'm really tired of living. At this point, Zhang Yi, who has been silent for a long time, can't listen anymore. Speaking up or discussing. They represent the entire community. We were originally negotiating on behalf of the entire community. That's the decision. We also need to understand Zhang Yi. Don't push people too hard. At this moment, Zhang Yi interrupted the internal strife among several people. Zhang Yi noticed that people from other buildings started heading towards them. This building saw. Zhang Yi immediately raised his pistol, blaming them for daring to launch a surprise attack during negotiations. Wang Chang immediately stepped forward to explain that they are still here. If someone is arranged to launch a surprise attack, didn't you hit yourself in the foot with a stone? Li Jian also realized that they had been betrayed. Other building owners actually used them as bait. Zhang Yi immediately issued an order. Let Uncle control a few landlords and stay in place. Wang Chang thought that Zhang Yi was going to kill them, quickly explaining that it was really not arranged by them. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Yi comes to the balcony and extract the sniper rifle from a space. Something that knows nothing about life and death. In just 2 seconds, 2 people got their heads blown out. The other neighbors were frightened by this scene and ran back. Some are lying in the snow. I want to avoid Zhang Yi's sniper rifle. But how can this escape the sight of a military sniper rifle? As the gunshots kept ringing, people keep falling in the snow. Wang Chang and others have long been too scared to speak up. Soon after, Zhang Yi turned around and asked a few people, "Have you all ready now?" The few people who were originally hesitant, after learning that he was being treated as an abandoned child, I also agreed directly. Zhang Yi expressed satisfaction upon seeing the situation. Let's start arranging people today. My ancestor can come to him tomorrow to collect supplies. Zhang Yi told Li Jianjin before leaving. After returning, we need to carefully investigate who betrayed him. Shocking the neighbors, they just took a few steps forward. He was killed by a man with a sniper rifle. Just now, Li Jian and a few others represented the entire community to negotiate with Zhang Yi, but they were used as bait by the people in the community to attack Zhang Yi. Fortunately, Zhang Yi discovered it in a timely manner. Not only with sniper guns, defeat a team of thousands of people to the brink of collapse. It also forced Li Jian and others to agree to Zhang Yi's conditions. Seeing other building owners leave with a worried expression on their faces, the neighbor of Building 25 quickly asked Zhang Yi about it. How was the negotiation? In the future, I will provide them with 300 servings of food. As an exchange, they won't attack us, and provide labor every day to cultivate crops through land reclamation. At this point, some neighbors questioned Zhang Yi's decision. 300 servings of food. Can Zhang Yi alone do it? Will they give the food to another prison? They will have to go hungry. Zhang Yi asked his neighbor with a black line on his face. If we don't give them, what are you going to do? I really want to fight with 1,000 people. Later, Zhang Yi showed a nonchalant expression on his face. He doesn't care about himself. As long as the neighbors can handle it, he can immediately cancel the agreement. But with a change in art style, Zhang Yi patted her chest, indicating that he will definitely do his best to find enough food. I promise not to let my own people go hungry. Zhang Yi's speech of starting with bitterness and ending with sweetness. The neighbors were stunned by the scam. Everyone expressed that Zhang Yi is really a good person. Surprised and managed to handle everything. Sure enough, following Zhang Yi is not wrong. But they don't know. Zhang Yi said so, just to make the neighbors. Just being devoted to being cannon fodder. On the way back, Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. Then, with a cheerful expression, today's Zhang Yi's work style is a bit different. Zhang Yi immediately explained. This is also a temporary solution for him. I originally planned to negotiate under the guise of negotiation. Put all the homeowners in one pot. A group of headless dragons will inevitably cause chaos in other buildings. Then it will be convenient to break through each one by one. I didn't expect only 5 of them to come, so Zhang Yi changed his strategy. And Zhang Yi only provides food for 300 people. I just want them to be affected by the uneven distribution of food. Internal conflicts arise. Finally, they will kill each other. Uncle Lu didn't expect Zhang Yi to have such wisdom. A good move, 4 or 2 pounds. Zhang Yi sighed after listening. That's why he dares to do this. It's all because he has sufficient supplies himself. Adequate firepower and sturdy fortresses. As long as it is to dispel the fighting, they have absolutely no chance of winning. Even the most powerful boxing champion in the world. He can't win even if he's hungry for a few tens of days. I will be hungry for dozens of days. Isn't that just a dead person? Zhang Yi chuckled after listening. Right. What are the dead fighting me for? In the apocalypse, whoever has resources can control the life and death of others. And Zhang Yi plans to use materials. Let the entire community engage in infighting. But from the just negotiations, Zhang Yi knows his scheme. It should have been noticed by Li Jian and Chen Yulin. However, fortunately, with firepower and the consent of other building owners, this forced Li Jian and Chen Yulin to compromise. In this ice and snow-covered apocalypse, most people only care about immediate breaking one's arm and flying a moth to the fire is the normal choice. Even ancient emperors would do such foolish things, not to mention ordinary people. Although Uncle Lu didn't listen very clearly, but I think what Zhang Yi said makes sense. Then he asked Zhang Yi again, knowing such a cold day, plants are definitely not viable. Why do they still have to farm? Originally, Zhang Yi only wanted to cultivate land, to consume the energy of others. Uncle Lu was impressed by Zhang Yi's scheme. Patting Zhang Yi's shoulder indicates, as long as they can keep their family alive, let him do whatever he wants. Zhang Yi nodded after listening. And remind Uncle Lu, don't tell anyone about today's events. Zhang Yi knows. Now we not only need to be on guard against the enemies outside, also, be aware that there may be insider information inside the building. Soon after, Zhang Yi returned to his own home. At this moment, Joku was sweating profusely and doing yoga. After seeing Zhang Yi come back, Joken hugged Zhang Yi's neck and inquire about the outcome of the negotiation. Zhang Yi picked up Joku. A mischievous smile indicates the next few days. We just need to stay at home, eat, drink, and drink. Sports. As long as it takes a while, trouble will disappear on its own. The next day is big. Some people have come to the vacant land in the community. After more than 2 months, the community hasn't been so lively for a long time. Everyone is talking and laughing, as if returning to the prosperous scene before the end of the world. Everyone thought that the community had reached a peace agreement. Never have to worry about food again, can still live a self-sufficient life. They don't know the conspiracy behind peace. At this moment, Zhang Yi appears in everyone's sight. Wang Chang knows that Zhang Yi is going out to search for supplies. Quickly inquire if you need any help. Expressing fear of having too many things, Zhang Yi can't move over alone. Zhang Yi immediately perfunctorily stated that there were snowy motorcycles. One person can do it. Then he shouted to the people in the community to work hard, waiting for me to return with a full load. Don't be lazy and come back. I will check the progress. If we find out who hasn't done their job well, there's nothing to eat. Watching Zhang Yi leave behind, Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang have started to have bad ideas again. Global ice cover. All low-rise buildings are buried under the snow. Zhang Yi relied on a snowy motorcycle to search for supplies. What is Zhang Yi looking for? Neighbors eat whatever they want. Today, Zhang Yi came to a pet hospital. Found a box of rat poison. Zhang Yi looked at the instructions for use. This medicine is colorless and tasteless after dilution, killing invisibly. It's just a must-have for home travel. With these rat poison, the medicine is enough to cause chronic poisoning in 300 people. As long as there is no medical treatment, I will definitely die. Zhang Yi has already calculated to put rat poison into the food. Forced neighbors away again. This is the best outcome. Not long after, Zhang Yi had already found several large bags of supplies. It's time to prepare to return to the community. Those neighbors didn't eat or drink and worked all day. I'm sure I'm already starving. If I find out that I haven't received any food, what kind of reaction will it be? Is it despair or madness? Not long after, Zhang Yi brought 3 large bags of food back to his unit. Looking at Zhang Yi returning with a full load, some people are pleasantly surprised. Some people are dissatisfied. There is clearly so much food available, but it makes them unable to eat enough every day. Zhang Yi noticed the small details of these people. Immediately explained that this time it was risking one's life. Run further away to find supplies. The farther back, the more difficult it becomes. It's also taking risks to ensure peaceful coexistence in the community. At this point, a neighbor flattered Zhang Yi to death. Some people don't even listen to Zhang Yi's rant. In a few minutes, the owners of each unit building sent his own father over to collect the food. Zhang Yi prepared the food in advance, divided into bags for 10 people and distributed to each unit building. After distributing the food, Zhang Yi told the people in the community not to be nervous. In the future, as long as he is present, I promise not to let them go hungry. Plus the current land reclamation and cultivation. There will definitely be a bright future in the future. Actually, Zhang Yi did this just to make these people let go of their guard, eating his carefully prepared food with peace of mind. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi has returned to his own home. Joke has signaled that he could take a shower first. Then we can eat. Zhang Yi arrived at the bathroom with an excited expression on his face. As long as we clean up those threatening neighbors, he can almost leave here. Find a suitable place to start over. The end of the world is coming. Are you choosing the heart of Our Lady to save your neighbor? Or choose to rule the neighbor? Zhang Yi is trying to deal with his neighbors who pose a threat to him. Choose to poison food. Zhang Yi knows the food he worked hard to find. It will definitely be torn and swallowed by most of the building owners. So Zhang Yi directly added it to the food. Diluted rat poison has been added. Eating it once or twice won't bring anything. Long-term consumption can lead to organ failure. As soon as Wang Chang receives the food, it just depends on whether Zhang Yi has fulfilled his promise to give him cigarettes. If Zhang Yi dares to break his promise, he just turned against Zhang Yi directly, little brother. After seeing the cigarette, they showed a crazy expression. Like going crazy, begging Wang Chang to give them a stick. Although Wang Chang has various unwillingness, but he's not sure if he'll refuse my little brother either. Will you be stabbed? So he can only say, I risked my own life to seek it. They must remember this kindness. After becoming addicted to the eyes, Wang Chang directly consumed human food, divided it a little brother. There is no intention of distributing it to other neighbors at all. Seeing that the younger brothers have no adverse reactions, Wang Chang just dispelled it. The speculation that Zhang Yi poisoned food. If that's the case, smoking and eating every day. This day is also considered a nourishing one. Meanwhile, other neighbors are still in the dark. I thought we could allocate food tomorrow. Full of hope for future life. The next day, Zhang Yi just woke up. Just heard the neighbors downstairs start arguing. Mingming building owners agree. As long as you work, you can get food. But now the landlord is saying that his work did not meet the requirements. Unable to distribute food to dismiss everyone. Zhang Yi didn't expect it. The plan worked faster than he had anticipated. Then I came downstairs to remind Uncle Lu. There may be food distribution issues in the near future. Generate content. Be extra careful. After the explanation is completed, Zhang Yi once again rides his beloved vehicle. Go search for supplies. That's it. Zhang Yi provides food for 10 people on time every day. And these foods, and without any doubt, it will continue to be privately swallowed by most of the building owners. Not long after, the neighbors discovered clues, starting to organize other neighbors to suppress their own landlord. Under the apocalypse, neighbors start killing each other for a bite to eat. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. My plan will come true so quickly. Only 2 days have passed. The other unit buildings will start internal fighting. The screams echoed all night long. The next day, when Zhang Yi came downstairs again, the snow is already filled with corpses and people forced to jump off buildings. Some did not die on the spot due to snow accumulation, but frozen to death alive. Watching the blood on the floor, Zhang Yi knows that last night's infighting should have been quite intense. At this moment, Uncle asked Zhang Yi if he needed to do any more work today. Zhang Yi walked up to a corpse, pushing the body with one's feet. Why there's no need to work, unless you also want to become like them. After seeing the tragic deaths of other buildings, the neighbors of Zhang Yi's own unit building, scared, he quickly ran to continue to cultivate land. At this moment, Uncle Yu saw that no one from the other unit buildings came out. Ask Zhang Yi if he wants to go and notify him. Zhang Yi's calm expression. This infighting is not completely over yet. This is a battle between the homeowner and the residents. Unless one party dies, or solve the problem of food distribution. Otherwise, the internal conflict will not end in the short term. So many people. How can we kill it all in one night? Later, in order to continue making other buildings better, Zhang Yi warn other homeowners in the homeowner group. If we don't see anyone coming down to work tomorrow, just cut off their food and cigarettes. After the warning is completed, Zhang Yi went out again to search for supplies. The next day, the people from other units really sent people out to work again. The number of people is a whopping 1/3 less. Uncle Oil looked at the people working and was puzzled. Even though food is not their turn, why are you still coming over to work? Zhang Yi looked at the person carrying the body. That means it's their food. Then he patted Uncle Oil's shoulder to indicate that it wasn't. Everyone would choose to take their lives. Some people also choose to seek benefits and avoid harm. At this moment, Suddenly someone stopped Zhang Yi. Turns out it's Chan Yulin. At this moment, he is a bit embarrassed. Hurriedly asked Zhang Yi to wait for him. There is something to discuss. Under the apocalypse. Don't believe women's words. After a night of intense infighting, the next day, Chen Yuling went to find Zhang Yi early. If we continue to develop according to this situation, the entire community will eventually collapse. Some people will use force to seize food. At that time, many people will die in the community. But Chen Yuling doesn't know. This is the result that Zhang Yi wants. I thought it was Zhang Yi who didn't understand management, so I recommended myself to Zhang Yi as a manager. As long as he manages the company's system, ignoring the crumbling order here, opening up Xinjiang and expanding soil, even starting one's own dynasty is not a problem. Zhang Yi grabs Chen Yu. Look at him like a fool. So far, you have used this set of language for doing WeChat business. How many people were deceived? How many families have been destroyed? How do I know if I will be the next one? Speak for yourself. Zhang Yi directly overthrew Chen Yulin. In the snow. What he hates the most is you, who runs the train with your mouth full. Chen Yuling remained motionless as she read a book. Zhang Yi immediately expressed his willingness to do anything he was asked to do, even the body. Zhang Yi ignored it again. Just walked away. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi arrives at the site of land reclamation. He was surprised to find that only Li Jian's unit building had almost no casualties. And surprisingly, they were able to work together to open up land. At this moment, Li Jian has become a bit thinner than before. Zhang Yi got straight to the point. Ask Li Jian how to achieve it. To prevent casualties among people in one's own building. The other unit buildings are fighting over food. The building not suffered any casualties. Did you use any method to block the message? Li Jian, however, showed no signs of disturbance. I haven't had it since the beginning. Concealing information. Directly shared the negotiation results with everyone. No matter how much food you receive, fair distribution will be achieved in all cities. Actually, doing this, even Zhang Yi understands that this is not a long-term solution. And in the end, everyone will only starve to death. But what impressed Zhang Yi was that Li Jian can still maintain his original intention to this day. He is really one of the few good people. However, Zhang Yi kindly reminded Li Jian, with your abilities, it is entirely possible to select a group of people who have the most hope of surviving. Take advantage of one's own interests. But you're looking ahead and back. I want everyone to survive. But without this ability, you will only end up killing everyone. Zhang Yi finished speaking. Leaving only a bewildered face, Li Jian stood still in place. Zhang Yi went to find Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang. After seeing the two people, Zhang Yi immediately changed his face, laughing and calling the two brothers. The next goal that Zhang Yi has already calculated. Just slaughter these two. The end of the world is coming. Zhang Yi's neighbors in his own building can't even eat enough. Zhang Yi not only provides sufficient food for other buildings, but also, and cigarettes. And Zhang Yi still doesn't know. This also puts him in danger. Just now, other building owners have learned that Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang smoke every day. Immediately demanded that Zhang Yi also provide them with cigarettes every day. Zhang Yi not only didn't get angry, but also, instead, he readily agreed. The accompanying little brother saw it in his eyes. Follow up with Zhang Yi. Why do we have to meet their demand for advancement? However, Zhang Yi smiled and said that their demands were not met. I cannot treat one thing with kindness and the other with waste. Zhang Yi's answer made me very unhappy. We were exhausted by Zhang Yi's side and couldn't eat enough. Why are other buildings receiving better treatment than them? However, Zhang Yi did it according to his own plan. The internal friction is already about the same. If we continue, there won't be too many casualties. The building owners have also relaxed their vigilance towards Zhang Yi. It's time for the second round. Step plan for the next day. Zhang Yi continues to go out again to search for supplies. And this time, Zhang Yi has prepared more sumptuously than usual. After all, this is the last meal prepared by Zhang Yi for them. Then Zhang Yi took out rat poison, increased the dosage and mix it into food. Zhang Yi recalls everything that has happened in the past few days. It seems to be progressing smoothly. I always feel like there's something fishy about it. Zhang Yi thinks it's also possible that he overthought it himself. Even if there are problems, don't be afraid. As long as the weapons and safety are harmless, others can't do anything about him. Soon after, Zhang Yi returned to the food. As long as the other homeowners have eaten this meal, Zhang Yi's plan was successful. This is the most angry time for Zhang Yi. Not only was he betrayed by his own people, and even killed Uncle Oil, Zhang Yi took out a pistol from a space. He wants to avenge Uncle Oil. Kill everyone in the community. Just now, Zhang Yi plans to eat food that has been pre-filled with rat poison. Send to other buildings. Just as he thought everything was going smoothly, the moment of turning around to pick up the food, but Wang Chang quietly opened the chain of his clothes. Just when Zhang Yi thought he was doomed, a person's shadow quickly appears and block in front of Zhang Yi. It's Uncle Yu. To repay Zhang Yi's kindness, Uncle Yu didn't hesitate to help Zhang Yi block the bullet. Just as Zhang Yi was examining Uncle Yu's injuries, neighbors holding weapons in their own unit building, quietly approaching Zhang Yi. Unexpectedly, there was an inner ghost in my own building. Just when the inner ghost thought he was going to Zhang Yi muttered that it was me who made a mistake. Then he took out the rifle from the alien space. Zhang Yi angrily pulled the trigger. He wants everyone to be buried by Uncle. Everyone started running around when they saw this. They can't figure it out. Where exactly did Zhang Yi hide his rifle from? After firing the bullets from the rifle, Zhang Yi took out 2 more pistols and continued to slaughter Wang Chang. A stubborn expression. I'm just being tempted by others. It's none of his business. Don't wait for them to talk nonsense. Zhang Yi directly sent them to see God. As for Chen Yuling, she also earnestly begged Zhang Yi to let him go. He also has a 13-year-old daughter. But Zhang Yi doesn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountains. Shoot Chen Yuling directly and send her to meet God together. In just a few minutes, there are corpses everywhere in the snow. Zhang Yi has already killed Red Eyes. At this moment, painful moans came from behind Zhang Yi. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yu is still alive. I didn't expect that just killing people like a horse would also save lives and heal the wounded. Uncle Yu wanted to repay Zhang Yi's kindness. Surprisingly, he used his body to block the bullet for Zhang Yi. Originally, Zhang Yi was just using Uncle Yu. I didn't expect Uncle Yu to be so passionate and righteous. Zhang Yi immediately took out a dose of adrenaline from a space. Inject Uncle Yu. Then the neighbors who shouted to hide. Help carry Uncle Yu back to the safe house. If the best rescue time is delayed, let them be buried with you. After learning that Uncle Yu was shot, Xia Limei, crying profusely. Brother Yu, if you have any major or minor issues, how can we live, mother and daughter? After taking a look at Zhang Yi, also changed the nickname to husband. And it implies that Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi, is blocking bullets for you. If he dies, he will be responsible for the mother and daughter. Although Zhang Yi had long known that Xia Limei was colluding with Uncle Yu, I didn't have any good intentions, but I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Hearing Uncle Yu's situation, Zhang Yi did not pose a challenge on the spot. Just to ensure that Zhou Kejing will do his best to rescue you, uncle. But Xia Limei has no intention of stopping being a demon, continuing to cry and say that if my husband dies, I won't live either. For the sake of my husband's face, make sure to take good care of our daughter. Zhang Yi finally couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. Are you just thinking that uncle will die? Xia Limei watched as Zhang Yi left behind. Swear to oneself. Yu Jiguang is a long-term meal ticket that I carefully selected. Since I helped you block bullets, even if you don't bleed heavily, you need to peel off your skin. Not long after, Zhang Yi took Uncle Yu back to his safe house door. Watching Xia Limei still follow relentlessly, Zhang Yi spoke up and asked him to go home first. Waiting here won't help either. Kexi Limei immediately knelt beside Uncle Oil, and he said that Uncle Oil needs his company the most now. He won't leave him. Zhang Yi noticed that Uncle Yu seemed to have changed. Can only be forced to agree to Sherry Mei entering the safe house together. Xia Limei was enveloped by a warm current as soon as she entered the house. Is this the home he dreams of living in? Xia Limei looked around as soon as she entered the room. Completely forget about Uncle. Then shamelessly ran to the kitchen, poured a cup of hot water. Drink it all in one gulp. This scene just fooled Zhang Yi. What makes Zhang Yi even more angry is that Xia Limei actually asked Zhang Yi for milk powder at this time, completely disregarding the life and death of Uncle. This is probably Zhang Yi's entire life. I've seen the most shameless woman I've ever met. My front foot is still crying and complaining about my husband's death. How can he survive? Step back into Zhang Yi's safe house. Just leave your husband behind. Reluctantly shamelessly rubbing around at Zhang Yi's house, eating and drinking. This scene directly angered Zhang Yi. Xia Limei saw the situation was not good. Immediately explained that my husband loved Zhang Yi doesn't want Xia Limei to use Uncle Yu as an excuse. acting recklessly in his home, crying coldly for Xie Lime to come and help. Otherwise, get out of here. Zhang Yi collected miscellaneous items into a space in the room. Make room for Zhou Ke to undergo surgery. And this scene was witnessed by Xie Lime. Exclaimed, "What kind of trick is this?" Zhang Yi did not answer, directly urging Zhou to undergo surgery immediately. Just tell him what you need. He will try his best to provide. Zhou Kelly's cutting is done by uncle's clothes. Check the severity of the injury. And he said he will do his best. Current injuries. It looks very pessimistic. If the bullet harms the internal organs, it's difficult to survive under current conditions. At this moment, Xie Lime once again acted on the upper body of the spirit, crying and shouting, "If he leaves, how do we two women live?" Zhang Yi looked at Xie Lime's ugly face, shouting loudly, "If uncle has any major or minor issues, you won't be better either." Actually, Xie Lime caused this incident. I just want Zhang Yi to feel like he can help. Okay, take the opportunity to go out. Outside. He saw a lot of delicious food in the kitchen. Zhang Yi doesn't know the thoughts of this bad woman. Immediately speak up and let Xie Lime stay here obediently. Even if there's nothing, it won't happen. You can also wipe your sweat and pass things. Furthermore, you just kept saying outside that uncle needed it. Then you stay here with uncle. It's also the greatest encouragement for him. Before Zhang Yi leaves, once again, warn Sherry not to do anything wrong. He will come back soon after he goes out. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi gathered the remaining neighbors of his own building. The neighbors are a bit scared. I thought Zhang Yi was going to retaliate against him. Zhang Yi immediately explained. He wants to organize everyone, counterattacking those who betrayed them. At this point, some people in the crowd have raised doubts. How can we deal with other guys? Zhang Yi pointed to the gasoline and clothes beside him, indicating that he will handle them himself. As long as we see someone escape, just repair the knife immediately. Angry. Zhang Yi was completely angry. In order to help uncle you seek revenge. Zhang Yi took out a large amount of gasoline and clothing. It seems like we're planning to burn our neighbors to death with fire. Zhang Yi is commanding the people in his own building. Surround the unit building in front of you. The people upstairs saw Zhang Yi coming. Don't take it seriously. Little did they know that this was the beginning of a nightmare. And some people who have seen Zhang Yi's methods, trembling with fear, regretting provoking Zhang Yi. What are you afraid of? This is our territory. Zhang Yi rushed up and made him peel off his skin. Get home ready. Hey, let's fight with him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi instructed his neighbors in the building to keep an eye on the windows. If someone jumps out of the window and we'll just fix the knife. At this point, the neighbors still don't understand. What kind of medicine is sold in Zhang Yi's gourd? I saw Zhang Yi inside the building. Then take out a large amount of firewood and clothing from a space. Then pour a large amount of gasoline on top. Zhang Yi took out a lighter. The weather is so cold. I have a kind heart. Let's set off a fire for you to keep warm. Remember, thank me. Supported by gasoline. The fire spread instantly. At this point, a large amount of thick smoke is generated from the firewood and clothing, instantly sweeping and moving. Just now, the arrogant and domineering neighbors all scolded Zhang Yi. Some people want to open the window for ventilation, but there is too much thick smoke. Instead, it's sucked in backwards from the outside. At this moment, Zhang Yi is already holding a rifle and waiting downstairs. Soon after, some people began to feel overwhelmed. Choose protest. Zhang Yi's dog-legged neighbor. Only then did I understand Zhang Yi's methods. To death by fire. Either jump off a building and fall to death. If they can't die, it's their turn to repair the knife. Anyway, it's just death. Not long after. One after another, people started jumping off the building. There is thick snow downstairs. Most people didn't fall to death directly. At this point, it's Zhang Yi's turn to act like a lackey neighbor. Women used to dare not even kill chickens. Now, in order to please Zhang Yi, he even kills his neighbors. Just now, Zhang Yi started burning down the building with fire. I plan to burn the entire neighborhood to death. Revenge for uncle. And those who jumped out of the building and escaped. Just leave it to the neighbors in your own building to make up for it. Having experienced the cruel baptism of the apocalypse, it seems like killing is not as scary as that. Instead, now we have to kill a few more people to please Zhang Yi. It is also possible to receive food rewards from Zhang Yi. A dead night. Make the towering flames appear particularly bright and beautiful, but have not yet been suppressed by Zhang Yi. Looking at the scene before us, but it feels like deep hell, because they are afraid that it will be their turn next. Some people even try their best to fight against Zhang Yi beyond their means. But on second thought, what to put together? Does Wang Chang have a gun or a surprise attack? They were all beaten to death. Others finished listening. I can only pray that Zhang Yi will be wronged and have a head, a debt, and a master, being able to spare him with kindness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi led people to the 26th floor where Huang Tianfang was located. The person on the 26th floor saw this, immediately stopped Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfang is already dead. We were not involved in this matter. You can't kill a good person by mistake. After listening, Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "Good person. Now, who of you hasn't had a few lives on your hands? Besides, are you a good person? It won't change my idea of killing all of you." Then another torch burned the people in building 26. Zhang Yi will mainly be involved in the murder of his 5 buildings. After all are ignited. He plans to stop first. After all, we have to kill all the people in over 20 buildings in one night. It should be impossible. So Zhang Yi told the remaining people, he has revenge. Will not indiscriminately kill innocent people. People who are friendly to him will not be liquidated. After one's words, Zhang Yi signaled to his neighbors in the building that they could go back now. But the neighbor refused. Zhang Yi compared to the room that was both hungry and cold when he went back. It's better to have a fire here for warmth. After speaking, he threw a corpse into the fire again. Zhang Yi arrived at his own building, beside the 2 neighbors who betrayed him. Zhang Yi can't figure it out. Although I usually treat them well. Why betray him? When Zhang Yi found their phones, after seeing the chat records inside, only then did I understand everything. Someone is secretly playing tricks. Kill me crazy. Kill me crazy is killing crazy. Zhang Yi is trying to help Uncle Yu seek revenge. Set fire to all 5 buildings that led the rebellion. The people who escaped from the building, also killed by Zhang Yi's henchman who repaired the knife. And the initiator of all of this, not just the 2 subordinates who were killed. There is also someone else. Zhang Yi returns to his own safe house. I found that Uncle Yu had already been saved by Zhou Ku and brought back. My physical condition seems to have stabilized as well. Just when Zhang Yi praised Zhou Ku for doing a good job, Xia Li Mei interrupted them, and asked Zhang Yi if he has anything to eat. He has been hungry all day. For the sake of Uncle Yu's face, Zhang Yi, not rejecting Xia Li Mei, but instead, give him some instant noodles. Xia Li Mei's expression of disdain. Is there anything else to eat besides instant noodles? He just saw eggs in the kitchen. And there are also chicken bones in the trash can. This statement made Zhang Yi very angry, cruelly indicating that only instant noodles are love to eat or not to eat. After returning to one's own room, Zhou Ku complained about Xia Li Mei's presence. Another trouble at home. Zhang Yi seems to have come up with a solution. Tell Zhou Ku he won't let Xia Li Mei stay here and continue to be a demon. Then inquire with Zhou Ku, how long does it take for Uncle Yu's injury to recover? Or is it just a resurgence now? It won't last long. Such a serious injury, plus excessive blood loss. Originally, there was no blood package. I thought it was difficult to save him, but just when the heart rate is about to stop. But his body underwent strange changes. Rapid increase in muscle activity. The blood from the wounds suddenly stopped. This made Zhang Yi suddenly realize the causes of global ice caps. It's gamma rays from outer space. Since gamma rays can give me superpowers, so other people may also have a certain chance of awakening their abilities. Uncle Lu, now, just like when I was on the brink of death at the time, may have awakened his powers. If dying is one of the conditions for awakening abilities, is that possible for many people to awaken their abilities? But even so, if the awakened ability cannot heal the injury, still going to die. Uncle Yu just met me. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Subsequently, Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Ku to provide daily. Inject a certain amount of muscle relaxant by Uncle. And sedatives. He is worried that Uncle may manage it in the short term. If we go berserk then, it's possible that the house was demolished. Goddess licks dog but is rejected, harboring resentment and seeking revenge. However, the first thing the goddess did, surprisingly, I ate my best friend first. Not long ago. After learning that Uncle Yu had awakened his powers, Zhang Yi, make sure Zhou Ku observes carefully. Then he went to find Xia Li Mei to take care of Uncle Yu. Zhou Ku is a bit worried. Xia Li Mei is not a good commodity. Will it be detrimental to Uncle Oil? He immediately explained. Xia Limei knows that if something happens to Uncle Yu, I will drive him away, so he won't do anything foolish. After arranging Xia Limei's affairs, the second thing that Zhang Yi needs to do, it's about pulling out the mole. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi arrived fully armed on the 25th floor. Zhang Yi kicked open a room door with one foot. Next second, there is a woman with oily hair and dirty face, holding a kitchen knife and rushing towards him. Originally, it was Fang Yuqing. Looking at the dismembered body of my best friend on the dining table, Zhang Yi finally understood why Fang Yuqing could live to this day. At this moment, Fang Yuqing saw Zhang Yi and, crazy shouting, "Why didn't you die? You shouldn't refuse me. Choose that sluts. Damn it, those useless people didn't kill you." Originally colluding with Wang Chang, the person who instigated Zhang Yi's rebellion was Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi broke Fang Yuqing's foot with a stick, then dragged Fang Yuqing to the window. Fang's situation was not good. Begging Zhang Yi to let him go, he was just momentarily confused. "Zhang Yi, please don't kill me. Don't you want me? I'll give you everything now, as long as you let me go." Zhang Yi didn't listen to Fang Yuqing's nonsense. "I just let go of my hand." Falling from the 25th floor. Even if he doesn't die, they will also freeze to death alive. What surprised Zhang Yi the next day? Uncle Oil's gunshot wound has almost recovered. This is to obtain. Have you achieved the superpower of super healing? This man is so foolish. Surprisingly, in front of Zhang Yi, he claimed to be a traitor. Not long ago, after Zhang Yi confirmed that Uncle Yu had awakened his ability, full of joy, he immediately reminded Joku to take good care of her carefully. Let Uncle Oil recover as soon as possible. At this moment, Xia Limei asked Zhang Yi to go to his house, help him bring the charger in baby's diaper. After listening, Zhang Yi almost wanted to beat Xia Limei. This product. I'm already planning to stay in Zhang Yi's safe house and not leave, but considering the oil uncle who is about to wake up now, Zhang Yi tactfully stated that he still has urgent matters to deal with. Let's wait until it's sorted out. And Xia Limei doesn't know. His actions and scheming have already made Zhang Yi feel heartbroken. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi continues to clean up units that pose a threat to him. Lao should be around now. The rest basically poses no threat to me. Just as Zhang Yi instructed his subordinates to prepare to leave, Su Hao approached Zhang Yi with a hospitable expression on his face. Later, he stated that he had important intelligence to tell Zhang Yi. Original. Su Hao is holding information about Wang Ximing, the richest man in Jiangnan, in his hand. News of a safe house built with genuine intention. This makes Zhang Yi half believe and half doubt. Su Hao has been humiliated by him before. Can you still have such kindness? Tell him such important information. But Zhang Yi still wants intelligence. Wang Ximing's refuge is located at Yunk Manor. Heard about Yunk Manor. Zhang Yi is a bit convinced. What Su Hao said may be true. However, why did Su Hao tell Zhang Yi this news? After spending so much time together, I already know your prowess, so I want to follow you. I just hope to be with you. Take down Wang Ximing's shelter. Zhang Yi is not foolish. Leaving aside the authenticity of the news for now, I want to secure a safe house worth 1 billion yuan. How could it be so easy? Suddenly, Su Hao's painting style changed. Expressing oneself. I have already leaked Zhang Yi's intelligence. I have already translated Zhang into snow. News of motorcycles and large quantities of supplies. It was revealed to Wang Ximing. Seeing that Zhang Yi's expression is not right, Su Hao quickly explained. I don't have the courage to betray Zhang Yi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to expose everything now. Zhang Yi finished listening. Take out a Su Hao's head. How do I know if you're fishing? I'm collapsing now. Your man has a hobby. Likes to forcibly occupy someone's girlfriend in front of others. Because he relied on his father, who was the richest man in the world. Su Hao, who has been bullied for a long time. I have long been dissatisfied with Wang Ximing. Intending to join forces with Zhang Yi to seize Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. Be attentive to nothing. Neither adultery nor theft. Zhang Yi couldn't have said a few words because of Su Hao. I don't believe him. Zhang Yi is worried that Su Hao is deliberately trying to trick him. Su Hao immediately gave his reasons. On the one hand, it is to see the skills of Zhang Yi. On the other hand, Su Hao understands that even if he helps Wang Ximing, in the end, he just treated him like a dog. Before the end of the world, Wang Ximing relies on his family's vast industry, squeezing Su Hao's bucket everywhere, even using family collaboration. Let Su Hao give his girlfriend to him for entertainment, whenever there is interest. will summon Su Hao to find a secret for him, completely using Su Hao as a lackey. Su Hao also became a member of the upper-class society in Tianhai City as a result, being reduced to a laughingstock. So Su Hao wants to take this opportunity to retaliate against Wang Ximing, pull him completely off the altar. Later, Su Hao revealed his plan. I plan to use my connection with Wang Ximing, pretend to deceive you, let him open the door of the fortress, and then rely on your abilities to destroy him. This statement touched upon Zhang Yi's heart. He does have the right idea. If what Su Hao said is true, so he really lacks a way to break through the post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhang Yi immediately asked Su Hao to explain in detail Wang Ximing's apocalypse, fortress security layout. How many mechanisms and weapons are there to resist foreign enemies? Su Hao is worried that Zhang Yi will shed his burden and kill the donkey, indicating that Zhang Yi did not agree. We will not disclose any info cooperation. Zhang Yi can only compromise after listening to it. But before that, there are a few things that Su Hao needs to do. The first thing is to gather all the information about the Doomsday Fortress. Speak without reservation, especially for firepower facilities. The second thing is to help me kill someone, because this person is not convenient for me to take action. As for the third item, Zhang Yi said it halfway, looking at Su Hao with a wicked smile on his face. This makes Su Hao a police officer somewhere. I saw Zhang Yi take out a syringe. Then I told Su Hao that when I was a mercenary, it's inevitable to encounter some tough words, or malicious enemies. So I have specialized means to deal with these people. This is a chronic poison that I often use. One shot into the soul. If there is no antidote within a week after injection, one will undoubtedly die. Don't worry. Just take Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. I will give you the antidote. Subsequently, the injection was completed. With pleading voice. Zhang Yi is doing this because he is afraid of Su Hao's betrayal. Only by binding Su Hao's life and death to oneself, only then will it be absolutely safe. Later, Zhang Yi asked Su Hao to go back and wait for instructions. Su Hao was so scared that he stumbled and left. Actually, what Zhang Yi injected into Su Hao was not some kind of poison. It's just a medicine that can treat high-speed blood. It's just a methane injection for erythropoiesis. This thing has too many injections at once. Can cause adverse reactions similar to poisoning. Not long after, when Zhang Yi returned to his safe house, Uncle Lu has already woken up. Zhang Yi discovered through monitoring. At this time, Xia Limei, whispering in the uncle's ear. I don't know what to say. They are all dying and still acting as demons. Zhang Yigang opened the door. Xia Limei immediately stopped, and looked at Zhang Yi with a cautious expression on his face. Uncle saw Zhang Yi, immediately expressed gratitude after warned for him in Zhouku. He was already dead. What does Zhang Yi say without waiting? Xia Limei immediately stepped forward to express her gratitude. Later, he also stated that Uncle Yu was injured for you. You are responsible for our family of 3. The woman just said, I want to live with you. As a result, he was stabbed more than 10 times by a man. Not long ago, Xia Limei took advantage of Uncle Yu's awakening. Immediately negotiate terms with Zhang Yi, shamelessly demanding Zhang's translation. In the future, we must take care of their family of 3. It's like he helped Zhang Yi block a bullet. Zhang Yi, of course, cannot refuse in front of Uncle Yu. I readily agreed. Xia Limei was overjoyed. Finally heard what she wanted to hear the most. She quickly handed the child to Zhang Yi. Can't wait to go back and get some daily necessities. Remind Zhang Yi before leaving. Uncle Yu is still with you. Don't wait for me to play tricks and not open the door. If it weren't for me, you have to take care of names. There's no reason not to open the door for me. Xia Limei just left with her front foot. Zhang Yi immediately sent a message to Shui Hao after the incident. Let him take action. I was planning to get rid of you and Xia Limei together, but I still can't bear to be ruthless. Zhang Yi has already figured it out. Wait until Xia Limei is solved. Just help the child find a new mother. At this moment, Xia Limei was completely unaware. To the brink of death. Still longing for it. What kind of experience will it be to live in Zhang Yi's house in the future? Just as Sherry opened the door, Su Hao was holding a dagger, thoroughly inserted into Xia Limei's throat. Xia Limei couldn't even say a plea for mercy in an instant. Su Hao stabbed more than 10 times in a row. It wasn't until Xia Limei was completely dead that she stopped. After solving Xia Limei, Su Hao immediately invited Zhang Yi for credit. Asked Zhang Yi to give him some food. Zhang Yi was overjoyed to receive Su Hao's message. Immediately, pretending to, turn around and tell Uncle Yu. He will take care of him. We will stay together until Uncle Oil is healed. Uncle Yu was deeply moved by Zhang Yi's righteousness, but he still wants to refuse Zhang Yi. After all, it's not easy for everyone. He doesn't want to live and eat at Zhang Yi's house for free. Just when Zhang Yi told Uncle Yu not to explain, the baby in hand started crying inexplicably. In order to retaliate against neighbors with human faces and animal hearts, Zhang Yi directly used a grenade to blow up all his neighbors to death. Just now, Uncle Lu watched as Xie Limei went to get something, not coming back yet. So I asked Zhang Yi to go out and help him take a look. He's worried that Shiremi might have an accident. Zhang Yi immediately called out to Zhou Ku, please ask him to take care of the children and Uncle Yu. Go find Xie Limei outside by yourself. Strangely enough, Zhang Yi is not only armed with a rifle, but also fully armed. Also send a message asking everyone on the 25th floor to gather in room 1301. Don't want to die. It's best to stay at your own home and be honest. At this moment, all the neighbors on the 25th floor are still happily speculating. What benefits will Zhang Yi give them? After all, they helped Zhang Yi clean up all the dangers in the entire community. In the future, the whole community will be the final say. They're all dying and still thinking about farting. Zhang Yi pushed the door open by a crack. Then he threw 2 grenades inside. Neighbors watching the grenades rolling down their feet. Puzzled face. Wait for them to react, the next second. In a few minutes, when Zhang Yi enters the room, the neighbors have been bombed to the point of being flesh and blood blurred. Some survived by chance. I can't understand why Zhang Yi is so ruthless. They have done so much for Zhang Yi. Why do we have to exterminate them all? Zhang Yi chuckled after listening. What helped me? Just my kindness. Let you live until now. After speaking, directly shoot and eliminate all survivors with guns. Me in my past life. Except for Su Hao. Finally, I killed all of them. Starting from today, there will be no threat to the entire community. My people appear. Zhang Yi discovered a terrible thing after opening the door. Surprisingly, one of his neighbors was not killed by the explosion. The reason why Zhang Yi overcame hardships and killed donkeys. It's because in the previous life, it was these neighbors who killed him. So even in this lifetime, these neighbors have done a lot for Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi still needs to eliminate all safety hazards. Get out of here when the time comes. There will also be no seeds of hatred taking root or sprouting. The next step is to plan it out. How to break through Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. Soon after, Zhang Yi returned to the safe house. And tell Uncle Yu about Xie Limei's death. Those neighbors are trying to take my supplies and a safe house. Surprisingly, he secretly colluded with other neighbors to get rid of us. Although I promptly discovered and cleared 2 traitors. But I didn't other fish that missed the net. They are worried that I will retaliate afterwards. Kill Sister Xie directly in advance. Uncle Lu angrily patted the table after listening. Unexpectedly, the metal table was directly dented by the impact. After Zhang Yi saw it, more certain that the power type ability awakened by Uncle. This happens to complement his abilities perfectly. Later, Zhang Yi comforted Uncle Yu. Those people have already been cleared by him. Also considered as revenge for Xie Limei, and promised to. Afterwards, I will help Uncle Yu find a better way. After listening to the shy expression, Uncle. He likes mature types. Zhang Yi knows that Uncle Yu doesn't have to rely on Xie Limei. Just didn't find a better one. At this moment, Zhou suddenly ran in with a crying baby in his arms. Zhou doesn't know why the baby cried again. I just came here to find Zhang Yi and find a way. Zhang Yi speculates that the baby may be hungry. Then he couldn't help but stare at Zhou's chest. Zhou said he was not breastfeeding. How could there be milk? Zhang Yi knows. Now babies are a burden to him. Since Xie Limei is no longer here, we need to find a reliable one as soon as possible. People helping to take care of the baby. Not long after, Zhang Yi brought the baby to the downstairs of Li Jian's unit. Li Jian, come out quickly. Zhang Yi sent someone to kill Xie Limei. He even gave his daughter to someone else. Li Jian, come out quickly. Neighbors who hear gunshots. I thought Zhang Yi was here to kill them. Under the pressure of Zhang Yi. Although Li Jian is afraid of death. But they can only appear obediently. But when Li Jian saw the baby in Zhang Yi's hand. Guess Zhang Yi wasn't here to kill them. I think I want to entrust the baby to their building for care. Zhang Yi didn't expect Li Jian to be so smart either. No wonder. He can minimize the casualties in his own building. Entrusting the baby to him is the best choice. As a condition, Zhang Yi guarantees that he will not attack their unit. Then he took out a large bag of diapers and milk powder, and warned Li Jian, if a child has some major or minor issues, take responsibility for the consequences. Li Jian guarantees that he will never mistreat the baby. Then he called out a mommy to take the child away. Seeing that Li Jian's team still has nearly 100 people, Zhang Yi asked them how to solve their future food problems. He won't provide any more food. Then he looked at several corpses downstairs next door, and he expressed that he would use the body as food rations. It's enough for them to live well for a while. But Li Jian refused Zhang Yi's proposal. To be honest, they won't go that far. If there is a wrong start, what awaits them is destruction. So instead of becoming like that, it's better to die with dignity. Zhang Yi was shocked by Li Jian's words. I didn't expect it to be at this critical moment. Still able to maintain this original intention. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression change, Li Jian took the opportunity to persuade Zhang Yi to provide them, leading the people in the community down the road. They honored Zhang Yi as the king. Zhang Yi still refuses. With the lessons of the previous life, he knows he's not a saint, unable to overcome the suffering of all beings. And even if we help them, there are so many people who remember to eat or not to hit. Who can guarantee that he won't be stabbed again? I don't have much ambition. Live safely in the apocalypse. This is my current life creed. Joe Karen is kind-hearted and kind-hearted. I know that Zhang Yi has been working very hard lately to kill and set fire to people. Hurry up to the kitchen to cook and reward Zhang Yi. Not long ago, Zhang Yi gives Xie Li Mei's daughter to Li Jian. Something unexpected happened to Zhang Yi. It's been several months since the end of the world. Li Jian can still maintain his final humanity. Not eating human flesh. Zhang Yi couldn't bear to see such a good person die. So before leaving, he gave Li Jian and the others some seeds, and remind Li Jian, they can choose to thrive, or you can choose to eat it now. That's what I said. But it's minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Can we really grow crops? At this moment, an academician from the agricultural college walked out of the crowd, expressed to quickly collect the seeds. As long as you try hard, there is always a chance to cultivate these seeds. We will be able to survive by then. The situation in the community has come to an end. After Zhang Yi returned to his safe house, immediately instruct Zhou Ke to do something. Zhou Ke finished listening and took off his coat. Turn around and walk towards the kitchen. I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat today? Suddenly, a salty pig's hand took advantage of the situation and entered. Zhang Yi expressed that he also wants to help. He has recently learned a few new dishes. The next day, Zhang Yi received a notice from Su Hao, saying that I have already talked to Wang Ximing. You can go anytime. After reading the information, Zhang Yi let Su Hao specifically go to a safe room. Two people sit down. Su Hao Gong was about to speak up, tell Zhang Yi about his conversation with Wang Ximing, but Zhang Yi stopped him, and asked him to take out his phone. Zhang Yi plans to personally check their chat records. Men before the end of the world. He is one of the wealthiest second generation in Tianhai City, but now I have to be like a dog, kneeling in front of Zhang Yi, nodding and bowing, just because Zhang Yi was before the end of the world. Hoarded a lot of supplies and weapons. Su Hao tried to please Zhang Yi, intending to betray Wang Ximing, but when Zhang Yi asked Su Hao for a phone, when viewing chat records, but Su Hao refused to give it to him. Finally, Zhang Yi took out the pistol. Only then did Su Hao obediently hand over his phone. Original. Su Hao said a lot of bad things about Zhang Yi in front of Wang Ximing, afraid that Zhang Yi might kill him after seeing it. Yao Yao is amazing. I started contacting you 2 months ago. Watching Zhang Yi with a strange aura, Su Hao felt a little art, quickly explaining that he had already been injected. If Zhang Yi dies, he will also be ruined. So if you scold Zhang Yi, they are all used to confuse Wang Ximing. Zhang Yi carefully checked the chat records and found that Su Hao only revealed the supplies to Wang Ximing. It's just a snowmobile. So the other party probably doesn't know about Zhang Yi having a gun. So Zhang Yi plans to take advantage of the information gap. Give Wang Ximing a jar to catch turtles. After checking Su Hao's phone, Zhang Yi asked Su Hao to ignore everything he knew about the fortress. Say it all out. Especially defense facilities. That shelter was made of spacecraft materials. Either be bombed by missiles. Either use heavy weapons to shoot continuously. Only then can we possibly break through the post-apocalyptic fortress. Although the shelter does not have weapons or equipment, but the room has a hypnotic gas channel, equipped with a high-temperature flame injector. Hear this. Zhang Yi thinks the chances of winning are quite high. The party wants to get the snowmobile. When the time comes, hide the snowmobile in a space. Even if caught, he won't be killed. Finally, Zhang Yi decided. When the two of them pretend to be unconscious by hypnotic gas. After entering the fortress. Killed Wang Ximing while working inside and outside. Sees his post-apocalyptic fortress. In the end, Zhang Yi left a hand behind. I didn't tell Su Hao about the gas mask. Zhang Yi is crazy. Surprisingly, a flame ignited my own safe house. Just now, Zhang Yi learned about Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. After having defense measures against gas and flames, causing him to fall into distress. He has a large number of weapons, but there is nothing that can deal with gas and flames. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of something. Since ordinary means cannot deal with it, what about superpowers? Zhang Yi has always limited the use of different spaces. Limited to storing items. What kind of experience would it be if using abilities in real time? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi can't wait to experiment. So he told Su Hao to find him again in a few days. Just prepare to send him away. Su Hao understands now. He was infected by Zhang Yi's injection of the supervirus. Zhang Yi quickly comforted him not to let him die. Ensure to give Su Hao a response within 7 days. Later, Zhang Yi lit a fire in the safe house, treating flames as the source of active attacks. Immediately, he unleashed his ability to move in a different space towards the flames. The flames were indeed sucked in, time within different spaces, almost at a standstill. So flames do not cause damage in a different space, if the kinetic energy absorbed is maintained. Under the condition of unchanged direction, adjusting the direction of a space can redirect the attacking object back in its original path. This not only resolves the damage, but also, it can also be transformed into an attack. This is simply an incredible skill. As long as you are familiar with and master this skill, attack from any distance in the future will be ineffective against Zhang Yi. Suddenly, Zhang Yi had a wild idea. If used for humans, what kind of effect will it have? I have only conducted experiments on live fish before. Considering future battles, Zhang Yi decided to find a few neighbors to try. A man wants to verify his conjecture. Cut off 2 fingers of the neighbor directly. But neighbors not only don't hold grudges. Thank you very much to the man. Just now, to verify the changes of living organisms in different spaces, Zhang Yi found a neighbor for the experiment. Zhang Yi threw a piece to his neighbor. Stick and promised to hit him with the stick. Just give the neighbor a piece of bread. Neighbors are a bit fierce. Surprisingly, there is such a good thing to do. Or perhaps Zhang Yi was intentionally entertaining him. But neighbors who have food still choose to give it a try. Then he swung his stick and fiercely attacked Zhang Yi. I saw Zhang Yi lift his hand. A burst of blue light burst out. Unequal neighbor feedback. His hands have been sucked into another space by Zhang Yi. The next second, the whole person was sucked into the alien space. When Zhang Yi uses his consciousness to glimpse the conditions in a different space, discovering neighbors motionless, completely in a state of temporal stillness, even breathing and heartbeat stopped. Zhang Yi was wondering if his neighbor would die as a result, so I decided to let my neighbor out. See what happens next. The neighbors didn't have any major issues after coming out of a space, just expressing fear, thinking that I almost died. Zhang Yi immediately came over, asked the neighbor how they felt just now. Neighbors expressed both fear and shock. I feel like I've entered a materials piled up like mountains, the vast white world, and it feels like I've been inside for a century. Zhang Yi finished listening. Judging the time flow velocity in a space, although very slow, can make biological functions come to a standstill. But consciousness seems to still be preserved. Subsequently, Zhang Yi plans to try again to bring his neighbors into a space. But this time, he couldn't do anything. So Zhang Yi took out a small knife, cut off 2 fingers from the neighbor. Fingers are easily sucked into a space. It seems that large living creatures cannot easily be sucked into a space. I just managed to suck my neighbor in. Is it because I absorbed the stick first? Subsequently, Zhang Yi planned to continue verifying his conjecture. Ask the neighbor to bandage the wound properly. Continue to complete the task. Killed Zhang Yi and then killed again, in order to prevent oneself from possessing the news of supernatural powers. Revealing Zhang Yi. Just now, he killed his neighbor with a single blow, sealing his throat. Zhang Yi conducted human experiments with neighbors. Finally figured out most of the characteristics of the alien space. Firstly, there are certain limitations on the scope of material collection. Secondly, It is not possible to collect objects with strong external forces. Valid for living people. Zhang Yi's abilities. It's just a door connecting the real world in different spaces. Just seize the right moment. Attacks can be transferred. Reflect the attack back. After understanding the characteristics of different spaces, Zhang Yi also came up with a way to deal with Wang Ximing. Then I came to my neighbor who was devouring food like a wolf. While saying thank you, directly cut off the neighbor's neck with a single blow. Although on the surface, Zhang Yi appears cold and ruthless. After all, his neighbors helped him. But Zhang Yi knows that, without food, these neighbors won't last long. Now let the neighbor have enough to eat and drink before sending him on the road. It's a kind of liberation. Only seeing. The neighbor ended up with a satisfied expression and closed his eyes. In the next few days, I need to hurry up and find a few people for practical combat. A few days later, Zhang Yi brought Su Hao to discuss the attack on Wang Ximing. But at this moment, Su Hao is even more haggard than a few days ago. Not mistreated him during this period of time. Zhang Yi speculates. It should be the real and fake super virus. Give him psychological hints. It was only when he collapsed that he became like this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately stated that, can you give Su Hao a shot of antidote first? Can alleviate the onset time of the virus. Su Hao finished listening. I rolled up my sleeves happily and asked Zhang Yi to get an injection quickly. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to warn Su Hao again. Don't be careless. Otherwise, no one would help him pick it up. Su Hao immediately patted his chest to ensure that he had no second thoughts. Then he took out his phone and called Wang Ximing. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with this? Surprisingly, they want to give up the safe house built for 10 million yuan. Some people treat Joko with kindness and kindness. Since Zhang Yi sent Su Hao away, I started packing my luggage silently. This makes Joe a bit nervous. Isn't the matter with the community resolved? Why do you still have to pack things? Where are we going? Faced with Joko's questioning, Zhang Yi is just explaining. Now is not the time to tell him. Zhang Yi told Joko before leaving. He only kept half a month's worth of food. If he has an accident, maybe I won't be able to save until Zhang Yi finishes speaking. Joko threw himself directly into Zhang Yi's arms, looking nervously at Zhang Yi, asking Zhang Yi with concern, what dangerous things are you going to do? Zhang Yi pinched Joko's face. Explain that you won't do anything uncertain. Then I hugged Joko and gave him a speaking class. Then he turned around and left. Zhang Yi took out a rope to signal Su Hao to extend his hand. This made Su Hao look unattainable. All the super viruses have been killed. You still don't believe him so much. Zhang Yi immediately explained. On the one hand, doing this is to give oneself a sense of security. On the other hand, it is to increase Wang Ximing's trust level. Su Hao finished listening. I can only obediently ask Zhang Yi to tie it up. Not. Zhang Yi and his companions arrived at the villa area of Yunk Manor. Looking at the luxurious villa, Zhang Yi muttered to himself that wealthy people really enjoy it. This villa is connected to the river in front and backed by the mountain. At first glance, feng shui is not simple, and due to the terrain, the snow here is shallower than elsewhere. Zhang's translation suggests that in the apocalypse, everyone is equal. Now it seems that rich people even take care of some by heaven. After a sigh, Zhang Yi immediately shouted to Shuihao to lead the way. Cause Shuihao was puzzled that there was still a way to go. Why not drive a snowy motorcycle? If you want to leave, just leave. Don't talk so much. Zhang Yi pulled out a pistol. Aim at the back of Su Hao's head. If Wang Ximing doesn't open the door again, I just broke you down. Just now, Zhang Yi and two talented individuals have just entered the villa area, immediately being targeted by someone. And the person who is following Zhang Yi is a very awkward girl. Snowmobile. That should have a lot of supplies. The girl ran out of supplies a few days ago, and the people in the community are unwilling to help him. Seeing Zhang Yi now is like seeing a life-saving straw. If he wants to survive, we must talk to Zhang Yi about it. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Su Hao, Zhang Yi arrived at Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhang Yi pulled out a pistol. Signal Su Hao to open the door quickly. Su Hao immediately arrived at the door. Then he gestured to the monitor. Signal Wang Ximing to open the door. Wang Ximing did not immediately open the door. Just wondering, Su Hao clearly agreed to come over tomorrow. Why did you come today? And I haven't seen any snow motorcycles either. Watching half a day pass. Wang Ximing has no intention of opening the door. Zhang Yi threatened again that if he didn't open the door again, he would really shoot. Su Hao immediately whispered to the monitor. I've been working hard for so long. If you hesitate any longer, fall short. Wang Ximing finally decided to let them in, and advised them not to play tricks. I was also thinking in my heart about how to deal with Zhang Yi later. In no time, the gate of the fortress opened. After Zhang Yi arrived internally, shocked by the interior decoration. Compared to his safe house, this place is simply heaven. At this moment, Su Hao pointed to the corridor camera and said, "That's the safe entrance to the fortress." But when Zhang Yi and the other two walked halfway, the corridor lights went out instantly. Then a large amount of toxic gas poured in from the ventilation opening. Rich people rely on technology. Poor people rely on mutation. Just as Su Hao and Zhang Yi stepped into the post-apocalyptic fortress, Wang Ximing immediately turned on the hypnotic gas. In no time, the entire corridor was shrouded in smoke. Subsequently, the sound of Zhang Yi and Su Hao arguing echoed in the smoke. Wang Ximing, who was watching everything in the surveillance room, showing a satisfied smile. Ximing never expected it. The argument just now was just a bitter trick by Zhang Yi. At this point, Zhang Yi has already put on a gas mask and collected all the gas into his own alien space. Meanwhile, the gates of the Doomsday fortress have been opened. Zhang Yi is preparing to pretend to faint, thinking that as soon as Wang Ximing approaches, just shoot and kill him. The person who can appear is not Wang Ximing. This made Zhang Yi secretly curse Su Hao's trash. There are other people inside the fortress who are unaware of it. Surprisingly, such important information was overlooked. Fortunately, I am smart. Zhang Yi saw from the bladder. The person who came to tie them up is entertainment industry actor Lin. Rumor has it that they have a good relationship. It's normal to appear here as well. Not long after, Lin Geng brought Zhang Yi and the other two to Wang Ximing. Then he tied Zhang Yi's hand and cursed him for being foolish. Wang Ximing also agreed after listening. If you can't even deal with a poor ghost, isn't his wand just a drop in the bucket? But they don't know how proud they are now. How embarrassing it will be later. Just as they discussed. After receiving the snowmobile from Zhang Yi later, where should I go to play? Zhang Yi has agreed to release hypnotic gas from the space Wooden Council. The two of them fell asleep in a daze. Zhang Yi took out a dagger from a space, cut open the rope. Then he tied Wang Ximing and the others up in various ways. Zhang Yi began to visit Wang Ximing's post-apocalyptic fortress. This place not only has complete entertainment facilities, but also, even micro-ecological chains exist. Zhang Yi's satisfied decision. I have taken this post-apocalyptic fortress. Will men become bad when they have money? Zhang Yi looked at several corpses on the bed. I didn't expect Wang Ximing to play so crazily. Since Zhang Yi tied Wang Ximing up with all his tricks, I began to visit the castle of the End style. But here, besides entertainment facilities, there are also entertainment facilities. Even a few recently deceased bodies were found. It doesn't seem very peaceful here. This is Zhang Yi's confusion. But when Zhang Yi arrived at the next room, understood everything. I saw a few rabbits that seemed to have been injected with some liquid, lying on the ground in all directions. After a rabbit saw Zhang Yi, surprisingly, he was so confused that he mistook Zhang Yi for Wang Ximing, and came over to plead with Zhang Yi. Just give him a little more of that thing. He can do anything he wants. Zhang Yi kicked the rabbit away with a disgusted kick. Originally, the body from another room. It's something that died from being injected too much. Subsequently, Zhang Yi fired a gun and sent a rabbit to the real heaven. Not long after, Zhang Yi has found the control center of the entire post-apocalyptic fortress. Seeing the complex console. Why doesn't Zhang Yi hate himself for not reading more books? And it was discovered from the monitoring of the control center. There are also sports and shooting areas inside the fortress. This place for testing and can also be used. Because there is no access permission, Zhang Yi is unable to pass through other locked rooms. So I want to gain control of the entire post-apocalyptic fortress. Still need to find Wang Ximing. Not long after, Wang Ximing was awakened by Zhang Yi pouring ice water on him. Wang Ximing, who woke up, was a bit reckless. Why was he tied up by Zhang Yi instead? Zhang Yi doesn't have time to chat with him. Take out your phone directly. Let Wang Ximing hand over control of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Maybe we can spare his life. Wang Ximing is so damn surprisingly mistreating small animals. Zhang Yi will not be lenient towards such people. Zhang Yi pointed a pistol at Wang Ximing's head. If you cooperate with me, maybe we can still save our lives. Wang Ximing is the son of the richest man in Tianhai City. I haven't inherited the inheritance yet. How could I die so easily? quickly pleaded with Zhang Yi not to kill him. Women can give money to anyone. Zhang's of opening a door and seeing a window. I just want to find a reliable place. Live peacefully. Therefore, Wang Ximing's disregard for the fortress is his best choice. And this place is so big. It's not much if there's one more person. Wang Ximing is not foolish either. The current situation. Zhang Yi can definitely kill. They are the direct occupiers. So Zhang Yi definitely has other purposes. Zhang Yi immediately gave two reasons. On the one hand, I want to make friends with Wang Ximing, a wealthy young master. I want to embark on a life of being a human being through Wang Ximing. The second is committing murder and breaking the law. Worried about legal sanctions after the snow disaster. After listening, Wang Ximing felt that there seemed to be some reason behind it. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him before the snow disaster? Coincidentally, Zhang Yi believes that the snow disaster will pass soon. Still afraid of saving the order of the world, Wang Ximing firmly believes that Zhang Yi dare not kill him. Ximing has already compromised. Zhang Yi immediately spoke up, requesting Wang Ximing hand over the operation methods of the control center. Hear this. Wang Ximing is starting to face difficulties again. He bet that Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to kill him on one hand. He has control of the entire fortress. If you hand it over, will it be killed by Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi, do not kill innocent people. And the blood disaster passed quickly. I still want to be friends with Wang Xiao. After Wang Ximing pondered for a moment, decided to take a gamble. Believe in Zhang Yi. But this will be the most regretful decision he has ever made. Next, Wang Ximing explained the basic operation and usage instructions of the fortress. Tell Zhang Yi everything. Zhang Yi has just gained control of the fortress. Immediately change face. It means that in the future, this post-apocalyptic fortress will be his. Wang Ximing is a bit panicked, shouting loudly to Zhang Yi to untie him quickly. But Zhang smiled. Then, with lightning speed, I couldn't cover my ears. Insert a knife into Wang Ximing's neck. Take a deep breath and agree. Normal Wang Ximing. I didn't even know that Zhang Yi was a traveler when I died. If I had known that the snow disaster would not have ended all of this. Are they all deceiving Wang Ximing to hand over control of the fortress? Is it Zhang Yi who breaks the mill and kills the donkey? Still, Shuai doesn't know for sure. After Zhang Yi killed Wang Ximing, while calmly clearing the blood on the ground, looking meaningfully at the unconscious Shuai, the most threatening Wang Xi now, clearly resolved. He is hesitating how to deal with Su Hao. After Su Hao woke up, he saw Zhang Yi cleaning the house. It's a bit unbelievable. Zhang Yi surprisingly succeeded. Later, Su Hao came to Wang Ximing's body. He is very curious. How did Zhang Yi break through the defense system? Solve Wang Ximing's problem. Of course, Zhang Yi will not reveal anything about his supernatural ability, saying that the mountain people have their own tricks, so they just dodge them. Su Hao excitedly stepped on Wang Ximing's body. He always dreams about it. One day, Wang Ximing was trampled underfoot by him. Now Zhang Yi has helped him achieve it. At this moment, Zhang Yi pointed to the backpack on the sofa and told Su Hao, that's a reward for him. At this time, Su Hao still didn't understand what Zhang Yi meant. I was thrilled to see a big bag of food. Zhang Yi took advantage of Su Hao's voracious swallowing, collect the bodies of Wang Ximing and his companions into a space. Then tell Su Hao, Wang Ximing has long exhausted the resources of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Now there are only some canned goods left. Energy can only last for about 5 years. So that's why he needs to be anxious. The reason for taking away the snowmobile. There won't be many supplies that can be evenly distributed in the end. Shuai finished listening to Zhang Yi's words. A flustered expression. What does Zhang Yi mean by saying that? Zhang Yi doesn't beat either. Tell Shuai directly. What he means is that. Ask Shuai to leave quickly with these supplies. Upon hearing this, Shuai is starting to be anxious. Angry questioning of Zhang Yi. Do you want to embezzle the post-apocalyptic fortress? Then he directly kicked over the supplies provided by Zhang Yi. And he said he won't compromise. Then threatened Zhang Yi. If you dare to kick him out. He just released the news here. Someone will naturally come to deal with him when the time comes. Unfortunately, Su Hao forgot his position. The most wrong decision he made was to provoke Zhang Yi. I saw Zhang Yi pull out a handgun. Then he said goodbye. Directly shot and killed Su Hao. Originally, Su Hao helped Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi doesn't want to kill him. Su Hao wants to die on his own. Zhang Yi can't do anything about it either. Anger cannot make a person strong in the apocalypse. Only true strength is enough. Zhang Yi's spring has arrived again. The fortress of the apocalypse is in the harem star. After Zhang Yi killed the city's richest man Wang Ximing, planning to go back, bring over Zhou, who is beautiful and kind-hearted. Live a happy life without shame or shame. As for Uncle Oil, Zhang Yi plans to give him his safe house as a gift. On the one hand, it is to repay Uncle Oil's life-saving kindness. On the other hand, you can have Uncle Oil guard the safe house. In the future, it can also serve as a backup base area. But before that, I also need to help Uncle Oil find another partner. Then Zhang Yi turned on the TV. I want to see what Wang Ximing usually watches. They are all some foreign channels. Zhang Yi or Blizzard. It should affect most signal transmission, that's right. The range of signals that mobile phones can receive is greatly limited. How did Wang Ximing achieve it? Even foreign channels can receive it. Zhang Yi quickly came up with something. Quickly arrived at a basement. Quickly discovered a super server. The world of wealthy people is really unimaginable. This cover can be managed. With this super server, the network system of the entire fortress, it will cover the global level. This way, real-time global intelligence can be obtained. Soon Zhang Yi learned online that global population of 8.5 billion. Due to the snow disaster, there are only about 2 billion left. I didn't expect it to be less than 2 months. The global population has shrunk by 2/3. Keep going at this speed. In the near future, the population may only be 5% left. Zhang Yi also discovered that there are also many reports online about mutants. Someone has evolved elemental damage and body enhancement. But on the contrary, some people are affected by gamma rays, abnormalities in the body. Although according to the report, human viruses that acquire abilities. But there should be a part like Zhang Yi. Choose to hide abilities. It seems that the outside world is very unsafe now. Choosing a dog in the post-apocalyptic fortress is the best choice. After, Zhang Yi plans to go back to the safe house and pick up Zhou. Just then a sweet voice stopped him. Zhang Yi only uses a pack of instant noodles for 1 yuan. It can make the popular actress Yang Mi fall in love and give her a hug. Just as Zhang Yi was preparing to return to his safe house, when you can come over next week. Suddenly, a sweet voice stopped him. Zhang Yi glanced at it. Turns out to be popular actress Yang Mi. This is the goddess of countless otaku men. How did it appear here? I saw Yang Mi hesitantly asking Zhang Yi not to leave. He has something to ask for. Then ask Zhang Yi if he has anything to eat. He hasn't eaten for 3 days now. After listening, Zhang Yi appeared very embarrassed. And indicate that the current situation. Everyone's life is not easy. Yang Mi finished listening and raised her voice. And he said that as long as you give me something to eat, let me do anything. Watching Yang Mi look pitiful and delicate, Zhang Yi has fallen. Stuttering. You can replace it with the goddess that all otaku men dream of. It's not worth it. Later, Zhang Yi brought Yang Mi back to the post-apocalyptic fortress. Yang Mi asked Zhang Yi after entering the door. Isn't this Wang Ximing's home? Although I shouldn't ask. But I'm still curious about your relationship with Wang Ximing. Zhang Yi did not explain too much, just emphasizing that this is my home now. Later, I asked Yang Mi if he was very familiar with Wang Ximing. I saw Yang Mi shaking her head and saying she wasn't familiar with it. I just saw it a few times during the event. And Wang Ximing has money. Don't take celebrities seriously. After listening, Zhang Yi warned Yang Mi not to inquire about other matters. Just remember that this is his home now. Yang Mi won't ask any more questions. Immediately inquire with Zhang Yi about the location of the bathroom. Where does he want to take a shower? Yang Mi hasn't taken a shower for weeks. The long-lost hot water released his tense body. He's glad he won the bet. And Zhang Yi looks like a good person. Apocalyptic world. Even if I accompany Zhang Yi for a while, it shouldn't be a loss. Here it is, here it is. Zhang Yi's fortress of the end of the world. Welcome popular actress Yang Mi to join. At the moment when I entered the post-apocalyptic fortress with Zhang Yi, Yang Mi has made her own decision. As long as Zhang Yi is willing to stay with him and provide food, he will be obedient and obedient. And Yang Mi has always convinced herself. This is just a transaction. In this situation, anyone would have chosen this way. As long as we clear the line with Zhang Yi after the snow disaster. Don't let the third person know. He is still the sought-after superstar. After taking a shower, Yang Mi couldn't wait to come to the living room. Hope Zhang Yi stays with him. As soon as I sat down, I grabbed Zhang Yi's hand. Expressing oneself as a weak woman. Unable to survive in this world covered in ice and snow. Now we need a man to protect her. Then he looked pitiful and delicate, saying it won't trouble Zhang Yi for 2 after the snow disaster, he will leave. What happens here is treated as a secret between 2 people. Zhang Yi withdrew his hand. And he said, you're thinking about farting. Let's not talk about how long the snow disaster will pass. Even if it's gone, do you think this world? Can we still restore the previous order? Yang Mi expressed her unwillingness after listening and said that she could definitely do it. Otherwise, isn't all his years of effort in vain? Zhang Yi knows. This is just Yang Mi's self-deception idea. But this also saves a lot of trouble. Then he agreed to Yang Mi's request. But the condition is that it is in the room. Everything must be listened to by him. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi took out new clothes from a space and threw them to Yang Mi, and asked him to replace it. Zhang Yi is about to turn around and leave. But Yang Mi held on to him, and asked Zhang Yi not to leave. He has something to say. Zhang Yi, realizing what all men dream of. It's about bringing popular actresses into one's own harem. Yang Mi fulfills her promise. Worked as a laborer for Zhang Yi for 2 hours. And Zhang Yi also fulfilled his promise. Provide food to Yang Mi. Then, as if performing a trick from a space, prepare a sumptuous feast for Yang Mi. Zhang Yi made his own demands while eating. My post-apocalyptic fortress is very large. It's not much to raise you alone. But my request is only one. Just be obedient. After speaking, he turned to ask Yang Mi about it. I said it so clearly. You are a smart person and should be able to understand, right? Yang Mi has been in the circle for so many years. I had already heard what Zhang Yi meant. This is the unwritten rule. After Yang Mi hesitated for a moment. Make a few requests. I hope Zhang Yi can also abide by it. The first one is about our relationship. Limited to snow disaster period only. Waiting for the snow disaster to pass. We're separated. I hope this matter won't be leaked out. After all, I am a public. Don't want this matter to affect my career. Zhang Yi readily agreed. Because he knows that the snow disaster cannot pass. Secondly, I will meet your requirements. But sometimes, I can't force myself to do things I don't want to do. We cannot make excessive or abnormal demands. Unless you tell me in advance. With my consent. Not waiting for Yang Mi to make the third request. Zhang Yi has already leaned in front of him. Then, with a wicked smile, he said, you came to find me on your own initiative. Now, on the contrary, there is a look of grievance. Your behavior is very dangerous. Subsequently, Zhang Yi also put forward his own requirements. As a popular actress, I hope your acting skills will always be online. At least it makes me happier. It's not bad for you, isn't it? Seeing that Zhang Yi has been hesitant to agree, Yang Mi tried to push away while trying. Zhang Yi demanded that Zhang Yi quickly agree to him. And Zhang Yi proved everything with his own actions. The next day left early in the morning. Yang Mi curiously asked where she was going so early. When will you be back? Zhang Yi immediately explained that he was just going to pick someone up. I will be back soon. Before leaving, Zhang Yi asked Yang Mi, does this woman know many people? Especially for women. Because a friend of mine has been having some emotional issues lately. Urgent need for a woman to soothe her inner wounds. You have such a wide network. Can you help introduce a lady to me? Zhang Yitsai just brought the popular actress Demi into the harem. Today. Also, let Demi introduce her to a young woman and get to know her. Zhang Yi has promised. Uncle will find opportunities. Help her find a better wife. Now it's just an opportunity to get to know the powers of great powers. Large power representation. There are noble women she knows in this wealthy district. But a little older. Zhang Yi was overjoyed after listening to it. Uncle Lu just needs to be more mature by name. And I heard from Demi that the lady's name is Jo. Isn't that the childhood goddess of the nation? Zhang Yi immediately made the connection between the great powers. Not long after, Zhou Haimei arrived at Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. She has already heard about the background from Demi, and I also agreed to it. During the 2 months of the snow disaster, Zhou Haimei's supplies have long been depleted. Who can give her food now? She just lives with someone. Coincidentally, Zhang Yi introduced Uncle Yu to this person. Snow. Later, Zhang Yi asked Zhou Haimei if she had any further questions. Zhou Haimei was munching on the food while eating. Shaking his head indicates no problem. Zhang Yi is very satisfied. The intelligence and cleverness of Demi and Zhou Haimei. But she still needs to remind them. If anyone leaks the information here, then he won't want to live. Then he went out with Zhou Haimei. On the other side, there is an old man on the ice surface. Knocking and pounding seems to be looking for something. After confirming the location, let the person on the drill bit. Then it was shelved on the ice surface. Prepare to start the drill bit. With a single command, the sled dog ran hard and started running. The drill bit also starts with the start. Soon, a big hole was cut through the ice surface by the drill bit. In no time, a large group of fish will surface to breathe. The old man also took the opportunity to catch the fish ashore. At this moment, a young man approached and asked the old man about it. The snow disaster is so severe now. Will all the people in the city die? These city dwellers don't even know how to grow crops on a regular basis. I'm afraid there's not even a bite left now, right? Plus, it's so cold. I guess they all died pretty much. It's better for us rural people. As long as you have food and strength in your hands. I'm not afraid of not being able to survive. Hearing this, young man let out a long sigh. When can this damn weather pass? At this moment, young people vaguely hear the sound of motorcycles coming from afar. This cold day, there's still living people wandering outside. Under indifference. Is it really possible to be lawless? A few farmers rely on the large number of people, requesting Zhang Yi to leave behind the snowmobile and the female celebrity. Otherwise, we'll have to die. Just now, when Zhang Yi and Zhou Haimei rushed to the safe house, on the way, but passed by a few farmers who were fishing, shocked by Zhang Yi. Surprisingly, someone adapted to this episode of cold weather. Zhou Haimei shouted that a dog was chasing her. I didn't expect the effort from the talent club. Several farmers have already boarded sleds and chased after them. Their purpose is very clear. It's aimed at Zhang Yi's snowmobile. Zhang Yi immediately shouted to Zhou Haimei to hurry up. He needs to accelerate. Not for a while. Zhang Yi's snowmobile distanced itself from the sled. A farmer witnessed the incident. Immediately raised the harpoon high. Without hesitation, he threw it at Zhang Yi. Although the harpoon luckily flew past Zhang Yi was frightened and suddenly turned in the direction, causing Zhou Haimei to be thrown out. Zhang Yi could only be forced to stop. Right at this moment, several farmers surrounded with weapons in hand, and tell Zhang Yi to hand over the snowmobile and the woman. Then go away, Zhang Yi. Seeing the situation not going well, immediately pull out the pistol, and warn the other party not to approach again. He just passed by. Don't want to cause trouble. Seeing Zhang Yi with a gun, a few farmers dare not step forward anymore. But for now, snowy carts are the top mode of transportation for searching for supplies. Plus, there's a big star. A few farmers are unwilling to let Zhang Yi go. So a younger farmer stood up. This is the territory of their Shujia village. If you want to pass through here, you must leave a toll. Then let Zhang Yi play in the snowmobile and Zhou Haimei. Choose one to stay. Zhang Yi didn't expect it. These farmers dare to do this when facing his gun barrel. At this point, farmers remind Zhang Yi their number of people, and the number of dogs, but far exceeding the number of bullets. So it's best to consider carefully before making a decision. Zhang Yi knows very well that he can no longer hesitate. Wait a little longer. Their reinforcements may have rushed over. Zhang Yi immediately took out another pistol from a space. This is you forcing me. As the gunshots rang out, the farmer who threatened Zhang Yi was the first to be killed. Uncle Air never expected it. Zhang Yi really knows how to shoot. Hurriedly dodge on one side, while giving attack orders to the sled dog. The sled dog on the side. Immediately, a swarm of bees rushed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was also prepared early on. Immediately raise your hand to open the portal of a space. This is the dumbest decision that Zhang Yi has ever made. Previously, he always encountered people who posed a threat. They will not hesitate to empty the magazine and never regret it. But this time he actually hesitated. Not only did they not submachine guns immediately, still leaving a living mouth behind, Zhang Yi collected all the sled dogs that were rushing towards him into a space. Then he took Zhou Hai with him. They got on the snowmobile and quickly left here. Zhang Yi is very fortunate to have supernatural powers. Otherwise, facing so many vicious dogs, he probably can't retreat completely. Coincidentally, these sled dogs can. Let him test the time flow velocity in a different space. See how long it takes for a sled dog to die of hypoxia. But Zhang Yi doesn't know. This decision will cause him great trouble in the future. After Zhang Yi leaves, Uncle Air came to the bodies of several young people. I regret to inform you that I usually remind you, don't rush to take action when encountering people from unknown sources. Now I'm putting all my life in it, right? At this moment, Other villagers who rushed over discovered. The sled dogs are all gone. Normally, the sled dogs they train do not have their commands. It's impossible to run far away. The sled dogs have disappeared. Not even a corpse. It's too weird. At this moment, Uncle Air spoke out and said, even if the other person is not an ordinary person, but he killed the people from our Sioux family village. That's not how it's calculated. Uncle Air guessed. Zhang Yi may be like the spring thunder in their village, having superpowers. So I decided to go back to the village first to find the village chief for advice. On the other side, anime patient Chun-Lei. The person in the room is crooked towards the pillow. Suddenly, a group of people burst in. The leading old man pointed at Chun-Lei and cursed at how old the person was. Being crazy all day in front of a group of dummies. Isn't the girl from the village fragrant? Spring Thunder's expression of disdain. Those old women in the village. How can I compare to my little carpenter? Then ask the village chief what exactly is going on to find him. The second uncle on the side immediately spoke up and said, when they went fishing today, 4 young people died. Chun-Lei was puzzled. Isn't the power in the village just rectified? Why are people dead again? Uncle Air immediately recounted what happened today. Uncle Air guesses that the other person is not a local, but rather the characters across the river. The village chief heard the other party kill him in one breath. 4 people and 8 dogs. I also speculate that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. It is possible to possess abilities like Spring Thunder. If we don't eliminate him, in the future, it may threaten their village. 4 villagers were killed. The village chief did not choose to report to the police immediately, but to let the young people in the village find opportunities to seek revenge. Just because of the global overnight cooling, the snow disaster has frozen 2/3 of the world's people to death. The social order has already collapsed. Murder and arson have become the norm. And besides Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, the young man named Chun-Lei in front of him also awakened his powers. And judging from his confident expression, awakened a powerful ability. He regarded Zhang Yi as a celestial test of his opponent. He is the chosen son of heaven. The village chief patted Chun-Lei's shoulder and said, a few people who died. It is a family member of the same lineage and ethnicity in our Shujia village. Now someone is bullying us. No matter what, we must let the other party repay their debts with blood and blood. I'll leave this matter to you, Chun-Lei. On the other side, Zhang Yi has already taken Zhou Haimei with him. Returned to my own community. Seeing the oil uncle about to face the unknown, Zhou Haimei still feels a bit uneasy in her heart. But then I realized that in this environment, someone willing to give him food is already very good. Make do with it. Zhang Yi returns to the safe house. Zhou Ku immediately ran over. And congratulations to Zhang Yi on his successful return. Then, while helping Zhang Yi take off his coat, asking if you're hungry or not. Do you want to give him food below? At this moment, Zhou Ku realized that there was a person in the room, and Zhang Yi seems to be very polite to him. Zhou is not angry. Just leaned in Zhang Yi's ear and whispered. Originally, Zhang Yi likes mature women. Zhang Yi immediately explained that he had come to take care of Uncle Oil. Then I asked Uncle Oil how he was doing. Zhou Ku expressed disbelief on his face. An injury that normally takes 3 months to recover from. Uncle Oil will recover in a few days. This physique is really unbelievable. And according to Zhang Yi's instructions, regularly inject Uncle Oil with muscle relaxants. But Uncle Oil seems immune, completely unable to limit his power. Hear this. Zhang Yi is more certain that Uncle Yu is an enhanced superpower. Then he asked Uncle Yu how his mental state was. Because I saw it online before. Some people awaken their abilities. Physical illness. Fortunately, Zhou Ku said that Uncle Yu is very normal. It's not much different from usual. Later, Zhang Yi arrived at Uncle Yu's room. I told Uncle Yu about the post-oppress. Then asked Uncle Yu about it. Do you feel any changes in your body? The man was shot 6 times in a row. Not only did he not die, the wound healed in 3 days, and the body has become stronger than before. Even the strength has increased significantly. A few centimeters thick steel plate is easily bent. This is clearly beyond the scope of humanity. Uncle Lu feels like he has become a monster. Zhang Yi immediately explained that this is an evolution, just awakening a powerful force. Zhang Yi's awakening of his own abilities. I told Uncle Lu. Then the magic class. Transforming a packet of bread out of thin air. This shocked Uncle Yu so much. No wonder I thought before. How can Zhang Yi carry so many things with him? Uncle Yu is excited. I broke the bed directly by filming it. It seems that we need to control the intensity in the future. Suddenly, the house was demolished sooner or later. But the stronger Uncle Yu's power, the safer it is for Zhang Yi. Psychic. More security guarantees. Suddenly, Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu if he wanted a wife. As long as you speak up, I'll bring my wife over to you. Later, Zhang Yi brought Uncle Yu to the living room. After Uncle Yu saw the woman, incredibly asking if the other party is Zhou Haimei. After confirming that the other party is Zhou Haimei, Uncle Lu bloomed flowers. This is what he dreams of. Goddesses that cannot be dreamed of. Zhang Yi immediately pulled the two of them to the front. Tell them that they will be partners to live together in the future. Mutual care. Mutual resolution of each other's various troubles. Later, Zhang Yi pulled Uncle Yu aside. And tell Uncle Oil, the safe house will be left for you as your wedding room. Zhou Ku and I are temporarily moving out to live. I won't disturb the world between you two here anymore. Uncle Oil wants to refuse. After all, this is Zhang Yi's hard work. But Zhang Yi immediately explained. I found a new place to live outside. This place can be considered alone for Uncle Oil to live in. It's just helping him take care of his home. Don't feel any pressure. Immediately after speaking, he instructed Zhou Ku to pack up his things. When they were preparing to depart for the post-apocalyptic fortress and bid farewell, Zhang Yi plans to give the snowmobile to Uncle Oil again. It's also convenient for Uncle Oil to search for supplies from behind. Uncle Yu immediately refused after listening. If I take it. So what do? You gave me too many things. I can't take your snowmobile anymore. I saw Zhang Yi raise his hand and wave it. An off-road vehicle appeared out of thin air in front of a few people. Don't worry about me. I can just drive any other car. Zhang Yi's Versailles stunned a few people. The male lead is trying to please the second male lead. Not only did he help the second male lead find a celebrity to be his wife, and even gave his own safe house to the second son as his wedding room. Finally, the snow truck used for searching for supplies was sent out. Originally, Zhang Yi had already planned with him, go to the post-apocalyptic fortress to live. Just gave the safe house to Uncle Yu. On the one hand, let the uncle help take care of it. On the one hand, it can be considered as a favor for Uncle Yu. Facing Zhang Yi's generosity, Zhou Ku is very curious. What exactly is the post-apocalyptic fortress like? Can make Zhang Yi, who has always been a dog, generously send him out of the safe house? Zhang Yi just chuckled. Just tell Zhou Ku to go and know. Then let Zhou Ku be mentally prepared. There's an extra one living in the fortress of the apocalypse. Ren Zhou immediately guessed that it was a woman after listening to it. Then he asked Zhang Yi sourly, was it specifically left over from the post-apocalyptic fortress? Zhang Yi asked Zhou not to think too much. He's just afraid that the post-apocalyptic fortress is too big. Relying on Zhou Ku, one person won't be able to get busy. Just found someone to help him. Seeing Zhou Ku finish listening, he didn't feel so angry. Zhang Yi continued to roar. You to choose to share the same boat with me. In my heart, it is absolutely irreplaceable. Under the sugar-coated bullet of Zhang Yi, the sixth old man, Zhou Ku blushed with embarrassment. Relying on Zhang Yi's shoulder with satisfaction, Zhang Yi also hopes that Zhou Ku can be simpler. Be more obedient. He doesn't want to leave a disobedient woman by his side. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly noticed that the snow outside the car was heavier than usual. The next second, a hurricane resembling a giant snake, an off-road vehicle approaching towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's off-road vehicle directly knocked off the original track. Zhang Yi forcefully turned the steering wheel to stabilize the car body. Raise your hand while opening the door of a space. Take in the hurricane. Then I stepped on the gas pedal and planned to leave as soon as possible. This can be done in the next second. A larger hurricane formed behind off-road vehicles. Zhang Yi immediately guessed that this was not a natural disaster upon seeing the situation. It should be some superpower. Zhang Yi has absolute defense measures. Just be careful when dealing with it. The other party couldn't kill him either. Now what Zhang Yi needs to do is to understand the details of the other party. In the process of seeing and breaking down tactics, Zhang Yi took out a submachine gun and thermal imaging to prepare a lamp. This is his first encounter with other psychics. Just as the off-road vehicle was hit by the second hurricane, Zhang Yi guessed that this was not a natural disaster, but rather the abilities of other supernatural beings. Zhang Yi once again sucked the hurricane into space. Watching the suddenly disappearing hurricane, Chunlei was somewhat shocked. The hurricane is clearly about to hit the off-road vehicle. Why did it suddenly disappear? From the current situation, it appears that it can be confirmed that Zhang Yi is also Psychic. But we still don't know what Zhang Yi's abilities are. Just now, continuous use has consumed too much power. Chunlei dare not act rashly now. After hesitating for a while, Chunlei decided to retreat first. Seeing that the other party is not pursuing, Zhang Yi speculates that the other party may have consumed too much. So he pulled out his weapon and prepared to counterattack. Then use heat to first lock the position of the target. After determining the other party's location, Zhang Yi directly used a submachine gun to shoot a strafing shot. A villager accompanying him was directly shot and fell to the ground. Chunlei couldn't figure it out. Zhang Yi is so far apart. Plus heavy snow. How did you lock him down? Just as the Spring Thunder probe wanted to see Zhang Yi's position, Zhang Yi raised his hand to open the door of a space. Release the newly absorbed hurricane. Chunlei was shocked by the scene before him. How can he use my abilities? Spring Thunder can no longer stand up. We can only raise our hands to fight against the hurricane. Two hurricanes collided in an instant. After entanglement for a few seconds, it neutralized and disintegrated. Zhang Yi originally intended to continue dealing with the rifle. But when you think about it, this is the other party's territory. Plus, Joku is still in the car. He can't leave too far away. So Zhang Yi shouted in the direction of Chunlei. I'll let you guys go this time. I won't have such good luck next time. Zhang Yi's spring has arrived. Finally, I have to work with top-tier female celebrities. Yang Mi and the Angel in White Joku, opening up post-apocalyptic life. Just recently, Zhang Yi's ability to use a space defeated the spring man who came to intercept him, although we won this battle. But it also indicates that more psychics may appear in the future. If you don't exercise your abilities well, it will be difficult to survive in this world of superpowers in the future. Suddenly, Joku interrupted Zhang Yi's thoughts and inquire about the outcome of the battle. Because it's at night. Plus issues with wind, snow, and distance. No pursuit. But that psychic should also be scared. I estimate you won't dare to trouble us. And Joku finished listening. Worried inquiry. What if the other party comes to seek revenge? Judging from the recent battle, the opponent is a superpower who can manipulate ice and snow. If we control the wind and snow at that time, what should we do if we bury our place of residence? Zhang Yi's confident expression. Their current post-apocalyptic fortress. Even if buried in heavy snow, it is absolutely safe. And with the ability of Zhang Yi space, don't be afraid at all. On the other side, Yang Mi is lying in bed, thinking about when the snow disaster will end. He doesn't want to be kept by Zhang Yi as a canary all alone. Suddenly the door was opened. I didn't expect Zhang Yi to come back. I saw Zhang Yi waving his hand and urging Yang Mi to get up quickly. He wants to introduce a friend to him. Looking at Yang Mi with a puzzled expression on her face, Zhang Yi explained that it was his girlfriend. In terms of sequence, Yang Mi still needs to call her sister. Yang Mi never dreamed of it. A top tier in her own field. Unexpectedly falling into the trap of being with another woman. Serve a man. But no matter what, losing without losing the formation. This is the time to compete for women's charm. Thinking of this, Yang Mi immediately started putting on her makeup seriously. Zhang Yi returning to the living room. I also saw Zhou Kejing putting on makeup seriously. It seems that these two women are secretly getting more motivated. Not long after, Yang Mi appeared in full attire. Politely greet Joku, but when two people see each other. But they all shouted in unison, "Why are you?" This was unexpected for Zhang Yi. They actually know each other. Zhang Yi fantasizes about a life of indifference, embracing both sides. But reality has come so quickly with a slap in the face. Yang Mi and Zhou not only know each other, it's also a cousin of sisters. Seeing Yang Mi's fear of Joku, I know the two sisters have a story. After Yang Mi saw Joku, remind Zhang Yi quietly. Don't tell Joku about the trend. The two of them. Yang Mi, who can be a big star. Why are you so afraid of Joku? Originally, both the Zhou and Yang families were scholarly families. The family has produced many talented individuals, and has achieved remarkable results in various fields. Especially in the medical field, it is a leading enterprise. But Yang Mi went against her family's wishes. I chose this big dying vat in the entertainment industry because of Yang Mi's situation, causing many upper-class families, teasing the Zhou family about Yang Mi's situation, as Joku, who is of similar age. Of course, I am often surrounded by friends, joking about Yang Mi's situation. Therefore, Joku only became infuriated when he saw Yang Mi. Yang Mi refutes that Joku is just pursuing his dream. I just like the feeling of being praised by the stars. Joku gave a sneer after listening to it. If you become famous and successful, it's okay. But you are famous for your figure. So how are you so angry? Don't you have any pressure in your heart? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi unconsciously glanced at Yang Mi. And I don't think what Joku said can be more reasonable. Can't keep the relationship between two sisters. Stubborn all the time. So Zhang Yi spoke up and told Yang Mi. In this post-apocalyptic fortress, there is not much scholarly background. There aren't any top-tier celebrities either. Only neighbors who love each other and share hardships together. Later, Zhang Yi brought the two of them to the botanical garden, and arranged for two people to turn this place into a vegetable garden in the future. Zhang Yi also wants them to stay together and make more adjustments. Ease the conflict between the two of them. After Joku leaves, Yang Mi thanks Zhang Yi. I didn't tell Joku about their situation just now, but because there is a debt to Joku, so I hope the relationship between them, can it be kept confidential forever? As a reward, he personally cooked a delicious meal for Zhang Yi. A lady from a wealthy family knows how to cook. It's a bit. Yang Mi represents. I enjoy cooking whenever I have nothing to do to relieve stress. After arriving at the kitchen, he awkwardly realized that there was nothing. Zhang Yi smiled and returned the item. I'm going to start pretending to be forced. Zhang Yi has finally achieved this. What all men dream of. Not only do they have two beautiful girlfriends at the same time, one of them is still a popular female celebrity. To thank Zhang Yi for keeping it confidential, Yang Mi expressed her intention to personally cook a meal for Zhang Yi. But I searched around in the kitchen, but I couldn't find any ingredients. Zhang Yi suddenly leaned towards Yang Mi's ear. This behavior frightened Yang Mi into being clever. Stuttering and asking Zhang Yi what he wants. Please don't do this. What if Joku sees it? Seeing Yang Mi's nervous expression, Zhang Yi's inexplicable happiness. Later on, I just wanted to explain to you. I have ingredients here. After speaking, meat and seafood transformed from a space. The ingredients in front of her in disbelief. Surprisingly, there are chicken, duck, pork, base, abalone, scallops, and so on. It's good to be able to eat enough in this post-apocalyptic world. Surprisingly, there are so many. And they are all fresh ingredients. These are too luxurious, aren't they? Zhang Yi patted Yang Mi, indicating no extravagance. In the future, you'll eat like this when you hang out with me. Shortly thereafter, Yang Mi prepared a table of dishes. Zhang Yi can't wait to try Yang Mi's craftsmanship. The next second week, you'll be shouting for leisure. Yang Mi felt very depressed after listening to it. If it weren't for Zhang Yi helping out in the kitchen just now. It's not like putting too much seasoning on it. I don't know if Joku found anything. Zhang Yi saw Yang Mi's anxious and nervous expression. I had a bad idea in my heart again. I saw Zhang Yi adding a piece of meat. Tell Joku to give it a try. This taste is good. Joku also took the opportunity to show her love in front of Yang Mi. Call correctly is a good thing. Then he provocatively glanced at Yang Mi. Yang Mi started eating on her own with a displeased expression on her face. Zhang Yi, this old six, is deliberately trying to stimulate Yang Mi. A set of playful and easy-to-get tactics. That night, Joku was a bit worried. Ask Zhang Yi if he thinks Yang Mi is better or she is better. Zhang Yi said with a serious expression that of course it was hello. You are my exclusive doctor. He's just an actor. I was just acting on the spot. After speaking, he kissed Joku's forehead. Say not to question your status in my heart. Joku finished listening, embracing Zhang Yi with joy. I knew the person you loved was me. But Zhang Yi doesn't think so. In this indifference to love, it will only affect his rationality and the speed of killing. Now it's just a matter of each taking what they need, leaving the big picture. Unexpectedly, there are also telecommunications fraud in the apocalypse. Just as Zhang Yi moved into Wang Ximing's post-apocalypse, just a few days later, I suddenly received a mysterious phone call. The phone is not from voice, but it's the phone number. This makes Zhang Yi wonder if an acquaintance hasn't died. Call him for help. But after being reborn, Zhang Yi, the creed of life is to live a carefree life, regardless of the life or death of others. So I just pressed the phone and blocked it. Strangely enough, the phone actually came back in again, although Zhang Yi was shocked. But it's possible that there was a mistake in the operation just now. Not successfully blacklisted. So I hung up the phone again and blocked it. A strange phone call came in again. And this time, I also answered the phone myself. I saw an impatient voice ringing on the phone. Why don't you answer my phone? Zhang Yi exerts strong pressure and calms down. Guess the other party is a hacker. But who could it be? Zhang Yi doesn't remember that he knew this character. The other party came straight to the point. Translate Zhang's date of birth. Registered residence. It's clear from all I've lived in before. Even Zhang Yi now lives in the fortress of the end of the world. Everyone knows that I think Wang Ximing should have been killed by you. Who exactly is the other party sacred? Surprisingly, everyone knows about this. What is the purpose? Original. The other party is also a resident of Yunk Manor. The reason why he exposed Zhang Yi. The information is that Zhang Yi needs to distribute a portion of the supplies to him. Otherwise, expose all the information just mentioned. Zhang Yi said it doesn't matter after listening. I'm not a big shot. But it's necessary to remind you. If you're not afraid of death, just expose it. The other party heard it and then burst out with another thunder. Express. If we move Zhang Yi to empty the warehouse of Waldemma supermarket, the matter has exploded. What will happen? This completely shocked Zhang Yi. We all know that. But Zhang Yi still stubbornly stated. He doesn't know anything. A warehouse of that size was emptied in just a few hours. How could he possibly own? I saw the other party chuckle. Don't play this trick with me. Even if you're not the mastermind. It's also related to you. As long as you lay out any shelf, it will be enough for you to live for a year. So you must have a large amount of supplies on hand. Later, the mysterious person also revealed his identity. Jiyun Group Lu Fengda. Zhang Yi only found out after hearing the name. Why can the other party know so many secrets about him? Because Lu Fengda is a domestic information industry group. A top-notch leader. This is the most headache for Zhang Yi. How many months have passed since the end of the world struck? This is the first time Zhang Yi has encountered an enemy he cannot solve. Just now. Leading domestic information enterprises. Lu Fengda, the CEO of Jiyun Group. Using Zhang Yi to steal intelligence from the warehouse of Walmart supermarket. To threaten Zhang Yi to provide him with supplies. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. I would be targeted by such a big shot myself. Suddenly, Zhang Yi became flustered. If the other party can hack into their own phone, will that have already hacked into the system of the post-apocalyptic fortress? But on second thought, the other party is currently trapped in the villa. Should not have the conditions to hack into his supercomputer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called to threaten Zhang Yi. In order to survive. I had no choice but to do it. Zhang Yi, you should have a lot of things. Since I can support 2 women, most of them support me. Not many of them. My conditions are very simple. As long as we maintain basic living standards, we can. And not only will I help you keep the secret, can also help you maintain network security, prevent being hacked by others. Zhang Yi still wants to try to deceive others by pretending to be confused. Lu Fengda looks like he's ready to eat Zhang Yi. I don't have any credentials. I won't come looking for you either. I learned a lot of information through your phone a long time ago. Don't play dumb with me. Hear this. Zhang Yi. Anyway, no matter what, Lu Fengda can never live. Later, Zhang Yi falsely claimed that oneself. Most of the supplies in the Waldemar supermarket warehouse have been disposed of. I don't have much inventory to sell now. Lu Fengda said it doesn't matter. As long as his requirements are met, just provide him with supplies. Otherwise, we can spread the information out. Originally, Zhang Yi couldn't resist the other party. But if we really leak the information, those who lay dormant in the apocalypse will know. He has supplies. Even things with spatial abilities. At that time, the post-apocalyptic fortress is no longer a safe place. Zhang Yi ultimately agreed to provide supplies to Lu Fengda. Stabilize him first before figuring out a solution. Watching Zhang Yi compromise, Lu Fengda immediately spoke up, requesting Zhang Yi to provide him with food, baijiu underwear and cotton socks. Then just leave it at the entrance of 302. Zhang Yi appeared to surface. But I have already developed a killing intent. Then I went to the living room and found Joku. Koer, I have something to discuss with you. Our location has been discovered by someone. I need your help now. The fat man successfully extorted Zhang Yi with just one sentence. Zhang Yi not only has no choice but to kill the fat man. We can only obediently provide supplies. The more Zhang Yi thinks, the more angry he becomes. I can only ask Joku for his opinion. After all, Jo is a wealthy lady from the upper-class society. It should be quite a bit, dealing with these people. I have indeed come into contact with some of these characters. They generally have a high level of intellectual consciousness. Business is also extremely high, but the relative moral level is extremely low. This is also the reason why they were able to break free from secular success. So they are usually very scheming. These Zhang translators all understand. But now what should we do if we want to kill someone like this? Zhang Yi is worried that Lu's behind some leftovers. But if he doesn't kill Lu Fengda, he's been blackmailing him all along. This keeps extorting other people's dogs to come over. How can Zhang Yi handle it? Zhou Ku inquired. What Zhang Yi is most worried about now is afraid that the other party may leak intelligence that disregards the fortress. Right? After receiving Zhang Yi's approval, Zhou Ku's direct call is difficult to handle. Because he had heard of it before. An internet executive colludes with officials. After the East Window incident, officials sent assassins to silence the executives. But in the end, the evidence in the hands of executives has still been posted online. Expose it. That means the evidence was placed on the cloud drive. And set up an automatic sending program. Unless you personally block sending every day. Once one day they are killed, the evidence will be automatically sent online the next day. What Zhou Ku is most worried about now is Lu Fengda also used the same method. Killing him now won't stop intelligence. Seeing Zhang Yi with a worried expression on his face, Zhou Ku immediately comforted Zhang Yi not to worry. This is not yet. Do you have time to think of other ways? That's what I said. But the longer things drag on, the more unfavorable it becomes. At this moment, Yang Mi came out of the botanical garden after finishing her work. Zhang Yi immediately called him over to come and think of a solution together. After learning that it was Lu Fengda who caused the trouble, Yang Mi, it's difficult to handle this matter directly. It can be said to be spreading rumors and opening one's mouth, refusing rumors and running errands. The entertainment industry has suffered greatly from it. Heard 2 words of spreading rumors. Zhang Yi thinks Yang Mi should know something. I saw Yang Mi calmly expressing. Now Lu Feng has started spreading the news to the outside world. Not just with those unscrupulous media. Is spreading rumors like being a celebrity? Zhang Yi with Yang Mi and Zhou Kutsai have just moved into the post-apocalyptic fortress. Less than a day. Someone called to extort him. When Zhang Yi didn't know how to break the game. A sentence from Yang Mi made Zhang Yi's mind skip a beat. Although the intelligence obtained by Lu Fengda is not quite accurate. But once it leaks out, it will also bring great trouble to Zhang Yi. Now Zhang Yi doesn't have anyone in the field of computers around him either. We can't stop Lu Fengda from sending the message. So now we can only play by our tricks. Using spreading rumors. Make others not believe that Lu Fengda's news is true. Zhou Ku interrupted the representation. At least Lu Fengda is also a well-known corporate leader. The words spoken from his mouth. Someone else will definitely believe it. But Zhang Yi's unusually calm expression. The mountain people have their own clever strategies. Not long after, Lu Fengda called over. Urge Zhang Yi to deliver the supplies as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Zhang Yi immediately showed a very unpleasant tone. If it weren't for having a handle in your hands to reach, I really want to kill you now. I saw Lu Fengda looking as if he could eat Zhang Yi, indicating that if he dies, Zhang Yi won't live for a few days either. Once I die, your intelligence will be available within 24 hours. Send it to everyone's mobile phones in Tianhai City. That's what Zhang Yi wanted to get out of Lu Fengda's mouth. As long as within 24 hours. Using spreading rumors to deceive the eyes of the masses. When the time comes, even if Lu Fengda releases the message, not many people will believe it either. Do as you please. Zhang Yi immediately transformed into a keyboard warrior. Start spreading rumors online. Just provide real intelligence on the theft of the Waldemar supermarket warehouse. Get mixed up in rumors. Spread it out. Trying to cover up the truth. The best way is to hide the truth in lies. Even if we can't deceive everyone. But at least it makes most people think this is nonsense. Even if Lu Fengda spreads the truth later on. In this way, can greatly reduce the risk of being discovered by others. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yi finished his work of spreading rumors. The rest is up to fate. And he should go and deal with Lu Fengda next. This one carries hair in its mouth. Zhang Yi is going to kill again. Zhang Yi will prepare the materials in advance. Placed it at the doorstep of Lu Fengda's house. Then extract the sniper rifle from a space. Find a suitable position to stand guard. As long as Lu Fengda opens the door to pick up supplies. Zhang Yi immediately fired a gun. After everything is ready, Zhang Yi immediately sent a text message to Lu Fengda. Notify him that the things are at the door. But after more than 10 minutes, I haven't seen Lu Fengda go out yet. Zhang Yi is wondering if the other party has not received the message. I plan to call Lu Fengda immediately. Can you think about it again? If I call Lu Fengda at this time, that doesn't mean. Does he know that Lu Fengda did not take the supplies? That means Lu Fengda that he is nearby. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi can only wait for him again. The supplies that Lu Fengda demanded at the risk of being killed. It's impossible not to take it. Unless Lu Fengda is already dead. As expected. More than 10 minutes have passed. Lu Fengda's door has finally been opened. Then Lu Fengda tiptoed out half of his body. Prepare to take the supplies. Just as Lu Fengda received the supplies, Zhang Yi immediately pulled the trigger. And then a cold bullet, directly penetrating through Lu Fengda's head, seemed to be successful. Zhang Yi immediately stood up and ran towards Lu Fengda's position. Then he took out his rifle and fired a few more shots at Lu Fengda. Make sure he died completely dead. After arriving at Lu Fengda's room, Zhang Yi saw a laptop on the desktop. Originally, Zhang Yi intended to directly destroy it. But thinking about it, there may be some valuable information inside. It's a pity to destroy it. So Zhang Yi put the notebook in, based on the time flow velocity in space. Put the notebook inside. Maybe the information won't be able to be sent out afterwards. The rest is up to fate. And next, Zhang Yi must return to the front of the computer as soon as possible. Continue spreading rumors. Even if real information about him is leaked later on, others may also think it's fake news. Oh no, Yang Mi has a crush on Zhang Yi. Originally, Zhang Yi not only knew how to kill people. My brain is also very intelligent. After Zhang Yi killed Lu Fengda, he quickly returned to his post-apocalyptic fortress. He must be within 24 hours. Spread a large amount of fake news. He's not sure either. After storing Lu Fengda's computer in a space, can we prevent the message from being sent out? But the safest way is to spread rumors. Busy for half a day, Zhang Yi arrived at the dining table with a tired body. Joko has prepared a bowl of bullwhip soup for Zhang Yi. Give him a patch. Zhang Yi asked did you receive any messages on your phone today? Yang Mi immediately took out her phone and showed it to Zhang Yi. And indicate that. It's all some messy and incomprehensible information. Zhang Yi immediately explained that these messages were sent by him. This is just him trying to cover it up. The first step regarding personal intelligence. In the next 48 hours, there are still hundreds of fake messages one after another. A forum posted throughout Tianhai City. And in everyone's phones. Since it is impossible to avoid Lu Fengda sending out the message. So cover him up with a massive amount of fake information. Joko and Yang Mi finished listening. Don't you think this is more eye-catching? Being eye-catching is already an inevitable thing. Whether I send fake messages or not, Lu Fengda's intelligence about me will definitely be sent out. If I don't spread rumors. So our situation is even more dangerous. But with these fake messages, make smoke bombs. I don't think anyone will have the energy. Go ahead and filter out the. Plus, I added several official organizations. And the intelligence of major enterprises in Tianhai City is also mixed together. Sent out. Compared to these large enterprises, my personal intelligence has become extremely small. Hear this. Yang Mi exclaimed that Zhang Yi is too clever. This is their usual trick in the entertainment industry. What rumors have arisen about someone? As long as there is a big celebrity who has an accident, what happened before will soon be forgotten by people. In Yang Mi's view, the current Zhang Yi, it's not just about trading partners anymore. Full of flower craziness on the face. At this point, Joko raised his concerns. If someone follows Zhang Yi's computer IP to track the address, isn't it possible to expose the location too? Seeing Zhang Yi not speak, Zhou can explain immediately. It's not to deny that what Zhang Yi did was not good. Quickly flattering Zhang Yi. It indicates that Zhang Yi must have also considered such issues. And now it's the end of the war. Aren't many people who have survived. There shouldn't be many people who understand anti-reconnaissance. Zhang Yi didn't blame Joku. Just a faint explanation, unless we enter primitive society. Or perhaps everyone can live a primitive life. Otherwise, it's impossible to disappear from this world. I had no intention of hiding anything from everyone, but at the very least, let most people not directly suspect me. As for those organizations with strong network capabilities, it is inevitable to have contact with them. So before that, we need to be aware and prepared. What's wrong with Yang Mi? Yang Mi once told Zhang Yi, our relationship is just a transaction. But since Zhang Yi killed someone and returned, Yang Mi's gaze at Zhang Yi was not right. Even the casual words spoken by Zhang Yi. Everyone starts to think in a crooked direction. After Zhang Yi was threatened by Lu Fengda, factors that are detrimental to oneself. A series of response measures have been taken. Decisively killed Lu Fengda into the rumors and spread them together. Reduce the chance of discovering the post-apocalyptic fortress. Now we are preparing to move around the post-apocalyptic fortress. Set traps. Minimize the final danger. This made Yang Mi have a deep admiration for Zhang Yi's intelligence. When Yang Mi was daydreaming, Zhang Yi turned around and told him, "Although I have great protection for the security of the post-apocalyptic fortress, but you can't just be idle from now on." After Zhang Yi discovered that Yang Mi heard his words, the expression is very unnatural, even blushing with embarrassment. Zhang Yi quickly reminded him not to think crookedly. "What I mean, I want you to help set up some traps." Zhang Yi knows that the defense of this post-apocalyptic fortress is astonishing. It's to deal with nuclear war, or caused by large-scale natural disasters. But there is a lack of concern about people and goods. After all, the control of weapons in China is relatively strict. Therefore, the shelter currently lacks excellent counterattack weapons. Zhang Yi plans to set up some rigorous traps. When taking protective measures, let those who come to attack him never come back. Yang Mi and Zhou Ke were immediately full of enthusiasm after listening. If there is anything that can be helpful, please feel free to give instructions. Then Zhang Yi transformed from a space into two piles of nails. Zhang Yi intends to let Yang Chaozhou nail the nail onto the wooden board. Place the wooden board in the snow again. Once someone passes by, will definitely be pierced directly through the soles of the feet. Used together with some screws. It can also increase damage, but it should be noted that be sure to remember the location and direction of setting traps. Otherwise, I will be accidentally injured by my own trap. It's a big trouble. Zhang Yi is preparing to kill again. Zhang Yi leads Yang Mi and Zhou Ke. Prepare to lay numerous traps around the perimeter of the post-apocalyptic fortress, to prevent accidents before they occur. First line of defense: wooden nails. Anyone who steps on it, it must be a penetrating injury to the sole of the foot. If more steel nails are placed around, the person who falls down will either have their body pierced, either he gets stabbed in the face, either dead or wounded. So Zhang Yi requested that Yang Mizhou be able to manufacture 1,000 and then widely deployed 100 meters outside the fortress of the apocalypse. The second line of defense is the animal trap. Once a person is trapped, the serrations will directly pierce the skin, hurt bones. In other words, once a person steps on it, they will be defeated directly. The martial beast family must be arranged behind the steel nails. Prevent the enemy from probing out with a wooden stick. Third line of defense: landmines. There are two necessary paths from the outside to this place. Zhang Yi intends to take what was previously found in the arsenal. 2 detonating grenades. Buried there. But in the future, one should be extra careful when going out on their own and even blow up tanks. There is no residue left that cannot be punctured by oneself. Shortly thereafter, Yang Mi and Zhou Ke followed Zhang Yi's requirements. Bury the steel nails into the snow. Steel nails don't need to be buried too deep, because the snow keeps falling. We will completely erase the traces later on. And Zhang Yi has come to a necessary path. Bury landmines in the snow. It also doesn't need to be buried too deep. Snowflakes will leave marks. The final step is to prevent the enemy from clearing the trap. Zhang Yi took out a large number of landmines, then connect them together with steel wires, and then arrange it on the periphery. Once someone kicks the steel wire, it will trigger a burst. That should be enough to reach this point. Ignoring the passage over 10 meters long inside the fortress, there are also tear gas, hypnotic gas, and flamethrowers. These are also a line of defense. As for the last line of defense, it's just Zhang Yi himself. After setting up the trap, Yang Mi excitedly asked, "When will the enemy return?" Zhang Yi hopes that no one will come to trouble him. On the contrary, Yang Mi's excited expression is what's going on. However, Zhang Yi speculates that, in the short term, no one should attack rashly for the time being, because those who can survive must have some brains. Zhang Yi's harem needs to add another female hacker. Surprisingly, she is still Yang Mi's cousin. Zhang Yi, is this a sister's nest? After Zhang Yi finished setting up the post-apocalyptic fortress, after peripheral traps, just non-stop welding, install a physics laboratory on the metal door. Zhang Yi's concern is that most of this post-apocalyptic fortress is managed through automation. If one day someone hacks into their control center, You can open this door. Technological progress may bring many aspects. At the same time, there are also significant flaws. But the fundamental principles of physics won't deceive anyone. Not long after, Zhang Yi added 2 physics institutes to the anus. It's always right. Be careful to make a ship of 10,000 years old. Yang Mi thinks Zhang Yi's approach is very lackluster. But this kind of man with delicate thoughts, it's just the charm that attracts him. Then Zhang Yi roast. It would be great if there could be someone at home who understands computers. Yang Mi finished listening. Blurting out the joy is actually good for the internet, no matter how good it is. It's just a pity. Not waiting for Yang Mi to finish speaking, Joku quickly inquired about Xin's situation. She came to Tianhai City to study before. How are you now? Are you still alive? Originally, Xinshin was Yang Mi's cousin. At the age of 16, he won computer awards from all over the country. Behind the scenes, there is still a hacker. Although my lower body was paralyzed due to polio when I was a child. But when it comes to computers, absolutely a talent in this field. After listening, Zhang Yi excitedly asked where Xinshin was now. Can you bring her over? Yang Mi said with a on her face. They have been missing for a long time. Try to contact him when the snow disaster approaches. He has never been able to contact anyone. Zhang Yi immediately analyzed. According to Xinshin's ability, if you're still alive, it's not easy to contact anyone yet. Unless Zhang Yi's artistic style changes. Unless he doesn't want to contact Yang Mi. This immediately made Yang Mi very unhappy. Zhang Yi immediately stated the reason. Everyone in your family is talented. They are all a lot stronger than you. Who will seek your help if something goes wrong? At this moment, Zhang Yi secretly decided to make sure to mess with the stars. Got a hacker joining in. Absolutely icing on the cake. And Yang Mi is so beautiful. My cousin shouldn't be any worse, right? The key is paralysis in the lower body. There is no threat to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's spatial ability can not only store all things, now it can still be attached to weapons, improve lethality and accuracy, and wrap oneself. It can also increase the speed of the body. This makes it more adept at close combat. If you can't fight, you can still escape. It's really the best choice for home travel, killing people, and setting fires. It seems that as long as we continue to dig, maybe we can develop more abilities. However, frequent use of abilities. Even if you're hungry, it's fast. Fortunately, Zhang Yi has reserved enough grain. Otherwise, this ability really wouldn't be useful. Thinking of this, are other psychics the same? If it were the psychic, the key to transportation still depends on who has more physical goods. The advantage of that translation has also been greatly enhanced. After all, in terms of consumption, he won't lose to anyone. Zhang Yi thought it had been half a month already. There is no news on the internet about Lu Fengda either. Splashing water. Probably drowned out by his junk information. But little did they know. Someone is already investigating him behind the scenes. In a shelter on Jishan defense camp. The female secretary will gather the intelligence just now. Report to his hands. According to the source of information, they found that most of the news, all of them were sent out from Villa 101 of Yunk Manor. But there is one of them. It was sent from the mobile phone of the chairman of Lufeng Group. The address is also at Yunk Manor. Subsequently, the female secretary shared the information mentioned in this message. Zhang Yi's personal information. Report to the leader. Zhang Yinan, an administrator of the South China warehouse in Tianhai City. Data display. The social circle does not intersect with Lufeng Group. After listening, the leader immediately confidently analyzed. A small management. Just personnel. It's impossible to be the mastermind behind the warehouse loss case. Even if you get any benefits, it won't be much. Probably sticking to it from the beginning during my tenure. My family has stocked up on some supplies to survive until. Subsequently, the leader speculated that all of this is a conspiracy from abroad. They should have known beforehand. The Earth will be affected by gamma rays. Recycling materials in advance. And he also came up with the supernatural set. It's ridiculous. The female secretary immediately flatters. It indicates that the leader is indeed wise. I saw through their plan at a glance. Then I asked if I wanted to continue investigating Zhang Yi. After hesitating for a while, the leader asked the secretary to arrange a few people to take a look. We haven't searched there yet. Maybe there are supplies available. On the other side, Xunlei was wilted by Zhang Yi. I thought I was the chosen son of heaven. I didn't expect there to be other abilities. Soon after, Chunlei was attracted by a message in Zhang Yi, South China Warehouse Administrator. Stolen warehouse in South China. Chunlei rushed to the computer, checked relevant news materials. Then guess. This person named Zhang Yi. Person who emptied the supermarket. But one person. How to empty the entire Walmart supermarket warehouse? After much contemplation. Spring Thunder conjecture. Only spatial abilities are possible, right? Sleeping in bed, thinking of this, Chunlei remembered his attack that day. It seems like it was taken away, and then it will be released again. Unexpectedly, Chunlei not only guessed that Zhang Yi was a spatial superpower, but I also guessed that the warehouse of Wardma supermarket was emptied by Zhang Yi. But now what do you guess? The snow-blowing ability of Spring Thunder. Space ability with Zhang Yi. It's not at the same level at all. Ability completely restrained. Wasn't bothering him equivalent to giving someone a head. Such a dangerous person. We can't be enemies with him. Find a way to be friends with him. Thinking of this, Chunlei immediately stood up to notify the other villagers. Tell them not to provoke Zhang Yisui. Ho Chunlei found the village powering Zhang Yi with spatial abilities. Tell him about the empty warehouse of Waldemar supermarket. And advise the village chief to notify everyone. Don't provoke Zhang Yi in the future. But the village chief doesn't think so. He thinks Chunlei is too timid. They have thousands of households. We still need to be afraid of Zhang Yi alone. If we can obtain Zhang Yi's supplies, in a few years, their village won't have to worry about food. Later, disregarding Chunlei's dissuasion, determined to go and capture Zhang Yi. On the other side, Zhang Yi, who was ignoring lunch inside the fortress. Suddenly, I heard screams coming from outside the window. Someone is attacking here. When Zhang Yi arrived at the window, not far away, many people have already gathered densely. Zhang Yi immediately guessed that it was from Shujia village. But if it's an ordinary person, there is no threat to Zhang Yi. It should be noted that the supernatural beings in their village. Zhang Yi immediately took out a sniper rifle from a space. I want to take this opportunity to find that psychic and kill him. Save long dreams at night. Not long after, the villagers stepped on the trap prepared by Zhang Yi beforehand. A dozen or so nails went straight through the soles of the feet. Other villagers scolded Zhang Yi for being despicable upon seeing this. Surprisingly, putting nails in the snow. The village chief witnessed the situation. Immediately instruct everyone to move forward slowly. And use tree branches to explore the way and clear the traps. Under the command of the village chief. The villagers also approached Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress step by step. For a moment, the villagers confidently expressed, Zhang Yi's trap is nothing more than that. But the next second, an explosion occurred. It seems that the villagers have entered the second line of defense. The explosion in the minefield caused villagers to panic and flee. This also allows villagers to step on more landmines. For a moment, the sound of explosions and howls kept going on. Some villagers are panicking and choosing their own path. Step on the nail trap again. In an instant, Su family village suffered heavy losses. At this point, a villager suggested calling Chunlei over. Now, the fortress of indifference from Zhang Yi. There are still over 100 meters left. I don't know what other traps there are. The best way now is to find Chunlei to lead the way. But at that time, the village chief not only did not listen to Chunlei's dissuasion, but also boasting that Haikao can be handled without the help of Chunlei. But we haven't arrived at the door yet. It has already suffered such a heavy loss. For a moment, the village chief didn't know what to do. On the other side, Zhang Yi was puzzled and lost so much. Why hasn't the opponent's superpower taken action yet? Is it because I'm afraid of my abilities that I'm hiding? Anyway, as long as it doesn't exceed 2 kilometers. As long as you dare to show your face, I can easily kill you. After a series of ideological struggles, the village chief. I still can't pull down my old face and beg for Chunlei. So he glared at villagers. Can't we do anything without Chunlei? The villa is right in front of us. The monk can run, but the temple cannot run. As long as everyone moves forward slowly. Eliminate traps. Getting the villa is just a matter of time. Then he handed the villagers the telescope. Let the villagers see what's inside the villa. The villagers took the telescope and looked at it. Scared not lightly. Unexpectedly, the dining table was filled with delicacies from all over the country. There are 2 beautiful women sitting next to them. Isn't this a safe paradise? But when I think of traps and landmines, the villagers have started to retreat from the church again. Express one after another. If Chunlei is using his ability to clean up the snow, you can see the trap now. The words of the villagers once again provoked the village chief's anger. Isn't there a spring thunder? Can't we just do anything? What a bunch of cowards. Shame on Su family village. The words of the village chief. Let a few energetic young voluntary leading action. And the village chief still doesn't know. Next, he will pay a painful price for his recklessness. Villagers walking forward on one side, throwing stones to clear the way. Although the forward speed is very slow, but it also has an effect. Many animal hunters have been cleaned up. The villagers also approached the villa step by step. The distance seems to be almost there. The village chief instructed the gunner to prepare. Zhang Yi didn't panic at all when she saw this scene. There are other preparations. I saw Zhang Yi activate the noise reduction function of the villa. Subsequently, the pre-arranged remote-controlled landmine was activated. A series of explosive sounds echoed through marketing in an instant. Hundreds of villagers were instantly shattered by the explosion. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi's number of landmines is limited. How about adding a few more? And it won't make some people suffer or die from explosions. Zhou and Yang Mi. It's also the first time I've seen such a bloody scene. Zhou similar scenes before. Some bearing capacity. Yang Mi's whole body is numb with dirt and numbness. The village chief was also shocked by the scene before him and couldn't speak. Sitting on the ground in the next second. He didn't expect it either. Zhang Yi actually has such a lethal weapon. Because of his impulsiveness. Hundreds of people died instantly in Shujia village. But they don't know. Zhang Yi's terror is far more than that. I saw Zhang Yi opening the explosion-proof glass. Then set up bows and arrows to prepare for the second wave of harvesting. Zhang Yi fired 3 arrows at once. 1 arrow, 3 sculptures. Villagers holding shotguns. I didn't even see the figure of Zhang Yi. How did Zhang Yi see them? And such a big storm and snow. How Zhang Yi managed to hit the target. Watching the shotgun troops all be defeated. The remaining villagers began to flee back. The village chief also killed the villagers due to his arrogance. Angry fan oneself passed. How could Zhang Yi possibly let them go so easily? Wanted to deal with the village chief. A hurricane blocked in front of the village chief. I saw Chunlei controlling the wind and snow at the same time, while shouting for the villagers to retreat. Zhang Yi killed hundreds of villagers in one breath with a grenade. I also plan to use a sniper rifle. Eliminate all the remaining villagers. Just now, when I saw the village chief also being translated into a killer by Zhang, Chunlei rushed over and used the snow-blowing ability to block Zhang Yi's attack. The villagers took advantage of the spring thunder to unleash their abilities. Ho also began to retreat, because last time we had a confrontation with Zhang Yi, I almost killed the villagers because I ran away. Chunlei made up his mind this time. We have to cover the villagers' retreat before we run away. And this time, Chunlei also learned to be smart. Remote control. This way, Zhang Yi won't be able to use thermal weapons. Accurately attack him. Zhang Yi immediately made a decision on his side as well. Where protective Zhou and Yang Mi explore their home and quickly leave. He must get closer and kill Chunlei. At this moment, Chunlei is still grateful that Zhang Yi did not catch up. I'll hear the engine sound the next second. And in the distance, there is an off-road vehicle speeding towards us. Activate autonomous driving mode. Zhang Yi immediately poked out his body. Set up the rifle and start firing at the enemy. The villagers who run slowly for a while become torches. Not long after, Zhang Yi discovered spring thunder. Zhang Yi immediately converted to a sniper rifle. But unfortunately, this shot made Chunlei just brush past the Grim Reaper. Chunlei's eyes don't look good. Immediately get on the sled and retreat. Watching Zhang Yi relentlessly pursue her, Chunlei uses the snow-blowing ability again. I hope it can disturb Zhang Yi's sight. This move is indeed effective. Zhang Yi really couldn't capture the power of spring thunder. But Zhang Yi can kill others first. As the gunshots rang out, villagers without the protecting thunder and snow, becoming Zhang Yi's gun one after another, scaring you into choosing self-protection. Then I will kill all the villagers. This is the most insane man I have ever seen. The villagers are just here to grab some food from him. He used a grenade to blow up the villagers to death. For those fleeing villagers, it's even more like using a sniper rifle to output crazily. If Chen Yu doesn't do this, in the future, those villagers may still come back to seek revenge against him. Watching Zhang Yi gradually approach. Village thunder. Shouting loudly to the villagers to throw away the bodies on the sled. Reduced the burden. But the villagers showed a puzzled expression after listening. This is them, my father and brother. They still want to bring their bodies back to the village and bury them, but after hesitating for a moment. Or did you choose to push the body down? In the end, everyone lost their lives and couldn't get into the soil. The body also turned into a narrow road on the road surface. But it's completely impossible on Yi's driving skills. Soon Zhang Yi caught up again. The two most hesitant villagers, directly sent by Zhang Yi to reunite with their father and brother. The villagers shouted spring thunder loudly. Think of a way quickly. If this continues, they will definitely die here. Chunlei was just about to say that he couldn't do anything about it. What comes to mind in the next second? I saw Chunlei unleashing his abilities again, but this time he's showing off on the ice. Soon, a big hole appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi couldn't dodge easily. The tires of off-road vehicles sink directly into the ice layer. Chunlei successfully stopped Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately climbed to the roof of the car, impatiently using a sniper rifle to output wildly. In no time, the villagers disappeared into the wind and snow. Zhang Yi didn't expect that Chunlei could still control the ice surface. Next confrontation. Be sure to avoid fighting him on the ice. If it weren't for his insufficient power, or maybe the ice is not thick, Zhang Yi could have fallen directly into the glacier. Not long after, Zhang Yi returned to the post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhou Ku's worried inquiry. Has the psychic who attacked them last time been resolved? Zhang Yi looked disappointed and expressed that the other party was very lewd. Has never dared to confront head-on, so let him run away. At this point, Yang Mi unwittingly asked Zhang Yi a question. He killed so many people. Are you not afraid of being liquidated after the world is restored to order? Spring Thunder uses wind and snow abilities. Rescue the villagers from the hands of the god of death Zhang Yi. Not only did they not receive the gratitude of the villagers, instead, he was scolded and cursed by the villagers. I thought. Zhang Yihui was angry about Yang Mi's brainless problem. But Zhang Yi knows why Yang Mi asked this question. It's because he's been hiding and not using it. How long will the snow disaster stop? Society will return to its previous order. Now Zhang Yi has proven with his strength. This world the past anymore. Zhang Yi is trying to play a trick on Yang Mi, intentionally asking Zhou Ku to prepare his brain, hair, and blood for him. A series of visceral foods, such as the large intestine, are consumed during the 9 transformations. And upon hearing this, Yang Mi, immediately associated with the bloody scene just now. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged in my heart. Is Zhang Yi a devil? Surprisingly, he even ran up to Yang Mi and asked him if he wanted to eat. Shujia village on the other side. If it weren't for Chunlei taking action at the last moment, they estimate that the entire army will be destroyed. Watching the dead and injured villagers, Chunlei expressed regret that he had warned you earlier. Don't provoke Zhang Yi anymore. At this moment, a man came to find Chunlei, and he said that the village chief is about to give up. When Chunlei arrived at the village chief's doorstep, a large number of villagers have started to blame Chunlei. Why not take action earlier? He is the only one in their village with extraordinary ability. Hide and be a shrinking turtle, killing so many people. Chunlei explained that he didn't let the villagers go, and he also warned them. But the villagers only feel that Chunlei is making excuses. If we had used a blizzard at that time, their village will never die. The villagers shifted all the responsibility onto Chunlei. After the village chief's brother heard the noise, come out and ask the villagers to speak less, and take away Chunlei. At this moment, the village chief is lying in bed, barely breathing. After seeing the spring thunder, self-blaming, he said he should have listened to Chunlei's words at that time. Otherwise, their village wouldn't have died so many people. I'm also an old fool, thinking that after the snow disaster, our village has never lost a war with neighboring villages. It's not because of my good leadership, but because of you. The village chief asked Chunlei not to blame the villagers for speaking poorly. They just lost their loved ones. I hope Chunlei takes into account the same lineage and ethnicity, can continue to survive. Finally, I told Chunlei, a word of apology. The child stopped breathing, watching loved ones die. Chunlei's heart is full of mixed flavors. Should he seek revenge or just let it go? He is the village chief, but he was determined to kill his own villagers. Finally, due to arrogance, not only did it kill the villagers, and even sending out one's own destiny. Before his death, the village chief asked Chunlei to protect Shujia village. Could Chunlei just wants to lie flat? I don't want to be enemies with death god Zhang Yi, because in terms of abilities, Chunlei was completely restrained by Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi calls, they can only run away. I thought that after awakening my powers, he can be like Long Out Yen. I didn't expect to end up as just a small character. Just as Chunlei was stuck in a mental stalemate, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The girl's name is Su Lily. He came to thank Chunlei for saving his father. If it weren't for Chunlei's timely action, he'd be able to come back. Su Lily's grateful words helped Chunlei regain his confidence. That's right, he's not a criminal. And it should be a hero. The appearance of Su Lily. Let the inexperienced Spring Thunder deer run wild. Chunlei rarely interacts with the girls in the village. He didn't expect there to be such a lovely girl in the village either. Chunlei fantasized about marrying and having children with Su Lily in the future. From this moment on, Spring Thunder has a target to protect. Then he must find a way to solve Zhang Yi's problem. But now Su family village has completely offended Zhang Yi. Maybe in the future, Zhang Yi will come and attack Shujia village. Then kill all the villagers. It can be accessed. Chunlei doesn't have an advantage. If it's hard, then come soft. After Chunlei thought of this, I think we can try negotiating with Zhang Yi. The best strategy in the future is not to let the well water invade the river. Then Chunlei came to the computer. While fantasizing, living a shameless and unabashed life while trying to contact Zhang Yi. On the other side, Zhang Yi rearranged the trap back. Prevent the enemy's second attack. And Zhang Yi has already developed a murderous heart towards Chunlei. Spring Thunder must die. Otherwise, growing up in the future will be a big trouble. Since we can't be friends, that can only be dealt with according to the enemy. Death God Zhang Yi surprisingly has the goodness of Long Yang. But how does Chunlei, who possesses the ability of wind and snow, deal with it? Just now, Zhang Yi reset the post-apocalyptic fortress. The traps around me have left me exhausted and numb. Zhou Ku and Yang Mi, who are beautiful and kind-hearted, immediately come up and help Zhang Yi to ease up on her situation. When Zhang Yi was enjoying himself, my phone suddenly rang. Another unfamiliar number. Which non-eye-catching person is threatening Zhang Yi again this time? The phone has just been connected. There's a hurried voice coming from over there. Hello Zhang Yi. I am Su Chunlei. Please give. I have something to talk to you about. Heard the other person's surname Su. Zhang Yi immediately guessed that it was from Shujia village. Not waiting for Zhang to speak, the Spring Thunder burst out immediately. The purpose of calling Zhang Yi myself. I'm here to talk to you about the issue of reconciliation. I hope we don't have any more conflicts in the future. After listening, Zhang Yi's face immediately darkened. He meows. It was also the people from your Su family village who took the initiative to provoke me. If we can't fight now, we need to reconcile. Do you treat me like a fool? Chunlei had a misunderstanding before listening to the urgent explanation. Although their village has caused trouble for Zhang Yi, but also received relative retribution. Later, in order to show his sincerity, Chunlei, he agrees to all the requests put forward by Zhang Yi. Hear this. Zhang Yi inquires about Chunlei. Can we make decisions on behalf of Shujia village? Chunlei immediately answered yes. Then tell Zhang Yi, person with the ability of wind and snow. Hear this. Zhang Yi suddenly became excited. Ask Chunlei if he agrees to a settlement. You can agree to anything. Immediately tell Chunlei. What I want is you. Chunlei heard Zhang Yi's words. Immediately, a cold war broke out, and shyly stated that he is a straight man. He actually misunderstood Zhang Yi's meaning. What Zhang Yi is interested in is the wind and snow ability of Spring Thunder. Zhang Yi told Chunlei, if you want to reconcile, just come over personally and visit his tomb fortress. They talked face to face. Later, Zhang Yi put down his harsh words. If he doesn't come over, just accept his anger. He won't tolerate it. Repeatedly harassed by Shujia village. Be prepared to accept his anger when the time comes. Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic life is simply not too enjoyable. Not only do we have villas, there are delicacies from the mountains and seas. And there's also female celebrity Yang Mi as a pet. Long ago, Zhang Yi wants to bring Spring Thunder, who possesses the ability of wind and snow, bring under your command. But Chunlei's whole body is resisting. Zhang Yi finally put down his harsh words and was able to withstand them. Just take everything from me. I can't fight now. Uncle seeks peace. There is no such cheap thing in the world. The only qualified person now to negotiate terms with me. Only Su Chunlei. Or you can choose not to come. When I'm in a bad mood, just go straight to your Su family village. As Zhang Yi began to squint and speak harshly, Chunlei opened his mouth and directly agreed. Zhang Yi does not give Chunlei a chance to speak. Speak directly. Let Chunlei go to the indifferent fortress at 2:30 p.m. to find him. After speaking, I hung up the phone, leaving only a face full of loveless spring thunder. He regrets agreeing to Zhang Yi now. As soon as I leave, I will die 10 times without any life. My great youth. My cheating life is gone like this. And the reason why Zhang Yi come directly to the headquarters. It's because Zhang Yi has already figured it out. The details of spring thunder, wind and snow abilities. Zhang Yi is also restraining his existence in supernatural abilities, so it doesn't pose a threat. But what makes Zhang Yi hesitant now is, do you want to kill Chunlei? From the perspective of abilities, the wind and snow ability of spring thunder, it definitely has more potential than being reinforced by Uncle's physical strength. Finally, Zhang Yi decided to explore the depths of Chunlei first, decide whether to kill or not again. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi is resting in the room. Yang Mi suddenly. I walked in and blushed, indicating that he came to accompany Zhang Yi to rest. But Zhang Yi refused Yang Mi's request, because he still has something to do later. Then let Yang Mi use it as a pillow for him. As soon as Zhang Yi leaned down, he turned his head and hid at the bottom of Yang Mi's group. Zhang Yi's actions directly made Yang Mi's face even redder. But he dare not say. At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice rang out from inside her skirt. Remember to wake me up at 2 o'clock. Not long after, Zhang Yi set up a sniper rifle in the villa, waiting for the appearance of spring thunder. And the spring thunder also arrived as promised. Now it's the SARS outbreak. Just in the blink of an eye for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi uses a sniper rifle, observing Su Chunlei, a wind and snow superpower, from a distance. As long as he has a strange movement, Zhang Yi immediately sent him to see the Buddha. Chunlei immediately stumbled on this side. Just wanted to try standing up. A bright gun fell to the ground again. This wave of operations directly blinded Zhang Yi. Isn't this a proper teasing? Zhang Yi speculated that Chunlei should have been frightened by his words. The closer we get to Zhang Yi's indifferent fortress now, the more nervous it becomes. However, this also indicates that Chunlei poses no threat. So Zhang Yi planned to meet and talk to Chunlei. Chunlei is approaching the trap area. When I picked up the call Zhang Yi, I told him it had arrived. Zhang Yi walked over from afar. After seeing Zhang Yi, Chunlei immediately hit the nail on the head. He said he came to reconcile. I hope Zhang Yi will consider the conditions he proposed. Continuing to fight is meaningless. Zhang Yi sneered, as the attacking side, you are. Excuse me, is it meaningless to say that? After hearing this, Chunlei awkwardly expressed that they were at fault first. As long as Zhang Yi chooses reconciliation, apart from the lives of the villagers, they will agree to anything they can do. Zhang Yi's first request. It's about letting the person who attacked the organization die. After listening, Chunlei expressed a happy expression on his face. The third grandpa who organized this attack has already died. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. Chunlei was so happy to hear his first request. Spring thunder explains the rest of the dead. Those who survive need to look forward. Furthermore, before his death, the village chief urged Chunlei to save villagers. This can also be considered as fulfilling the commission. Zhang Yi was surprised by Chunlei's reaction. So I asked Chunlei after him. Are there other relatives of yours among the dead? Don't you want to avenge them? After listening, Chunlei expressed. My parents have always been in poor health. He died as early as the snow disaster arrived. Other relatives and villagers have always looked down upon him. In everyone's hearts, Chunlei is just one. A useless person who only knows how to play computer games at home. So there's no need for Chunlei to prioritize their life and death. Translate into enemy with Zhang. Zhang Yi, the god of death, used only one anime method. Take Su Chunlei, a wind and snow superpower, under his command. Just recently, Zhang Yi only needs one question. Let Chunlei reveal his own secrets. Chunlei only stays at home and plays computer games because he usually not working or socializing. Plus, the appearance is average. Recognized as waste by relatives. Didn't even do it for these reasons. A relative who doesn't treat him like a family member. To offend Zhang Yi. Instead, Chunlei, who is obsessed with anime. I think Zhang Yi drives a military off-road vehicle more. He looks very handsome holding a sniper rifle. On the contrary, there is no hatred. More about worship. Zhang Yi thinks that Chunlei is a very interesting person. So they agreed to a settlement. But there is a demand to obey him in the future. We cannot disobey any of his demands. This statement made Chunlei's whole body numb. What if Zhang Yi wraps around his body? After listening, Zhang Yi really wants to kill this second-rate guy. Subsequently, Take out an out-of-print anime manual from a space. Upon seeing it, Chunlei immediately lit up his eyes. This is something he dreams of owning. Zhang Yi said that things like this are done by hand. He still has a lot of things like holding game cartridges and so on. As long as you listen in the future, even those rare figurines will have them. Now Zhang Yi has a task. Chunlei, watching Zhang Yi retrieve the off-road vehicle from a space. Spring Thunder exclaimed a classic sentence, time never comes out. Space is king. Brother, your spatial ability. Looking around the world, there is a unique existence. Upon hearing Chunlei's words, Zhang Yi recalled when he was on the brink of death. Returning to the past is like time travel, isn't it? This may mean you can also develop time-related abilities. Perhaps in the future, the ability to use billions of space is more transparent. There will be a higher level of development, right? Not long after, Zhang Yi brought Chunlei to a snowy land. Then let Chunlei use the wind and snow. It can also clean up the ice and snow on the ground. This is the most bizarre way of awakening I have ever seen. The man awakened his powers due to excessive reward. Not long ago, Zhang Yi brought Chunlei to a gas station, and let Chunlei use the wind and snow ability. Clean up the ice and snow above the gas station. On the one hand, Zhang Yi wants to test abilities. On the other hand, using Chunlei as a tool person. The effect is very obvious. In just a few minutes, Chunlei just dumped the ice and snow piled up above the gas station. Empty all. With Chunlei as the top tool person, it will be easier for Zhang Yi to obtain resources in the future. Zhang Yi immediately rewards Chunlei with a chocolate stick. Let him replenish his energy. Chunlei is also extremely happy. He hasn't eaten chocolate for a long time. Not long after, Zhang Yi will clear the supplies at the gas station. Watching Chunlei, who looked at him admiring himself. Zhang Yi's curious inquiry. Didn't you go digging for supplies before? Chunlei immediately explained that of course he had thought about it, but they can't leave the village too far away, because sled dogs are not purebred like those in the north. I can't run far, so they can only search for supplies near the village. But this is already. That's enough, so they haven't been further away. After listening, Zhang Yi patted Chunlei's shoulder and said, future, following him will definitely not be at a disadvantage. Then he took out a large bag of supplies and gave it to Chunlei. This can be considered as a meeting gift for him. On the way back, Zhang Yi is curious about how Spring Thunder awakens his powers. But after listening, Chunlei blushed with embarrassment. After hesitating for a while, Chunlei finally spoke up. He didn't want to live after his mother died. So I wanted to lie in bed and starve to death, okay. Zhang Yi heard this. I thought Chunlei was starving to death. Awakened the ability. But Chunlei said it wasn't. Because it's very warm inside the bed. Plus, I haven't starved to death yet. Therefore, Chunlei wants to reward himself well before he dies. So we started a crazy output mode. In the end, I fought until I lost consciousness. I awakened my powers. Zhang Yi remained speechless after listening to it. Surprisingly, someone was about to die. Awakening ability. Have you ever rewarded yourself? Men reward themselves. Awaken to the wind and snow ability. When Zhang Yi heard this way of awakening, he couldn't help but feel shy as he was killing people like crazy. He quickly adjusted his mindset to comfort the Chunlei man. Very normal. Soon after, Zhang Yi sent Chunlei to the riverbank. Chunlei wants Zhang Yi to take him across the river. After all, it's icy and snowy outside. Where is the comfort of taking a car when walking? But Zhang Yi explained that the wheels would slip. Let Chunlei walk by himself. Chunlei asked with a resentful expression, isn't this a snowmobile? Zhang Yi's awkward explanation is that this is a snowmobile, but it's not an ice car. I really can slip. Actually, Zhang Yi cannot leave. He just needs to keep an eye on it. On the river, it's the home ground of Chunlei. Before leaving, Zhang Yi called out to Chunlei and tell him to raise his awareness of prevention in the future. After all, their village was famous before the end of the world. Grain and vegetable cultivation. Maybe there will be some people come to grab it. Zhang Yi's kind reminder to Chunlei. It's because ignoring the Su family village outside the fortress. That's a natural barrier. Be wary of outsiders. It can also help Zhang Yi eliminate some of his hatred. It's really nice to have a psychic as a tool person. Soon after, Chunlei announced the news of reconciliation with Zhang Yi. Tell the newly appointed village chief. Immediately received scolding from the village chief. Why make unauthorized claims? Chunlei immediately explained. Zhang Yi's strength is not something they can match. Reconciliation is the best solution. The village chief immediately scolded Chunlei loudly. If it weren't for his retreat from the battlefield at that time, there won't be so many people dying in the village either. What kind of reconciliation would you dare to talk about without authorization now? Chunlei is also very innocent. At that time, he tried his best to dissuade the people in the village. Don't provoke Zhang Yi. But everyone can't hold on to it. How can we blame him for this? For the village chief confessing to Chunlei before his death. Take good care of the village. Chunlei doesn't want to go find Zhang Yi, the god of death. Although he feels very frustrated in his heart. But kindly remind the current village chief again. Don't foolishly provoke Zhang Yi anymore. Chunlei is still too young. These are just 3 fires when the new village chief takes office. I saw a change in the village chief's painting style. Express understanding of Chunlei's well-intentioned efforts. I just hope that in the future, before doing anything, we need his consent before we can proceed. If it weren't for him trying his best to protect Chunlei in front of the villagers, Chunlei is about to be driven out of the village by the villagers. Then he patted Chunlei's shoulder. Tell him not to do foolish things again in the future. Lower your head and tell Chunlei harshly and maliciously. In the future, as long as you obediently follow the instructions of the village, that's all. After speaking, immediately let Chunlei go back first. Seeing young people being arrogant and domineering. Have any skills. Don't take your elders seriously. The village chief turned around and started sending messages in the village, saying that he has reconciled with Zhang Yi. It will not threaten the safety of the village in the future. A fool who usually doesn't leave the gate. You also want to play with me, it's a bit tender. Zhang Yi completed what most men dream of. That's being with 2 girlfriends at the same time. Live a shameless and unabashed life. After Zhang Yi returned to his post-apocalyptic fortress, tell Yang Mi and Zhou Ku about the conquest of Su Chunlei. And tell them, in the future, people from Shujia village will not harass them again. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief immediately after listening. He doesn't want to see such bloody scenes again. If we continue to fight, there are thousands of people in the entire Shujia village. I guess they will all be killed by Zhang Yi. Just as Yang Mi was daydreaming, Zhou Ku joked whether he was afraid or not. That day, even bile was vomited out. Then he turned around and praised excellence. One person can handle so many people. Zhang Yi dare not be complacent. A group of villagers cannot pose any threat. However, if there are other underground forces emerging in the future, that's the worst part. Yang Chaozhou immediately comforted Zhang Yi not to think too much. Just solve the problem. We should celebrate for a while. Zhou Ku immediately arrived at the wine cabinet. It means having a few drinks today to celebrate. Yang Mi agreed immediately after listening. He was a famous socialite in the entertainment industry before. In terms of alcohol tolerance, one cannot lose to others. Today he will give Zhang Yi Zhou a lesson. Not long after, Yang Mi and Zhou Ku were already drunk down by Zhang Yi. Watching 2 drunken beauties, Zhang Yi had a bold idea in his heart. Well, I saw Zhang Yi putting a sticker on Yang Mi's face. Then he began to move up and down. This scared Yang Mi to death. Zhou Ku is still nearby. How can I explain if I'm seen? But he couldn't refuse. Zhang can only let Zhang Yi do whatever he wants. Not long after, Zhang Yi received a text message bombardment from Su Chunlei. Since being conquered by Zhang Yi, just started to fantasize. Imagine Zhang Yi organizing a super team. Keep telling Zhang Yi about his anime ideas. Even thinking about matching team names. His name is King of Youth. Zhang Yi is called the colorless king. Zhang Yi was left speechless by Su Chunlei, a second-tier commodity. Are you scolding him for being idle and doing nothing? Unexpectedly, Su Chunlei said, first brother is wise. You have calculated all of this. I think you should be named the king of calculations. To save my sister. Yang Mi actually wants to see Zhou Ku in reverse. Using the body together to seduce Zhang Yi. Not long ago, Zhang Yi was also very distressed after being bombarded by Su Chunlei's text messages. Su Chunlei estimated that it was in the pre-disaster society, not favored by others. Now Zhang Yi suddenly treats him a little better, to dig his heart and lungs with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't want to dampen Su Chunlei's enthusiasm. Can only set automatic reply. Automatically reply every 10 messages. Translated by Gu Zhang. Why do you suddenly feel like a scumbag? Zhang Yi turned around and arrived at the control center. After a period of cultivation, the vegetable garden has been beautifully maintained by Yang Mi. The monitoring center is indeed very convenient. Not only can we monitor the entire post-apocalyptic fortress, it can also control the entire post-apocalyptic fortress and various locations. But if one day someone hacks the system, then the entire fortress will be paralyzed. So this is also something that Zhang Yi is distressed about. Maybe he should find a talent in this field to manage the system. On the other side, Yang Mi and Zhouku are arguing in the room. Yang Mi has a search for Zhouku, but Zhouku refused directly, and expressed that according to Zhang Yi's urinary characteristics, will not lend a helping. Originally, Yang Mi wanted Zhouku to persuade Zhang Yi, help him go out and find his sister Xingxing. What Zhouku means is, I don't know what the situation outside is like, and Zhang Yi is their lifeline for survival. If there are any major or minor issues, they won't think about it either. And Zhang Yi is very meticulous. I usually don't agree to take risks. Yang Mi is different. Zhouku's statement just didn't find the right method. Perhaps utilizing their greatest advantage. Zhou can understand Yang Mi's meaning with his body. Isn't it about trying to seduce Zhang Yi? Yang Mi blurs out a denial. Just to save the stars. Zhouku blushed and said he wanted to go. He went by himself. He doesn't want three people together. At this moment, Zhang Yi walked in and asked them what they're doing if they stay up late at night. Yang Mi immediately took Zhang Yi's hand, saying they're just talking about some family matters. Zhang Yi finished listening, embracing Yang Mi's waist. Hope there are no secrets between the three of us. Zhang Yi first asked if he had contacted his family. Do you want to live with your family in the past? Zhouku immediately shook his head. His family has been unreachable since the snow disaster. And Yang Mi whispered that it was his family who contacted him. Two sisters want to serve this chip together. Let Zhang Yi help them save their sister. Yang Mi doesn't know how to speak up. Zhang Yi thought Yang Mi's family was going to take him away. I dare not speak. But Yang Mi said no. If it's not, that's why his family doesn't want him anymore. Just as Zhang Yi was thinking so, Yang Mi bit her lip. Speaking up, I want you to go save someone. Zhang Yi finally understood. Two sisters spend most of their time here. I just want him to go save people. There's no such thing as this door. As the king of dogs, Zhang Yi. How could I save an unrelated person? How can two sisters ask for flowers? Zhang Yi remained indifferent. On the one hand, I don't know what's going on outside, and it's because of Lu Fengda's disruption. He has already been exposed too much. Don't want to take risks. Seeing Zhang Yi's lack of salt and oil, I even want to leave. Zhouku can only come up with a trump card. Blushing with embarrassment, she whispered in Zhang Yi's ear that as long as you agree, Yang Mi and I are just like this. Zhang Yi immediately became interested. To ask back and keep one's word. I saw Yang Mi. Zhouku blushed and nodded shyly. At this moment, Yang Mi let out a sigh, indicating that his sister Xingxing has always had poor legs and feet. Maybe it won't last long. That's why I hope Zhang Yi can go and save him as soon as possible. Hear the word star. Zhang Yi's pupil enlargement. This is what Yang Mi said before. Is that hacker's sister? Isn't this the talent he's looking for? How could he forget such an important talent? Zhang Yi suddenly changed his art style, holding Yang Mi and Zhouku's hand, indicating that their sister is Zhang Yi's sister. He won't stand idly by. Is so brazen and shameless. I'm so small that my butt is wide open. Zhouku thought Zhang Yi was because he loved him. I am only willing to go. And Yang Mi was afraid that Zhang Yi would back out. Hurry up and say thank you. I knew Zhang Yi was a good person. And Zhang Yi shamelessly pretended to be forced to death to express himself. They were all wrong. Actually, he appears cold and ruthless on the surface. But I definitely cherish the people around me very much. This set of rhetoric. Take Yang Mi, who is unaware of the dangers of the martial arts world. Zhouku's words were momentarily taken aback. I was sold by Zhang Yi and helped Zhang Yi count the money. And they all said in unison that Zhang Yi is indeed a good person. I will definitely repay him well afterwards. Zhang Yi leaned in front of Yang Mi. With a wicked smile, it's not enough to repay once. Yang Mi whispered that the number of times you can do it depends on your abilities. Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress is about to welcome its third harem. But on the other end of the phone came a monster thinking to the intelligence provided by Yang Mi. The current position of the stars. At the Noble College in Tianhai City. Tianqing College. It is an aristocratic college that integrates kindergarten and university. Only recruit talents who collect a few situations. Graduates are undoubtedly not political and business geniuses. Zhang Yi interrupted Yang Mi's praise. What he cares about now is Xingxing's legs being disabled. How did you survive until now? Original. Because Tianqing Academy is its own exclusive food channel. So the warehouse has a very rich reserve of grain. Because Xinshin and the others hid in the cafeteria and didn't starve to death. Hear this. Zhang Yi doesn't understand. If he's always okay, you can also contact the outside world. Why wait until now to contact Yang Mi? Did you encounter any danger? After listening, Yang Mi suddenly realized. But she was too worried at the time and forgot to ask. Thinking of this, Yang Mi took out her phone and said she called back about the situation. I called several times in a row, but nobody answered. This makes Yang Mi even more worried. The comforting expression of Zhou Ku on the side. Maybe they think you hung up from the beginning. I didn't contact you. If you want to go over and rescue, first, you need to know the location and distance of Tianqing College. Soon Zhang Yi found out through a mobile map. Tianqing Academy is far from his post-apocalyptic fortress. There is a distance of 23 kilometers. No wonder my phone can't get through. At present, communication is basically in a paralyzed stage. It's really a miracle to be able to connect once. A change in art style. Zhang Yi also learned from Zhou Ku's teasing of Yang Mi. Maybe they really think you're dead. I didn't contact you. Saying goodbye, making noise. To be reliable in doing proper things. Zhang Yi brings sister's flowers to the control room. I want to try to contact the gorilla through satellite phone. Fortunately, after several attempts, it was Can't wait for Yang Mi to inquire about the specific location of the gorilla. On the other end of the phone, the screams of chimpanzees rang out. And the roar of monsters. We are in the cafeteria. It's very dangerous. Help me and leave now. There are cats killing people. Death God Zhang Yi summoned 2 superpowers. Go to Tianqing Academy to save people. Not long ago, Zhang Yi and the others learned that the star was already in danger. The phone couldn't help but hear the monsters roar. And the sound of limbs and bones being bitten. I immediately went to contact them. This has put Zhang Yi in distress. I thought I was just going somewhere to catch people. Now there's actually a monster appearing. Zhang Yi speculates that the monster should be a mutant. Or it could be a mutated animal. The situation is becoming increasingly complicated. And Zhang Yi has always been someone who doesn't like trouble. Yang Nizhou can see Zhang's hesitation in translating. Hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Yi's hand. He won't go anymore. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi told the 2 of them. Since I have agreed, they will naturally go to save people. Zhang Yi now has Su Chunlei, a wind and snow superpower. And the physical fortifier uncle. With their help. Although things may be a bit complicated, but I believe it can be completed smoothly. Later, Zhang Yi called Su Chunlei and Uncle Yu. Let them go to Tianqing Academy to save people. The 2 of them also readily agreed. Since Star is a girl with disabled legs, they can hold on until now. That means monsters are not difficult to deal with either. Before departure, Zhang Yi replenished himself with a large amount of food. When the war breaks out, it will consume a lot of energy. Even if it consumes too much, I won't be afraid. He has a lot of space for water and food. And they have already filled in the heavy weapons. Ammunition placed in a different space. Ensure direct retrieval anytime, anywhere. You can output firepower. Faced with mule cannot take them lightly. Before leaving, Zhang Yi cited safety as a reason. We need to lock Yang Mizhou in the basement. This immediately aroused Yang Mi's dissatisfaction. This disregards the safety of the fortress. You don't have to hide in the basement, do you? Zhou Ku immediately grabbed Yang Mi. And he said he should go as soon as he goes. Where are you talking so much? For this point, Zhou Kushan has a deep understanding. When I first entered Zhang Yi's safe house, Zhang Yi locked him up. Zhang Yi is being cautious. Afraid that they might unite with Xinshin to give him false information. Zhang Yi locked 2 people into 2 separate rooms. And provided sufficient food and water. Tell them before leaving. As long as Xinshin is safe in the past. When I come back, it will also be intact and undamaged. Finally, Zhang Yi sighed before leaving. Do you think you're being too cautious? Should we trust the people around us? But if you want to continue living in the apocalypse, he can't have any carelessness. In order to save the death, Zhang Yi made a phone call. 2 superpowers were gathered together. Su Chunlei speculates that Zhang Yi is a very important person, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the risk of saving people. I still need to call him up. This snowstorm superpower is indeed very important. Top computer experts. It's something I can't wait to get. On the way to meet Uncle Yu again. Su Chunlei has been chattering incessantly to Zhang Yi. His ambiguous story with Su Lily. If it weren't for Su Chunlei's wind and snow abilities, Zhang Yi really wants to send him to chat with God now. to save Su Chunlei a few words. Zhang Yi asked Su Chunlei in reverse. What is the attitude of the people in their village towards him now? I saw Su Chunlei stuttering and stuttering. I can't speak for most of the day. Zhang Yi also guessed that so many people had been killed in their village. I'm sure there won't be any good attitude towards him. But this also made Su Chunlei shut his mouth. Not long after, Uncle Lu rode his beloved little motorcycle. Meet Zhang Yi. After meeting, Zhang Yi briefly introduced each other. After learning that Zhang Yi had also found another superpower, Uncle Lu curiously asked Zhang Yi, what are we going to do to gather such a luxurious lineup? Su Chunlei speculates that the other party should have a good background. Otherwise, there's no need to deploy 3 superpowers at the same time. Zhang Yi shrugged his hand. It means going to a place more than 20 kilometers away from here. Tianqing College. Save my girlfriend's sister. As for gathering 3 superpowers, it's because I found something unusual over there. Possible emergence of mutated organisms. I only called you here for safety reasons. After hearing this, Su Chunlei was puzzled. Isn't it only the mutant? How come there are still mutated organisms? Zhang Yi looked at Su Chunlei's explanation of this second-tier product, who stipulates that only humans can mutate. Any cellular organism has the potential. Mutation occurs. Uncle Lu, do you know what kind of creature the other person is? Zhang Yi shook his head, indicating that Tianhai City is rich in species. There are also many people who keep pets. It could be a pet mutation. It could also be a variation in aquatic products. Of course, it could also be human. If it's a person, that would be too crazy. That roar is not something that humans can make. Uncle Yu finished listening and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. No matter what monster is on the other side, with their 3 superpowers working together, ensure that we can tidy up their uniforms and stickers. Zhang Yi's original intention is this. After discussion, a few people marched towards Tianqing Academy. Inside the Tianqing Academy gymnasium on the other side, several female classmates are complaining about the stars. It's all him, a disabled person, who has difficulty moving around. It only dragged them down. More vicious classmates roast that others were dead. Why has a person died yet? Carrying a useless waste. Sooner or later, it will kill everyone. If it weren't for Teacher Liang's previous efforts to keep the chimpanzee, the gorilla has long been abandoned by its classmates. But now after being chased by monsters, classmates give up completely. I plan to give up on the gorilla here. Some even suggested waiting for the next monster to come. Just push the gorilla out as bait. At the very least, that way, dying is meaningful. Anyway, the chimpanzee looks like a bird right now. Living is just a waste. Previously, male classmates saw chimpanzees as beautiful. I would also choose to take her with me. But now there are monsters chasing after them. They don't want to drag themselves down either. At this moment, a classmate interrupted everyone's discussion, and stated that as long as Teacher Liang is present, he won't give up on anyone. But as a result, more and more people die. At this moment, a woman walked out of the crowd, about to completely push the gorilla into the abyss. Surprisingly, someone dares to bully the Grim Reaper. Zhang Yi's third girlfriend. Classmates just escaped from the monster's mouth. Immediately eat the monster. The responsibility of classmates is entirely shifted to the stars, blaming the stars as a broom. It was all because he had difficulty moving that he caused his classmates to die. This is Zhang Mingning, the best friend of the stars, who has walked out. Just in the stars, thinking she's a good friend, when we need to speak up for him. But Zhang Mingning leaned closer to the ears of the stars. Why is he still alive despite the vicious curse? Roast, now looking at the stars as a burden. It's so disgusting. Others see that even their best friend despises stars, clapping and cheering one after another. Lu Karen, who has been standing silently behind the stars, finally couldn't help but speak. Everyone is classmates. How can you do this? Seeing Lu Karen dare to confront himself, Zhang Mengming immediately pointed to landing on Ku Rant's nose and cursed. What kind of thing is he to talk to him like this? Then he mocked Lu Karen again. It's just a backdoor relationship. What qualifications do you have to talk back to a lady from a prestigious family? Don't think you've been to a prestigious school for a few days. I really consider myself a nobleman. Lu Karen is not used to him. What's the use of having money in your home right away? In this situation, no matter how rich your family is, they can't save you. Zhang Mengming was speechless with his back to his back. I can only shout, no matter when. They can't change our gap. Just wait for me to leave this damn place. You and I are still not from the same world. Then he pointed his spear at the stars. Turning the topic aside, Yang Xinxin, you better silently find a corner and die on your own. Don't burden everyone. At this moment, Lucaran stood up again to fight back. Don't rely on Xinxin's poor legs and feet. Just shift all the responsibility onto him. In the crowd, there was a green tea loudly expressing, a disabled person who can only share. Indeed, it will only drag everyone down. Other students have finished listening. They also came forward one after another to accuse the stars of not being ignorant. I have already helped him a lot for the sake of my classmates before. At this point, one should be more sensible. Don't burden everyone. Don't rely on your own disability. Just morally kidnapping others. Don't look down too much. Or maybe Teacher Liang wants to keep you. You should have died a long time ago. Lucaran can't listen anymore. Immediately shout out loudly. And ask them what they have done for the stars. Every time, I am the only one taking care of Gu Xinxin. Now in dire straits, shift the blame onto Xinxin. Zhang Mingning finished listening. Laughing at Lucaran is just Xin servant, right? It's just being used by Xinxin to find a sense of superiority. Why argue with other classmates over a disability? At this moment, the stars have already cried into tears. I didn't expect my former best friend to treat me like this. Moment, the green tea girl spoke again. Although wearing stars can be troublesome, but as a classmate, I still won't give up on him. Then extend the hand of friendship. Hope the stars don't complain. Everyone will still be friends in the future. At this moment, a piece of iron sheet fell from the sky. Then a huge claw broke through the window and entered. A classmate who didn't have a chance to react. I was directly grabbed by the giant claw and my head was grabbed. Then he kept begging his classmates to save him. The Grim Reaper will gather 3 psychics. What we have to deal with is a mutated pet cat. Just as everyone was discussing how to deal with the disabled young Xinxin, a piece of iron sheet suddenly fell from the ceiling. The next second, a huge claw breaks through the window and enters. Immediately drag a classmate out of the window. I saw a pet cat that was about the same height as the gym, licking his tongue and looking at the classmate in front of him. Obviously, he has already treated humans as food. Amidst the frightened classmates, the pet cat slowly puts food into its mouth. The classmates were so scared by this scene that they turned around and ran away. Yang Xinxin naturally became the object of abandonment for her classmates. In the eyes of his classmates, he is now the best bait. But when the students come to another exit, but found that the gate was passive. A lesbian. What kind of trash is learning to curse boys? I can't even open a door. Before the words fall, the pet cat has broken the window and entered the gymnasium. A student still holding a pawn in his mouth. Suddenly, the pet cat stopped. Then he let out a scream of surprise. Seems to be attracting the attention of students. Just as other students turned around, the pet cat bit off the head of a middle school student in one bite. Cowardly students. I was so scared by this scene that I collapsed on the ground. After the pet cat threw away its body, he let out a monster-like roar at the crowd. After this wave of operation, classmates have realized that this pet intentionally teasing them. I also skipped the gap when Teacher Liang went out to search for food. Attack them. At this moment, the man with glasses snatched young Xinxin from Lucaran's hand. Then he took young Xinxin with a wheelchair, pushed out towards the pet cat. Lucaran saw the scene and wanted to save young Xinxin, but his body has already been covered in the bloody scene just now. Scared and unable to move, Glasses Man uses young Xinxin as bait. I want to take the opportunity to escape to another exit. Strangely enough, the pet cat did not take any action against young Xinxin. Instead, he glanced at the direction of the man with glasses with his bladder. In the next second, he used his giant claws to shoot the man with glasses half dead. As the pet cat continues to exert force, a quiet gymnasium. The sound of the axe shattering echoed incessantly. The man with only one breath left in his eyes keeps asking his classmates for help. But my classmates are like seeing the plague god. They all hid far away. The opportunity to run towards young Xinxin. Then under the watchful eyes of the pet cat. Just ask young Xinxin. A classmate suddenly realized upon seeing this scene. Pet cats should like to attack moving targets. Just now, young Xinxin was lying motionless on the ground. I just managed to avoid a disaster. If humans become food, would you choose to kill your classmates to protect yourself? Male classmates, in order to avoid becoming mutated cats. Food rations. Pushing disabled female classmates out as bait. Running desperately towards the door on my own. But he hasn't run far yet. I was slapped half dead by the mutated cat's paw. Other classmates saw the situation. Speculations abound. Mutant cats may like to attack moving targets. At this point, a classmate suggested that we all pretend to be dead together. When the mutated cat loses its target, it will automatically leave. Another classmate thinks this method is not appropriate. If the mutated cats are playing with them, playing dead is dangerous. So he thought of another way. I saw this cunning classmate shouting loudly and running quickly, taking advantage of the mutated cat's attention. Let's get out of here quickly. Watching classmates hesitate, the cunning brother shouted loudly to stay here and wait for death. As long as someone runs out and finds Teacher Liang, we'll be safe now. Classmates, after listening to it, I think there is some sense of reason. They began to circle around behind the mutated cat one after another. Run towards the door. A severely injured classmate witnessed the incident. I pray again to other classmates to save him. Otherwise, when all the classmates run away, he has no hope at all. Ken shouted for a while. His classmates ignored him. The seriously injured classmate suddenly let out terrifying laughter. Then he shouted, "Even if I die, I also want to bring you all together. Quick look." They want to run. Unexpectedly, the mutated cat seemed to understand. Just turned around and slapped a few classmates with one. As the mutated cat is attracted to new prey, the cunning brother took the opportunity to run out from behind the mutated cat, and he and the other two attendants successfully escaped from the gym. The attendant also exclaimed that the cunning brother was clever. Surprisingly, I thought of using other classmates to attract attention, created an opportunity for them to escape. The cunning brother's proud expression. Even mutated cats are still cats. Cats have a lot of playfulness. If you catch prey, you'll have enough fun before eating. The mice will not have much interest in this anymore. Some students saw the cunning brother successfully escape. Tua also took the opportunity to slip away from behind the mutated cat. But the next second, the mutated cat's tail slapped it into flesh and mud. At this moment, a voice rang out at the door. "Damn monster! Don't harm my students." It turned out that after Teacher Liang heard the screams, I rushed back from outside. Just a glance. Teacher Liang rushed towards the mutated cat in hand. Variable cat body method for flexibility. I dodged Teacher Liang's chopping card with just one jump. Watching the dead students. Teacher Liang knows. Starting a war here will only affect more students. We need to find an opportunity to lead the mutated cat outside. Unexpectedly, apart from the three supernatural beings of Death God Zhang Yi, Teacher Liang also awakened his powers. No wonder the mutated cat will choose the gap when Teacher Liang goes out to search for food. Attacking students. Looking at the corpses on the ground. Teacher Liang knows. Continuing to fight in the gym will affect more students. Just as he hesitated. How to lure mutated cats out. The mutated cat directly picked up the body of a student. Just run outside. The mutated cat is really cunning now. Knowing that confronting Teacher Liang head-on is not pleasing. Always conducting surprise attacks. Teacher Liang is distressed. Mutant cats don't know when they will suddenly appear again. If this continues, I don't know how many students will die. When can he protect students again? Between a month, more than 100 students died, with most of them dead. If it weren't for his awakening of abilities, I'm afraid we can't persist until now. However, if we can't end this cat and mouse game, everyone here will die, including Teacher Liang himself. Teacher Liang distributed the collected food among the students. Find a corner to rest on your own. At this moment, Zhang Mingning has come out again as a demon, shouting loudly for Yang Xingxin. Why haven't you died yet? You are clearly the most damn one. Why can we survive every time? Watching Zhang Mingning gradually collapse, another female classmate went up, previously stopped him. Then he handed Yang Xingxin food. Zhang Mingning saw this scene, immediately knock over the food in the female classmate's hand. Then he shouted loudly, "Don't waste food on a disabled person. He will be eaten sooner or later. It's better to useful people to eat." Teacher Liang heard the noise. After taking a glance, I continued to gather my energy. Every day, students collapse. He doesn't have time to deal with these things now. He must seize the time to rest. Easy to deal with that mutated cat. At this moment, another student collapsed and shouted in vain, "We will all be eaten by that monster. Do you still not understand? We are just food raised by monsters in captivity. The reason why we are able to survive until now, it's because he likes to eat live food. According to the current situation, In the absence of rescue, they can only wait to die. At this time, Zhang Yi is still on his way here. Death God Zhang Yi is trying to deal with the mutated cat in front of him, gathered 3 superpowers. But as a result, the mutated cat was not as terrifying as he imagined. Just now, Zhang Yi and a few others arrive at Tianqing College. The college has already been covered by heavy snow. It's impossible to distinguish the location of at all. Zhang Yi attempts to contact Yang Xinxin by phone. After several attempts, it still couldn't be connected. There's no other way, Zhang Yi can only search with human flesh. Now we can only pass through some tall buildings not covered by heavy snow. Combined with the map, roughly estimate the position of Yang Xinxin, considering that this college is 3,000 acres in size. Adding snow to hinder movement speed. So Su Chunlei suggests it's best to drive slowly and look for it. After listening to the proposal, Uncle can either find it separately. This was immediately rejected by Zhang Yi. For safety reasons, it's safer for 3 people to act together. Not long after, a few people found a place. Buildings not submerged by heavy snow. According to the map display, this is the astronomical center. Located in the southeast. The direction is the front area of the school. And the school cafeteria is located in the north. It's quite far from here. At this moment, Su Chunlei walked. Is it possible? They are now hiding in a spacious area like the gymnasium. After all, moving under the snow. Need a larger space. To ensure sufficient oxygen and avoid the risk of collapse. After listening to it, Zhang Yi felt that there was some truth to it. So I decided to prioritize finding the cafeteria and classrooms. Secondly, search for sports arenas and various teaching buildings. Not long after, Su Chunlei used the wind and snow ability, breaking open the snow around the astronomical center. Su Chunlei is a bit confused about what Zhang Yi wants to do. Zhang Yi immediately explained. By the way, collect these astronomical devices. Maybe we can use it in the future. While a few people were busy transporting astronomical equipment, a muffled sound of footsteps suddenly appearing behind Zhang Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately pulled out a pistol and aimed it at the rear. I didn't expect it to be a mutated cat a few meters tall. Zhang Yi cautiously used a pistol. Aim at the 4-headed cat. If this beast dares to act recklessly, Zhang Yi immediately pulled the trigger. After being deadlocked for a while, Zhang Yi was surprised to find that the mutated cat doesn't seem to have much hostility. This is the first encounter between a psychic and a mutated creature. Just as Death God Zhang Yi was confronting the mutant cat, Su Chunlei and Uncle Yu. Coincidentally, I came back from collecting supplies from the astronomical center. Su Chunlei was frightened by the huge mutated cat in front of him. Directly activate the wind and snow ability attack, and ask Zhang Yi to quickly dodge. Zhang Yi wants to stop it, but it's too late. The mutated cat immediately became fierce, carrying Su Chunlei's ice cone attack hard, pounced towards Zhang Yi's direction. It seems that the situation is not good. Zhang Yi immediately enveloped himself with a space of energy. Improved speed. At the moment when the mutated cat pounced, jump to the top of the mutant cat's head, and shoot continuously at the mute with a pistol. After one wave output, Zhang Yi discovered a bullet that can penetrate even an iron plate, but unable to penetrate the fur of mutated cats. Under the cover of firepower from Zhang Yi and Su Chunlei, Uncle Yu comes to the mutated cat. With Uncle Yu shouting loudly, muscles instantly swell. Then accumulating strength is like a heavy punch. The power of this punch directly causes the ground to crack open. The mutated cat was also directly beaten and flew out. How could the mutated cat have rough skin and thick flesh? Even if you get hit in the head, just stumbled a bit. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi has already set up a sniper rifle. He couldn't distinguish whether it was a cat or a tiger or a leopard. But currently, it appears to be extremely dangerous. He must be clear about it. The pistol's power is not enough. Let's give the sniper rifle a try. The mutated cat feels like it can't be defeated by Uncle. Turning around, he rushed towards Zhang Yi. With the sound of the mutated cat has a wound on its cheek. I didn't expect the power of a sniper rifle. We can only let the mutated cat break its skin a bit. Suddenly mutated cat curls up its body. Turn yourself into a huge meatball. And rolled towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't expect the mutated cat to have this skill. But Zhang Yi doesn't need to escape this distance. I saw Zhang Yi raise his right hand. Immediately open the door to the alien space. To deal with mutated cats. Death God Zhang Yi opens up a different dimensional space. As long as the mutated cat is brought into a different dimensional space, no matter how powerful the mutated creature may be, will be bound by the stillness of time, until death. I didn't expect the mutated cat to rely on wild animal intuition, sensing the danger of a different dimensional space. A stationary ejection directly avoided the conflict with Zhang Yi. Then he turned around and ran towards the distance. Zhang Yi saw this scene. I feel a bit regretful. Almost caught it. He also wants to take this opportunity to study it. What are the differences between mutated organisms and mutated humans? Just when Su Chunlei and Uncle Yu came over. When meeting with Zhang Yi, the mutated cat crouched not far away, watching him. Subsequently, a deafening roar was emitted at the three people. Seems to be cursing Zhang Yi and bullying him with a cat, and I also want to eat him. After the mutated cat finished cursing, turning around again, jumping into the snow and disappearing, Su Chunlei was horrified to see this scene and expressed, "Does this mutated cat awaken spatial abilities?" Zhang Yi immediately explained that it should not be a spatial ability. Otherwise, I would have used it a long time ago. It will take a while to confirm that the mutated cat seems to have left. A few people arrived at the place where the mutated cat disappeared, discovering a huge hole in the snow. No wonder the mutated cat disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Chunlei looked at the cave and said, "Mutated cat keeps moving around here. There shouldn't be any active talents in that school." Then he turned to ask Zhang Yi if the intelligence was accurate or not. Zhang Yi did not answer Su Chunlei, but instead, I asked him if you had noticed it. This mutated cat didn't intend to harm us at first. Subsequently, Zhang Yi speculated that this mutated cat, possibly possessing intelligence no less than that of humans, watching the earthquake. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi decided to go down and explore the truth. Su Chunlei finished listening. Some unbelievable confirmations. Is what Zhang Yi said true? That's the territory of the mutated cat inside. What if I encounter it? After listening, Zhang Yi really wanted to scold Su Chunlei for killing him. A wind and snow superpower. Surprisingly afraid of fighting in the snow. After listening, Su Chunlei awkwardly buttoned his nose bridge. He even forgot that he is now a snow and wind superpower. After discussing, a few people entered the underground cave. Liveliness of human nature performed vividly on this group of students. The teacher protected them from being attacked by mutated cats. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. But this group of students. But he made such shameless demands on the teacher. Just now, Zhang Yi and the others decided to go to the cave dug by the mutated cat, to explore the truth. I hope to get some useful clues inside. When Su Chunlei saw the interconnected underground world, exclaiming, "Is it a cat or a mole?" Then I asked Zhang Yi about the complex road conditions. Will it be easy to get lost? After listening to the proposal, Zhang Yi marked the route. This can avoid getting lost. At this moment, Uncle alerted Zhang Yi with caution. A strong smell of blood permeates the air. Su Chunlei listened and sniffed hard, and expressed some concern. How many people did this monster eat? Then it was suggested that they should take the route with less bloody smell. Avoid meeting mutated cats. Zhang Yi didn't expect Su Chunlei to be. They clearly have 3 people. And they are all psychics. The key is to be in the snow again. It's completely Su Chunlei's home ground. What's there to be afraid of? Then Zhang Yi took out the golden desert eagle, and proudly expressed that if we really encounter, it should be him who ran away. Considering that Uncle has strong investigative abilities, Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu to lead the way ahead. Zhang Yi considered that mutated cats can eat. That will definitely lead to places with living people. So follow the path of bloody smell. We can definitely find the location of the living person. On the other hand, Teacher Liang, who has experienced another major battle. I am already exhausted and panting heavily. Attacked by mutated cats for 3 consecutive days. Several more students have died. Plus, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. I've been fighting with the mutated cat again. My stamina is approaching its limit. If this continues, no need for mutated cats to take action. They will also. At this moment, 2 students came to Teacher Liang's side. They're not here to care about Teacher Liang's physical condition, but to urge Teacher Liang. Should we go find food for them? They have been hungry for 3 days now. I'm almost starving to death. Another female student is even more shameless. Although Teacher Liang is their hope, but Teacher Liang has been staying, resting in the gym and not going out to find food. What are they going to do? Teacher Liang is going to explode with anger after listening to it. He has been in the gym and is afraid to go out. It's not because of the fear of mutated cats attacking students. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the students, it turned into a fear of mutated cats. Just hiding here and not going out. Teacher Liang suppressed the anger in his heart. Tell yourself that you are a teacher of the people. You shouldn't be angry with students, but rather ask the students. If he goes out looking for food, what if the mutated cat attacks them again? A displeased expression from a female classmate. Then turn quickly, teacher. Another male student stepped forward beyond his means. He said he will protect his classmates well. Let teacher Liang rest assured to go. The class monitor pushed the students away. The next second, I'll be beaten to death by the cat's paw. Not long ago, Wu Chunyu was constantly coaxing and deceiving. Let teacher Liang obediently go out to search for food. In the eyes of Wu Chunyu, teacher Liang is a foolish human. It's already this time now. I really want to protect every student. But I am also fortunate to have such a straightforward teacher Liang. Only then can he live to the present day. And Wu Chunyu agreed to teacher Liang. The way to protect other students is randomly find a few cannon fodder. Feed mutated cats. Buy time for others to escape. Teacher Liang knows that if we continue to waste like this, either starve to death, either it's eaten by the mutated cat. So we need to solve the problem from the root cause. Kill the mutated cat. The worst plan is to die, sacrificing himself to keep the students alive. As soon as teacher Yang leaves, Zhang Mingning has started to become a demon again and criticize Yang Xinxin. Because Yang Xinxin, as a disabled person with limited mobility, but they can survive time and time again. How much does it make other students feel uncomfortable? They can only take disabled Yang Xinxin now, to vent all kinds of dissatisfaction in my heart. And Yang Xinxin's life will only hold them back. Still wasting food. Just as the students were criticizing Zhang Shuang. When a student discovered the figure of a mutated cat, the mutated cat will break through the window again in the next second. Wu Qingyu saw the situation, immediately pushed a classmate next to him, and this replacement ghost also instantly became an attack target. Bought Wu Qingyu escape time. Meanwhile, teacher Liang has already returned, taking advantage of the attention of the mutated cat to focus on the students. Now is the best time to kill the mutated cat. Here it is. Death God Zhang Yi has finally found Yang Xinxin, and unexpectedly discovered the fourth superpower. Teacher Liang intends to use his power here. Make a deal with the mutated cat. If we win by chance, he and the students can both survive. Even if you lose, you have to make the mutated cat pay the price. The appearance of teacher Liang. Undoubtedly, it is to show students the life-saving straw. But fighting in the gym is not good for teacher Liang. Slight lack of concentration. Will be attacked by mutated cats sneaking into the experience hall and attacking students. So teacher Liang can only try to block the entrance as much as possible. Fighting with mutated cats. Not long after, Zhang Yi and a few others also found this place. Teacher Liang saw Zhang Yi and others with unfamiliar faces. Guess they should be survivors who came in from outside. So he shouted out to Zhang Yi and his team to help deal with the mutated cat. Su Chunlei wants to take action, but it was stopped by Zhang Yi. The clever and looks like it's 5 or 5 open. This person is definitely a master. And the strength and speed are not possessed by ordinary people. So Zhang Yi guessed that teacher Liang is also a superpower. And it's a combat-type superpower. At present, it is impossible to distinguish whether it is an enemy or a friend. Hastily taking action will only increase the risk. And they're just here to find people. Avoid battles as much as possible. There's no need to worry about some unrelated people. Put oneself in danger. Later, Zhang Yi and a few others bypassed teacher Liang. I plan to enter the gymnasium through the other channel. Teacher Liang saw several people not only ignoring his goals, but also, it's inside the gymnasium. So he shouted, what are you going to do? Soon Zhang Yi arrived at the experience hall. I also quickly saw Yang Xinxin in the crowd. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. I just wanted to step forward and talk to Yang Xinxin. Wu Chunyu suddenly appeared, and asked Zhang Yi if he came from Shishan base. Father's order? Then he proudly introduced himself. My name is Wu Qingyu. My father's name is Wu Jiangwo. I think you've all heard of his name before. Zhang Yi looked at Wu Qingyu, who was dressed brilliantly. Guess which family's eldest young master it should be. A young master's demeanor. Very lacking in education. But before that, Zhang Yi plans to inquire about it. Regarding the intelligence line of Shishan base. Hands on, Death God Zhang Yi and Wind and Snow Might One Su Chunlei collaborate to conquer mutant cats. Not long ago, Wu Chengyu mistakenly thought that Zhang Yi came to rescue him from the Shishan base. But Zhang Yi seems to not know the Shishan base. Wu Chengyu confirmed with Zhang Yi again. Is it his father who sent him from another shelter? But it shouldn't be. The Shishan base is clearly the closest to the school. Upon hearing Wu Chengyu's words, Zhang Yi was very shocked. I didn't expect there to be so many shelters in Tianhai City. Immediately asked what she knows about the shelter. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Wu Chengyu only found out that Zhang Yi was not sent by his father. However, Wu Chengyu also doesn't know much about the intelligence of the shelter. When the snow disaster first hit, he didn't expect it to be so serious. Otherwise, he would have gone to the shelter long ago. It's not like we've lost contact with the outside world now. Trapped here. Heard Wu Chengyu's explanation, Zhang Yi concluded that Wu Chengyu was not lying. I really don't know the specific information about the shelter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. If we can get in touch with the outside world. He had already been given the power and influence of his father to save him. Without intelligence, it would be of no value to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi walked directly in front of Wu Chengyu and passed through the crowd. After the students learned that Zhang Yi came in from outside, they all proposed that as long as Zhang Yi takes them out, just give him a lot of money. Or you can give him an official seat. Someone even his father was Li Gang. His mother Zhang Suiyan to scare Zhang Yi. Su Chunlei and Uncle You saw the number of students. The whole person is numb. How could all these people be saved? Soon, Zhang Yi arrived in front of Yang Xinxin. Then tell Yang Xinxin. He was dragged over by Yang Mi and Zhou Kuwei to pick him up and leave. Yang Xinxin didn't ask much. Now, no matter who it is, I am willing to take the risk to save him in this situation. Definitely a good person. Zhang Yi snatched the wheelchair with one hand, prepared to take Yang Xinxin away. But Yang Xinxin spoke up and said, there is one more thing that I need Zhang Yi's help with. Zhang Yi did not refuse, but remind Yang Xinxin, don't be the kind of person who takes all his classmates away together. This requirement. Yang Xinxin shook her head and said no. He asked Zhang Yi for help. It's to stop the battle between Teacher Liang and the mutated cat. Yang Xinxin doesn't want him to be in danger. It's not easy to stop fighters. As Yang Xinxin, after, ask him to help manage the network system of the pattern fortress. He's even harder to refuse. Zhang Yi immediately waved his hand. Greet Su Chunlei and Uncle You to come over. Next few people walked towards the direction of the battle between Teacher Liang and the mutant cat. Seeing the process of falling from the ground, Zhang Yi has decided to take in a space first. Take it back and study it. Then he ordered Su Chunlei to take action. Under Su Chunlei's wind and snow ability, the ice and snow above the passage began to collapse. The falling ice almost hit Teacher Liang. Fortunately, Teacher Liang responded promptly and managed to avoid it. The next second, the ice blocks will face the mutated cat dragon, trapping mutated cats in it. And Su Chunlei's behavior has provoked Teacher Liang dissatisfaction with Conquered. Death God Zhang Yi. Take the psychic Teacher Liang. Take in your own dimensional space. Just now, received an order from Zhang Yi. Trap the mutated cat with ice cubes. Unexpectedly, it attracted Teacher Liang's angry gaze. Zhang Yi shrugged his hand. With a thick skin, I don't need to thank you. Humans should help each other. After listening, Teacher Liang pointed to Zhang Yi and angrily scolded him for what he was doing. He could almost determine the winner from the mutant cat. No matter how I shouted just now, I didn't help. But now he's running out to disrupt the situation. The more Teacher Liang talks, the more angry he becomes. If we can't kill the mutated cat this time, according to the cunning level of mutated cats, I won't have a chance in the future. Zhang Yi's indifferent expression. He only stepped in to help out because he was afraid that Teacher Liang would lose. If it weren't for Yang Xinxin asking him for help, he's too lazy to take action. Zhang Yi's attitude completely angered Teacher Liang. I saw Teacher Liang shout and stop. Then he grabbed his sword and carried it towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi won't be lenient because step back and shoot at Teacher Liang at the same time. Next second, Teacher Liang not only captured bullets, but also precisely split the bullet in half with a sword. This scene shocked Zhang Yi immensely. There is actually someone in this world who can split bullets apart. Seeing Teacher Liang rush forward again, Zhang Yi will no longer dodge this time. But instead, he raised his hand to summon the vastness of a different dimensional space. Take Teacher Liang inside. But Zhang Yi had no intention of killing Teacher Liang. In no time, Teacher Liang was released from a different space. Just now, Teacher Liang doesn't know what just happened. Zhang Yi leaned in front of Teacher Liang and expressed my kindness to help you. But you want to kill me. I really have no conscience. Then Zhang Yi took away Teacher Liang's sword to prevent Teacher Liang from going crazy and then using his sword to strike him again. Being able to split bullets is obviously a top-notch weapon. How could Zhang Yi miss the opportunity to take him as his own? Teacher Liang struck, requesting Zhang Yi to return the farmers to him, but Zhang Yi pretended not to hear. Then tell a few students to hurry up. Help their teacher to rest. Sitting down, Teacher Liang immediately asked Zhang Yi about it. Who exactly is it? What is the purpose of coming to school? After listening, Zhang Yi pointed to Yang Xinxin and said, he was entrusted by someone to pick up Yang Xinxin. Teacher Liang finished listening to Zhang Yi's words, seeing a glimmer of hope to leave here. Quickly inquire with Zhang Yi, can we take them all away? As soon as this sentence is spoken, the students immediately surrounded Zhang Yi and offered various conditions to take them away. But these conditions are nothing more than giving money to official positions. Zhang Yi loudly scolded the noisy students, and he said he will only take Yang Xinxin away alone. Others will find their own family members to find a solution. Death God Zhang Yi has started killing again. Zhang Yi not only killed all the students who threatened him, but also, surprisingly, genius mechanic as his harem. Just when Zhang Yi suggested that students should contact their families themselves, when they came to save themselves, students have expressed their inability to reach the outside world. I just want Zhang Yi to take them out of school. At this moment, Teacher Liang jumped out and morally kidnapped Zhang Yi. Observe the status of Zhang Yi and others. You can guess that Zhang Yi is living a good life. There must be a good place to live and plenty of food. Then ask Zhang Yixing to do well. Take the students away. They are elites. It is the seed of hope for the future of the country. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yi became unhappy. He lives a good life and has nothing to do with anyone. Besides, who is not the little baby that parents hold in their hands? Which student is not the hope of the country's future? Just because they are wealthy. Can you enjoy preferential treatment? And since Zhang Yi came in, these students only have arrogance. What is there worth Zhang Yi's help? Since you are elites, I believe it must be living with one's own strength. Later, Zhang Yi, the guard, stated that he was just an ordinary person. I can't save these so-called elites. And he stated that his purpose of coming this time is only one. Just take Yang Xinxin away. As soon as this sentence is spoken, immediately aroused Zhang Mingning's dissatisfaction. Zhang Mingning teamed up with several other classmates, holding Yang Xinxin hostage, and threatened Zhang Yi if he doesn't bring them, just strangle Yang Xinxin to death. Teacher Liang saw this scene. Immediately speak up and ask Zhang Mingning not to act recklessly. Everyone is classmates. But Zhang Yi laughed when he saw this scene, then expressed disgust. In this world, how could there be so many self-righteous people? Zhang Yihua has just fallen, just holding two guns and frantically shooting into the crowd. Led by Zhang Mingming, several students holding Yang Xinxin hostage received the boxed lunch on the spot. Teacher Yang asked Zhang Yi incredulously, I killed these students just because they are all still children. Zhang Yi's disdainful expression. People who can threaten others with the lives of their classmates. You also call him a child. Zhang Yi saw Yang Xinxin with a dull gaze. I thought he was scared and foolish. Quickly squatting down to appease Yang Xinxin. Don't be afraid to take you home now. Yang Xinxin suddenly spoke up to ask Zhang Yi, can you bring his friends with you? Seeing Zhang Yi hesitating, Yang Xinxin immediately explained. Lu Karen, like him, is a special recruit from Tianqing Academy. Apart from recruiting students from prestigious officials, the school, we will also recruit top talents in certain fields, to increase the visibility of the school. And Lu Karen is a genius in the mechanical field. After Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen's physique, I think it's okay. An excellent mechanic's physical fitness is also important. Then he spoke up and asked Lu Karen what he knew about you. Too lucky. Death God Zhang Yi not only found computer genius Yang Xinxin, but also included as a versatile mechanic as the harem. When Zhang Yi doubts what Lu Karen will say, sure. What Lu Karen said next made Zhang Yixuan feel amazing. I didn't expect that Lu Karen not only understood vehicle design and maintenance, but also, there is also research on firearms. Vehicles and firearms can be modified. Not only that, but also, out of interest, Lu Karen has learned the art of cutting swords. I am also very proficient in the manufacturing of cold weapons. After listening, Zhang Yi exclaimed that he had found a treasure. These are all what he needs now. So he agreed to let Lu Karen join his harem. Seeing that Lu Karen can be selected and taken away by Zhang Yi, other students have also started reporting their strengths. Some people claim that their driving skills are comparable to those of the famous mountain car gods in autumn. Can be a driver. Some say they are proficient in 18 languages. Can be used as a translator. Just as the students were gossiping about their strengths, a voice interrupted. I saw a female student walking around in front of Zhang Yi. And stopped Zhang Yi. Now Teacher Liang is very weak. The monster was released again. You guys are leaving. What should we do? If it weren't for your intervention, that monster might have been killed by the teacher long ago. So even if you want to leave, you also need to help us solve that monster first. I didn't expect to just solve a few problems that don't have long eyes. Now another one has popped up. After Zhang Yi pointed a pistol at the female student. It seems like I'm not coming. You can just survive like that. Take advantage of my good mood now. Hurry up and get lost. Before leaving, Yang Xinxin bid farewell to Teacher Liang, and thank him for taking care of him during this period. Teacher Liang nodded in satisfaction. Then he shouted to the students behind him to follow them. Teacher Liang, I plan to take advantage of the time when the mutated cat dare not appear. Follow Zhang Yi and the others out. This is their only chance to leave here. Su Chunlei looked at the closely behind him. Ask Zhang Yi what to do. Zhang Yi glanced at Su Chunlei and you pitted them. Or do you want to kill them all? As long as you using special abilities to collapse the channel, then we can bury them alive. As soon as this sentence is spoken, Su Chunlei shouted, I have no grievances or grudges with them. How can we do this? Zhang Yi was just teasing Su Chunlei for a moment. He just wants Su Chunlei to understand. Dezai and Ji Tianxia, if you are poor, you will be alone. I can't even take care of myself. Why do you have to deal with other people? Not long after, Zhang Yi and a few others made marks based on the previous ones. Successfully returned to the ground. Subsequently, Zhang Yi arranged for it. Su Chunlei and Uncle Oil ride a snowy motorcycle. He took two girls on a snow SUV. Watching Zhang Yi gradually fade away, students asked Teacher Liang, what are they going to do next? At this moment, Wu Qingyu took out his phone. With a confident face, he said, next, let's take a look at us. It's too scary. Unexpectedly, Death God Zhang Yi saves brain-changing genius Yang Xinxin, surprisingly hidden so deep. He can actually manipulate mutated cats to attack classmates. Yang Xinxin finally left the damn school. Two people getting on the car together. I was amazed by the comfort of the heating in the car. Seeing two fallen geniuses, Zhang Yi also generously took a space. Take out some food for them, supplementing them with energy. Seeing that Zhang Yi not only saved them, give them food to eat. Lu Karen called out to brother Zhang Yi directly. You are such a great person. After the two of them finish eating, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke up and praised Yang Xinxin for being really amazing. This sudden praise, it makes Yang Xinxin a bit confused. Immediately explain. In the eyes of my classmates, I am just a burden. Where is that powerful? Subsequently, thank you to Lu Karen. If it weren't for him always elf, he might have died long ago, right? Can Zhang Yi finish listening? Still expressing that I still think Yang Xinxin is quite impressive. This makes Yang Xinxin unclear. What exactly does Zhang Yi mean by powerful? He has been disabled since childhood. I can only sit in a wheelchair for a lifetime. Besides understanding computers, in the eyes of others, he is just a waste. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally understood what was being said. Originally, what Zhang Yi said was impressive. It refers to the attack of mutated cats. Yang Xinxin, who is disabled, can actually live to this day. You might say that your luck is better. Or rather, there are mainland guests protecting it. Can last for over a month. The number of times that mutated cat attacked you, maybe not less than 10 times, right? Once or twice is good luck. It's too strange to say it's lucky every time. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you're able to survive until now. Yang Xinxin did not deny it again, just boasting that the transit impressive. No wonder we can live to this day in the apocalypse. And he also supports his two stupid sisters. Zhang Yi sees Yang Xinxin no longer hiding it. Immediately express one's own opinion. Zhang Yi just feels that all of this is too coincidental. And some coincidences are too reasonable. Just like when Teacher Liang was fighting the mutant cat just now. Yang Xinxin asked Zhang Yi to stop them from fighting. instead of helping teacher Liang kill the mutated cat. And what Yang Xinxin said was that he didn't want anything to happen to him. Refers to mutated cats, right? So, based on the above two perspectives, Zhang Yi speculates that the mutated cat was raised by Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin did not deny it, but rather exaggerated. Art is indeed very clever. Everything was guessed by Zhang Yi, but he's not as bad as you think. Subsequently, Yang Xinxin explains that she is not the owner of Hua Hua. I didn't let Hua Hua kill my classmates and teachers either. It's just that Hua Hua has been pretty long. Heard the name Hua Hua, Lu Karen exclaimed in surprise. That's not Yang Xinxin. Was the stray cat that I had been feeding before? Yang Xinxin continues to explain. That monster. It's the stray cat flower that I usually feed. Mutated. Because my relationship with Hua Hua is particularly close. So he never hurt me either. Upon hearing this, Lu Karen suddenly realized. No wonder every time the mutated cat. When we came to attack our classmates. Not attacking either of them. Lu Karen thought they were really lucky. But Zhang Yi denied Lu Karen's statement. The matter is not that simple. Is it true that I didn't attack you just because of gratitude? Disabled girls are not just computer geniuses. Behind the scenes, there is still a demon who kills people like a horse. Yang Xinxin is still sophistry. Mutant cat steps attack them. Just because of gratitude to Yang Xinxin for feeding her. But Zhang Yi saw at a glance that things were not just that simple. The following were Zhang Yi, thoroughly exposing Yang Xinxin's true nature. Does the mutated cat lead us the way? Is it instinctive not to attack us? This statement shocked Yang Xinxin. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi was not only clever. And the insight is surprisingly strong. That's right. Since Hua Hua mutated, I can understand Yang Xinxin's words. So Yang Xinxin told Hua Hua. Afterwards, someone will come to pick him up and leave here. So I specifically reminded Hua Hua not to harm Zhang Yi and the others. But I didn't expect that. In the end, it was Hua Hua who was beaten by Zhang Yi and his team. Hear this. Zhang Yi asks Yang Xinxin. So those classmates who bully you, did you also let Hua Hua kill it? I saw Yang Xinxin smiling and saying, although I really dislike those classmates, but it's not to the point where I hate them enough to kill them. Those who died. All of them are people who have abused Hua Hua before. By the way, you can also fill your stomach with flowers. But as time goes on, it's are becoming increasingly extremist. They began to feel that Yang Xinxin was a burden. Even thinking of using Yang Xinxin to offer sacrifices to flowers. Finally, when Hua Hua attacked them directly, a classmate directly pushed Yang Xinxin out. But what classmates didn't expect was that, after a few attempts, Yang Xinxin couldn't even die. So the hatred of classmates towards Yang Xinxin is getting heavier and heavier. On the contrary, Yang Xinxin, who is disabled, always manages to survive every time. Those classmates will feel more and more unbearable about themselves. Therefore, later on, more and more students hoped that Yang Xinxin would die. Finally, Yang Xinxin also understood. These people have nothing to be pitiful about. Later on, I started letting Hua Hua tease them time and time again. Kill them bit by bit. Do you think I'm cruel, big brother? How could Zhang Yi feel cruel? Speaking of which, Yang Xinxin's work style is somewhat similar to Zhang Yi's. And those people Zhang Yi does, it's not related at all. Zhang Yi doesn't care what Yang Xinxin does to them at all. He just promised Yang Mi and Zhou, we need to take Yang Xinxin back. On the other hand, it's just indifference. The fortress requires Yang Xinxin's computer talent to manage. Yang Xinxin also understands. Now this world. People without value are not worthy of being saved. Zhang Yi also assured the two of them that. Just join his team. Be obedient and obedient. Do things well. Will no longer face the danger of cold, hunger, and death. Finally, Zhang Yi still has a question that he is very puzzled about. That's why I'd been indifferent for so long. I only contacted Zhou and his team recently. And buried deep under the snow. How to solve the signal problem in such a deep place. The end of the world is coming. Death God Zhang Yi saves two genius girls from school. Zhang Yiban thought that by picked up two geniuses to become the harem. But I didn't expect that. All of this. All within of hacker girl Yang Xinxin. Facing Zhang Yi's doubts. Yang Xinxin smiled and said, at least he is also a top hacker. Plus, with the help of Hua Hua, the signal problem is easy to solve. What Yang Xinxin said afterwards, make Zhang Yi's whole body numb. Actually, Yang Xinxin never intended to contact him. Two stupid sisters. The person I really wanted to contact at the beginning was Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin have never intersected at all. How did Yang Xinxin know about the existence of Zhang Yi? I saw Yang Xinxin's proud and coquettish expression. I thought that stupid sister had already died a long time ago. After all, with his intelligence, the mixed entertainment industry can still be peaceful. Survive in this apocalypse. So Yang Xinxin used her own hacker phone, collected a large amount of intelligence online. After analysis, we finally locked in Zhang Yi, and obtain all the information about Zhang Yi. Later, Yang Xinxin showed a look of admiration, the warehouse administrator. But able to achieve this level in the apocalypse. I didn't expect to be in front of this hacker girl. Zhang Yi has no privacy at all. I saw Yang Xinxin continue to say, including your involvement in the theft case at Walmart supermarket, bank transfer records, and the incident of killing so many neighbors in the community. Xinxin knows that. The more Yang Xinxin talks, the more obsessed she becomes with Zhang Yi. A proper and delicate illness. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. I will be targeted by a beautiful and miserable sick woman. I don't know if it's a disaster or a blessing. Then tentatively ask Yang Xinxin, is it through online information? Finally, I guessed that Yang Mi was with him. That's why I contacted Yang Mi. Yang Xinxin nodded. And even if Zhang Yi doesn't come to save him, he will also find a way to find Zhang Yi. Then suddenly blushing with embarrassment, she said, Zhang Yi can come and save him. He's so happy. Hear this. But Zhang Yi couldn't be. I thought everything was under my control. Unexpectedly falling into a trap designed by others. But at the moment, being friends with Yang Xinxin is better than being enemies. Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin with a smile. Can mutated cats fully obey his commands? Yang Xinxin immediately shook her head and said, cats are animals that can only be friends. Whoever treats it well will be close to them. It's difficult to be its owner. Especially stray cats. Zhang Yi originally hoped to bring the mutated cat under his command. When the war broke out, Zhang Yi thought his hope was about to fall through. Unexpectedly, mutant Catflower chased after her all the way. It seems that the mutated cat still cannot bear to part with Yang Xinxin. That's easy to handle. Here it is. The Apocalypse translated by Zhang, the god of death. Welcome the addition of 2 harems again. And Yang Xinxin's first question upon entering the door. Just make Zhang Yi feel shy. Not long ago, Zhang Yi was still not bringing the mutated cat under their command for battle. I didn't expect Yang Xinxin, the mutated cat, to be reluctant to part ways. Follow Zhang Yi's off-road vehicle all the way back to the post-apocalyptic fortress. Those who have raised cats know that. Cats are a difficult to understand creature. Especially wild cats. But if there's a chance to get in touch now, there's a chance to recover it. Coincidentally, there is a lot of cat food in the warehouse. And this thing should be more delicious than people, right? Zhang Yi is determined to find opportunities to win over the mutated cat. Not long after, Zhang Yi and a few others returned to the post-apocalyptic fortress. After Zhang Yi gave Uncle Yu and Su Chunlei some things. Just let them leave. After Yang Xinxing and Lu Karen entered the post-apocalyptic fortress. Amazed by the luxury in front of me. Unexpectedly. How could there be such a luxurious living environment in the apocalypse? Zhang Yi patted Lu Karen's shoulder, saying to help him solve problems well in the future. They can always be here. Go on living a happy life. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinxin blushed with embarrassment. Inquire here. Does helping you also include aspects of daily life? After Yang Xinxin finished speaking, she shyly lowered her head. And Zhang Yi was overwhelmed by Yang Xinxin's questions. I didn't expect to get a lot out of understanding at a young age. Zhang Yi told Yang Xinxin not to think recklessly. He only needs to maintain the electronic equipment of the post-apocalyptic fortress. It's okay. Actually, Yang Xinxin is very beautiful. Zhang Yi is a man. But it's not the kind of insect brain. Zhang Yi's behavior as a righteous gentleman. He should be very handsome. Yang Xinxin thought that Zhang Yi was accusing him of being disabled. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Yang Mi rushed out. Then he pulled Yang Xin's hands are caressing the cold and asking for warmth. But Yang Xinxin withdrew her hand. In his eyes, Yang Mi is just a vase with its appearance. Yang Xinxin directly wrote her dislike on her face. If it weren't for the discovery, you are with brother Zhang Yi, I wouldn't proactively contact you. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. The relationship between Yang Xinxin and Yang Mi is so delicate. Also a highly intelligent computer genius. I can understand that older sisters who are famous for their physique are not favored. At this moment, Joku on the side suddenly spoke out. How could you call someone else brother? When have you been so polite to others? Death God Zhang Yi really found treasure. The two newly added harems are not only beautiful, and she's also a genius girl. Yang Xinxin brings mechanical genius girl Lu Karen, introduced to two older sisters. And Lu Karen also wiped honey on his mouth, praising Yang Mijo for being too beautiful. That's it. The newly joined Lu Karen will soon be recognized by Yang Mijo. Zhang Yi instructed Yang Mi to cook a sumptuous dinner. Connect Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Also could tidy up their room for them. On the dining table, Zhang Yi clearly assigned tasks to Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Yang Xinxin is responsible for the network security of the entire disregarded fortress. As for Lu Karen, when Zhang Yi turned his gaze to Lu Karen nervously expressed that brother Zhang, I will do whatever you instruct me to do. Zhang Yi is strange. Why is this little girl nervous? I won't eat him again. Then return to the main topic. Inquire with Lu Karen. As a mechanic, will they manufacture weapons, ammunition, and other things? Manufacturing firearms is not difficult, but it requires some professional equipment. As for ammunition, it's a bit troublesome, because many materials are not sold in the market. If it's a cold weapon, it's much easier. Materials can be obtained from other metals at home. However, forging equipment is also required. After listening, Zhang Yi gestured for Lu Karen to follow him. After walking to an open place, he took out several machines from a space. When Lu Karen saw it, his eyes lit up. These are professional equipment that can forge high-quality goods. These devices can be as few as a few million in the market, more than a few thousand yuan per unit. Zhang Yi asked Lu Karen if these devices were sufficient. If it's really not possible, he'll go outside and search for it. Bring him all the equipment from the entire steel mill. Lu Karen excitedly stated that these devices are enough. Unusable items can be modified again. I will tell Zhang Yi what I need in the later stage. Zhang Yi was very pleased after listening to it. Undoubtedly a genius mechanic. Then from a space, take out the large room that was snatched from Teacher Liang before. Since you are a mechanic, I should also have some understanding of materials, right? Can you help me check if this sword is an ancient divine weapon? At that time, your Teacher Liang, when I take this sword, almost fought desperately with me. And after Lu Karen obtained the great treasure sword, expressing, finally able to touch Teacher Liang's divine weapon, Death God Zhang Yi, completed what men dream of. Not only does it have 4 harems at the same time, and unexpectedly obtained a handful, a cold weapon that can split open all things. When Lu Karen saw Long Ming, excitedly introducing his boyfriend, turns out this sword is not an ancient divine weapon, but rather by contemporary sword masters, the pinnacle of garden construction. It is said that the raw material is the hardest metal in the world, made of Edelman alloy. Its hardness can even split into diamonds. When it was developed 10 years ago, originally intended for weapon manufacturing in the military, but due to high production costs, plus the scarcity of materials, eventually eliminated by the arms company. But some people use it to make cold weapons. In the end, I obtained this indestructible cold weapon. And the reason why this farmer is in the hands of Teacher Liang, it's because Teacher Liang is guard, received recognition for great achievements and strength. Only then did I reward this sword. So for Teacher Liang, this sword, not just weapons, still a supreme honor. No wonder Teacher Liang was able to chop him off against the mutated cat. If it were a regular sword, it would have curled up long ago. Such a good weapon. Of course, we should keep our righteousness on our own. It's impossible to give it back to Teacher Liang. Screen rotation. Return to the dining table. Lu Karen has revealed another new news to Zhang Yi. When they were trapped, they didn't lack food at all. Because there are over a dozen cafeterias of all sizes in the school. The things in the warehouse can't be eaten up at all. Plus, there's also an internal supermarket. So if it weren't for the mutated mongoose, or such extreme weather, they can't even die. Then I would like to thank Zhang Yi again. If it weren't for Zhang Yi rescuing them from danger in a timely manner, the consequences are unimaginable. And Zhang Yi also guarantees, as long as they are obedient, I can always live in the post-apocalyptic fortress, due to the ongoing snow disaster. And there is no sign of stopping. Most parts of the country, even globally and internationally, there has been a situation of material competition. Extreme adverse weather, leading to anarchy in multiple regions around the world, and armed organizations starting to use force to control supplies and surviving humans. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi exclaimed, "It's terrible. Yang Mi is strange. It didn't appear early on. Is there a phenomenon of disorderly order? Is it just that it's more serious now?" Zhang Yi immediately explained. "The current situation is different. What did the armed forces want to do before? I used to be wary of the government's power. But now the government's ability to constrain has disappeared. Armed forces don't have to worry about being liquidated. They are even more taboo when it comes to doing things. According to the development of this situation, there is come in the future. Warlord melee. Once the chaotic situation of the feudal lords dividing the world arrives. At that time, there was no human rights involved. Human life is like ants that can be killed at will. On the first day that the genius girl moved into the post-apocalyptic fortress, just help death god Zhang Yi seek revenge. Yang Mi discovered monsters outside the fortress of the end of the world. Not long ago, Zhang Yi led Yang Xinxin come to the control room of the post-apocalyptic fortress, and Yang Xinxin, who was obsessed with computers, also quickly drawn to the supercomputer in front of me. Seeing Yang Xinxin's joyful expression, Zhang Yi patted Yang Xinxin's shoulder as she said, "In the future, ignoring the network security of the fortress will be left to you." Watching Yang Xinxin quickly enter work mode, Zhang Yi sighed at such a smart girl. But he got polio. But this also makes him more suitable for this place. Not long after, Yang Xinxin had a clear understanding of the entire supercomputer. This is a top-level system of galactic light, although it is a product from 10 years ago. But for now, you can also hang and hit the vast majority of network systems in the world. Its artificial intelligence is also very powerful. Normally, there shouldn't be many people who can invade here, unless it's a top hacker. A change in art style. Yang Xinxin stated that supercomputer recently suffered thousands of network intrusions. If not discovered in a timely manner, it is estimated that the firewall will be destroyed in a month. At that time, the entire network system will be paralyzed. I didn't expect what Zhang Yi was worried about to happen. Since Lu Fengda leaked his information, someone started to peek at this place. Later, Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin with concern, "Can these vulnerabilities be fixed?" Yang Xinxin confidently stated not to forget his profession. Fixing vulnerabilities is not an easy task, and it can also create a new encrypted network to prevent seeing through the wireless network of the router. Not long after, Yang Xinxin proudly expressed, "All vulnerabilities have been fixed." This divine operation made Zhang Yi extremely happy. Sure enough, I didn't pick it up wrong. Yang Xinxin also lived up to Zhang Yi's expectations. His next step is to fight against intrusion, those who attack the network systems here. Zhang Yi asked with some concern, "If the invasion of the other party fails, is there any risk involved?" Yang Xinxin confidently stated that in terms of the intensity of the invasion, the other party should not be strong. Even if the invasion fails, one can still conceal their whereabouts, will not be discovered by the other party. Hear this. Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin to let go. "The crew is here at this moment." Yang Mi hurriedly ran in, and hesitantly stated that there was a monster outside. Originally, the monster in Yang Mi's mouth was a mutated cat flower. It seems that Hua Hua still likes Yang Xinxin very much. They Yang Xinxin over. Conquered. Death. Zhang Yi subdued the first mutated creature of the apocalypse. Not long ago, Yang Mi hurriedly ran over to tell Zhang Yi, "There are monsters outside the post-apocalyptic fortress." Zhang Yi immediately guessed that it was a mutated cat flower. Zhang Yi was pondering, perhaps we can take advantage of Yang Xinxin's relationship with Hua Hua, take advantage of this and gather the flowers. After arriving at the living room, Joku also ran over nervously to tell Zhang Yi, "There is a very big cat outside, always meowing towards the window. Seems to be looking for something." When Yang Xinxin arrived at the window, Hua Hua also quieted down. Then he closed his eyes and seemed to be resting. Zhang Yi saw this scene. Guess. Hua Hua should be in the battle with Teacher Liang. Excessive consumption. Plus, chasing after us all the way. It should have also consumed a lot of physical energy. Perhaps now is the opportunity to take. At the moment when Hua Hua saw Yang Xinxin, surprisingly emitting a gentle meowing sound, Yang Xinxin happily signaled for Hua Hua to come over. After Hua Hua saw Zhang Yi behind her, stopped walking again. Zhang Yi saw the situation. Directly extract a large amount of cat food from a space. Then pick up a pack of cat food and tell Hua Hua, as long as you become my pet in the future, you can eat it as a package. After wrapping the flowers and seeing the cat food, I stepped forward and smelled it. But the next second, I was vigilant and retreated back. Yang Xinxin saw this scene to remind Zhang Yi. Hua Hua plays the cat. High vigilance. He also spent a month at that time. Only then did we establish a good relationship with him. 1 month is a small matter for Zhang Yi. But the problem is, if we don't tame the flowers, Zhang Yi is afraid that Hua Hua's stomach will be hungry. Will attack Su Chunlei's village. Zhang Yi shouted at Hua Hua. I know you still don't trust me now, but I can provide you, but you have to promise me. We cannot attack the village across the river. I didn't expect that Hua Hua could really understand human language. Surprisingly agreed, and nodded. The matter of Hua Hua has come to an end. But Zhang Yi has new challenges. A body size as large as flowers. The appetite should also be amazing. In the future, we need to find ways to feed it with other foods. When Zhang Yi returned to the house, discovering Yang Mi and Zhou Kejing staring out the window in surprise. Unexpectedly. At this point, the flower has returned to the size of an ordinary cat. Originally, it could also freely change its form. Death God Zhang Yi can support 4 harems at the same time. But I can't keep a cat alive. Just because the cat's body is taller than a building, bigger than a mountain. Zhang Yi looked at the flowers in front of him. I guess his appetite is also surprisingly large. Just as Zhang Yi is concerned about how to feed himself well in the future. At a moment of helplessness, Hua Hua has actually an ordinary cat's toilet. Start cooking. At this point, Lu Karen stood up and explained. If Hua Hua has always been in this body shape, how many students were there at the youth college that day? It's not enough to eat flowers and flowers. Yang Xinxin answered by saying that she has always had doubts. Because every time flowers appear and disappear, they are very abrupt. In theory, such a large body size. As long as you get a little closer, there will be some movement. That's right. But for dancers like teacher Lian Liang, I can't even detect it through eating anymore. Component analysis. The possibility of him being able to change size and form is extremely high. Hear this. Zhang Yichang breathed a sigh of relief. How much appetite can a civet cat have? You don't have to worry about cat food in the future. At this moment, Yang Xinxin shouted out that something was wrong. Hua Hua is injured and bleeding. Zhang Yi from wounds and frozen blood. Freshness analysis. Guess. It should have been during teacher Lian not long ago. Hurt by the dragon roaring sword. No wonder Hua Hua looks so tired. Hua Hua, who ate, didn't care about the wound. This also conforms to the habits of wild cats. And when wild cats eat, I generally don't like others to approach me. Zhang Yi pondered and waited for Hua Hua to finish her meal. Find another chance to help him treat his wound. This can also enhance the relationship. Screen rotation. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, lying comfortably in bed. Lu Karen sighed at how unreal all of this was. Even during the day, I was still starving and freezing in the ice and snow. Stay in such a comfortable room now. It's like traveling through time. Yang Xinxin finished listening, blushing with embarrassment. All of this is thanks to my dear Zhang Yi. Lu Karen also expressed his gratitude, saying that brother Zhang Yi is really amazing. Surprisingly, they were able to create such a great shelter in the apocalypse. In the future, I must hold on to brother Zhang Yi's thigh. Yang Xinxin heard this. Ask Lu Karen and Zhang Yi what they are preparing for now. Lu Karen brought Zhang Yi to him to make weapons. I told Yang Xinxin once again. Yang Xinxin finished listening. Suggest Lu Karen. We can prioritize helping Zhang Yi manufacture ammunition. The next day, Zhang Yi gave the production list to Lu Karen. By the way, let Lu Karen focus on making more landmines and explosives. On the other hand, Wu Chengyu has already contacted his father. Come and rescue them. Some students happily thank Wu Chengyu. Soon they will be able to meet their families. Some students have been unable to contact home since they came out. They seriously suspect that their family members have already died. And some students doubt Wu Chengyu's words. If his father had the ability to come and rescue him, why wait until now? Unexpectedly, Wu Chengyu pretends to be coerced in front of the righteous god of death. We really called for a rescue team, but teacher Liang discovered that this tricks. Since Wu Chengyu contacted his father, I curled up in the underground cave with my classmates to avoid the wind and snow. After a long wait, there has finally been movement outside the cave. When everyone arrived outside the cave, but I found out there was only one sled. And the car is also full of people. And Teacher Liang can tell at a glance that these people are not simple. They are all veteran soldiers who have been on the battlefield for a long time. These veterans didn't pay attention to the students after getting off the car, but rather whispering and discussing something, just as Wu Chengyu anxiously asked the other party, "Did his father Wu Jiangwo send someone to save him?" Wu Jiangwo shouted out to Wu Chengyu in the crowd. The moment Wu Chengyu saw his father, the whole person is numb. How did his father, who was originally overweight, lose weight and become a matchstick? Wu Jiangwo hugged Wu Chengyu tightly, but Wu Chengyu pushed his father away with affectation, and he said he never sent anyone to save him before, causing him to suffer so much. Just as Wu Chengyu was complaining, suddenly, a few people approached and asked Wu Chengyu about it. Is there still a lot of supplies in the school? And let Wu Chengyu lead them on the way. They need to transport these supplies back to the base. Teacher Liang on the side saw everything in his eyes. According to the other party's posture, it doesn't seem like they're here to save people. Wu Chengyu stated that there are indeed supplies available, but because there is a mutated creature hovering here, he dare not go. The rescue team immediately stated after listening, they have experience dealing with mutated organisms. Let Wu Chengyu not worry, just lead the way directly. Wu Chengyu was completely numb after hearing it all. After hesitating for a while, he pointed to himself. Later, Teacher Liang said that, usually, searching for supplies is done by Teacher Liang. He knows better than I do where the supplies are. After seeing this, Teacher Liang sighed, indicating that we can take them there. Please reassure the students not to worry when the leaves. Find the supplies first and then place them. The so-called rescue team. From beginning to end, I haven't asked any questions about saving people. This makes students feel suspicious in their hearts. Not long after, the rescue team found the supplies and returned. And this time, let the students come over directly to help move things. This makes students even more confused. Isn't the rescue team here to save them? How did they get started working? The end of the world is coming. The wealthy young master thought he betrayed Teacher Liang. You can capture mutated creatures on your own. As a result, he stayed in place but was called out by the rescue team to work as a laborer. Before the end of the world, they are all children of wealthy people from the wealthy side, who has suffered such hardship. And isn't the rescue team here to save them? Why do you turn them around and use them as laborers? Originally, Wu Chengyu thought that his father relied on his pre-apocalyptic status. How could he still be a leader at the Shishan base? Now it seems that they're very low. Listening to classmates' complaints, Wu Chengyu can only pretend to be calm and appease his classmates. Now is a special period. The base does not support idle people. They're just short of manpower now. Once you arrive at the base, you can rest. Wu Chengyu's words have just finished. The sled was dragging supplies away. The rescue team that stayed behind directly told the students to walk back to the base. This immediately drew dissatisfaction from the students, complaining about why there's no car to pick them up. They were already hungry for a long time. Plus, I just started working hard again. Now they have to walk more than 10 kilometers to the base again. As I watched the students speak, they became more and more excited. The rescue team roared and shut up. Then he fiercely expressed that if he wanted to survive, he would follow him. Who wouldn't like to leave now? Another rescue team standing on the side. Charge means no matter what your status is before the end of the world. In the face of the apocalypse, it has disappeared. If you want to survive, just shut up. Be obedient and obedient. Just when my classmates were feeling down, Teacher Liang also rushed back and reassured the students to keep up with him if they want to survive. Now they have no choice anymore. After walking for a day and a night, the students have finally arrived at the Shishan base. After entering the interior of the base, students are worried again. They are now. It has really become a lamb that can be slaughtered at will. Teacher Yang once again comforts the students. If they want to harm us, he won't put so much effort into bringing us here. At this moment, a group of people wearing protective suits rushed out. Subsequently, the students were thoroughly disinfected in all aspects. Not long after, a chubby woman walked out and ordered the students to stand in 2 rows. Then, a leader's demeanor explained to the students, "Disinfecting you all is for the safety of the base. Please make sure to cooperate. Boys must take good care of themselves when going out. Otherwise, there will be strange women clinging to your body." Just as Teacher Liang arrived at the Shishan base with his students, a group of people wearing protective suits rushed out. "Disinfect them." Then they were subjected to blood tests. Not long after, a staff member carrying a basin of unknown liquid, appearing in front of students. The liquid appears as a white emulsion. It looks a bit like dairy products. After tasting it, the students found that it looked a bit like yogurt. But they know from the bottom of their hearts, definitely not serious yogurt. Not long after, Wu Jiangwo and the chubby woman came to find Wu Qingyu. After learning that Wu Qingyu was the son of Wu Jiangwo, the chubby woman showed an evil expression. Wu Jiangwo knows what a chubby woman is like, but he dare not offend. I can only politely say that this is my son, the chubby woman explained to the students. Why do we need to disinfect? Just afraid of someone carrying viruses. On the other hand, there is concern about the presence of individuals. After explaining, the chubby woman gestured to all the students. Perform the final cleaning again. You can go to survival module number 4 now. After speaking, he turned around and told Wu Qingyu that he would stay. At this time, Wu Qingyu thought it was because of his father's fault. So I was treated favorably. Proud showing off to classmates. But he doesn't know how happy he is at this moment. I'll be so devastated soon. I saw my father walking over with a worried expression on his face. Remind Wu Qingyu to abide by the rules here. Do whatever you are asked to do. Then the chubby woman hugged Wu Qingyu. Walk in another direction. My classmates are very envious when they see this scene. Not long after, the chubby woman takes Wu Qingyu to a private bedroom and urge him to take a shower quickly. At this time, Wu Qingyu, I thought this bedroom was meant for him. I didn't suspect anything. I turned around and went to take a shower. Not long after, Wu Qingyu took a shower. Just walked out of the bathroom. Saw a quite explosive scene. I saw a graceful and beautiful girl standing in front of him. Before Wu Qingyu could react, he was grabbed by his hand. Then he was thrown directly onto the bed. What are you waiting for, my little baby? In order to obtain more supplies in the apocalypse, father took his son who was still in college, sold to the most powerful chubby guy in the base, and promised to be on call in the future. Father and son can also play together. Not long ago, after the students arrived at the Shishan base, I was arrested and underwent a series of physical examinations. Subsequently, he was required to wear uniform clothing. Spoiled students are still complaining. This outfit is also too ugly. Little did they know that the worst was still ahead. At this moment, a woman wearing glasses walked out. Signal everyone to gather. Take them now. The place for future work and life. Not long after, the glasses girl brought the students to a place. A studio filled with human-powered bicycles. Every staff member vigorously pedaling their bicycles. The students have a bad premonition in their hearts. This will be where you work from now on. Your future job will be to generate electricity for the base. Base handbook. I will distribute it to each of you later. If you want to stay here, you must abide by the rules here. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. After explaining, the glassy girl immediately changed her fierce face. Command students to work quickly. Otherwise, it won't be tightly fastened. The female students were numb when they heard this person. Where have they ever suffered such hardship? Unexpectedly, the base life is completely different from what they imagined. This is like a black factory squeezing the hard-earned money of its employees. They regret coming over now. Although staying at school is very dangerous, but at least it's very free. And there is also teacher Liang protecting them. The matter has come to this point. Regret is already too late. Teacher Liang can only appease the students and work for. Teacher Liang didn't expect such a result either. I thought this was the only shelter. Will be properly placed. It seems too naive. Meanwhile, fat women are satisfied with putting on clothes. Wu Jiangwo has also been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing a chubby woman open the door. So she went up and asked her son if he was satisfied with the service. The chubby woman raised her thumb, indicating that his martial arts are not inferior to yours. I really got your true biography. When the chubby woman left, she told Wu Jiangwo, he will instruct the logistics department to take care of them more. Will the two of you allocate more supplies to them? Wu Jiangwo watches the fat woman leave, and kindly stated that in the future, as long as there is a need, you can always take your son through the apocalypse. Rule 1, Selling Colors. This is a way of survival taught by a father to his son. After the fat woman finishes enjoying her son, Wu Jiangwo walked over to comfort his son. Want to survive in the base. We accept all of this. Although I feel very aggrieved now. It's also difficult to accept. But the habit is good. Wu Qingyu wept as he spoke, while questioning Wu Jiangwo. Why didn't you tell him at first? The situation at Shishan Base is like this. Before the end of the Ming Dynasty, their family is also one of the top in terms of status. Why did it become like this? I saw Wu Jiangwo with a mournful expression on his face. Previous identity and status. It's useless here anymore. The people living in the base are either rich or wealthy. At first, everyone still respected each other, because everyone believes that the snow disaster will pass soon. But later on, the wind direction changed. Someone has received insider information. Say, the impact of supernova explosions is greater than imagined. The world will enter the Ice Age. Maybe 35 years. It could also be in the 30s or 50s. They won't even pass by. And with the addition of some people later on, sudden powerful force for some unknown reason, the gap quickly widens. Where there is a gap, there will be classes. The law of the jungle will also come one after another. Wu Jiangwo let out a sigh, continuing to say, everything that happened today, even if it's the first class I gave you, people at the bottom want to live. We must unconditionally submit to violence. Sex sells. It's the only way you can quickly get out of the bottom line. You should be happy now. Wu Jiangwo finished speaking, patted Wu Qingyu's shoulder, and comforted him that nothing is more important than living. On the other side, a female student who rode a rickshaw all day, returning to the dormitory. I started complaining to teacher Liang. Why is it that? How is life here different from what they imagine? Is this tiring job really something that people do? Keep going like this. He would rather die. Teacher Liang can't do anything about it either. Can only appease students. Now is a special period. Even people who used to entities. Just now, I was also riding a bicycle. Although the original world no longer exists. But we should be grateful. Everyone is still alive. And you don't have to worry about survival. Female students are not happy to hear this. They are all elites. Why do you act like a cow or a horse for others? And they're just a child. How can one endure such hardship? Then he took teacher Liang's hand. Signal to teacher Liang. We must find a way to solve this matter. Teacher Liang is just a teacher. What can be done? Just when teacher Liang was in a difficult situation, Wu Chengyu returned with a gloomy expression on his face. The female classmate seemed to see hope when she saw Wu Chengyu. Everyone came forward to shout for Yu Gu. Please, let your dad find a way to take care of us, okay? We don't want to go back to work there. Even if it's just for us to sit in the office, it's okay. We don't mind. Wu Qingyu is currently a mud bodhisattva and unable to protect himself. Who has the heart to help them? Wu Qingyu shouting loudly. If you want to stay here, you must work. And your job is to collect generators. Then he turned around and came to teacher Liang's side. He just walked around the base with his father. And discovered some questions. At this apocalyptic base, as long as you awaken your powers, you can enjoy superior treatment in the survival module 1. And if you're just an ordinary person, no matter what status it was before the end of the world, it can only be in cabin 4, devoted to a lifetime of only labor as livestock. The identity of teacher Liang as a superpower. It's possible to become classmates and get rid of cabin 4. Negotiation chips. Teacher Liang understood after listening to it. There is no pre-apocalyptic status here. Only the weak eat the strong. The psychic is the master of this place. The current Shishan base, being in power by a person named Chen Xinyan. Due to the arrival of the apocalypse, many of his subordinates have awakened their abilities. They quickly rebuilt the order of the base. There are 4 life pods in each base. Chen Xinyan and his relatives enjoy the best in the first life capsule. Skills that can be used by him, technicians and researchers, can be found in the second life module. Enjoy the same living conditions as before the end of the day. Third life module. It is a military organization organized by Chen Xinyan, having the best equipment and physical fitness. There are also some powerful combat abilities that awaken them. As for the fourth life module, it is the place where ordinary people live in the entire Shishan base. There is not enough food here. Only work that can never be completed. Although most people are very dissatisfied with this. But there's nothing I can do about it. Because once you resist, will be suppressed by the third level escort team. Hear this. The classmates asked with a worried expression on their faces. Do they really have to stay here for a lifetime? Labor until death. If that's the case, it's better to choose to die. And then told his classmates. At that time, Shishan base was willing to store them all at once. So many people are brought back to supplement labor force. They don't care about anyone's life or death. It's a big deal to go out and catch survivors again. Anyway, ordinary people here are just consumed livestock. Hear this. A classmate collapsed and grabbed Wu Qingyu's collar. And blame him. He exposed their location. What caused them to come here? But it wasn't Wu Qingyu who begged them to come back then. I saw Wu Qingyu's indifferent expression. Even if you stay at Tianqing Academy, can you survive? After speaking, shake off your classmate's hands. And turn around and tell Teacher Liang. We can only rely on him to change the status quo. Because psychics have privileges in the Shishan base. Now only Teacher Liang can really help them. After hearing Wu Qingyu's words, classmates surround Teacher Liang, begging Teacher Liang to help them. They have a teacher-student relationship. We must take responsibility for them. Can the base replace them with a relaxed job? My hands have worn their skin while working these past 2 days. It's so hard work. Teacher Liang, no. Blindly agreeing to students. Just promising to protect their safety. As for labor issues, he also needs to observe and observe. After speaking, signal to go back to sleep quickly. I have to work tomorrow. The next day, everyone was gathered together. And the glasses woman started brainwashing with a big horn. Today is our 48th surviving day. Thank you, Mr. Chen Xinyan, leading us to live happily ever after. The first law of survival in the apocalypse is the law of the jungle. No matter what your identity was before the end of the world, as long as you have absolute strength or physical fitness, you can do whatever you want in this post-apocalyptic base. Teacher Liang, who is a superpower, will join the base. Be the enemy of Zhang Yi. The Cobra Fish comes to life module for every day. Brainstorming the lower class. Forcing them to live a carefree life now. All given by Lord Chen Xinyan. And Teacher Liang could tell at a glance that this was a herd effect. Using conformity and environmental brainwashing to manage lower-level personnel. But even if you know it's a suggestion and hypnosis. But being in this place for a long time can erode one's willpower. In the end, I didn't even want to escape. Just as Teacher Liang was in a daze. Glasses girl roll call. Let Teacher Liang, as a new member, introduce himself on stage. After the morning meeting. Watching students talking and laughing. Teacher Liang thinks that life is also good now. At least not like in school. Every day, I feel anxious to resist mutant cats. At least not resisting here. You can live carefree and carefree. At this moment, a woman rushed in with 2 bodyguards. The woman is Chen Xinyan's secretary Ghost. I came here specifically to find Teacher Liang. I saw that Chen Xinyan's secretary was looking for Teacher Liang. Still being so polite to Teacher Liang. Students know that Teacher Liang is about to rise to the top. Everyone shouted to Teacher Liang, don't forget them. But in the next second, he was stared at by Secretary Ji's death. The students were so frightened that they lowered their heads directly. After arriving at Chen Xinyan's office, Chen Xinyan immediately stepped forward politely to welcome Teacher Liang, and praised Teacher Liang as a true martial arts expert. Only relying on oneself can survive for so long in the apocalypse with the top 100 students. Then he pulled Teacher Liang down and sat down, and show hospitality. Prepare your own arrangements and plans for Teacher Liang's future. Explain to me. Here it is, here it is. Death God Zhang Yi has finally gained recognition from the mutated cat. This will also be Zhang Yi's 3rd superpower helper. Not long ago, the leader of Shishan base. Draw a pancake for the psychic Teacher Liang. This base represents. It is the base for the continuation of future civilization. I hope Teacher Liang can help him. Expect Teacher Liang to agree. And if there is anything useful for him, just let him know. Teacher Liang's compliance. Also won the living qualification for the 2nd life module. Not long after, Secretary Ge brought Teacher Liang to the 2nd life capsule. Looking at the luxurious decoration, Teacher Liang sighed with admiration. It's a huge difference from the 4th life module. On the other side, Zhang Yi is trying to shorten the distance with Hua Hua. It has been continuously fed for a week. It seems like time has passed so long. Zhang Yi wants to give it a try. Is Hua Hua willing to listen to his words? So he told Hua Hua that as long as he became his pet in the future, there is endless food to eat, and a warm fireplace, compared to the cold and freezing outdoors. But it's very comfortable. Hua Hua heard this, looking up at Yang Xingxing inside the house. I couldn't help but think of it. The happy time spent with Yang Xingxing before. Looking back at Zhang Yi, it's also good for him. Hua Hua agrees to enter the post-apocalyptic fortress life with Zhang Yi. Along the way, Zhang Yi tried to touch the flowers. Hua Huadu chooses to ignore Zhang Yi. After Hua Hua arrived at the living room, start observing the environment left and right. Then he jumped onto the millions of sofas and began grinding his claws. Although Zhang Yi saw this scene, but it's very painful. But in order to gain Hua Hua's recognition, I can only smile helplessly and pass by. Zhou Ke saw this scene, sighing, it's fortunate that the cheap cat won't turn into a woman. Otherwise, she would have lost all her family status. After the flowers bounced around in the living room for a while, I found a suitable sofa to sleep on. Zhang Yi takes every inch to make progress. I want to take the opportunity to try again. Can you touch Hua Hua? The result is not close yet. Hua Hua issued a roaring warning. Lu Karen joins the Grim Reaper. The first thing that Zhang Yi ignored the fortress. Just helping Zhang Yi create a killing weapon. This thing, Zhang Yi can kill invisibly. What can give Zhang Yi a headache is. Hua Hua agreed to come in and ignored the fortress life. But still unwilling to contact Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi feels very frustrated. No woman is difficult to deal with without a cat. Zhang Yi can only wait on the side for Hua Hua to fall asleep. Only then can I masturbate a few times with my hands. In the following days, Hua Hua will redeem with others. Only Zhang Yi is still a bit lacking in meaning. This almost caused Zhang Yi to collapse. Fortunately, Yang Xinxin brought good news to Zhang Yi. Yang Xinxin has found it. The location of individuals attempting to invade the fortress network. And this place. It's 30 kilometers away from here. At the junction of Xishan District and Nujiang District. Zhang Yi didn't expect it to be so urgent either. However, the technical means of the other party's invasion are extremely rudimentary. He should be an inexperienced engineer. And the equipment should not be advanced either. So Yang hit her chest to ensure it will soon invade back. However, the data in the other party's computer has been encrypted. So a complete invasion will take some time. Subsequently, Yang Xinxin analyzed the data to determine there should be a huge organization in Xishan District. And it's very likely that in the near future, I will meet them. Zhang Yi lived on the principle of not being afraid of trouble and not causing trouble. If the other party dares to come over and disrupt his peace in life, he will definitely take the other person's life. Subsequently, Zhang Yi instructed Yang Xinxin to invade as soon as possible and obtain intelligence from the other party. And then he turned around and left. Not long after, Zhang Yi arrived at Lu Karen's production workshop. Lu Karen didn't expect Zhang Yi to come over either. Then excitedly handed it to Zhang Yi. A freshly baked silencer. After Zhang Yi saw it, his eyes also lit up. This is exactly the accessory he is missing. With this silencer, combined with ability, plus the power blessing, it's just a perfect match for killing people and stealing goods. Mom won't have to worry about him exposing his position anymore in the future. Got it. Got it. Zhang Yi sells color schemes. Let the mechanical genius girl help him manufacture thermal weapons. Zhang Yigang arrived at the production workshop. Just hug Lu Karen. Says he needs his help in making some explosives. Zhang Yi's demeanor. Make Lu Karen blush with a brush. Not daring to move for a moment. Zhang Yi watches Lu Karen silent for half a day. So he asked if it was difficult to make it. I heard Zhang Yi doubt his ability. Lu Karen immediately stood up. How could it be possible? I thought it was something complex. You might underestimate me too much, right? The difficulty of making bombs. It's better to manufacture a new energy battery. Zhang Yi exclaimed good guy upon hearing this. For geniuses. Is manufacturing ammunition something with no technical At this point, Lu Karen reminded Zhang Yi. The things he requested to manufacture. It is no longer very useful for modern warfare. These are only suitable for 100 years ago. Weapons and equipment for individual combat. Zhang Yi explained immediately after listening. Now it's different from the past. After the arrival of the extremely cold era, various high-tech weapons and vehicles, they have almost become scrap metal. The scale of the current war will also become smaller and smaller. It's between people. So landmines and explosives have their place of use. Now Yang Xinxin has tracked down the enemy's lair. Although I don't know the other party's background. But we have already been targeted. And the other party. Very likely. It is an organization with strong armed forces. So we must be prepared in advance to deal with it. I must raise my defense level. Enhance the arrangement of nearby traps. After speaking, I touched Lu Karen's head. All of this is meant to protect. Watching Lu Karen with tears. Zhang Yi continues to intensify his offensive. The more you look at Lu Karen, the more he resembles his sister who has been separated for many years. As soon as I saw Lu Karen, I couldn't help but want to protect him. But when Lu Karen heard about his sister, but there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Can only be a younger sister. Just as Lu Ke was stunned, Zhang Yi touched his face again. Then, with a serious expression, he said that his brother was there. I won't let my good sister suffer any harm. Then tell Lu Karen to pay attention to his health. Don't work too hard. Then he turned around and left. And Lu Karen was also fooled by Zhang Yi for a moment. Good guy. In order to make Lu Karen wholeheartedly follow him, Zhang Yi. This is preparing to sell color schemes at an appropriate time. However, Zhang Yi values talents as scarce as Lu Karen so much. It's normal, after all, weapons are such dangerous things. It's safer to keep it in one's own hands. Is it the enemy god of death? Zhang Yi hasn't calmed down for a few days yet, encountering a new crisis. Since knowing the mastermind behind the intrusion of network systems, Zhang Yi vaguely felt the dangerous river scenery. So he decisively sent a message to Uncle Yu and Su Chunlei. Remind them to be careful recently. He discovered a new force nearby that was about to stir up. If encountering forces under the banner of justice, be sure to be cautious. The most important point. I just can't expose my abilities. At present, all Zhang Yi can do is this. He won't leave the post-apocalyptic fortress now. You can't leave home either. There are 4 more women who need his protection. But thinking about it, the most dangerous person right now should be Su Chunlei. Although the other party is peeping at Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. However, I want to reach the location of Yunk Mountain Villa from Shishan Base. Must pass through Shujia village. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi is still a bit uneasy. Sent a message to Su Chunlei if he encounters an irresistible danger. Just come over directly. Zhang Yi didn't care about Su Chunlei. But now a snowstorm superpower. It's too important for him. As a last resort, we cannot let Su Chunlei have an accident. But Su Chunlei didn't take Zhang's translation seriously. He thinks that even if the other person wants to think about something, also thinking about Zhang Yi's big villa, their Shujia village has always been a remote and impoverished area. Who would be interested in it? But Su Chunlei forgot. Now is the end of the world. I can no longer see things with a normal eye. 27 kilometers away from Shujia village on the other side, 2 mysterious people have appeared. The man complained that this snow disaster has lasted too long, right? Keep going like this. In a few months, the entire earth will be buried by snow. Girl, after listening to the explanation, this snow disaster will not continue indefinitely. After all, the number of water molecules in the air will decrease. There is no water evaporation. Where else can ice and snow form? I heard that even on the equator side, it's all around -20 degrees Celsius. So in the future, the amount of ice and snow falling will be decreasing. All that awaits us is the cold. This may be. Is it the last trace of mercy from the Creator towards us? 2 people sitting on a sled dog. Prepare to go to the next location for survey. The inspection of Dongyi New City on Haiban Lane Road in Shishan District has been completed. The original investigation mission of the 2 was only in Shishan District. But I was instructed to investigate a place along the way. The superior did not specify the specific task content either. Presumably not an important existence. So the girl plans to go over and investigate before leaving. And I heard that place can be found by walking along the river. Then the girl gestured for the man to sit down properly. Under his command, the sled dog is carrying 2 people, heading towards Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Of opponents like gods, just afraid of teammates like pigs. Death god Zhang Yi. I only reminded Su Chunlei with my front foot, to prevent outsiders under the banner of justice. Forget about the back foot. And the village chief will also be affected by his carelessness. Harmed the entire Shujia village. Not long ago, 2 mysterious people walked along the river, all the way to Shujia village, in this icy and snowy apocalypse. Surprisingly, there are still villages that have not been submerged by the snow disaster. And from the village entrance, there is also a dog tied to it. There must be many survivors in the village. As expected, after hearing the barking of the dog, the villagers, they rushed to the village entrance with weapons in hand. This immediately aroused the girl's curiosity. This kind of weather not only prevented me from starving to death, can still maintain the scale of the village. The more the girl thinks, the more curious she becomes about how they did it. At this point, the villagers raised their weapons and were here. The girl immediately pulled out a document, and let the villagers not be nervous. They were sent by the organization to search and assist survivors. After the village chief took the documents and looked at them, immediately changed to a licking dog face as a welcome gesture. Then instruct the villagers. Hurry up and prepare the wine and dishes to entertain the VIPs. Every household takes out some stored grain. Don't neglect the VIP. The village chief's approach was immediately questioned by the villagers. The other party's origin is unknown. Why be so enthusiastic? And I have to pay my own money to entertain them. The village chief's disdainful explanation. Just know who they represent. Then he arrogantly stated that the world is in chaos now. As long as their village can establish relationships with some big shots, after, maybe their Sioux family can rise to prominence. And it's just a loss of some food. After speaking, the village chief still feeling smart. This deal has made a lot of money. That this was exposing their family background to others. Watching the table full of sumptuous food. Girl, definitely. This village has not been greatly affected by the snow disaster. And the material reserves should be sufficient. Then curiously asked the village chief. Such a big snow disaster. How do they achieve self-sufficiency? Little girl, you're asking the right question. First, of course, it is the striving spirit of self-improvement and self-reliance in Shujia village. Next is me, the village chief. Played a great leadership role. To be honest, I often teach the villagers to reserve more food in their daily lives, to prepare for unexpected needs. So our village didn't worry about food issues. It's not me boasting. We have never starved to death in Shujia village before. The villagers sitting on the side, looking at him with a disdainful expression. This village chief, who has only been in office for 3 days. It was clear that in the past, it was always under the command of the third master. Further, Shujia village has a habit of storing grain for the winter. What's going on in the mouth of this new village chief? It's all his credit. The girl is excited to see what the village chief said. So I asked if there was a lot of food in the village. The village chief just reached out his hand and wanted to continue boasting. Before their village. But a village that can provide 3 layers of vegetables in Tianhai City. But when the words reached my mouth, I swallowed them back. This time he finally realized that, if you continue to boast, you may be asked for assistance by the other party. So the art style changed, indicating a snow disaster of over a month, causing many grains and vegetables to freeze and spoil. So we can only barely maintain a basic level of food and clothing. But the 2 intelligence agents clearly don't. Ice and snow apocalypse. 90% of the world's population either freezes to death or starves to death within a month. Only the villagers of this village. I can still enjoy a lot of food every day. 2 strangers came to the village that day. If not only unprepared but also warmly entertained him. To show off oneself in front of beautiful women. Tell me about the availability of resources in the village. The leaky beauty smiled with evil charm upon hearing the words, praising the village chief for being so impressive. Surprisingly, it can maintain food and clothing for thousands of households in the village. The village chief expressed his satisfaction after listening to it. Their village is in the best condition near here. Then he pointed to the wall behind him and said, take a look. These ice houses. That's all something I had people create. Perfectly solved the housing problem of villagers. After speaking, I took a photo of the wall and continued to show off. If it weren't for his wise leadership, their village may have to be like other villages. Buried by ice and snow. The villagers beside rolled their eyes after listening. I dared to put gold on my face. But the village chief doesn't know. The more you show off, the more dangerous it becomes. The man exclaimed in disbelief after listening. These are all handmade. That means there are many skilled craftsmen in the village. The village chief didn't know that the man was using Glitch AS. Directly activate boasting mode again. Our village is full of farmers. I naturally need some skills to support my family. At this moment, the villagers brought a roasted chicken. At the moment of seeing the roasted chicken, both intelligence agents were stunned. This is post-apocalyptic. They can't even think of delicious food. It seems that this village is very wealthy. If we bring this intelligence back, they are doing a great job. The village chief still doesn't know that he has sold himself. He still poured drinks for 2 intelligence agents with hospitality. Can you 2 reveal some information? When will you handle the snow disaster here? After listening, the girl remained calm and signaled to the village chief to rest assured. Their organization has already formulated a plan to solve the snow disaster. It will be implemented soon. I heard that there is a solution plan for the snow disaster. The village chief excitedly asked the expert if there was any confirmation from there. When will this damn snow disaster stop? The girl took a sip of wine. and calmly answer. Very soon. Have you not noticed that the snow has decreased significantly recently? In a few more months, the snow will stop. Listen to the companions on the side. Just call out, buddy. If it weren't for him knowing the insider information, he almost believed it too. Girls' art style changes. Inquire about the village. Have there been any strange changes recently? Upon hearing this, the village chief. Is this aimed at Su Chunlei? To confirm if it was aimed at Su Chunlei, the village chief said that nothing happened in their village. As I asked myself, what exactly does weirdness mean? The girl immediately explained. Has there been any physical change? And someone with extraordinary abilities. If useful intelligence can be provided, you can receive a generous reward in the future. Obviously, the girl's words worked. Two villagers are eager to try falling down, but considering the ultimate benefits, they will also be taken away by the village chief. So he didn't speak. The village chief also confirmed from the girl's words. They came for Su Chunlei, but he still hesitated a bit. Should I explain Su Chunlei to you? Then I asked the girl the last question again. What are they looking for these people to do? Girls naturally won't say. These people are here to strengthen their power. Then I packaged it, indicating that these are all talents to contribute to rebuilding our home. Seeing the village chief take the initiative to ask this question, I definitely know something. So the girl turned around and eagerly poured wine for the village chief. And I hope he will report any news in a timely manner. At that time, the organization will remember great achievements. The village chief felt a little tempted after listening, but the other party just said it well. I don't know if it's true or false, but Su Chunlei is a real treasure. If the village is gone, know what he'll become. So the village chief took out his phone. Please add a contact information first. If you encounter someone like this in the future, be sure to report it. But the village chief has already exposed too much. The girl obviously doesn't believe what the village chief said, especially warning the village chief if he hides anything. This is not a wise move for the organization. The old man took out his phone and asked the girl for a contact information. The next second, my face turned pale with fear. Originally, the girl falsely claimed to be a national intelligence agent and threatened the village chief. If you don't report anything about the supernatural beings, the consequences are very serious. The village chief immediately changed his hospitable face upon hearing this, indicating that he does have a suspicious object. But the other party is not from Shujia village, so it's not easy to speak up. At first, the girl thought, the village chief is just looking for someone to deceive him. But upon hearing that the other party lived in Yunk Mountain, suddenly came an interest. I haven't heard of the name Zhang Yi before, but the organization wants him to focus on investigating the areas. It's Yunk Mountain Villa. The girl stood up excitedly, and let the village chief speak more if he knows how to speak. Coincidentally, with the help of Shujia village, obtain relevant intelligence on important targets. When it comes to Zhang Yi, the village chief was so angry that his teeth itched. He killed 100 people in our village alone. It's like a devil. But we dare not speak in anger. Subsequently, they expressed their grievances and hoped that the organization would make decisions for them. Other villagers are also indignant and dissatisfied. It means that it's not something that humans should have at all. How could anyone rely solely on their own efforts, causing hundreds of villagers to die in an instant? The injuries I heard from the villagers were so evil. Girl asks if she knows Zhang Yi's age, height and appearance, but the village chief shook his head and said he didn't know. I only know that Zhang Yi has a car that can be driven in the snow. There are many traps near where he lives. The man listened for so long and didn't hear the main point. So he asked the village chief, do you know what abilities Zhang Yi has? The people in Shujia village didn't even see Zhang Yi's hair. At that time, he was too busy running away. Who knows what abilities are the same? I only know that Zhang Yi is very evil. Absolutely not an ordinary person. After hearing the village chief's words, the girl has a serious expression on her face. The key to dealing with psychics is to know their abilities. I was planning to extract some useful information from the village chief's mouth. Who knew the village chief didn't know anything? It seems that they can only go to Yunk Mountain Villa to investigate on their own. Before leaving, the girl still made a dignified gesture. In the future, things will happen in this area of Shujia village. It will be managed by the village chief. If there is any useful intelligence, be sure to report to the organization. Just villagers. The girl immediately reported to the base. Discovered a large village with an estimated population of 2,000. and store a large amount of materials. No psychics found. After the girl finishes reporting, the man couldn't help but ask why he was just trying to deceive the villagers. Post-disaster reconstruction is clearly impossible. Girls laugh at men who are too young. If he didn't do that just now, villagers will also treat them as guests of honor. Will they still provide honest intelligence? The man sighed after listening, saying that the villagers treat them well. I feel a bit guilty for deceiving them. After listening, the girl mocked the man. So you can only be my subordinate. What I just said is what they really want to hear. They not only won't blame me, but also thank me for giving them hope. The man is still a bit puzzled. Lies will eventually be exposed one day. What should we do then? The girl gave a contemptuous smile. Whenever. As long as there is a significant distance. Right or wrong is no longer important. Death God Zhang Yi encounters heart crisis. I didn't expect the two intelligence agents to suspect each other. The man's name is Lu Xiang, having extraordinary jumping ability. The woman's name is Xia Huanhuan, having the ability to penetrate walls. Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress was easily invaded like this. Not long ago, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of Zhang Yi's villa. I didn't act rashly. It's observing the movements of the villa from a distance. According to the village chief's intelligence, there are many traps outside the villa. If it weren't for prior knowledge, rashly passing by, I reckon I'll get hurt. Being able to live in such a luxurious villa in the apocalypse, enjoy a comfortable life. To be honest, I'm jealous. Lu Xiang immediately retorted that there was nothing to envy about this. Such a large villa. In this extreme weather, heating alone consumes a lot of energy. But on second thought, where on earth get so much fuel for heating, not to mention daily expenses? If they know, Zhang Yi is the mastermind behind the empty operation of Walmart supermarket. I understand why Zhang Yi can live so well. Xia Huanhuan sat on Lu Xiang's shoulder, then signaled Lu Xiang to take him to the villa. Next second, Lu Xiang flew out like a shell. In an instant, it flew over the trap area, arrived near Zhang Yi's villa. Looking at the huge villa, Xia Huanhuan sighed, truly deserving of being the former richest man's residence. Looking at the beautiful flowers. But the defense is comparable to a bunker. Unfortunately, for me, there is no fortress in this world that I cannot conquer. Watching Xia Huanhuan put her hand on the wall, prepare to activate abilities. Reminder from Lu Xiang on the side. Are you really not considering negotiating with the other party first? Your ability is not combat type. Entering recklessly can be very dangerous. But Xia Huanhuan confidently expressed, without any abilities. At least he is also a member of the Special Forces team. I heard Xia Huanhuan say that. Lu Xiang can only remind him, shoot when in trouble. He will find a way to break in and save people as soon as possible. Xia Huanhuan finished listening. Still a confident expression. Zhang Yi never imagined it. There are still such intrusion methods in the world. Absolutely no problem. During the conversation, half of his hand had already integrated into the wall. Xia Huanhuan's ability, it should be, can allow the body to come into contact with fixed liquids. Quickly, Xia Huanhuan passed through a few meters thick wall, coming to the interior of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside the brightly lit villa, Xia Huanhuan speculates, Zhang Yi must have a large amount of materials and energy in his hands. Otherwise, it's impossible to satisfy this daily consumption of villas. Xia Huanhuan plans to casually open a room and enter. Just put your hand on the doorknob. Just heard a piercing cat meow. A woman's sixth sense tells her that she can't open the door. And now we have obtained intelligence on the post-apocalyptic fortress. Higher than estimated level. Enough to report back to the organization. So Xia Huanhuan left a dagger on the counter. Just give Zhang Yi a push. This can also be considered as a deterrent for Zhang Yi. Maybe we can take this place without bloodshed. After leaving the dagger, Xia Huanhuan left immediately. After arriving outside, Lu Xiang couldn't wait to inquire if he had gained anything. The harvest is huge. On the way back, I'll talk to you slowly. The girl thinks she has the ability to penetrate any solid. You can be unaware of it. Ghosts unconsciously infiltrate Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Before leaving, he arrogantly left a dagger behind. Come and give Zhang Yi a commanding hand. Little did they know that his intrusion had already been detected by a cat. Xia Huanhuan is still proud that seamless. And I plan to go back and invite credit from the organization. Seeing Xia Huanhuan's signal to leave first, Lu Ziang wondered if he had encountered a very strong opponent. Xia Huanhuan said it's not. After wandering around like this and ignoring the fortress, he feels that Zhang Yi is a very different person. Plus, he's not good at combat. So the best option is to report to the senior management. Send the majority to come. Hear this. Lu Ziang also agreed with Xia Huanhuan's statement, then gestured for him to sit on his shoulder and leave immediately. Timeline moves to. Xia Huanhuan just left the post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhang Yi was awakened by the noise of flowers and flowers. Zhang Yi gang stood up. I saw Hua Hua facing the door. Issued a warning roar. Zhang Yi immediately understood. There must be some danger at home. So he immediately pulled out his pistol. Then he bent down and asked Hua Hua what he had discovered. I saw Hua Hua shaking her head and head, looking left and right. Nightmare. I heard that cats can also have nightmares. Zhang Yi immediately took out his phone to check the surveillance footage. There are no abnormalities under monitoring. At this moment, Hua Hua frantically pushed the door and wanted to go out. Zhang Yitsai just opened the door. Hua Hua immediately jumped onto the table in the living room. Then we discovered the dagger left by Xia Huanhuan. This military knife is definitely not mine. The other few people are even less likely to have such a thing. Zhang Yi secretly cursed. Not good. Someone must have bypassed the shelter's defense. Zhang Yi quickly turned on the TV. Retrieve indoor monitoring from 10 minutes ago. Watching Xia Huanhuan suddenly emerge from the wall. Zhang Yi's incredible expression. Surprisingly, someone has awakened this ability. In the next second, Zhang Yi's face will show a fierce light. This woman is too dangerous. You must die before calling for Hua Hua. They must now go outside the fortress. Kill the intruder. Opens the surveillance. Determine the specific location of the intruder. Just saw the two people preparing to evacuate. Surprisingly, it's two people. That woman must die. A post-apocalyptic fortress that cannot even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb, but couldn't resist a woman's invasion. Turns out women have the meaning of penetrating solids. When Zhang Yi discovered that the post-apocalyptic fortress had been invaded, it's already too late. Xia Huanhuan and the others are ready to retreat. At this moment, Xia Huanhuan is still happy. Obtained the important intelligence of Zhang Yi. Little did they know that their own death was approaching. Lu Ziang is very curious. What exactly did Xia Huanhuan see in the post-apocalyptic fortress? Can make him happy like this? Originally, some intelligence is not worth knowing at your level. But my mother is in a good mood today. Let me tell you with great compassion. Originally, after Xia Huanhuan surveyed the post-apocalyptic fortress, 100% Zhang Yi, absolutely related to the incident at Wardma's South China warehouse. That is to say, Zhang Yi is holding 1/3 of the country's supplies in his hand, worth billions. Hear this. Lu Ziang's doubts. Zhang Yi knows, is the destination of the supplies. Things are not as simple as you think. If Zhang Yi were just an ordinary warehouse administrator, the loss of billions of supplies, it may not have much to do with him, but I guess, Zhang Yi is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. How could an ordinary person live so long in the apocalypse? And it also has powerful firepower. Faced with the siege of hundreds of villagers, but he was able to turn them around and kill them. Billions of supplies were emptied within 2 hours. It was already beyond common sense. But if Zhang Yi has superpowers, so many things can be explained. At this moment, Lu Ziang finally understood what Xia Huanhuan meant. Zhang Yi may have awakened the ability to conceal, so Xia Huanhuan must report to the organization as soon as possible. Send a large army to besiege Zhang Yi, and as long as he's there, Zhang Yi ignored the defense system of the fortress as a decoration. Then we can easily capture Zhang Yi. Hear this. Lu Ziang expressed jealousy with envy. The abilities possessed by you innate superpowers can create infinite possibilities. Xia Huanhuan comforted Lu Ziang not to go. After I become a senior executive, I will never treat you unfairly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is already sitting. Hua Hua caught up. After entering range, Zhang Yi decisively set up a sniper rifle. In the next second, Xia Huanhuan was directly shot in the head. Lu Ziang was startled by the sudden scene, but he instinctively pulled out his gun and borrowed it from the back for backup. But Hua Hua's speed is extremely fast, strangely appearing ahead. But just as Zhang Yi was repairing his gun, Lu Ziang and Xia Huanhuan disappeared in place. Saw the scene, cursed inwardly, damn it. How many superpowers are there? Zhang Yi was very surprised. unexpectedly encountering two superpowers at the same time. But no matter who the other party is, I must die today. We cannot let his intelligence leak out. But facing the position of the superpower, still making Zhang Yi a bit clueless, thinking about whether to let Su Chunlei come over. But thinking about Su Chunlei's lack of transportation, I reckon we won't be able to make a call for a while and a half. Hence, Zhang Yi instructed Hua Hua to force out the psychic. He waited for the opportunity to move on his own. After completing the task, reward 100 dried small fish with flowers. Flower meow. I readily agreed. Meanwhile, Lu Ziang found a place to hide. He guessed that the person who killed them must be Zhang Yi. What he can do now is to deal with Zhang Yi, then call for rescue. But Lu Ziang just took out his walkie-talkie. I heard a loud roar behind me. Furry ball. Roll over to them. Before the end of the world. A regular warehouse administrator with awakening space abilities. Take possession of goods worth billions of dollars. But the apocalypse has only passed for over a month. He holds the secret of 1/3 of the country's supplies. It was discovered by someone. Although Zhang Yi used a sniper rifle to solve all the panic in a timely manner. But it seems that Lu Ziang is a speed-type superpower. Surprisingly, even bullets can be avoided. If Hua Hua is not allowed to help, if Lu Ziang runs away, Zhang Yi will face a stronger enemy. Faced with Flower's meatball tank, Lu Ziang easily dodged with his speed advantage. But the power of the Flower meatball tank is astonishing. If you get hit by an iron nail, you'll be shattered to pieces. Missed in sight. Hua Hua immediately applied a sudden brake. After stabilizing his figure, he quickly rushed towards Lu Ziang. Lu Ziang, in order to balance Xia Huanuan's body. No choice, but instead, he took out AK and Hua Hua, who were tough. At this moment, Zhang Yi's targeting timing. Shoot decisively. Lu Ziang must leave his life here today. But Zhang Yi never expected that. Even if Lu Ziang were to fight against Hua Hua, still able to evade sniper rifle attacks. But Zhang Yi didn't panic at all. As long as there are flowers lingering around him, Zhang, translation still has a chance. However, in Zhang Yi's lower attacks, Lu Ziang almost couldn't dodge. Fortunately, the bullet only scratched a little of the skin. After being disrupted by Zhang Yi's rhythm, Hua Hua immediately seizes the opportunity. Bited Lu Ziang's arm directly with one bite. Lu Ziang knew he didn't have a chance. Roar in anger, damn beast. Let's go to hell together. But the next second, Lu Ziang's head was blown off by Zhang Yi. Although it took some effort. But fortunately, we have solved both intruders. Zhang Yi walked up to Hua Hua's side, concerned whether there is any injury. Hua Hua meowed a small meaning. Then Zhang Yi turned around and prepared to examine the body. But when Zhang Yi approached Xia Huanuan's body, Xia Huanuan's ability turns golden and swims on her body. The next second, this golden power will be absorbed by Zhang Yi. It turns out that the power between psychics can devour each other. No wonder Lu Ziang didn't leave behind Xia Huanuan's body. Unexpected gains from running on your own. Let Zhang Yi happily embrace Hua Hua and have a chaotic kiss. Hua Hua did not reject Zhang Yi either. But when Zhang Yi approaches Lu Ziang, but he didn't sense any fluctuations in his abilities. Zhang Yi decisively put the body into a space first. We'll study it slowly after we go back. Through this battle, Zhang Yi felt that the world was becoming increasingly dangerous. Mutant creatures and constantly emerging supernatural beings. This world is filled with incomprehensible things. After returning this time, we need to prepare well for the battle, to a passive situation from happening again. This is a stray cat with the same abilities as the Hulk. Due to the influence of gamma rays, not only can you freely switch sizes, and it also has fur that can defend against bullets, even moving at a speed comparable to a rocket. Even the speed-type superpower Lu Ziang. I can't shake off Hua Hua's pursuit either. This gave Zhang Yi a chance to kill Lu Ziang. The next day, Zhang Yi just woke up. Yang Xinxin told him, "We have already checked the devices on 2 intruders. Complete cracking. It's an organization called Shishan Shelter. That place is very large. Not only do they have thousands of survivors, there are also hundreds of armed forces. There is a special unit among them. It is composed of special forces and psychics. As long as there is no more second person with the ability to pass through walls, ordinary soldiers and ordinary weapons. Basically, it does not deal any damage to the post-apocalyptic fortress. Then I promise, not long after, he can completely invade the Shishan base. All network systems. Zhang Yi happily touched young Xinxin's head after listening to it. Throwing compliments is powerful. At this moment, Joku rushed over in a hurry, indicating that he has made significant discoveries. Joku discovered through dissection that cells of 2 invaders. The activity is dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people, and the energy generated by the glycogen reaction. It will also be released in an unusual way, and brain cells are the most prominent. So Zhou can conclude that the main source of superpowers is the brain. No wonder. At that time, Zhang Yi only approached Xia Huanuan's head with his hands. I obtained his abilities. Subsequently, Joku excitedly explained his other discovery. Although a small number of people are affected by gamma rays, has undergone a mutation, but not all mutations are positive. Some people even acquire abilities, but possible to use it. But if someone could study the principle of mutation, it can be achieved through cell transplantation methods. Artificial psychic. Zhang Yi frowned upon hearing this. From now on, there won't be a lot of superpowers on the ground. This statement was quickly refuted by Joku. Not to mention the low success rate. The consumption of artificial superpowers is extremely high. It's not something that ordinary people can afford anymore. Then Joku shook the slice on his hand. He guessed that Lu Xiang was an artificial superpower. However, due to the artificial abilities on the line has been locked, so it's just a little stronger than ordinary people. After listening to Joku's explanation, Zhang Yi expressed peace of mind. The special forces at Shishan base. I guess they are all these artificial superpowers. Then it's not that scary anymore. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi came to find Lu Karen. List of materials for manufacturing weapons. And he instructed Lu Karen to prioritize lethality. No need to consider saving issues. Then Zhang Yi arrived at the training room. He can't wait to give it a try. What changes have occurred after absorbing Xia Huanuan's abilities? Zhang Yi's surprise discovery. With the blessing of Xia Huanuan's abilities, his sword speed easily reached the speed of sound. This is more significant than his training for a month. This is truly a promising new discovery. The male lead is not a skilled archer, but the power of the arrows he shoots is comparable to that of a shell. Original. Zhang Yi has just absorbed a person with the ability to perform intestinal perforation surgery. Only then did his strength improve. But Zhang Yi doesn't know. Before Lu Xiang's death, the distress signal has been sent out. Here, Captain Lin from Shishan base received feedback from his subordinates. 5 minutes ago, received a distress signal from Lu Xiang, but the subordinates expressed difficulties. If we need to dispatch a rescue team, we need leader of Shishan base. Only with the consent of Mr. Chen can we proceed. Screen rotation. Captain Lin arrived at Lord Chen's lounge, but was stopped by Secretary Gu, and it also indicates that Mr. Chen has just rested. I'll report back tomorrow if there's anything else. Captain Lin immediately stated that the situation was urgent. His 2 subordinates are out on a search mission. We should be in danger now. We need Mr. Chen's consent to dispatch rescue operations. Captain Lin specifically mentioned the task. I just want Secretary Gu to know. They only encountered danger for the base. But Secretary Gu remained unmoved after listening, and expressed understanding that Captain Lin is worried about the emotions of his subordinates. But no matter how hard you work, can you compare to Mr. Chen's hard work? Mr. Chen has always been concerned about the survival of the base. Effortlessly and painstakingly. He just went to bed. You will have to force yourself to break through. Is it necessary to disregard the safety of this? As soon as this sentence is spoken, Captain Lin immediately roared angrily. Aren't the lives of their special operations personnel important? Secretary Gu tied Mr. Chen to the base together. It's nothing more than telling Captain Lin. How do the lives of 2 little minions compare to the safety of the base? Mr. Lin tried his best to tell Secretary Gu. Special operations team members are talented individuals who can grow the base. Rescue cannot be neglected. But Secretary Gu apologized and left. And at this time, Lord Chen is indeed working hard, helping 2 female students with homework. In a few minutes, Mr. Chen helped female students with their homework. He signaled to Secretary Gu that he could come in. After Secretary Gu came in, I explained the matter of Captain Lin's application for rescue once again. After listening to him, Lord Chen spread out his hand. Just send a few people over to take a look. But it is prohibited to use standing at the captain level. Without understanding the over there. These flags cannot be wasted. Screen rotation. Secretary Gu arrived at the Special Forces conference room, and pass on Mr. Chen's orders to all the captains. Someone can be sent to rescue, but standing at the captain level is not allowed. Teacher Liang just came out of the conference room. I just encountered it. 2 female students who just served Lord Chen. Teacher Liang was very surprised. They are not in the 4th life module. Why does it appear here? Female students finish listening, disdainfully expressing why we cannot be here. If it weren't for this good skin bag, I won't be favored by Lord Chen either. Otherwise, we are now just like those people you abandoned. Has been reimbursed. We are all set up by the apocalyptic shelter in the novel. Deceive the real shelter. Actually, it's a place that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. The students who entered the shelter together with Teacher Liang. First, he was caught as a laborer. After using it, it will be taken as livestock and Teacher Liang realized something was amiss from Meng Zixuan's tone. So he urgently asked Meng Zixuan, what exactly does reimbursement mean? Meng Zixuan was just about to say something. Shen Mengling behind her asked her to speak less, to avoid causing trouble. Before leaving, Shen Mengling whispered to Teacher Liang. Since she left, many students were taken away and never returned. Everyone doesn't know what happened either. Subsequently, he instructed Teacher Liang to either treat it as if you haven't heard anything, either we can only investigate ourselves. Speaking for this reason, Teacher Liang is still helping the base explain. Is there any mistake? Perhaps other classmates just being transferred to work elsewhere. Not long after, Teacher Liang arrived at the 4th life module, and it seems that Wu Qingyu knew that Teacher Liang would come. I have been waiting for a long time. Teacher Liang, if you want to know where your classmates have gone, you just come with me. Screen rotation. Wu Qingyu to a secret briefing. Coincidentally, 2 staff members are moving things. Wu Qingyu explains. These people are the ones he used to go to Life Module 2. The bag found contains the body of a classmate. Teacher Liang, after listening, signaled Wu Qingyu to return to the dormitory. He came over alone to take a look. After arriving at the fitting room, Teacher Liang knocked out a staff member and changed into work clothes. Then he carried the body to the morgue. Just entered the morgue. I heard 2 staff members complaining. Why failed again? It's already the 8th one. There's no way they can't adapt physically. Just when Teacher Liang was puzzled. What is their adaptation in their mouths? His shocked discovery. Curled up in the morgue was a pitiful dead person. Seeing this inhumane scene, Teacher Liang was both shocked and angry. What exactly is this about? Experiment with something. Teacher Liang doesn't know. The shock is still behind us. Only seeing. The staff threw another cabinet. Then pressed the incineration button. In a few minutes, there is a stream of white liquid flowing out of the machine. Looking at the white liquid, Teacher Liang suddenly remembered. When they first arrived at the shelter, eating is also a white liquid. Subsequently, a staff member. Add banana-flavored seasoning to the white liquid. A high-protein food is ready. I didn't expect the food in the 4th life module. Surprisingly, it was made from dead people. Within the post-apocalyptic base. Students. Wolfing down an unknown liquid with a sour taste. Little did they know that these liquids were seasoned. My roommate couldn't help but find out the truth when Teacher Liang found out. If he knew the damn thing, it would be like this. Why not stay at Tianqing Academy? Although there are cannibalistic monsters, but at least we can handle it. And this base called a shelter. It's like a magic kiln. It's a hell on earth. Just this one thing. Teacher Liang made up his mind. We must find an Eve here. But on second thought, where can he go again? What should his students do? If I don't bring the students, perhaps he could go and seek refuge with Zhang Yi. Report to headquarters on the other side. We found the wheel print. The reinforcement team at Shishan Base, based on the remaining wheel imprints, arrived at Yunk Mountain Villa. Looking at the vast villa area in front of me, the captain instructed his subordinates to divide into 3 small teams, carry out carpet-style search. I didn't go too far. One little brother stepped on a trap. In the next second, he will be on the same ground and go to the western sky, watching the subordinates who were left with half of their bodies blown up. The captain's anger comes from his heart, roaring and strafing aimlessly. Soon, Zhang Yi and a few others were attracted by the gunfire. After arriving at the living room, Zhang Yi waved his big hand. Enable the intelligent butler to activate the optical defense device. Next second, a transparent layer gradually fill a perimeter. Energy shield. watching the intruders holding hot weapons strafing nearby. Zhang Yi's lips curved upwards. Finally, some decent enemies have arrived. Watching the invaders continuously unleashing their firepower, Zhang Yi is not in a hurry to take action. He is worried about not having a more professional armed force help him test the defense of this fortress. To deal with an 18-year-old boy, the post-apocalyptic base actually dispatched an entire armed force and prepare to use a pile of C4 explosives. Blow up Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Seeing that AK-47 cannot cause harm to passports, the armed forces plan to first clear mines and eliminate the threat of traps. Find a breakthrough at close range. Just in a small area, when a different landmine was discovered, Zhang Yi pressed the switch without hesitation. The next second, another little brother will ascend to the sky in place. The captain clearly underestimated Zhang Yi's strength. He didn't expect to have even remote mines. At this point, a young man suggested that we retreat first. Report back to headquarters requesting support. After all, they don't have any more advanced weapons now either. And mine clearance equipment. Facing life and death, the captain is still concerned about his face. They were originally here to rescue. Now I'm running back in a daze and calling for support. Not to be laughed to death. I also want to advise the captain not to be impulsive. The captain, however, expressed disbelief with a disdainful expression on his face. This villa has no weaknesses. Then explained that even if they don't fight today, the other brothers also want to fight when they come. Why don't we let them take the lead first? Bring some useful information back. But they still overestimated themselves. I don't know. What kind of terrifying existence will one face? Watching the approaching enemy, Yang Mi asked Zhang Yi with concern. Will there be any loopholes in the villa? If they find it, it's terrible. Zhang Yi's confident expression. Arrived at the Doomsday fortress, he had already checked it out. And they will check every 3 to 5 days afterwards. There are no external vulnerabilities. Yang Mi finished listening. Still remind Zhang Yi whether or not to take the initiative to attack. Let the invaders search so recklessly. I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid of the unexpected. Yang Mi's worries are completely unnecessary. Zhang Yi never fights uncertain wars. He just wanted to see if the other party had any other means. This way, it's also easy to evaluate the opponent's combat power. Circled around the villa a few times. Younger brothers, they couldn't find anything. Gaps that can be broken through. This villa is completely an Iron King. The materials used are at the level of modern warfare fortresses. But fortunately, this villa has no means of proactive attack. So the owner of the villa laid traps on the outskirts. But now the trap has been eliminated. They only have a chance of getting beaten now. Subsequently, the captain proposed methods. Blow out a corner of the villa. Then rush in and kill them again. But the question now is how much explosives are needed to explode. Captain, this wise and confident expression. Just focus on one point with explosives. It can definitely explode. He doesn't believe that this villa is really that sturdy. Watching the enemy pile up explosives at the doorstep, Zhang Yi gestured to several harems not to panic. He's going to teach them a lesson now. The man thought that the power of more than a dozen AKs. We can definitely break through Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. As a result, even the layer of skin was not removed. Finally, the captain decided to bet on all C4 explosives. Just don't believe it, it won't explode or rot. But after a deafening explosion, only the ground was blasted into a deep pit. The post-apocalyptic fortress has nothing to do with it. What material is Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress made of? Why is it so strong? And beneath the deep pit, also covered by this black, this indicates that the people from Shishan base can't even dig tunnels to go there. The current captain only realizes, how foolish was myself before that. Immediately order the younger brother to contact headquarters and request reinforcements. Ask the squad leader to bring the blasting team over. However, the one-eyed guy still wants to try again. He plans to use his big treasure-heavy sniper to give it a try. This thing. But one shot can destroy the existence of the tank. Poisonous eyes are 100% certain. Zhang Yi's bulletproof glass. I absolutely can't handle the power of his sniper rifle. On the other side, Zhang Yigang took out a sniper and prepared to counterattack. Result. Startled by the loud noise on the bulletproof glass, Zhang Yi was slightly surprised. The other party actually has a heavy sniper rifle. This is also too scary. This bulletproof glass is only 80 centimeters thick. If the other party shoots several 100,000 more bullets, what should I do if I break the glass? There are no even scratches. poisonous eyes completely speechless. Could you please respect this gun? At least it's also a heavy sniper. In the face of the defense of the post-apocalyptic fortress, it's just a toy gun. At this point, the captain of Y signaled for Cyclops to stop attacking. Based on the current situation, their little weapon. There's nothing we can do about this post-apocalyptic fortress. All we can do is to contact headquarters as soon as possible and send someone over. Zhang Yi saw the enemy about to retreat. He immediately asked the intelligent butler Xiao Ai to open the window, then set up a sniper rifle. The hunting moment begins. But at this moment, a little brother discovered Zhang Yi. They immediately pulled out their AK and broke through in the direction of Zhang Yi. I saw Zhang Yi calmly opening up a different dimensional space. No one can think of leaving alive today. The man wanted to kill the male lead for meritorious service. As a result, he killed all his brothers. Just now, open the bulletproof glass. Start counterattacking with a sniper rifle. The captain who originally planned to retreat. I didn't expect Zhang Yi to take the initiative to die, so he ordered concentrated firepower to shoot. More than 10 crazy shots from AK. But how could they not hit Zhang Yi? On the contrary, Zhang Yi shot his head one by one. This eerie scene immediately made the captain understand. Zhang Yi is a superpower. Immediately ordered the younger brothers to quickly find cover and hide. Mighty beings are not something they can handle. Not to mention being immune to their attacks. The accuracy of this sniper rifle is outrageous. At this time, Zhang Yi also found the captain. To capture a thief, first capture the king. The moment of being able to shoot. The captain and the little brother on the side disappeared in place. Another speed-type superpower. Zhang Yi speculates. Shishan base. There must be a way to artificially create supernatural beings. But it's not yet certain. The other party in the day after tomorrow. Maker of artificial abilities. Or is it a power copied from someone else? However, from the current perspective, there are restrictions on the conditions for artificial psychics to use their abilities. Otherwise, it can be used from the beginning. And currently, there are only 2 superpowers left. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi changed the plan. Kill by directly hitting the injured area. Quickly, those little brothers who didn't find cover in time, one after another was hit in the leg by Zhang Yi, falling in the snow and howling. The captain knows that Zhang Yi is deliberately trying to deceive them, so he ordered everyone not to go out. This is siege support. Immediately ordered to throw smoke bombs and incendiary bombs first. Disturb the other person's line of sight. Rescue again. Zhang Yi, who saw the scene, didn't panic at all. I saw him once again opening up another dimension of space. Release the bullet just absorbed in the opposite direction. That is to say, Zhang Yi is more than 10 AKs to shoot at the smoke. Watching my comrades being killed under the cover of smoke bombs. The younger brothers are starting to withdraw from the court. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Immediately request the captain to quickly call for reinforcements. But the captain doesn't know which scene to draw from. Surprisingly, they have once again stated that they are here for rescue. Requesting rescue from the base. Not to be laughed off by others. Zhang Yi's spatial ability is truly remarkable. Against the heavens, not only can it absorb all physical attacks, still able to retain the original attack state. Release in the opposite direction. Zhang Yi took all the bullets he had just absorbed. Reverse release. In an instant, it's equivalent to more than 10 AKs. Targeting the rescue forces at Shishan base for strafing. The power of Zhang Yi. Obviously, it has exceeded the captain's expectations. When he doesn't know what to do, one-eyed shouting, "Don't panic. He has a way to escape from here." Judging the other party is currently hesitant to catch up. It should also be a concern for our strength. Then tell the captain, as long as we use the villa as a cover, piercing through the walls from inside the villa, you can escape from Zhang Yi's sniper and escape from here. But one-eyed doesn't know. Zhang Yi is not afraid of them at all, but deliberately letting them go, so that they can bring stronger people over. Probably the only way to be afraid is to kill these invaders. Only then will it stop. On the other side, Chen Xingyan. We have received news of heavy casualties from the rescue forces. Secretary Gu on the side immediately rebuked the leader for his incompetence in handling affairs. Suggest that they should be severely punished as a warning. Chen Xingyan did not follow Secretary Ji's advice. Instead, I feel like encountering tricky enemies. Death and injury are inevitable. What he cares more about now is that mysterious shelter. What exactly is the origin of him and his master? Secretary Go based on the feed leader regarding the location of Yunk Mountain Villa. Combined with the intelligence they previously collected, he speculated that the mastermind behind this matter was behind it. It's very likely that it's the man named Zhang Yi, and the shelter was built by Wang Ximing 10 years ago. Few people know about it. Based on the speculation of their engineers, the defense force of Zhang Yi's shelter, not weaker than their Xishan base. Chen Xinyan didn't expect it. At that time, I thought it was Zhang Yi, the warehouse manager of Xiaoxiami. Surprisingly, it was the driving force behind all of this. A small person without background or education. The characters actually rely on their abilities. Counterattack becomes a huge trouble. It's really unlucky. But Chen Xinyan suddenly thought about it. An ordinary superpower. If you encounter opponents like Xia Huanhuan and Lu Ziang, normally, one should please or avoid it. We should even pray to join the Xishan base. After all, there is a shortage of external resources. Difficult for one person to survive. But not only did Zhang Yi not do this, and even killed his 2 henchmen with superpowers. Is there only one possibility? He has secrets in his hands that cannot be leaked. And this secret has already been revealed by Xia Huanhuan. Lu Ziang discovered it. This secret should be. All the supplies in the South China region are in Zhang Yi's hands. And what ability did he use to hide it? That's all for now. Chen Xinyan's face shows a murderous intent. He must dump Zhang Yi's supplies into his hands. Because of this, their Xishan base. It can solve the problem of insufficient funds and supplies. And in the next 10 years, no need to worry about material and energy issues. Then Chen Xinyan shouted and called Lin Feng over to me. An 18-year-old teenager. But it has billions of material reserves. And his secret. It has been learned by the leader of a base. In order to obtain the supplies in Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Xinyan dispatched the strongest from Xishan base. After watching the troops, Su Chunlei called out to the sleeping trough directly. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi really got it right. He immediately called Zhang Yi. Notify the village that a troop has arrived. It could be aimed at you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately reminded Su Chunlei to be careful. Now is the end of the world. These people don't accept anything from you. Legal and moral constraints. They are highly likely to plunder your food, even your lives. Su Chunlei didn't expect it to be so serious either. Their village now regards these people as guests of honor. And warmly entertained. He won't be affected by anything he says now. Believe it, but Su Chunlei reassures Zhang Yi. With his abilities, it's impossible for others to catch him. Zhang Yi finished listening. Let Su Chunlei not worry about those villagers. Good advice is difficult to persuade. The ghost that should die. Just protect the people who are important to you. Ko Zhang Yi's art style suddenly changed. Chunlei, that I treat you like a brother. Don't do anything wrong to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Su Chunlei immediately explained. I have always been looking towards Zhang Yi. Let Zhang Yi rest 100 hearts. Later, Zhang Yi asked Su Chunlei to work as an undercover agent for him. Always keep track of the enemy's movements. Su Chunlei still has some resistance. After all, he doesn't like to fight and kill. But Zhang Yi told him that he could only inquire about intelligence. No need to do anything else. And he will also receive generous rewards afterwards. So Su Chunlei readily agreed. Screen rotation. Su Chunlei came to find the village chief. But the village chief was shocked when he saw Su Chunlei. The identity of Su Chunlei is a superpower now. But the secret of their village. But Su Chunlei doesn't think so. Even if the people in their village don't say. But I can't guarantee that people from other villages won't say it. It's better to admit it openly and openly. It's still a village chief has sincerity. The village chief also felt that it made sense after listening to it. So Su Chunlei was recommended to the Xishan base. The captain still had some doubts after seeing Su Chunlei. So let Su Chunlei demonstrate it. Next second, Su Chunlei condensed a big divine ball in the air. The captain, who saw this scene, immediately lifted Su Chunlei's shoulders, starting to call each other brothers and sisters. The psychic is a human presence on the base. Early flattery, early gains. Then he shouted to the village chief to prepare some food and drinks. He needs to have a good drink with brother Su. Soon after, Su Chunlei took over the Xishan base. Dispatched a team of innate superpowers. News from the blasting team. I told Zhang Yi. Zhang Yigang finished saying thank you to Su Chunlei. Suddenly, another sentence popped up. Are you really not considering joining the Xishan base? Choosing with me may not necessarily be the best choice. in order to destroy Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress, is at Shishan base. Surprisingly, 1,000 pounds of explosives were prepared. Just now, Zhang Yi learned from Su Chunlei that, Shishan base, not only did they send a unit of psychics to deal with it, he also prepared a blasting team. Indeed, based on the conditions after indifference, blasting is the most effective means of breakthrough. Zhang Yi guessed from this. There must be a large amount of explosives in the Shishan base. Otherwise, how could a specialized blasting team be established? However, based on the current situation, the other party wants to carry out a blasting mission. It must be manually installed. As long as it's close to the post-apocalyptic fortress, Zhang Yi has a way to deal with them. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi instructed 4 harems, temporarily abandon 2 floors on the ground. Everyone move down to the ground. Then pacify the 4 harems. He didn't do this out of fear, but rather being able to let go of one's hands and feet to deal with enemies. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin arrived at the control room. Zhang Yi wants to know. Previously instructed Yang Xinxin, the task of invading the opponent's network system. How's the progress going? I saw Yang Xinxin hesitantly express. The other party's last safety measure was done very well. He tried many times but couldn't break through. Speaking of which, Yang Xinxin explains, I am not inferior to them, just invading advanced network systems. We need a medium to achieve this, because the other party is using a regional network. If we can't connect to their intranet, or implant viruses on their devices, otherwise, it will be difficult to invade. Zhang Yi finished listening, touched Yang Xinxin's head, indicating that he has no intention of blaming. He just wanted to invade the best. No, it's okay. After all, initially, Yang Xinxin was only responsible for managing the network system, just to prevent others from invading. Then Zhang Yi came to life again for Lu Karen in the production workshop. He wants to stay with Lu Karen, understand the issue of blasting. If the Shishan base carries out blasting on the Morse fortress, what methods are generally used? Blasting construction. The general method is to use TNT explosives, paired with detonators for use. Demolition of old buildings in China. It's using this method. After listening, Zhang Yi asked Lu Karen to estimate, based on the current hardness and thickness of Mo's fortress, if we want to make a hole, how much explosives do we need? Lu Karen stated that he has not made any specific measurements, can only give a rough range, that is, 300 to 800 kilograms of explosives. Zhang Yi took an intermediate value after listening, 500 kilograms. If that's the case, when the other party transports explosives, the target should be very large. Durable sniper rifle for long-range attacks. I don't know if it's possible to detonate the explosives, but this idea was injected by Lu Karen, because DNT is a very stable explosive. It cannot be detonated with bullets or fire, so it must be detonated through detonators. Hear this. Zhang Yi shook his head. It seems impossible to take the initiative to attack. Later, Zhang Yi inquired about it. Have you prepared the things you were asked to prepare before? I saw Lu Karen take out a time bomb, and ask Zhang Yi if he is satisfied. Then Lu Karen took out another piece. Combat uniforms made of alloy. A regular sniper rifle bullet cannot penetrate it. Zhang Yi just gave a faint answer. The mountain people have their own clever strategies. Just wait and watch the good show. Meanwhile, the unit of supernatural beings sent by Chen Xinyan. I have already arrived at Shujia village. The leader is Captain Lin Feng. I thought I would be scolded by Lin Feng, but I didn't expect Lin Feng to calm him down and not blame himself too much. The reason for the failure of this mission. It's all due to misjudgment. But Zhang Yi must be dead set. He will help his brothers seek revenge. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed the station. Captain Su Chunlei, an outsider on the side, quickly recommend to Lin Feng. This is the psychic he discovered. However, Teacher Liang, standing behind Lin Feng, recognized him at a glance. Su Chunlei was with Zhang Yi last time. The supernatural beings appearing in Tianqing Academy. Teacher Liang did not expose Su Chunlei. Anyway, he's currently. I no longer plan to stand on the side of Shishan base. After being introduced by the captain, Lin Feng couldn't believe it either. A mediocre chubby guy. Unexpectedly awakened the wind and snow ability of Nilbai. But Su Chunlei's ability is a treasure of Shishan base. If he recommends it to the organization, it will be a great achievement. So I patted Su Chunlei on the shoulder. Show good performance. strive to obtain the qualification to join our base. Then he gave an order to the younger brother, previous deployment. Demoning team and explosive deployment. It must be done in a situation where the other person's field of view is obstructed. Strive to end the battle within 3 hours. Not long after, Zhang Yi discovered from surveillance footage that his villa is surrounded by smoke. Zhang Yi knows that reinforcements from Shishan base have arrived, so he changed into a combat uniform and advised the 4 harems not to run around and leave. Looking at the smoke in the distance, Zhang Yi knows the other party used a trick to worry about his sniper rifle. According to this trend, they should soon approach the post-apocalyptic fortress, conduct blasting, but instead, it hit Zhang Yi's gun. The man thought he was using 1,000 pounds of TNT explosives, can blow up Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. The result was taken away by Zhang Yi using spatial powers. The first thing Lin Feng did when he arrived at Zhang Yi's indifferent fortress. It's just that. Let the platoon team clear the landmines around the fortress. Ordered the blasting team to follow up. Everyone else is ready to take cover at any time. Under the mobilization of Lin Feng, the blasting team orderly detonated TNT explosives, moved into Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. In no time, it will take some time. 1,000 pounds of TNT explosives. It has already been placed and completed. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. The other party just left the explosives at his doorstep like this, without any protective measures. The person just left like this. It seems that Zhang Yi overestimated the Shishan base, the ability of this opponent. Perhaps at the beginning, he made things complicated himself. Meanwhile, Lin Feng has received feedback from the blasting team. Completed information. Can detonate at any time. Watching the task completed so easily, Lin Feng became proud, and rose to his teammates. Zhang Yi is nothing. Now just press the switch to go back and invite credit. After pressing the switch, the earth-shattering explosion occur. At this moment, a teammate holding a telescope exclaimed in surprise. At the moment of the explosion, what appeared out of thin air absorbed the damage caused by the explosion. Only then did it cause an impact and the flames disappear. Furthermore, the post-apocalyptic fortress only had a slight damage to its exterior walls. After listening to the captain's subconscious conjecture, does Zhang Yi possess the ability to devour immense energy? Teacher Liang on the side originally thought that Zhang Yi is just a clever scoundrel. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. At this moment, the younger brother asked Lin Feng about it. If Zhang Yi can really devour energy, how did they conquer Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress? Looking at the cracks appearing on the wall, Lin Feng thinks there will be a few more explosions. It should be able to completely destroy it. And based on the intelligence they have obtained, Zhang Yi has always only been playing defense. Do not engage in any other counterattacks. And the only that can be used. They also blocked their view with smoke bombs. So Lin Feng felt that Zhang Yi had no other means left. Subsequently, the order was issued. Leave some people here to observe Zhang Yi's movements. The remaining people should go back first. Contact the base again and send a batch of explosives over. This is preparing to fight a war of attrition against Zhang Yi. Not long after, Zhang Yi has arrived at the negative level of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhou Ku immediately gathered together. I came up and asked Zhang Yi with concern. What was the deafening explosion just now? Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou not to worry. The defense of several underground floors is higher than that of 2 above-ground floors. The enemy cannot threaten them in the short term. Besides, Zhang Yi is not just sitting idly by, in his current dimensional space, still storing just 1,000 pounds of celestial bodies, the power generated by an explosion. It can be very useful in the later stage. Revenge. Zhang Yi absorbed damage with a space counter kill the troops at Shishan base. Not long ago, Lin Feng ordered contact with headquarters. Continue to transport 1,000 pounds of TNT explosives to the museum. And Lin Feng's plan was also speculated by Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi also has a strategy to deal with it. The next confrontation will also be Zhang Yi's counter-kill moment. Later, Su Chunlei sent a message. The loud noise just now made him think something big had happened. But when I saw the soldiers from Shishan base returning in a disheveled state, I knew Zhang Yi was fine. But some soldiers immediately left the village and headed west. It really seems like what Zhang Yi thought. Go back and move the explosives. But what angered Su Chunlei was, the remaining soldiers turned Shujia village into a restaurant. All kinds of things to take medicine and drink. Zhang Yi reminds Su Chunlei, those soldiers are not a good kind. If you find something wrong, you must run away immediately. Zhang Yi knows. Now Shujia village is of fat from Shishan base. And it's impossible to live in harmony. Meanwhile, a soldier is requesting the village chief. Free up some houses for them. Let them live. They still have to stay here for a while. And by the way, prepare meals for 65 people. They're hungry. After listening, Su Chunlei cursed inwardly. Why not grab food for 65 people? Their individual appetite. It's enough food for 5 villagers. Where are these serious soldiers? It's like a bandit. However, the village chief wagged his tail like a pug. Ba Shi Hao. He hopes that the Shishan base can kill Zhang Yi as soon as possible. Revenge them. The smiling face of the village chief. Not receiving the good attitude of the soldiers. Instead, it fiercely expresses how to act. How long the operation is confidential. Don't inquire about these things. Just prepare them with delicious food and accommodation. After all, they are seeking revenge for Shujia village. Even if reprimanded, still like a licking dog. Saying that everything the leader says is right. Then let Su Chunlei quickly use his abilities to build an army house. Don't neglect your esteemed guest. Only Su Chunlei knows. These soldiers are not genuinely here to help them. The next day, 1,000 kilograms of TNT explosives have been transported to Shishan base again. But this time Lin Feng chose a long-range projection, and then with an animal lizard, throw 1,000 pounds of TNT towards Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Watching the approaching explosives, Zhang Yi opened up a different dimensional space by aiming at the right moment. Immediately, a devastating explosion erupted into the sky and earth. 1,000 pounds of TNT explosive. Just like this, the shockwave bounced back. Lin Feng saw the situation and shouted loudly, "It's not good, quickly hide." A post-apocalyptic fortress that cannot even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb. But he was punched by a man and left a deep hole. After feeling a huge vibration, only then did I realize that Ling Feng has appeared on the outskirts of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. Besides speeding, Lin Feng and possess a terrifying power. For example, if the gun body is damaged, damage level 0.08%. According to the abilities demonstrated by Lin Feng, the conventional sniper section no longer poses a threat to him. Must be considered in the long run. Fortunately, the post-apocalyptic fortress is also strong enough. As long as Zhang Yi doesn't get it out, Lin Feng still has no way to deal with Zhang Yi. Screen rotation. The village chief has already taken the villagers at the village entrance, waiting for good news on the killing of Zhang Yi at Shishan base. Just now I heard a loud explosion sound. Did you blow up Zhang Yi's house? Then the village chief turned to Lin Feng. You doin' rainbow fart. Can. This was immediately warned harshly by a young man. Isn't this hitting their faces from the side? Lin Feng didn't explain, just asking the village chief to prepare for them more food than usual. Before leaving, the younger brother reminded the villagers of his bad temper. Prepare some food. They fought very hard in the war. Looking at someone with a hot temper. I believe the villagers guessed that Zhang Yi must have cleaned up the area. So many people can't beat Zhang Yi alone. The villagers' fear of Zhang Yi has increased a bit. At this moment, my little brother, I am very dissatisfied with the attitude of the villagers being neither big nor small. Should I suggest teaching him a lesson? Lin Chong said that now is not the time to tear off his face. Now we still need villagers to provide food and labor. And the base also needs to supplement labor force. After finishing cleaning up Zhang Yi, let these villagers contribute to the base. Little brother snorted lightly, indicating that it was lucky for the villagers. If it were his usual routine, he wouldn't have killed a few people to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Zhang Yigang has just returned to the inside of the shelter. Zhou Kedin cared about whether he was injured. Yang Mi immediately brought the food to replenish Zhang Yi's energy. Zhang Yi ate a big meal at the same time, while inquiring with Lu Karen. For external wall damage, is there any way to fix it? Lu Karen stated that the repair problem is not significant, but special materials are needed to make alloys. But at this moment, it's too dangerous to go out and collect materials and repair walls. As long as the problem can be fixed, it's not a big deal. I'm not in a hurry either. Today, just wait until all the people at Shishan base are annihilated. Everything else is easy to say. Then Zhang Yi took out a few bottles of wine from a space. Now you can have a drink to relax a bit. Let's also celebrate our recent victory. Betrayed, rebelled. Teacher Liang. In order to prevent students from becoming experimental subjects at the Shishan base, requesting cooperation with Zhang Yi. Teacher Liang will. Becoming the fifth harem of Zhang Yi. Not long ago, Yang received a message from Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang wants to save his students. I hope Yang Xinxin can help him convey the message to Zhang Yi. Can we talk about it? What Zhang Yi immediately thought of was, Teacher Liang, could it be an undercover agent intentionally sent by Shishan base? Use your phone to chat with him during breaks. Intruding the network system of the post-apocalyptic fortress. Yang Xinxin said after listening. His phone defense level. Not worse than the network system of the post-apocalyptic fortress. It's almost impossible to invade his phone. Later, Zhang Yi asked Teacher Liang what he wanted him to do. What do you have to talk about? Teacher Liang wants to request cooperation with Zhang Yi and help him rescue the students from the Shishan base. Hear this. Zhang Yi's doubts. Isn't Shishan base a post-apocalyptic shelter? I shouldn't worry about food or clothing. And aren't those students claiming to be human beings? Why do we still need to save them? Teacher Liang noticed that Zhang Yi was mocking this, but Zhang Yi did not refuse. Then he still has a chance. So Teacher Liang also proposed his own chips. He was a participant in the encirclement and suppression of Zhang Yi. He can help Zhang Yi as an undercover agent and provide intelligence to counter-kill the Shishan base. As an exchange condition, it's Zhang Yi who wants to help his students escape from the Shishan base. Zhang Yi's doubts. What exactly happened in the Shishan base? Make Teacher Liang want to take the students to escape from there. And isn't Teacher Liang a powerful superpower? Unexpectedly unable to protect their own students. Later, Zhang Yi asked Teacher Liang to provide information on the Shishan base as the establishment of cooperation. Not long after, Zhang Yi learned from Teacher Liang that the Shishan base is conducting human experiments on students. What makes Zhang Yi feel even more ironic is that, located at the Shishan base of the Apocalypse shelter, surprisingly, the protein extracted from the corpse to make food. Ko was puzzled by this for them. What are the benefits? If all the people in the fourth life pod are dead, aren't they out of labor? Zhang Yixiao and Zhouku are still too young. Even if the population shrinks sharply due to the arrival of the apocalypse. Even if only 5% of people survived. But for the Shishan base, it's also a huge number. And the villagers of Shujia village, isn't it just the labor force in a county town? According to the information provided by Teacher Liang. Next, some villagers in Shujia village are likely to be taken away. Lu Karen didn't expect it either. Shishan base. Surprisingly, it's a place that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. I thought my classmates would have a better life there. Why not stay at Tianqing Academy? Not long after, Zhang Yi contacted Teacher Liang and put forward their own ideas. Firstly, the strength of the security forces at Shishan base. It's not something that just a few people can rush in. The second is a group of students who are for him, it's a burden. Relying on his own strength, it is impossible to bring students out safely. At most, it can only be self-protection. Teacher Liang didn't dare to agree after listening. Zhang Yi can withstand the attack of Shishan base alone. It means there is strong strength. So Teacher Liang knows. No, it's not Zhang Yi. But he hasn't mentioned anything he's willing to help yet. Zhang Yi has come up with a way to attack the base. Before agreeing to Teacher Liang, he must confirm something with Yang Xinxin. Is that correct? As long as the Trojan horse is implanted into the network of Shishan base, can invade the entire network system. Teacher Liang is undercover for Zhang Yi for the first time. I just heard about today's plan. This makes Teacher Liang more determined. We need to take students out of this magical kiln at Shishan base. Not long ago, a counter-killing agreement was reached between Teacher Liang and after the consensus of Shishan base. Lin Feng gathered the villagers here, preparing to deceive villagers into helping them deal with Zhang Yi. Lin Feng claims to be a messenger of justice. It's here to help the villagers eliminate the killer demon Zhang Yi. So I want to seek revenge for the villagers who died in Shujia village. We must cooperate with him. Time goes back 1 hour ago. Lin Feng summons several high-level officials. Plan how to deal with Zhang Yi's situation. They have roughly mastered Zhang Yi's abilities. Firearms, rocket launchers, and other missile weapons cannot be reused. It will be absorbed and then rebound back. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's current offensive methods, only long-range attacks with sniper guns, and he dare not come out of the post-apocalyptic fortress. This also creates opportunities for them. So Ling Feng's plan is that the post-apocalyptic fortress is very large. Not every side has windows. Therefore, we can utilize the dead corners of the post-apocalyptic fortress. They take a few superpowers, attract Zhang Yi's attention, then let the villagers dig tunnels for underground rainstorm. Teacher Yang, after listening, angry questioning of Lin Feng, what kind of plan is this? Is it to send the villagers to die? However, Lin Feng had a righteous and awe-inspiring attitude, indicating that this is all for the sake of these villagers. If we don't pay some price to eliminate Zhang Yi, wait for us to leave Shujia village. Faced with Zhang Yi's retaliation, there is no way to fight back. The younger brother on the side also stood up and supported Lin Feng. They did this out of helplessness. Zhang Yi alone possesses billions of resources. As long as he dies alone, it can make thousands of people live. Why not do this? Besides, it's the end of the world now. There's nothing better than living with oneself and the people around me. More important. Little brother, this is threatening Teacher Liang with students. Then my little brother's art style changed. They said they couldn't let the villagers become the base still needs labor. What I said is also a step for Teacher Liang. Sure enough, after listening, Teacher Liang said that as long as the villagers were not allowed to go, send the rest to death according to Lin Feng's arrangement. Time goes back to the present. Lin Feng just made it public about digging tunnels. Immediately faced resistance from the villagers. Since the people from Shishan base came to their village, just eat their boiled soup. Now they still need to work. Why? As the voices of dissatisfaction among the villagers grew louder and louder, the village chief not only did not speak for the villagers, but also, instead, he blamed the villagers for not being stubborn. Now the Shishan base is helping them eliminate their enemies. At this time, Zhang Yi, a villager, stood up and said, since they attacked Zhang Yi and were repelled, Zhang Yi has never harassed them either. Although everyone usually swears and curses, but the days are also considered peaceful. Now that this group of people appears, instead, it provoked watching the villagers arguing. Teacher Liang has decided, we must first notify more people about Zhang Yimian's death. Zhang Yi saw that. All the psychics in Shishan base. Everyone comes to attack his post-apocalyptic fortress. But he didn't panic at all. Even played games with 4 wives. Originally, Teacher Liang had already incorporated Lin Feng's plan. I told Zhang Yi everything. And Zhang Yi knows that according to the defense strength of the post-apocalyptic fortress, Lin Feng's plan will only be in vain. Then ask Teacher Liang which house he lives in. When the time is right, he will meet with Teacher Liang once. Prior to this, we need Teacher Liang to do him another favor. This is about whether we can rescue Teacher Liang's students. Screen rotation. Lin Feng leads the strongest combat force of Shishan base, coming to Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress group. According to schedule, they keep attacking the post-apocalyptic fortress to attract Zhang Yi's attention. At this moment, Zhang Yi, watching Lin Feng and the others perform hard. Lu Karen is also the first time he has seen a psychic. The plot that can only be seen in movies on a regular basis. I didn't expect it to happen right in front of me. Zhang Yi told the 4 harems. There are already many things in the outside world now. A psychic is extremely dangerous for ordinary people. So it's still safe to hide in the post-apocalyptic fortress. Not only do we have food and drink, but also, you don't need to get cold yet. But Yang Mi is still a bit worried. If you don't understand the other party's construction progress, will the other party really succeed? Yang Xinxin immediately explained that there is no need to worry. According to the fact that sound travels faster in solids than in air. So just one receiving device. They can analyze their construction progress using a computer. So there's no need to do anything now. Just wait and watch the good show. At night, Lin Feng asked everyone to retreat by the night. Continue tomorrow. The construction side has lost their lives. This also made the villagers who were originally resentful more indignant and dissatisfied. They all expressed that they will no longer be used like cows or horses. Next second, the team leader threatened the villagers with an AK and stated that their orders are inviolable. Everything they are doing now, they are all helping Su family village seek revenge. If anyone dares to back down now, it's like deserting soldiers. Immediate execution by firing squad. The man thought he was forcing the villagers to dig tunnels. Can invade Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress? Little did they know that Zhang Yi had already known his plan, and secretly sneaked into Shujia village to kill a rebound gun. Not long ago, Teacher Liang reported the progress of digging tunnels to Zhang Yi. According to the current progress, it will take at least half a month to dig through. At least a few hundred villagers will die. Teacher Liang reminds Zhang Yi not to overdo it, to avoid a bad ending when necessary. Teacher Liang. Everything is under his control. However, Zhang Yi discovered that recently, there have been fewer psychics attacking the post-apocalyptic fortress. Do other psychics have other tasks? Teacher Liang explained that there are no other tasks. Just a few psychics in the village. Prevent village riots. Hear this. Zhang Yi can rest assured. It's also time to give some help to the people at Shishan base. Surprise in a few days. Zhang Yi with flowers arrived at the back mountain of Yunk Mountain Villa from the emergency exit. Then drove the snowmobile to Shujia village. After arriving at the village entrance, the soldier standing guard saw Zhang Yi, wearing captain-level combat uniforms. Without any doubt, instead of greeting Zhang Yi, but the next second, Zhang Yi cut his throat with a knife. Zhang Yi relied on this captain-level combat uniform all the way. We have hunted down 24 security personnel around us. Soon, the dog in the village discovered something unusual. Sub-soldiers conducted an approval process for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi has spatial abilities, directly ignoring the attack of thermal weapons, adding floral support to the formation. The soldiers were massacred in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, located far away in Yunk Mountain Villa. I vaguely heard gunshots coming from the village. Although they don't know, why did gunshots suddenly appear? But for safety reasons, Lin Feng turned around and asked everyone to return to the village first. See what exactly happened. Zhang Yi on the other side has already taken Su Chunlei away, and rushed to the emergency exit. Su Chunlei's worried inquiry. Coming back so swaggering. What should I do with the car seal on the ground? Zhang Yi stated that he intentionally left the car seal. That is to say, Zhang Yi will have a life or death battle with Shishan base here. Here it is, here it is. Teacher Liang has finally joined Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Not long ago, after Lin Feng rushed back to the village, the soldiers who were in the village were all killed. He immediately thought that someone must have defected. Leaked intelligence. The little brother beside me is puzzled. Someone has been monitoring the movements of the post-apocalyptic fortress all along, but I didn't see anyone come out. Does it mean that Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress has other exits? The other little brother angrily expressed that it must be like this. It's like our own base. There is also more than one exit. Zhang Yi should be from an insider. We have learned about our operation time and number of people, so take the opportunity to come and kill. Caught off guard, Lin Feng cursed inwardly, damn it. So his plan to have the villagers dig tunnels should also be known by Zhang Yi. At this moment, a soldier ran over to indicate, when he was counting the number of people, discovered that the psychic Su Chunlei is missing. No bodies were found either. And Captain Liang Lu did not return to the team either. Lin Feng was furious after hearing this. I didn't ignore more than one traitor. He immediately ordered his subordinates to chase after him quickly. The traitor must pay the price. The village chief also received retribution. So many people have died in the village now. He doesn't even know how to explain to the villagers. Su Chunlei on the other side also moved into Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress. Looking at the huge room is not only comfortable, and there are also various means. This greedy Su Chunlei's eyes lit up, immediately holding onto the cartoon pillow. Satisfied, Zhang Yi will be his biological father in the future. But Liang Yu did not return to the village with Ling Feng and the others. But when Ling Feng and the others left, arrived at Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress, cooperating with Yang Xinxin's invasion of the Shishan bases network, the soldiers who are currently staying here, it's impossible not to contact at all anymore. And most importantly, they are now. At any time, the network at Shishan base can be paralyzed. Zhang Yi touched Yang Xinxin's head with satisfaction. As long as this trouble is resolved, there won't be any danger in the future. Later, Zhang Yi told Liang Yu, he will abide by the agreement. Help him rescue his students. Meanwhile, Ling Feng has already identified the wheel imprint left by Zhang Yi. Arrived at the back mountain of Yunk Mountain Villa, I saw Zhang Yi's mouth curling up. The show begins. Meanwhile, Lin Fengjiang instructed everyone to conduct scattered searches. Find the entrance. We must catch this traitor Liang Yu back. At this moment, a little brother shouted out that something was wrong. The first thing Liang Yu did when she joined Zhang Yi's harem, just to help Zhang Yi counter-kill the Shishan base. Not long ago, when Lin Feng followed his younger brother along the way. After Zhang Yi's will seal reached the designated position, Zhang Yi appeared with flowers and flowers. Little brother Daong had already gritted his teeth in hatred towards Zhang Yi. Ignoring the advice of his teammates, he clenched it towards Zhang Yi alone. In the next second, he will be counterattacked by Zhang Yi's sniper rifle. Daong dodged in embarrassment on one side, while stubbornly spraying trash cans at Zhang Yi. Finally arrived in front of Zhang Yi, but it was detonated by Zhang Yi's pre-arranged explosives on the front side. Inverted. Fortunately, Daong's ability made him rough and fleshy, not killed by the explosives in the first place. Just as my teammates were preparing to rush over for reinforcements, Liang Yu blocked their way. After Lin Feng saw Liang Yu, putting down harsh words and betraying the base will not lead to a good outcome. Liang Yu didn't talk nonsense to Lin Feng, draw the knife directly and engage in battle. And flowers and flowers. At the beginning, he quickly killed the Earth-type superpower with just one paw. Ride on the wind. I never expected my little brother to lose so quickly. But the next second, another explosion came from a distance. At this point, De Jong had already been blown up by the explosives and looked unrecognizable. Even with the thickest fur. I can't withstand Zhang Yi's continuous bombing either. In the end, Zhang Yi even shot him in the head. After solving the current problem, Zhang Yi shouted, "It's your turn to take action. Fat guy." Next second, Su Chunlei suddenly appeared in the rear of the Shishan base team. Immediately manipulate the ice and snow. Surrounded the team at Shishan base. After finishing all this, sit down and retreat with a loud roar. At this time, Lin Feng still couldn't distinguish the situation. A still stubborn expression. Don't think that just a little trick can trap us. But Zhang Yi, with a smug expression on his face, said that of course not. But the end of the Ice Age brings a grand finale. Zhang Yi leads 5 harems, having lived a shameless and happy life. And the army of psychics at Shishan base. And it will also destroy the entire army. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Feng, who was on the brink of death and still had a hard mouth. You think if I surround you all, it's just trapping you, are you guys? Next second, Zhang Yi starts from a different space. Release the remaining TNT left before. Explosion damage. Lin Feng saw this and shouted, "Hurry up and hide in the snow." Fortunately, Lin Feng's command was timely. Let most of my teammates survive. Don't wait for them to catch their breath. A rumbling sound can be heard from a high place. It turned out that the loud explosion just now attracted the snow leopard. This time, Lin Feng and his companions can no longer dodge. Blinking effort. The elite troops of Shishan base, all buried under the snow, and being able to resolve it so smoothly. The elite troops of Shishan base, all thanks to Yang Xinshin, simulate the specific location that can trigger an avalanche using a computer. And Lu Karen's explosives, thanks to Lin Feng's arrogance and greed. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been able to eliminate him so smoothly. Of course. I also want to thank Liang Yu and Su Chunlei for their internal and external cooperation. And with the help of, only by surprise can we achieve victory. Liang Yi reminds Zhang Yi, we can't take it lightly yet. It's best to confirm if the other party is really dead before retreating. After listening, Zhang Yi said there's no need to worry about this. Lu Karen has prepared an infrared robot. Hide the screen back in the control room. In about a dozen or so minutes, they will freeze to death. Screen rotation. Zhang Yi and a few others are already inside the post-apocalyptic fortress. Party started. Zhou reliably sighed on Zhang Yi's shoulder as it finally came to an end. The strongest group of superpowers in Shishan base now. It has been eliminated. And the virus implanted by Yang Xinshin at the Shishan base. Soon, the ugly faces of Shishan base will also be exposed. Announced to a group of people at the bottom. At that time, the Shishan base will break through without any attack. Then Zhang Yi hugged Zhou. Although humanity has entered an unprecedented catastrophe. But fortunately, we survived. Then the two sucked up the snails. At this point, Zhang Yi led 5 harems. Living a carefree life. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi gathers 2 superpowers and a mutated cat. No one can kill anyone. Lin Feng, who was buried overnight by an avalanche, not only did not die, and crawled out from a few meters of thick snow, although Lin Feng escaped a disaster. But upon returning to the base, he was immediately scolded by Chen Xinyan, due to Lin Feng's improper command, causing the death of half of the psychics in Shishan base. Do you know that we need to cultivate 50 superpowers? How difficult is it? One superpower can be worth 20 ordinary warriors, equivalent to losing 1,000 soldiers now. Chen Xinyan became increasingly angry as he cursed. To speak frankly, Lin Feng might as well die outside with the troops. Why are you coming back? No matter how unpleasant Chen Xinyan's insults may be, Lin Feng never dared to say a word. Finally kneeling on the ground, tell Chen Xinyan, if you execute him, any time, he has absolutely no complaints. But before he was executed, he must first kill Zhang Yi with his own hands. Otherwise, he would die with his eyes closed. Chen Xinyan is also very conflicted. Killing Lin Feng by mistake is difficult to desecrate. But now it's a shortage of people's plan. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xinyan said he can give Lin Feng a chance. Take note of the mistake first, and look at future performance. If you make another mistake, it will be a combination of multiple crimes and punishment. Then Lin Feng was banned for a week. Just instruct him to go down. This time, it was really my carelessness. Now Shishan base has lost so much combat power. We must find a way to replenish it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is a conflict with other forces, it will be a huge hidden danger. Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan called for Secretary Gu. Ask Lin Feng. Villagers brought back from Shujia village. Has the testing report? Secretary Gu stated that Lin Feng brought back a group of villagers with good physical fitness. There should be a high probability that a psychic will appear. After listening, Chen Xinyan waved his hand. Indicates the need to accelerate the catalytic experiment of the psychic. If unsuccessful, just implant Lin Feng's cells directly, and there is an urgent shortage of troops now. We must produce new psychics as soon as possible. Secretary Gu finished listening. Reminder to Chen Xinyan, if it's so rushed, not only will it greatly reduce the probability of success, and the mortality rate will also greatly increase. By then, there may not even be a 1/30th survival rate. Chen Xinyan stated that it's okay. What they lack now is combat power. Instead of lacking labor force, there are still many survivors in the city. As long as sufficient combat power is ensured, I have gained a say in this city. There will be as much labor as needs to be replenished. Xinyan's ambition is to rule the entire city of Tianhai, so the top priority is he must supplement his army of psychics to retaliate against an 18-year-old boy. The leader of Shishan base is willing to use missiles at all costs, preparing to blow up Zhang Yi's shelter. Not long ago, how did Chen Xinyan remove the thorn in Zhang Yi's eye? Even the strongest Lin Feng was lost after making a mistake. There are no other cards left at the moment. Is it really difficult to seek help from someone surnamed Zhu? Can he support me with a missile? Originally, Commander Zhu of the Jiangnan military region once owed Chen Xinyan a favor. Promised to help Chen Xinyan once. As one of the 6 major military regions, having the right to launch missiles, less than a last resort. Chen Xinyan really can't bear to use this assassin's mace. Chen Xinyan was very hesitant. Dealing with Zhang Yi, one person uses one missile. Is it really worth it? But if we don't remove the thorn in Zhang Yi's eye, they clash with other forces. Zhang Yi may take the opportunity to take his life. After much contemplation, Chen Xinyan decided to negotiate with Zhang Yi first. If Zhang Yi is willing to submit, that can save unnecessary trouble. If we don't conform, we can only use missiles. Wipe out Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic fortress from the map. Isn't this leader Chen? Long heard of great names. I am in the mouth of teacher Liang. I've heard a lot about you. Great deeds. Then roast that Chen Xinyan had nothing to do and why he wanted to provoke him. Killed so many elites. To take a step back, even if I really lose in the end, I will also destroy all the supplies. Why do you think it's necessary? Why don't we just let go of it? In the future, we will coexist peacefully. Chen Xinyan immediately warned Zhang Yi not to be too arrogant. I'm not incapable of dealing with you. It's just that I cherish my talents. I want to give you a chance to serve me. As long as you surrender now, you can enjoy the most superior life at Shishan base. I can even make you the second leader. But to show loyalty, you must hand over all the supplies. Chen Xinyan really treats Zhang Yi as a fool. Now the Shishan base has suffered a defeat. There is still face to make Zhang Yi surrender and become his little brother. There's a brain pit, right? Subsequently, Zhang Yi made Chen Xinyan his younger brother in a strange and sinister way. You can report Zhang Yi's name to him if there is something to do later. Originally, Zhang Yi thought that Chen Xinyan had no way to deal with him, just intentionally provoking him. But what Chen Xinyan will say next? Make Zhang Yi completely afraid. I saw Chen Xinyan with a proud expression on his face telling you, I can mobilize missiles to bomb your shelter. Global Frozen Season 2 begins. Zhang Yi faces an unprecedented threat of death. I'm not afraid to tell you. I can mobilize missiles to bomb your shelter. At first, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. But on second thought, it could be in Xinyan. After all, Tianhai does not have a missile launch base. No one would have the authority to launch missiles. But what Chen Xinyan will say next? Still keep Zhang Yi's eyebrows furrowed. I saw Chen Xinyan with a proud expression on his face. You're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly know my methods? As long as I am willing. Blowing up your shelter is a matter of minutes. If you really have this ability, why didn't you scare the child before? Chen Xinyan has been asked by Zhang Yi about losing patience. Do not disable phone tapping on the desktop. I'm just giving you a chance, Shitsai Xiang. I hope you don't have to be yourself. My patience is limited. Either submit to me or die. How could Zhang Yi be scared by Chen Xinyan's words? Immediately let Chen Xinyan prove his strength. If we can really mobilize the missile. He's just hanging out with Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan was furious after listening to it. This thing is so important. How could it be possible? Can you say a word? The experiment. Immediately warned Zhang Yi that he was playing tricks. Just wait to see God. From Chen Xinyan's attitude, it doesn't feel like you're telling lies. This puts Zhang Yi in a dilemma. Chen Xinyan is an old martial artist. He is also very good at disguise and lying. Finally, Zhang Yi told Chen Xinyan, give him a few days to consider. Don't be slippery. Delaying time is meaningless. I only give you 1 day to consider. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xinyan prayed to the heavens to bless Zhang Yi. Can smoothly submit to him. He really doesn't want to use this killer's weapon. Waste on Zhang Yi. And Zhang Yi also has his own plans here. Can't you afford to provoke or hide? Chen Xinyan has a high status in Tianhai City. Maybe there's really a way to get it done. Missiles, this thing. In the absence of a way to confirm authenticity, it is impossible for Zhang Yi to take everyone's life. Going on an adventure. So immediately pack up and prepare to run away. At the safe house that Zhang Yi built before. At this moment, Liang Yu stood up. At least before departure. You need to fulfill our agreement first. Zhang Yi finished listening. Bring a memory card from Yang Xinxin. Then hand it over to Liang Yu. Of course I will fulfill the agreement. Just this matter. I still need you, Teacher Liang, to personally visit the Xishan base. Take a hazard. The man thought he had the authority to launch missiles. We can force Zhang Yi to surrender. Little did they know that Zhang Yi had another one. Safe House Zhang Yi not only plans to evacuate Yunk Mountain Villa, but also, and it also allowed Liang Yu to infiltrate the Xishan base. Find opportunities to implant viruses. With the help of Yang Xinxin, Liang Yu evaded surveillance, and quickly infiltrated the interior of the Xishan base. But Liang Yu soon heard bad news. Due to Liang Yu's rebellion, his students were sent to the laboratory in advance for renovation. Hear this. Liang Yu knew that rescuing the tenant. So I quickly contacted Zhang Yi. What should we do next? In order to rescue his students as soon as possible. It's very simple. Just take the chip I gave you. Insert it into a computer at will. Once we have control over the network system of Xishan base, I can help you escape. Liang Yu has stayed at the Xishan base before. Deeply aware that the Ministry of Information is heavily guarded. It's difficult to approach. Besides, we need to plug the chip into the computer. But this is his only chance to save the students. Only by paralyzing the network of Xishan base, he can take the students to escape. Liang Yu plans to go all out. But before that, it is necessary to remind Zhang Yi, don't forget to leave, to provide food and temporary accommodation for his students. The information department is located in the Second Life module. I can't believe so many years have passed. Going back to my old profession again. Originally, before becoming a teacher, Liang Yu was a top professional bodyguard. On the other side, Zhang Yi also hopes that Liang Yu can succeed. Because of this, in the future, in the confrontation with Xishan base, will occupy a great deal of initiative. As long as the virus is successfully implanted, Yang Xinxin can steal any intelligence from them, even a trump card. I'd rather take a look. Do they have the ability to deploy missiles? If Yang Xinxin doesn't mind hacking into their system, take away missile launch authorization. From now on, the Xishan base will not pose a threat to them at all. At this moment, Lu Karen sighed. Originally, this little girl was worried that Liang Yu would be alone. Something could happen in such a dangerous place. Zhang Yi doesn't care about the life and death of Liang Yu. What he cares more about is whether Liang Yu can implant the disease. but still comfort teacher Lu Karen and teacher Liang. G people have their own natural signs. God will bless him. Soon after, Zhang Yi and his group arrived at Yuelu community. And Uncle Yu for Zhang Yi and them for a long time. It's frozen again. A few months later, when Zhang Yi came to Yuelu community again, discovering that the entire community is already dead, Uncle Lu saw Zhang Yi's arrival. I couldn't even close my mouth with a smile. If it weren't for Zhang Yi, he not only has no wife, but also, I don't think we'll be able to survive until now. After returning to the safe house, Zhang Yi is also deeply moved. I didn't expect time to pass so long in a blink of an eye. He used to take a bite, fighting the people in the community to the death. Zhou Haimei quickly invited them into the house. It's been a long time since it's been so lively. A few women are discussing whether they can join a table of mahjong. Zhang Yi came to the living room and asked Uncle Oil about it. Are all the people in the community dead? Did anyone come to trouble you unknowingly? After you've been away for a while. They did come to find me. At first, he politely talked to me about human relationships. You what? But that would have been ignored for over a month now. We are not saints either. There will be no benefits for the others. I didn't expect them to come hard later on. I might as well send them all away. But with a change in art style, Uncle Yu said there is still a group of people alive. And that person Zhang Yi is also very familiar with. It's the group of people from Li Jian on the 18th floor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi became interested. Hurry up and ask if you know what the situation is. Uncle Yu shook his head. You asked me not to come into contact with them back then. Be careful of being stabbed by their backs. So I haven't had any contact with them either. Hear this. How did Zhang Yi survive with Li Jian? More interested. Indicates that it is necessary to find a time to go and understand the situation. Subsequently, Zhang Yi explained why he suddenly ran back this time. The reason for the safe house. I told Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu didn't expect it either. Surprisingly, someone can mobilize Zhang Yi, although it is uncertain whether it is true or false. But for safety reasons, I'd better come over here and hide first. After confirming safety, we will go back. Zhang Yi's misfortune never comes alone. When he escaped from Chen Xinyan's clutches, now I have learned from Uncle Yu again. A new force of worshippers has emerged. Not long ago, proposed by Uncle to let Zhang Yi stay for a long time. He can move next door to Zhou Haimei. After all, this house was originally owned by Zhang Yi. Now Zhang Yi has returned. Of course, it must be returned to its rightful owner. And there is Zhang Yi and his team living here. He and Zhou Haimei won't be too bored either. Zhang Yi patted Uncle Yu on the shoulder. You can live in this house with peace of mind. My grudges with Shishan base cannot be resolved. Unless I stay away from this place. Otherwise, as long as Chen Xinyan has the opportunity, will put me to death. And then take everything from my hands. Zhang Yi just wants to live a peaceful life. Will always trouble him. He's going to hide now. That's because you have too much in your hands. You see, although my quality of life is not as good as yours. But now there is no such trouble. This world is already like this. If you live well, others will miss you. You're not doing well. Others will look down on you again. You have so many supplies on hand now. Even if it's staying at home. I can't resist the envy of others either. Hear this. Zhang Yi sighed and said, if I had enough strength, just take down the Shishan base. At this moment, Uncle Yu suddenly remembered something. Just recently, a group of strange people came to the community. Similar to ascetic monks. And there are also hundreds of people. At first, I thought they were coming to grab things. But after interacting with them, seems to have no malicious intent. He also claimed to be a believer in the Baixue religion. Zhang Yi didn't expect it either. In the 21st century, there are also people like the fear of natural disasters, so as to deify various natural disasters. From thunder god, water god, rain god to plague god. Now even the snow god has come out. But Uncle suddenly showed a serious expression on his face. They lead by a person called the Grand Decree. You can tell at a glance that I have superpowers. And tell me that you can help me develop. Can you make me stronger before? For Zhang Yi, who has become accustomed to caution. This could be a scam. It's possible that I've seen Uncle unleash his abilities before. What I just said, even if I take a step back. That Grand Decree is true. Why do they help you for no reason or reason? At that time, I also considered that you had reminded me before. Don't easily trust strangers. So at that time, I directly rejected the good intentions of the great magic. But later on, it seemed like he went to find someone else. I don't know what the outcome will be like. Zhang Yi finished listening. Immediately speculate. Bai Shuijie should be looking for Li Jin's floor. Zhang Yi immediately decided to go to the 18th floor to have a look. This old friend's room. What kind of abilities did you gain from the White Snow Reef? Make other survivors willing to sacrifice their lives. We also need to protect her. I learned from Uncle that almost none of the people on the 18th floor have died. To figure out the reason, Zhang Yi quickly arrived at the 18th floor. After arriving downstairs, Zhang Yi fired a few shots into the sky. Looking at that familiar figure, Li Jian exclaimed in surprise that Zhang Yi has returned. Then, with a panicked expression on his face, he said it was terrible now. After the neighbor on the side heard that it was Zhang Yi, immediately stated that it's not a big deal. Spell it with Zhang Yi. We finally had a chance to survive. Another neighbor's expression of fear. If Zhang Yi finds out about that, our entire building is going to die. Li Jian sighed, it was a disaster. Can't avoid it? Let me go talk to him. Don't be, even if we all go up together. It's not his opponent either. Then instruct the neighbors. If something happens to him, don't seek revenge for him either. Guard the hope here well. Not long after, Li Jian came alone to see Zhang Yi. For Li Jian to survive until now, it also exceeded Zhang Yi's expectations. What surprised Zhang Yi even more was that almost everyone in the entire building came to life. This makes Zhang Yi even more curious about how Li Jian did it, mainly relying on the seeds you gave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect the seeds given casually at that time. It was really planted by Li Jian in this extremely cold weather. And there were gains in just over a month. Provided for so many people to use. Zhang Yi expands spatial abilities. Be vigilant and ask Li Jian, are there any supernatural beings in their building? But Li Jian suddenly knelt down. And I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Not protecting the child entrusted to him by Zhang. I know you're very angry. But in this extreme weather, we really did our best. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Please let others go. Just as the atmosphere reached freezing point, several residents appear in the distance. They are here to help Li Jian plead for mercy. It's our fault for not taking care of the child you sent us. But you can't kill Li Jian. If you want to kill me, just kill me. I'll die for him. Then several residents rushed to die on behalf of Li Jian. This exceeded Zhang Yi's expectations. Is Li Jian the one with the supernatural ability? Men grow food in order to grow it. Unexpectedly planting seeds into one's own body. Is this the ability bestowed upon Li Jian by the Baishue sect? No wonder the residents are rushing to die for Li Jian. Is this what they call hope? Zhang Yi chuckled softly. Who said I want you to die? Li Jian is a bit skeptical. The child who can be sent by Zhang Yi to be adopted by them. Z should be very important, right? Now the child Zhang Yi has appeared again. They naturally believe that Zhang Yi is here to seek revenge against them. Actually, after learning that it was Xie Limei's child who died, Zhang Yi is not angry. He also understands. In this extreme weather, a baby in swaddling clothes, how could it be so easy to survive? Li Jian and his team would be so scared. I believe that children are very important to Zhang Yi. Actually, children are just a burden for Zhang Yi. That's why we sent it over to them. What happened is irreparable. I understand that there's nothing you can do about it either. So I won't pursue you either. You don't have to worry about it. After speaking, Zhang Yi came to Li Jian's face. Ask him exactly how he survived. He's really curious. Li Jian invites Zhang Yi to go back with them. You can come and take a look and understand. I will gradually explain to you clearly. After arriving at the 18th floor, Li Jian told Zhang Yi, the seeds that were given to them at that time, they have tried many methods. It's impossible for them to take root and sprout, even if some survived. But the vitality is also very weak. Just when they were in despair, a group of people claiming to be by Shuejiao have arrived, claiming that it can keep us alive, and it can endow me with extraordinary abilities. At that time, we were already at a dead end. We can only agree to their conditions. But what surprised me was that their so-called conditions. Surprisingly, it only requires us to believe in the snow god. Nothing else is needed. Later, they planted a white seed in the center of my eyebrows. Afterwards, my body showed abnormalities. Sudden cold and heat. Starting to feel like being buried in ice. Later on, I felt like I was being burned down again. Then my body developed a strange force. After speaking, Li Jian rolled up his sleeves. Expose arms covered in bumps. These are all seeds. As long as the seeds are cultivated by Li Jian's body, not only does it have strong vitality, and the growth surprisingly fast, but relying solely on your flesh and blood cultivation, grain should not be able to meet the demand. What nutrients do these seeds need? After listening, Li Jian invited Zhang Yi to visit a room, but remind Zhang Yi, the next scene may make people a bit uncomfortable. Only vibrant vegetation can be seen, densely packed on the corpse. This is the man that Zhang Yi admires the most. In order to keep my wife and children alive in the apocalypse, at the cost of using one's own body as a container for cultivating seeds, and the seeds cultivated on Li Jian, not only fearless of hunger and cold, and the growth rate is also extremely fast, but relying on his own flesh and blood, it is impossible to feed the residents of the entire building, so we can only take the bodies of our deceased neighbors to cultivate seeds. Isn't this pretty good? At least not because we know each other of the same kind, and generate a sense of moral guilt. This can also be considered as waste utilization. Outside, it was also prepared by you for storing corpses, right? Later, Zhang Yi asked Li Jian about it. How many corpse cultivators are there currently? After learning about 3 of them, Zhang Yi told Li Jian with a serious expression on his face. If this continues, he may die. I saw Li Jian with a relieved expression on his face. Anyway, if I don't do anything at this time, I'll starve to death. Now as long as we can keep our wife and children alive, everything is worth it. Although the approach is not rational enough, but it's worth admiring. Later, Zhang Yi asked Li Jian to demonstrate his abilities. Zhang Yi learned after contact with the psychic, people who awaken their abilities the day after tomorrow. In terms of ability, they are much inferior to those with natural awakening abilities. So Zhang Yi wants to confirm. To what extent has Li Jian truly awakened? Actually, I also want to see the grand law of apprenticeship and education. To what extent can it inspire human potential? As Li Jian concentrates his energy on his arms, after a while, the seeds on their arms began to work hard. After exercising for a few seconds, the skin will break open. Instantly grew into seedlings. Zhang Yi immediately called out to Li Jian. Okay, that's all for now. It's not that Zhang Yi doesn't want to continue observing. It's just that Li Jian has already shown a painful expression. This is simply sacrificing one's own flesh and blood to irrigate these seeds. This cost is also too high, and the effect is also average. Li Jianxiang supports his body. Instruct Professor Gu. Quickly transfer the newly cultivated seeds to the culture dish. Since Li Jian just demonstrated his abilities, Zhang Yi noticed the white light on Li Jian's forehead. Zhang Yi speculates that it is closely related to the side effects. Although I don't know what the side effects are, but I don't believe it. There are really people in this world who don't seek anything in return, and it's still the end of the world. If the supernatural ability that Li Jian was stimulated at, it's combat-oriented, maybe he's already dead now. After preliminary confirmation of the methods of sepsis education, Zhang Yi also decided to leave. Men want their wives and children to survive in the afterlife, not willing to use one's own body to cultivate food. Is this the ability that Bai Shuejiao has bestowed upon Li Jian? After obtaining a small amount of information about Bai Shuejiao from Li Jian, Zhang Yi chooses to leave, and Li Jian believes that Zhang Yi came to test them. Seems to have concealed some information from Zhang Yi. Currently, it appears that Bai Shue's sect does not yet pose a threat. Next, we still need to pay close attention to the trend of the Shishan base. If the shelter is really attacked by a missile, then I need to find my next place of residence as soon as possible. Staying in Yuelu community is not a long-term solution. We still need to go to other places in Tianhai City as soon as possible. Or in the suburbs. Find a safe place to live. At this time, Zhang Yi of the hope on Liangyu. As long as he puts the chip into the computer at the Shishan base, he can turn passive into active. At this time, inside the Second Life module of Shishan base, soldiers are forcing the villagers of Shujia village to enter. Entering the laboratory, a villager couldn't help but complain. It's clear that you both lost the battle on your own, and it also implicated us. Why do you want us to be cows and horses for you now? Another villager has already started crying sadly. To be frank, the people at Shishan base are simply bandits. Not only did it occupy their homes, still eating and drinking for free, they even brutally killed his family. It's 100 times more livestock than Zhang Yi. waiting for the villagers to finish complaining. The soldiers will directly shoot them and send them to complain to the Buddha Lord, and remind other villagers to speak more. The outcome will be the same as theirs. The soldiers sent out from our base, but in order to bring you all rescue from Zhang Yi's sacrifice in vain. Surprisingly, he dared to take a bite back. I advise you to cooperate with the experiment obediently. There's still a way to survive this way. If awakened, one can still leap to become a human being. Either die now. You don't need me to teach you how to choose, right? Liang Yu at this time. I saw everything that just happened in the dark. These villagers are likely to die. Then the body will be made into white nutrient solution. When I think of this, Liang Yu couldn't help but feel nauseous. But now Liang Yu doesn't have time to deal with these things. He must quickly locate the information department in the second life module. And from the current perspective, Chen Xinyan probably feels that the base is in turmoil. It will only occur in the fourth life module. So now the troops inside the base, mainly concentrated in the fourth life module. After all, advanced life pods are all people who benefit from it. It is generally not possible to defect and avoid. The second life module naturally lacks strict security. Now, while the guards are maintaining order, the best time to officially infiltrate the information department. Liang Yu has just arrived at the entrance of the information department. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him to stop him. Has Liang Yu's actions been exposed? The Shishan base is as evil as the 731 unit. The magic organization actually conducted experiments on living people. Through waterborne and electrocution, dozens of despicable methods such as bloodletting, to stimulate the potential of living people on the brink of death. Liang Yu finally sneaked into the entrance of the information department. But someone found out. When Liang Yu decided to take action first, it was stronger. But he found out that the person who came was his own student Yi Xiaotian. Yi Xiaotian saw Liang Yu here. Somewhat surprised. Teacher Liang, didn't you already escape from this magic kiln? Why did you come back at this time? I came back to save you all. Why did you become a member of the Special Forces team? Yi Xiaotian was one of the students who were taken away. The only successful one. Test item. Then he revealed the creepy scar on his chest. The Shishan base has long discovered that living people are in dire straits. It is possible to trigger a superpower. So they conducted experiments with a large number of survivors, using various means to put people on the brink of death. Water punishment, electrocution, bloodletting, etc. Dozens of terrifying experiments. Finally, those who did not unleash their abilities, it will enter the final process. It's about forcibly implanting mutant cells. If the implanted person can withstand the rejection method, cells that have not been engulfed by variants, there will be a chance to survive and obtain abilities similar to variants. And the cost. It is causing irreversible damage to the body for a lifetime, and shorten the lifespan. Liang Yu comforts Yi Xiaotian not to panic. He came this time, just to help them escape this demon. Xiaotian's help. Not long after, Yi Xiaotian brought Liang Yu to the information department, and used the captain's identity to support the release of the guards. You go suppress the villagers who are rioting. I am responsible for guarding this area. After deploying the guards, Yi Xiaotian uses his own permissions. Open the door to the information department. Now as long as we step into this door, you can easily transfer the chip in 2 months. Implant it into the computer at Shishan base. On the other side, Zhang Yi received a call from Chen Xinyan. The agreed time has arrived. So what is your answer? My answer is that you want me to submit. That's impossible. This remark made Chen Xinyan's teeth itch with anger. Put down the harsh words immediately and let Zhang Yi wait to die. From Chen Xinyan's attitude, the missile incident may be true. It's a pity that we finally found a shelter. But as long as the person is fine, it's okay. How unlucky is this high school student with disabled legs? The top hackers in the country at just 18 years old. With his help, Zhang Yi is about to launch a counterattack against the Shishan base. Not long ago, Zhang Yi and Chen Xinyan completely tore apart their faces. Just as he was about to give up the shelter at Yunk Mountain Villa, Liang Yu called. Originally, Liang Yu had successfully infiltrated the information department and implanted the virus into the computers at the Shishan base. Next, I hope you can keep your promise. Help my students escape from here. Zhang Yi quickly found Yang Xinxin and tell him the news. Yang Xinxin immediately came to the computer. Intrusion mode has been activated. In just a few minutes, I told Zhang Yi that the intrusion had been successful, and have mastered all the networks of Shishan base. If they didn't use an independent network, I have already broken through their security system. The chip injected by Teacher Yang is the key to open the door. On the technical level, they are just scum. After listening, Zhang Yi excited Yang Xinshin's ear. Will our invasion be discovered? And can you see all the information on their network? Yang Xinshin confidently stated that she can do anything now. They are now equivalent to opening up a god's perspective. Great, their every move now. All under our surveillance. But they couldn't detect our existence. Xinshin, quickly gather their intelligence on missiles. Retrieve all. I want to see what they really are. Do you really have the authority to launch? Still bluffing people. After a while, Yang Xinshin expressed that the Shishan base has no trace of launching missiles. Hear this. Zhang Yi is puzzled. Can it be transferred from elsewhere? After Yang Xinshin's reconfirmation, finally found Chen Xinyan's wrist for mobilizing missiles. Old Chen, do you have a clear idea? I only owe you enough once. I know about this matter. I have decided. The launch time is set at 12 o'clock. Okay, no problem. It turns out that Chen Xinyan has a military backing. No wonder he has the ability to deploy missiles. Zhang Yi quickly asked Yang Xinxing to investigate. Has Chen Xinyan sent out the coordinates of the shelter? Brother, we're really lucky. Mobilizing large satellites requires a lot of procedures. Their approval hasn't come down yet. So the coordinates haven't been sent yet. Later, Yang Xinshin said with a wicked smile on her face. Brother, should we play a fun game? Then Xinyan thought he had missile launch authorization. You can provoke the Grim Reaper Zhan Luo. Little did they know. Genius hacker Yang Xinshin has flown into their computer and changed the missile's attack target. Can this really be done? But will it be discovered if the coordinates are modified? Yang Xinshin was able to express that it was completely okay. The problem is not what the coordinates they sent are, but what are the coordinates received by the other party. Original. Yang Xinshin plans to intercept information from the Shishan base, and then with their computers, redirect the coordinates of. But now we are facing a new problem. Can missiles really destroy the Shishan base? Zhang Yi immediately called for Lu Kuren, ask him to help analyze it. Based on the current structure of Shishan base, can we withstand a large number of missile attacks? Shortly thereafter, Lu Karen expressed difficulty in expressing. The structure of Shishan base is very sturdy, and it's hidden 100 meters underground. Don't say it's a guide. A bomb is considered a nuclear bomb. As long as it's not in the center of the explosion, we can't even destroy it. However, if there are ground-penetrating shells specifically designed to deal with underground attacks, maybe it could be destroyed. After all, this kind of underground fortress, it's specifically designed for war. It's not so easy to be destroyed. After listening to Lu Karen's analysis, Zhang Yi immediately decided to change the coordinates first. Let the missile attack Shishan base first. Subsequently, I also asked Yang Xinshin for all the Shishan base. Zhang Yi must find a way. Take this opportunity to destroy the Shishan base together. We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. Even if we avoid this one time. But we cannot guarantee that Chen New Year will give up easily. It's very likely that they will contact other forces to deal with me. The opportunity to attack now. Only at the time of missile launch. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of 500 pounds of TNT snatched from within Lingfeng. Manufacturing hundreds of pounds of explosives with Lu Karen. If we take advantage of the chaos and dispose of this nearly 1 ton of explosives, placed inside the Shishan base, even if it doesn't destroy the Shishan base, but isn't it the same to blow up the people in the Shishan base? After thinking about this, Zhang Yi quickly found Yang Xinshin. He is now. I need a report on all military configurations at Shishan base. Intelligence on the abilities of psychics. It's time to switch positions. You can't keep hiding as prey. It's time for us to take out hunters. Just let the hacker girl know. Print the information of all psychics in Shishan base. He has made up his mind to seek revenge against Chen Xinyan, but the prerequisite is to finish reading the materials first. If the strength is not equal, we still need to consider in the long run, hee. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Yang Xinshin couldn't help but laugh. This is the Zhang translator he knows. Not long after, Yang Xinshin placed all the information in front of Zhang Yi. A total of 521 well-equipped ordinary soldiers. I'll take care of it. A special forces team of over 50 people. Now, except for Liang Yu, there are still 6 people left. Part of it is to start with Heavenly Awakening supporters. The rest are forcibly implanted with the cells of Captain Lin Feng to force the activation of superpowers. Lin Feng, an enhanced superpower. Codenamed Superman. No special abilities, but it can strengthen various bodily functions. Rating. After seeing Lin Feng's information, Zhang Yi was also amazed. If we attack the Shishan base, then the most important thing to pay attention to is probably him. Fortunately, his abilities do not have the means of long-range attacks. As long as we distance ourselves, there is still a way to deal with it. Feng Zun unleashes a new superpower. Codename Huaren. It can release high-temperature flames from the body. Rating B. Zhang Xueron controls the imbibitor. Code, Ice Ceiling. Can produce ice cubes for combat. Rating A. Su Mingjie Orcs Devourer. Codename Poison Beast. Can transform into a monster to enhance strength. Body fluids are corrosive. Rating A. Top 10 heroic orcs with mighty abilities. Codename Frost Monkey. Can transform into a giant ice and frost ape, thereby enhancing strength and cold resistance. Rating A. Yi Ronghua, a psychic superpower. Codename Witch. Can hypnotize others through EEG, even causing the other party's brain to die. Rating A. Zhang Yi didn't expect it. The Shishan base has already made a professional division of abilities, but his spatial ability should not belong to any of the above categories. It should be considered a special type of ability, right? Now Zhang Yi has Su Chunlei, Uncle Lu, and Hua Hua here. There are also people lurking at the Shishan base. This combat power is also considered 55 Kai. The most important thing now is, while ensuring the safety of all personnel, how to infiltrate the Shishan base and install explosives, and achieve full body recovery. At this point, Lu Karen suggested holding a meeting to discuss it. Rather than just trying to break your head alone, why don't we take it out and discuss it with everyone? 3 stinky cobblers top Zhuge Liang. After calling everyone to the living room, Zhang Yi's translation of the Shishan base. I have explained the general situation to everyone. I, Zhang Yi, am not a competitive person, but the bullies people too much. Then I'm not easy to bully either. But with my own strength, difficult to deal with Shishan base. So we need everyone's help to maintain this peaceful life. Then I asked Uncle Yu, who had served in the military, what his opinion was. During the last confrontation with you at Shishan base, suffered heavy losses. There will definitely be no reconciliation. So instead of sitting and waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative. Taking advantage of the gap created by missile attacks on Shishan base. Guide Huang Long. Then tell Zhang Yi, I owe you too much. Just one sentence from you. I will definitely accompany you to the end. He clearly awakened the powerful brown bear in the apocalypse, but naturally weak. Faced with Zhang Yi's proposal to attack Shishan base, he was the first to express disagreement. Can we beat them? After all, the other party has so many superpowers and troops. He. Zhang Yi confidently stated that there is no need in terms of the number of superpowers. We are evenly matched with them. As for ordinary soldiers. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi's gloomy expression. You haven't seen my methods before. Then remind Su Chunlei. Many people in Shujia village died at the Shishan base. Don't you want to seek revenge for the villagers? But Zhang Yi forgot what Su Chunlei said when he first joined him. Actually, I'm not that familiar with the people in the village either. Actually, it's good not to seek revenge, he. After listening, Zhang Yi's face was covered in black lines. I really want to beat up Su Chunlei. At first glance, fortunately, Su Chunlei's painting style changes. Refers to fully listening to Zhang's translation. Follow the boss and you'll be fooling around. Don't worry about food or drink. If you have any major or minor issues, how do I live? Later, it was stated that Zhang Yi was his lifelong choice. He decided to take a gamble. That's the decision then. Go all out with Shishan base. And he. Subsequently, Zhang Yi will introduce the general situation of Shishan base to everyone, and the abilities of psychics, and their next plans. And there are also those who have served in the military, Uncle Yu. Their chances of winning have increased significantly. Zhang Yi instructed Yang Xinshin to share the intelligence with everyone. He went to contact Liang Yu. Liang Yu is located inside and outside the Shishan base, and their chances of winning have increased a bit. Tomorrow night before 12 o'clock, find a safe enough place to hide. At that time, there will naturally be a chance for you to escape. We will pick you up outside. As for the specific plan, I will proactively contact you when the time comes, hee. Not long after, Yang Xinshin has completed the fundamental task of missile attack coordinates. If nothing unexpected happens, there is a 99.99% chance that the missile will land at the Shishan base. There are still 31 hours left until the final battle. The main energy source base is electricity. Just cut off the power. The entire Shishan base will fall into panic. Then it will be our time to fight back, hee. Based on Lu Karen's professional knowledge analysis, Shishan base wants to destroy Zhang Yi's shelter. We will definitely use a large number of ground-penetrating shells. But this type of missile, on the other hand, dealing with the buried Shishan base, maybe there's no way to harm it, but it can cause strong vibrations to the Shishan base. The magnitude of an earthquake with a magnitude of approximately 8 is not a problem. Zhang Yi Rong Yang Xinxing cut off the power supply to the Shishan base directly at that time. They took advantage of the chaos to enter the country. Although I can control the power supply through the network, but within them, there should be settings for manually restoring the power system. It's okay. As long as it causes them short-term chaos, that's enough. This time is enough to create time for Liang Yu. Take students to escape from the slightest life capsule, hee. This is confusion. What are you going to do when you take advantage of the chaos and enter? It's about destroying the entire Shishan base. Or only kill Chen Xinyan. But he killed a Chen Xinyan. There will also be a second one led by Chen Xinyan. Is it difficult or not? Kill everyone. Thinking of this, Su Chunlei's face was full of fear. According to Zhang Yi's urinary characteristics, I estimate it would be like this. As expected, Zhang Yi expressed with a firm expression on his face. At least we need to kill the management team. Of course, it's best to kill everyone, hee. The reason why Zhang Yi dares to think so, it's because he currently holds 1,000 kilograms of explosives. If it were all detonated in a sealed underground space, the consequences are unimaginable. After listening, Lu Karen also expressed his own opinion. So many explosives exploded together. Even if we can't kill everyone, however, it will definitely destroy the various health systems of Shishan base, such as the power supply system and the circulating system, air circulation system, even blowing up escape routes. No matter which system is compromised, it will make it impossible for Shishan base to continue to survive. In addition, during the explosion, a large amount of oxygen is required to be consumed, even if the others were not affected by the explosion. But eventually they will also die from hypoxia and suffocation. After listening to Lu Karen's explanation, Su Chunlei exclaimed, "Good guy. This plan is also fantastic. But how do we infiltrate the Shishan base? What should I do if I get lost after entering? And just go in like this? Isn't it easy to be recognized by people?" Hee. When we do, just disguise yourself with the uniform of Shishan base. Taking advantage of the chaos, it's easy to infiltrate. No one will notice us, hee. After speaking, he pointed to the computer again. Let everyone keep in mind the futility of the Shishan base in 3 areas. I get lost when I avoid getting lost. This is the key to life and death. You can't be careless. As for explosives, it is placed in the second life capsule. All livelihood systems at Shishan base are located here. When the time comes, just find a hidden spot and place it there. After all, where are the 1,000 kilograms of explosives placed? The effect of the explosion is the same, hee. Here it is. The revenge battle between Zhang Yi and Shishan base is about to begin. Hua has a strong sense of alertness. To ordinary psychics, once Hua issues a warning, we must lead people to retreat without hesitation. Based on the information provided by the stars, there is only one snowy motorcycle at Shishan base, and dozens of negligible sleds. So as long as we escape outside, my snowmobile can shake them off a few streets. Hee. Later, Zhang Yi reminded everyone that completing tasks is secondary. Saving life is the top. The Shishan base on the other side. Inside Life Module 4. Tomorrow evening at 12 o'clock. Don't sleep, everyone. When I arrive, I will arrange a very important matter for everyone. This is about whether we can escape from here or not. The next day, Zhang Yi improved the quality of the food for everyone. They must be by 12 p.m. tonight. Be well prepared, especially for replenishing physical strength. Tonight, we need to ambush in advance near the Shishan base, waiting for missiles to attack Shishan base. At that time, Liang Yu will take advantage of the chaos and escape with the students. Remember to wait for Liang Yu to come out before taking action. If Liang Yu doesn't come out, then that means something happened to them. Without a guide, no need to hesitate. Directly abandon the rescue plan. Afterwards, he bribed the crowd according to the original plan. Find an opportunity to place explosives. If any problems arise in the middle, don't hesitate. Directly running safety first. There's no need to take any uncertain risks. He. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, confirmed by Uncle and Zhang Yi, to plan successfully. First, make sure to rescue Liang Yu and the students, right? Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. I guess so, but what's important is Liang Yu, instead of his students. In the end, there is one more crucial issue. Except for the ordinary soldiers inside the base, the most tricky part is still the 6 superpowers. I have a solution for ordinary soldiers and hot weapons, but the psychic cannot be careless, unable to escape their pursuit. I plan to use Tianji horse racing to deal with them in a certain way. Of course, if we can escape. The first choice is to run first, Shortly before departure, Joka suddenly suggested that he go with Zhang Yi. Chen Xinyan proudly boasted to Lin Feng, he can mobilize missiles to attack Zhang Yi. Little do they know how arrogant he is now. How embarrassing it is to die soon. Because hacker girl Yang Xinxin, the attack coordinates of the missile have bin modified. Not long ago. As a doctor, Joka suggested going with Zhang Yi. If there is an injured person, he can also help. Although Joka was right, but still rejected by Zhang Yi. Our operation is extremely dangerous. Even if we really encounter trouble, you can't help much from the side either. We just need to bring some emergency medication. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yi and a few others arrived at the Shishan base. Attached brother. The Shishan base has just confirmed with the Nanshan military region. The time of missile launch. It's 12 o'clock tonight. Accurate and error-free. I have confirmed the coordinates again. It's Shishan base. Okay, I got it. Subsequently, Zhang Yi took out a box of stimulants from a space. This is a specially designed stimulant. Can enhance the body and nerves. Reduce pain sensation. Let's unleash our power far beyond ordinary times. Inquiry. Doping should have side effects, right? Zhang Yi's calm expression. Compared to side effects, being able to save one's life is the most important thing. It won't happen in the short term. After the task is completed, we will provide everyone with adequate supplies. The surprise at Shishan base is about to arrive. Within Shishan base, Liang Yi is directing students to wear more cold-resistant clothes. They must be ready first. After receiving notice from Zhang Yi, we can take immediate action. At this moment, a student loudly asked, "Are you taking them out of here?" Wu Chengyu immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet. Be careful not to be heard. If you want to survive, follow Teacher Liang's command and act accordingly. Although Zhang Yi doesn't know what you're going to do next. What is the action of? I hope you don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, Chen Xinyan is still regretful. Washed a precious rescue opportunity. But thinking of being able to eliminate Zhang Yi's deep-seated troubles. Biting one's worth it. The existence of Zhang Yi. Not only will it affect the rule of Shishan base over the surrounding areas, it will also make him lose face. Serious damage to his dignity. Not long after, Chen Xinyan called for Lin Feng, and boasting that he already has a way to deal with Zhang Yi. Originally, Lin Feng's leadership over this leader who relies on family power to rise to power. Still a bit dissatisfied. After all, in terms of combat literacy, Chen Xinyan is not even an ordinary soldier. But I didn't expect that. Now Chen Xinyan actually said there is a way to deal with Zhang Yi. I saw Chen Xinyan with a proud expression on his face. No matter when, military power is an absolute existence. No matter how powerful a superpower is. In front of military forces, he is just a younger brother. Chen Xinyan said so. On the one hand, it's about showing off oneself. On the one hand, it's about hitting Lin Feng. Zhu Zheng from the southern military region owes me a favor. To use ground-penetrating missiles. Help me attack Zhang Yi's shelter. Young people should not be arrogant and domineering just because they have some ability. My strength is not something they can imagine. Young people are self-centered. After a round of boasting, Chen Xinyan asked Lin Feng to stay here. Let's watch Zhang Yi's shelter being destroyed together. Fried. Chen Xinyan was ultimately bombed by his own missile. To show off one's military prowess, Chen Xinyan brought in Lin Feng. Let's watch Zhang Yi's shelter destroyed by missiles together. At the moment of the use of missiles to deal with Zhang Yi is indeed a waste of words. I saw Chen Xinyan's unwilling expression, placed before the end of the world. I am on an equal footing with the commanders of several major military regions. Letting them launch a missile is a matter of one sentence. I didn't expect that now Zhu is relying on military power, becoming a local emperor. Upon hearing this, I was puzzled by why not. Seeking Zhu Zhang's help. Sweeping the of tea on high, Chen Xinyan smiled slightly and said, "Oh, you're still too young. I don't even understand how deep the water inside is." It's not that Chen Xinyan doesn't want to, but rather to present chips that can attract Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang is currently dominating one side, happy and carefree. How could he support him for no reason? At exactly 12 o'clock, the southern military region launched missiles on time. Meanwhile, the alarm sounds incessantly inside Shishan base. They found that a missile is rapidly approaching their base. Watching the missile successfully hit Shishan base, Zhang Yi immediately instructed Yang Xinxin, cut off all power sources at Shishan base. For a moment, the Shishan base fell into serious chaos, and Chen Xinyan had a bewildered expression on his face. This sudden change occurred. Let him not know what happened. "Leader, our base has been attacked by missiles." "What missile attack? Where did the missile come from?" After a moment, Chen Xinyan was complete. "It was Zhu Zhang, this bastard, who tricked me. Remember this matter first. Urgent matter. First restore order to the base. Then instruct Lingfeng. Let the special forces come over to protect his safety. Special attention should be paid to Life Module 4. Send more people. Prevent them from taking the opportunity to riot. Once someone takes advantage of the chaos and causes trouble, kill to kill." Here it is, here it is. The confrontation between Zhang Yi and Shishan base has officially begun. What happened to the vibration just now? Base, please reply. Soldiers waiting to stand guard. Zhang Yi drove a snowmobile and directly knocked several soldiers away. Subsequently, carrying the wind and snow superpower Su Chunlei and the power enhancer, Uncle Yu, sweep away all the soldiers on the ground directly. Now it's up to Liang Yu himself. At this time, inside the fourth life module, Liang Yu was also shocked by the huge commotion just now. I didn't expect Zhang Yi's signal at 12 o'clock was actually an earthquake. He immediately instructed the students to follow him and take action. Meanwhile, due to the recent earthquake, almost all the prisoners have escaped. At this moment, the army is plunged into chaos. Damn it! Shooting in the dark may harm one's own people. Liang Yu took advantage of the soldiers maintaining order, sneaking out with the students on the side. The gunshots coming from behind. Let these naughty students stop in place immediately. Dare not move. Liang Yu anxiously comforted them. Only keep running. Only then will there be a chance to survive. Running on the following road is relatively smooth. I didn't encounter the sentry. About. For the Shishan base, which has a strong armed force, this scale of Dongwon, it will be suppressed soon. We must hurry to the exit as soon as possible. Not long after, Liang Yu arrived at the exit. But there are 2 soldiers guarding here. Liang Yu didn't say a word. Take out the weapon directly. Extraordinary speed. He cut off the heads of 2 soldiers with just one blow. Let's go quickly. The exit is right in front of me. But suddenly, someone walked out. Stopped their way. Liang Yu, you traitor. Surprisingly, he dares to come back. The woman knelt on the ground and begged for an 18-year-old student. Give him a way out. The student, without hesitation, pierced the woman's throat. Just now, Secretary Gu and a group of soldiers stopped Liang Yu from going. Unexpectedly, Chen Xinyan had long anticipated that someone would take advantage of the chaos and escape. You won't naively think that. Has anyone ever wanted to escape before? No, no, no. You will not be the first batch. It won't be the last batch either. Traitors like you. There will only be one ending. The current population's rations. Secretary Long mocked Liang Yu. Ultimately, it's because the Virgin Mary's heart took her own life. After speaking, signaled the soldiers to shoot. At this, Zhang Yi came to rescue the scene in a timely manner. Secretary Gu immediately ordered the soldiers to turn their guns around. Dealing with Zhang Yi, Liang Yi saw the situation. Signal students not to run around recklessly. Then he strode towards the soldiers. He is going to help Zhang Yi. How could ordinary soldiers possibly handle it? Zhang Yi, who owns a space. Plus, Liang Yu is conducting a surprise attack behind the scenes. The soldiers at Shishan base were quickly swept clean. Liang Yu is very grateful to Zhang Yi for keeping his promise. Come and pick them up. Zhang Yi is not that kind of unjust person either. If it weren't for Liang Yu's help, he couldn't have successfully launched a surprise attack on the Shishan base either. So Zhang Yi needs to repay this favor. Quickly take your students to escape. I'm afraid that Jiuzi will change. Liang Yu looked at Secretary Gu, who was trembling and hiding in the corner. Loud questioning. How could he be so ruthless? Surprisingly pushed a group of students to hell. Gu fled in panic, while pleading with Liang Yu not to kill him. He is just a secretary who completely obeys orders. Why bother him, a weak woman? At this moment, a student stopped Secretary Gu from going. Then he took out a small knife. Without hesitation, he stabbed Secretary Ji's neck. You also deserve to be a weak woman. Decisive moment. Zhang Yi leads 3 superpowers. Use 1,000 kilograms of explosives. Prepare to completely destroy the Shishan base. The soldiers at the entrance have been cleaned up. Now you can let your students leave first. Subsequently, Zhang Yi retrieves high-calorie food from a space, and some heating tools, to the students of Liang Yu, and make them head southeast, running in a community 5 kilometers away. Next, we need you to lead the way. We still have important things to do. The student who heard this was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Aren't you leaving with us? You can rest assured. Now Shishan base doesn't have ties. But if we just run away like this, they will definitely calm down the chaos. Come and pursue us. Then he turned around and told Liang Yu, you have killed so many of them now. They can't let you go. Zhang Yi is right. Now we have fallen out with Shishan base. There is no way back anymore. Leaving, thinking of this place, Liang Yu asked Zhang Yi if he had any plans. I saw Zhang Yi with a gloomy expression on his face. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. I'm going to blow up the entire Shishan base. Hear this. Liang Yu's virgin heart has started to flood again. He's still struggling. What should we do with the thousands of innocent ordinary people at the base? We don't need to cut down the grass and eliminate the roots. We are the ones who died. Fortunately, Liang Yu has not yet fully become a Virgin Mary. The final decision was to assist Zhang Yi in bombing the Shishan base. Xiaotian, take your other classmates to escape first. We will catch up soon. We don't have much time left. Take us to. Soon, Zhang Yi and a few others disguised themselves as members of the base. Arrived at the second life module. According to the original plan, it's filled with explosives here. Liang Yu reminds Zhang Yi upon seeing the situation. The walls here are very sturdy. Ordinary explosives are of no use at all. I know this. But my explosives are not ordinary explosives. Subsequently, a large amount of TNT explosives were extracted from a space. Liang Yu didn't expect it either. The explosives used to attack Zhang Yi's shelter before. Surprisingly, they were all kept by Zhang Yi. Who am I, Zhang Yi? Now let them taste their own explosives, hee hee. But how lucky is the Apocalyptic Awakening space ability really? Not only can it absorb enemy thermal weapon attacks, it can also store various items. After Zhang Yi extracted 1,000 kilograms of TNT explosives from a space, order everyone to retreat quickly. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi was evacuating while adds to the hallway. Yang Yu suddenly stopped Zhang Yi. To capture a thief, first capture the king. Why not kill Chen Xinyan now? As long as Chen Xinyan dies, the Shishan base will cease operations. I don't recommend doing this. Even if you kill a Chen Xinyan, there will be more Chen Xinyan to make up for it. Have you ever thought about it? It's not even human that's wrong, but rather the system of the entire Shishan base. A sentence translated by Zhang. Wake up Liang Yu. This place that is corrupted by evil. The best solution is to destroy him. Otherwise, evil will continue to breed. Zhang Yi and a few others, with the help of disguise, escaped to an exit. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly stopped him. No one in the base knows how to keep pets. This group of people is definitely problematic. Seeing being discovered, Zhang Yi immediately opened the 4-speed wing door. Blinking effort. This soldier was exposed by Zhang Yi. They're not from the base. And shoot. But soldiers don't know. Alien space that can even absorb explosions. How could it be a few guns to deal with? Liang Yu doesn't care how many times she sees this kind of scene. Everyone feels incredibly shocked. When we were enemies. I also think his abilities are very tricky. Now it's full of security. After Lin Feng arrived and saw the spatial ability, guess the intruder is Zhang Yu. Immediately shout not to shoot. It's too late to disperse quickly. Zhang Yi has already turned the direction of a space. Reflect all absorbed bullets back. Just for a moment. The situation will undergo a reversal. Countless soldiers fell one after another under Zhang Yi's attack. Damn it! How exactly did they infiltrate here? Are the guards at the base completely paralyzed? Zhang Yi took the opportunity to throw a grenade, and urge others to withdraw quickly. How awesome is this uncle in his 40s? Faced with over a dozen AK strafing shots, but his body can remain unscathed. Launched a strong attack. Just a casual punch. You can launch a surprise attack on 4 well-trained soldiers. Not long ago, the infiltration of Zhang Yi and a few others was discovered. If they don't escape quickly, in this narrow space, facing a pincer attack from front to back, Zhang Yi's gate of different dimensions will also be greatly discounted. After all, there's no way to block attacks from all angles. But misfortune never comes alone. At this point, the electricity in the base has also been restored. Zhang Yi is anxious. Let everyone accelerate their pace. Meanwhile, Chen Xinyan received a report from his subordinates. The leader invader is Zhang Yi, and Liang Yu, this traitor. Being with him, no matter what means are used, make sure to keep him here, live to see people. If you die, you'll see the corpse. Chen Xinyan changed into battle uniform while wearing it. One side roast that Zhang Yi threw himself into the trap. Now there is no protection from that turtle shell. What are you At this time, Lin Feng was also leading a large number of soldiers. Hurry towards Zhang Yi's direction. Damn Zhang Yi. Since you have already approached me, let's settle the old and new grudges together. Not long after, soldiers discovered it. The explosives left by Zhang Yi along the way. Some people go to bomb disposal experts to dismantle the explosives. The remaining people will come with me to deal with Zhang Yi. After restoring power, Zhang Yi and the others quickly encountered the obstruction of soldiers. Don't stop. Go straight ahead. Uncle Oil turned around and signaled everyone not to take action. He can come as soon as he comes. I saw Uncle Oil wearing a leopard and his clothes bursting open. A barbarian bull collided and directly knocked out several soldiers. Then cover your head with your hands. A sweeping shot pushed by lying down hard with the body. Charge directly in front of the enemy. Then use brute force. In one breath, he directly killed 4 soldiers. The current Oil Uncle not only strengthens his fist, and also has super strong self-healing ability. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can be quickly restored. At this moment, team leader Shen Hong came over with soldiers to provide support. Shen Hong is also a physical enhancement ability. But it's just a facade. He was hit with all his might by Uncle. Direct flying. Ha, he's just a half-hearted reformer. I really thought I can fight against innate superpowers myself. Duel. Death God Zhang Yi leads his team of psychics. Battle of Shishan Base's mighty legion. After Uncle Yu punched and killed the team of artificial superpowers, Uncle Yu still expressed his dissatisfaction. I really hope to meet someone who truly the superpower of fight with real guns and bullets. I don't want to encounter supernatural beings. It's better not to fight anyone in this lifetime. While a few people were chatting, a voice interrupted them. It's not that easy to run. The person who came as the fire-based Mighty One Fong base. As soon as the opponent arrives, they will amplify their moves. Zhang Yi can only passively activate the space of different dimensions. Resist the fire surface. Seeing Fong Zun do nothing but set fire, Zhang Yi immediately guessed that he was delaying time. Watching the continuously melting walls. The temperature of this flame is estimated to have exceeded 1000 degrees. This makes it even more difficult for Zhang Yi to relax his vigilance. Once one makes a mistake in their own operation, everyone will be immediately burned to death by flames. But if you don't stop at this moment, the special forces behind us will soon catch up. Can't be stopped here. Fatty, it's up to you later. Just finished speaking. Zhang Yi's night space emits countless ice cones. Although it did not hit Fong Zun, but it also interrupted his cute little trick of carving insects with a red face. Fong Zun took out a bottle filled with liquid from behind. This is the fuel I specifically used to flirt with you. The power of combustion is 10 times gasoline. Now let's see how you guys die. I saw Fong Zun lightly snap his finger. The flames instantly transformed into a fire beast. Rushed towards Zhang Yi and the others. At this moment, Su Chunlei controlled the wind and snow to block Fong Zun's flames. Fong Zun didn't expect it either. Zhang Yi also has someone who can restrain his wind and snow abilities on his side. taking advantage of the gap when the flames are extinguished. Zhang Yi instructed everyone to rush over. It may be too late. The captain of the Special Forces team, Ling Feng, has already arrived. Aren't you trying to find someone to live with? I'm here to play with you. This is a stray cat, but he is the protagonist. The key to Zhang Yi's escape from the Shishan base. Just now, Uncle Yu, who fought with power for the first time, still regretful for not being able to confront the real superpower head-on. Lin Feng, who was suddenly rushed out the next second. A punch broke the arm. Zhang Yi stepped back to inquire about Uncle Yu's while releasing the newly absorbed flame in the opposite direction. Is this the trick of alien space? It seems that we cannot approach hastily, to avoid falling for his scheme. Anyway, now they're just a group of turtles in a jar. I won't let the cooked duck fly this time. Uncle Lu's painful expression. It seems like I was hit by a train just now. I didn't expect them to be both enhanced psychics. Ling Feng is so strong. Zhang Yi immediately took out the stimulant. Give Uncle Oil another shot. At the critical moment of life and death, we can no longer care about the side effects. Uncle Oil must restore his combat power, dealing with the formidable enemy in front of us. At this moment, Hua Hua also felt the danger. Sent out a threatening roar of attack. Zhang Yi signaled everyone not to panic for now. There is a space that they cannot pass through temporarily. As time goes by, the reinforcement of Shishan base is increasing. Have we finally reached this point? I originally wanted to end this battle with ease, that there's no way it's that simple anymore. Just in the gap between Zhang Yi's speech, suddenly someone stopped him. Turns out to be a psychic witch. As Zhang Yi looked up, he directly used mental hypnosis on Zhang Yi. Next second, the witch let out a painful howl. My eyes. My eyes. In just a few seconds, people from other Shishan bases, they all covered their heads in pain. I'm really sorry about that. My space. Even brainwaves can bounce back. Flower talk just finished. The flowers have become huge. Zhang Yi and a few others quickly rode onto Hua Hua's back, taking advantage of the time when the people at Shishan base are being hypnotized and backfired. Escaped out. Before leaving, Zhang Yi didn't forget to give Lin Feng a few superpowers. Send a few grenades as gifts. When Lin Feng regains his spirit and wants to continue chasing, suddenly, there was a bright light in front of me. The next second will be directly submerged by the explosion. Blow it up, blow it up. 1,000 kilograms of explosives installed by Zhang Yi finally blew up the Shishan base. Although Zhang Yi and a few others successfully escaped from the sight of the special forces. But Su Chunlei is worried that after restoring power, 1,000 kilograms of explosives are so eye-catching. Will it be discovered soon? Don't worry. When I left, leaving behind many small bombs as smoke bombs, attract their attention. The explosives in the corner won't be so easily detected. Now as long as we escape. Zhang Yi immediately detonated the explosives to avoid long dreams at night. Meanwhile, the Special Forces team was unharmed in the explosion just now. In order to accelerate the pace of catching up with Zhang Yi, orc lizard expert Su Mingjie directly transform into an orc without a woman. Sees the witch and Feng Zun galloping towards Zhang Yi's escape direction. Not long after, Su Chunlei discovered the special forces that had already caught up with him. Zhang Yi to throw some grenades and hold them back. But Zhang Yi, this shameless thing, actually means, I never do such despicable things. They want to chase, so let them chase after them. Hee. Uncle Lu knows that Zhang Yi is trying to achieve his goal, able to resort to any means possible. Now Zhang Yi is doing nothing. There must be his own plan. Not long after, with the help of Hua Hua, Zhang Yi and the others finally escaped from the Shishan base. But their crisis has not been resolved, because their front feet just landed. The special forces have also followed out the distance on the surface of the earth. Don't worry, Zhang Yi will be able to escape. Your spatial ability, an attack that can only block one direction. Later, we will attack together from different directions. See how you die. Even if you want to escape by car, my people will also blow up your tires as soon as possible. Thinking of this, a proud expression in the face of the wind. Where are you running now? There's no such a turtle shell. Let me hide for you. Who said I'm running away? When did you say retribution came? After one's words, Zhang Yi took out the remote control for the explosives from his pocket. This thing Lin Feng is very familiar with. Unbelievable inquiry from Zhang Yi. What is in your hand? Just finished speaking. The ground began to shake violently. Subsequently, the Shishan base began to collapse downwards. Successful. From then on, Shishan base was delisted from Tianhai City. Hee hee. When Zhang Yi detonated 1,000 kilograms of explosives to the Shishan base, the first thing Zhang Yi did was not run away, but rather propose a one-on-one battle against S-level abilities. Just now, Lin Feng saw the base on which he relied for survival, after being bombed by Zhang Yi, roaring angrily at Zhang Yi. What exactly did you do? Zhang Yi, on the other hand, sarcastically asked Lin Feng in reverse. Do you remember when we attacked his shelter? Are the explosives left behind in the world? It's not explosives. I can't afford to do it myself. But rather, the explosives at your base are more cost-effective. From the current results, it appears that your explosives are indeed of good quality. If it weren't for Captain Lin's gift, relying solely on the materials I have collected, it's impossible to produce such high-quality explosives at all. Zhang Yi, this is killing and killing the heart. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lin Feng, I started to suspect that I was the one who caused the damage to the Shishan base. Watching the base surrounded by raging flames, he wants redemption, but he's afraid of rushing in now. Will it die inside? So Lin Feng prepared to vent his anger on Zhang Yi. I'm going to kill you. After I kill you, it's not too late for me to go and save people again. Wait a minute, if we really want to fight, it's not certain who will die and who will live. Do you have to make everyone die here? And it was you who invaded my territory first. Talk to me about hatred or anything else. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't even hear Zhang Yi's path. Today, either you die or I live. However, Lin Fengyue wanted to kill Zhang Yi. The more I fell into Zhang Yi's trap. I heard you say that. Your goal is to kill me, right? That's right. You must die here today. After speaking, Lin Feng has already set up a combat posture. Zhang Yi smiled slightly after listening. Since that's the case, I don't think it's necessary to risk the lives of our companions. Let's resolve our grievances one-on-one. Do you dare? After speaking, he provocatively hooked his finger at Lin Feng. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Liang Yu immediately stood up to stop Zhang Yi. Are you crazy? Do you know how strong his strength is? He is an S-level superpower. Zhang Yi did not answer Liang Yu, but continued to ask Lin Feng if he agrees with his request. Anyway, your goal is to make me die. There's no need to lose both sides. If I win, and the grudges and grievances are now written off. If I lose, just do whatever you want to do with it. Time goes back half a day ago. Zhang Yi knew that the special forces had not obtained any abilities before. I am also a professional soldier myself. If combined with their cooperation in combat, our chances of winning are slim. If it really reaches the point of last resort, I will propose a one-on-one confrontation with their boss. Coincidentally, the other party has always believed that I only know how to use different spaces. A cowardly opportunist. No accidents. Lin Feng will definitely agree to my proposal. One-on-one competition. I still have a chance of winning. Dueling. Zhang Yi, a spatial superpower, challenges and strengthens Lin Feng, a superpower. A witch with psychic powers. I think the one-on-one competition is Zhang Yi's trick, so I reminded Lin Feng not to agree. Going to war directly is a better choice. Damn it, this guy clearly didn't hold it. And Lin Feng has his own concerns. Liang Yu, who can play a few tricks with me, defected and ran away. There is now another enhanced superpower on the opposite side. And the wind and snow abilities. The most important thing is the mutated creature. I have information about the other party. We are far behind. If we really go to war recklessly, on the contrary, it will be us who will suffer losses. Amidst chaotic warfare, there must be casualties. Lin Feng thought of this, agreed to Zhang Yi's one-on-one duel. Zhang Yi waved his hand, proposed to go to the valley behind to fight. Other personnel are observing the battle from the periphery. By the way, supervise each other's personnel. Not allowed to interfere in the battle between two people. Although the witch doesn't know. What does Zhang Yi sell in gourds? But he believes in the absolute power of Lin Feng. All conspiracies and schemes are meaningless. If Zhang Yi really rashly and passionately confronts, for Lin Feng, absolute massacre. Because Lin Feng is one of the very few supernatural beings, can rely on devouring other abilities, to strengthen one's own existence. Lin Feng in his past battles, with the power of one person, killed 3 of the strongest superpowers in the opponent's power, and plundered the opponent's abilities. So the witch recognized. Lin Feng is definitely the strongest now. That guy named Zhang Yi is doomed. It's like I don't know where the sky is and where the earth is. Oh, don't be too happy too early. Our boss is very afraid of death. He can't easily joke about his own life. Meanwhile, after arriving at the valley, Zhang Yi did not rush to carry out the work, but start procrastinating with words. From suspecting whether Lin Feng would cheat or not, dreams from childhood. A bunch of lengthy arguments directly drove Lin Feng crazy. With just one swift step, he quickly rushed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is intentionally provoking Lin Feng. Angry people are often prone to losing their sanity. Enhance Zhang Yi's chances of winning. Zhang Yi dodged at 4x speed while doing so. Open the door of another dimension on one side. Prevent Lin Feng's frontal attack. Do you think this move still works for me? I have long figured out your attack methods. As long as my speed is faster than your speed of turning direction, I can use this military knife to stimulate your heart. Dirty. Just when Lin Feng thought he was going to succeed, a large truck suddenly appeared above his head and ran towards him. What? His supernatural ability actually has the ability to throw objects. I saw Zhang Yi with a wicked smile. Hee. The next second, a large number of vehicles fell from the air. I didn't expect to have nothing to do with collecting things. Surprisingly, it came in handy at this time. This density cannot be avoided. It can only be hard on the front side. Warning of the scene after being pulled out in the wind. Cut a truck weighing dozens of tons in half with just one cut. Then he dodged and approached Zhang Yi at the same time. I don't believe things are not completely thrown away. Damn it, it's all because that barrier can absorb bullets, causing me to be unable to use firearms. As long as it can be close to Zhang Yi, a distance of 3 meters away, I can instantly take his life. But how could Zhang Yi make Lin Feng easily approach? Watching Lin Feng's distance getting closer and closer, Zhang Yi threw out a wooden bucket and gasoline from another space. At the moment of seeing the gasoline tank, Lin Feng's whole body is numb. If we rashly split it apart, gasoline may splash onto him. When Zhang Yi ignites the fire, it's difficult for him to dodge. Thinking of this, Lin Feng can only turn around and flee. However, the opening of the gasoline tank was already opened early by Zhang Yi. The gasoline has already spilled all over the ground. I saw Zhang Yi take out his pistol and shoot it towards the ground, flames overwhelming the sky and earth. Then it spread towards the direction of Lin Feng, an S-level superpower who is not even afraid of bullets, afraid of seafood. We all thought that. The all-round crushing of Zhang Yi's forest style by supernatural attributes. At this moment, in front of Zhang Yi's space ability, not even a chance for promotion. Special combat clothing has high temperature resistance. Plus, Lin Feng himself is an enhanced superpower. This level of fire is unlikely to cause any harm. The only benefit is that it has a large area, can block the view of the forest breeze. At this moment, Lin Feng was also pressured by Zhang Yi's methods. How long do you have to hide, shrunken turtle? This despicable means can only prolong time. Zhang Yi ignored Lin Feng, but continued to extract things from a space to deal with him. This time, Lin Feng was covered in a sticky substance. What is this again? No, this is a strong latex paint. Lin Feng's anger level has increased again. Roar in the direction of Zhang Yi. Do you only know how to disgust people with these despicable means? Not waiting for Lin Feng to finish speaking, more latex out of thin air. After getting a lot of latex paint on the clothes, also starting to harden and tighten, angry Lin Feng directly tore up the special operations suit and the motor. When you finish throwing things away, see how I twist your head off. At this time, Zhang Yi, throwing a large amount of unknown organs into the sea of fire again. A large amount of black smoke spewed out from the iron can. After smelling the smell of black smoke, Lin Feng, discolored in shock. The next second, his face will turn red, showing a painful expression. At this moment, Zhang Yi had a proud expression on his face. Everyone has weaknesses. No one can be an invincible existence. I just didn't expect it. The invulnerable Captain Lin Feng, surprisingly afraid of seafood allergies. This is a powder I specifically ground with 30 types of seafood. Ensure that every product is. It can help your allergies reach their optimal state. Hee. Lin Feng immediately held his breath. Damn Zhang Yi. Oh, I'm allergic to seafood. I'm fighting with you now. Zhang Yi, this old six. I won't stand foolishly at this moment. Now all we need to do is wait for Lin Feng's seafood allergy to completely develop. Just one. The man lay motionless in the snow at -100 degrees Celsius. And I Just go straight up and shoot him in the head. Just now, after Ling Feng inhaled a large amount of seafood powder, the body immediately develops a serious allergic reaction. Zhang Yi saw his conspiracy succeed, immediately turn around and run away. And Lin Feng only can drag an increasingly tired body, swearing in the back. Zhang Yi occasionally comes from another space, release a large amount of debris, delaying Lin Feng. It is also mixed with seafood powder. Not long after, Lin Feng suddenly fell to the ground, painfully covering one's chest. Then he lay on the ground without any movement. But Zhang Yi may stopped because of this. Instead, continued to widen the distance. Started eating barbecue from a safe distance. In a few minutes, Lin Feng suddenly jumped up from the ground. Damn Zhang Yi, I'm going to kill you. Even if the anti-allergic drugs carried on the body can alleviate symptoms, it won't last long either. Why is this damn Zhang Yi so dog-like? I won't come over to repair the knife even if I explode to death. Over time, Lin Feng's allergy symptoms are becoming increasingly severe. He lay weakly on the ground. Both regret and unwillingness. He is a powerful S-level superpower. Unexpectedly forced into such a place by a mole ant. Lose to such a Roy. I am not willing to accept it. Looking at Lin Feng without any movement, Zhang Yi started eating barbecue not far away again. Half an hour later, Zhang Yi found that Lin Feng was still lying in place without moving. I'm really dead. It's better to install it again. Next second, Zhang Yi takes out a pistol. Shot Lin Feng in the head. It seems like he's dead. I didn't expect it. I really defeated the arrogant captain of Shishan base. Lin Feng was killed, hee. But Zhang Yi still feels a bit uneasy. So he took out a big truck from another space. Smash Lin Feng's lower body directly. It doesn't seem like acting. Zhang Yi finally took out his long sword with peace of mind. Slowly approaching Lin Feng. Then with a single blow, Lin Feng's head was chopped off. Now I can confirm. He is really dead. The power of Zhang Yi in the apocalypse encountered an epic strengthening. After chopping off Lin Feng's head again, Zhang Yi came to the body, starting to absorb Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng dreams. I never thought I would die from seafood allergies and my own abilities. And he was also absorbed by Zhang Yi, who he most wanted to kill. After absorbing Lin Feng's powers, Zhang Yi felt like he was full of strength. Next second, but he showed a painful expression. What's wrong with my right eye? Distended. It seems like something is about to grow. Moment when Zhang Yi reopened his right eye, there is a spatial distortion near the nearby truck. The next second, the truck will be penetrated by space forces. Sleeping slot is my new ability. Ha, isn't this divine power? Twisted space. Breaking an object. That's really great. With this new ability, finally, I can fill the gap in my attack skills. In the future, we will fight against those special abilities who are immune to firearms. It will be even easier. However, the consumption of divine power is also significant. I just tried it once. Zhang Yi felt like half of his body was hollowed out. I estimate this move can only be used barely 3 times in a row, if the attack range is around 300 meters. Although it cannot be used as a long-range attack method. But the sneak attack effect within 300 meters will be better than that of a sniper. After acquiring new skills, Zhang Yi can't wait to find a target to practice his skills. Meanwhile, the witch complained about Lin Feng's ink stains to Lin Feng's strength. Isn't killing Zhang Yi a matter of minutes? Perhaps the captain plans to slowly torture Zhang Yi to death. Let's wait a little longer. Believe in the captain's strength. And on the other side, Su Chunlei. After hearing the conversation between the special forces, the two of them, instead, he became happy. Can it last so long? That means Zhang Yi's battle was very successful. Soon, Zhang Yi's voice rang out from the earphones. Don't be surprised. Don't show any abnormalities either. Wait for my signal. Then launch an attack. Awakened. Death God Zhang Yi awakens the third ability. What happened just now? After Zhang Yi absorbed Lin Feng's powers, immediately contacted Uncle Yu and a few others. Get them ready. Wait for his signal later. Let's wipe out the remaining sins of the special forces together. And Uncle Yu and the others heard Zhang Yi's voice. Excited. This indicates that Zhang Yi has already killed Lin Feng. Not long after, Zhang Yi sees the rear of the special forces team. Aiming timing. Use divine power in the direction of the special forces. The next second, the witch will feel her neck locked by a mysterious force. When the witch reacts and wants to shout for help, his neck has been pierced through. My head also flew out directly. not waiting for other members of the special forces to understand. What happened? Zhang Yi walked out holding Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng has already been killed by me. Zhang Yi, this is killing and killing the heart. Suppress the morale of the remaining special forces. Taking advantage of the gap between the remnants of the special forces and Zhang Yi's attraction, Uncle and a few others immediately launched an attack. Kill them all. Not leaving one behind. The special forces that lost Lin Feng and the witch. Soon, it was taken care of by the uncle and a few others. Overwhelming with overwhelming strength. And kill after the battle ends. Zhang Yi, this old six, immediately came to the body. Intending to absorb supers. But after a while. But he realized something was wrong. When comparing and absorbing Lin Feng's abilities. There's no feeling at all now. Perhaps the strength of these supernatural beings is lower than that of Lin Feng. So for me now. It doesn't have much significance anymore. So Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu and a few others to come and try it out. I've been trying for half a day. Uncle Oil and the two of them said. There hasn't been any special change. The people from Shishan Base have said before. Not everyone has this ability. It's possible that we don't have the same talent as you do. At this point, Zhang Yi discovered that Hua Hua was leaning against the corpse, sniffing back and forth. The next second, the flowers will open their cherry lips. Swallowed a special operations team member inside. Hua Hua, are you? Can devour their power. Hua Hua meowed and nodded. Great, since that's the case. Just leave them for you as a late-night snack. Not long after, Zhang Yi is at another entrance of Shishan Bay. A large amount of explosives. And blocked the entrance with a large truck. Then Zhang Yi took out the remote control. Be cautious when doing things. Having a head and a tail. To avoid future disasters. After speaking, Zhang Yi presses the button. Blowed up the last entrance of Shishan Base. The first thing Zhang Yi did after awakening his divine power. Just take out the other members of the Special Forces team. Subsequently, blowed up another entrance to the Shishan Base again. You're really a chicken dog that doesn't flow. In this situation, the chances of them coming out are extremely slim. Just buy yourself peace of mind. After speaking, Zhang Yi took out the off-road vehicle from a different space. Not to mention getting on the car late. I'll take you to watch the next show. Not long after, Zhang Yi and a few others arrived at the peripheral mountains of Shishan Base. And there are a few sneaky people here. Liang Yu didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so cautious. He guessed everything. I have looked at the structural diagram of Shishan. Discovered. An escape route connecting to the number 1 life pod. I don't need to say more about who this is for. It's Chen Xinyan, this old fox. I didn't expect it. They are actually in such a short period of time. Just chased after me. Damn Zhang Yi. Chen Xinyan stopped running away. Reverse questioning Zhang Yi why he wanted to exterminate everything. The Shishan base that he worked hard to build. Destroyed by Zhang Yi. Now, abandoning his wife and children, he finally managed to escape. Zhang Yi, this is completely not giving him a chance to survive. Are you really going to fall into his hands today? Ah, isn't this Chen Xinyan, the great leader of Shishan Base? A big shot like you. Why did you run away without saying a word? Chen Xinyan has lost his previous arrogance. But rather, he begged Zhang Yi a bit and told him that, Zhang Yi, don't be impulsive. We can also talk about it. You can't kill me. I, Chen Xinyan, can also be considered a prestigious person in Tianhai City. Kill me. The power of various districts in Tianhai City will become imbalanced. It will only attract more forces to come here. You will face greater danger. This is actually a question that Zhang Yimei has considered. But it's not ruled out that Chen Xinyan was deceiving her. Do you think your words still have credibility? You don't even look at yourself now. A homeless dog is not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Zhang Yi's speech has just finished. Uncle Yu and Su Chunlei just blocked Chen Xinyan's way. Watching Liang Yu pull out her sword, Chen Xinyan quickly explained. I didn't do that to his students myself. Everyone will die. Then he turned around and told Zhang Yi. You are a talent. Just cooperate with me. With our network and strength. Definitely able to dominate Tianhai City. There's so much nonsense. Zhang Yi directly used divine power to kill Chen Xinyan. I'm not interested in what you're saying. Got it. Got it. Death God Zhang Yi. Finally, I have to hang into my own harem. Just when Zhang Yi killed the final boss of Shishan Base. After Chen Xinyan, two little brothers holding grenades want to die with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was compensated for the blow with just 2 shots. The unscrupulous little brother threw a grenade at Zhang Yi. Next second, a grenade ready to explode, but disappeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Yi. Don't come over here. Zhang Yi arrived in front of a little brother. Then the power of the grenade explosion. Release me, little brother. In a few seconds, my little brother was burned into an empty shell by high temperature. Not waiting for another little brother to wake up from fear, Zhang Yi has already pinched his head with one hand. My little brother's head has visibly twisted. In the next second, he was directly crushed by Zhang Yi's bare hands. My control over spatial abilities is getting stronger and stronger now. He. Just set fire to Zhang Yi. When preparing to burn the corpses of Chen Xinyan and his companions completely. Lorne, is it necessary for Zhang Yi to achieve this level? You may have been too cautious, right? The Shishan base has been destroyed by you. What are you still worried about? No. Before Chen Xinyan, he was a big shot in Tianhai City. I don't know what kind of influence is involved behind him, but in case he dies, what should we do if someone comes to avenge him? However, Liang Yu's face remained speechless, showing indifference. Is there still a possibility of this? Zhang Yi disagrees with Liang Yu's ideas. Whenever, as long as there is a hint of danger, we should eliminate cleanliness. Then let out a cold snort. Turn around and tell Liang Yu. At that time, if you think too much about the consequences of going to Shishan base, maybe not so many students would have died. Zhang Yi's words undoubtedly hit Liang Yu's trap. As a teacher, if he seriously considers it, we won't have the situation we have today. The operation to eliminate the Shishan base has been completed. Zhang turned to his own shelter. There are 4 wives waiting for him at home. Wait, take me over to pick up my students first. Teacher Liang, you have returned. You can live in Shujia village in the future. There are now many vacant houses there. According to the agreement, I will provide some food. We'll go back first. However, Liang Yu kicked his nose and turned his face. It means we can't pick them up. Zhang Yi's answer with a bad temper. I have fulfilled our agreement. Rescue all your students. To express gratitude. Also providing accommodation and food. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi suddenly paused for a moment. Then, with a wicked smile, he said, if you want more, just exchange equivalent benefits. Then he looked up and down at Liang Yu with a wicked smile on his face. But Liang Yu didn't seem to see Zhang Yi's thoughts. Just sighing means I thought we were friends now. Just because we are friends, we need to understand code pricing to avoid hurting emotions. Liang Yu, there are and can be exchanged equivalently now. I can only take my students on foot back to Shujia village. Watching Liang Yu gradually fade away, Zhang Yi made a secret decision. A natural superpower with high martial arts skills. Sooner or later, I will turn you into my woman. Teacher Liang. Sooner or later, I will turn you into my woman. After Zhang Yi watched Liang Yu leave, take Su Chunlei and a few others back to the shelter. Not long after, when Liang Yu met with the student union, the first thing for students, it's not about caring about whether Liang Yu is injured or thanking her, but rather complained that Zhang Yi just left like this. Didn't they agree to arrange a place for us to stay? Don't worry, everyone. Zhang and I have already discussed it. Next, I will take you to Shujia village. There is a good environment there for us to live in. And there are still villagers in Shujia village over there now. Near the Lujiang River again. In the future, we can fish from the river to eat. At this point, Wu Qingyu was also unhappy of their disabled classmates Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. They all live in villas. Later on, I complained a bit about Liang Yu. Why not negotiate with Zhang Yi? Another student listened and agreed with the statement. Why can Yang Xinxin live in? They can't. Then the students surrounded Liang Yu. Liang Yu went and asked Zhang Yi to speak with all sorts of demands. Let them also move into the villa. It's so cold outside. They don't want to go down the river to catch fish. Liang Yu has stopped the students. Don't think about this anymore. Zhang Yi can come and rescue us from the Shishan base. It will be something I finally managed to exchange for. Why did they take us in for no reason? Think about it. We should be grateful for the days when we can't guarantee our safety in the polar regions of Shishan. At the very least, we are free now. What else do students want to argue? Liang Yuma's good temper stopped her. Tonight, everyone takes turns guarding the night. Depart tomorrow morning to the other side of Jiatsuan. The incident of passing base. Zhang Yi thought of gathering a few people together. In the future, there will also be care for any issues that may arise. So I suggested that uncle move over to the villa. Live with them. Anyway, the area there is large. There are also many rooms available. Uncle Yu actually has this intention too. After this great war, it makes me feel that unity is strength. To be honest, I usually only have 2 pillars there. Sometimes I'm really a bit scared. Su Chunlei was puzzled after listening that Uncle Yu was so strong. How could you still be afraid? With your strength, killing dozens of people in one breath is not a problem. Hee hee, hee hee. At this time, Zhang Yi was born. Helped Uncle Yu answer Su Chunlei's doubts. Actually, Uncle Yu's fear is reasonable. To infer from what Qin Xinyan said before his death, Tianhai City is not just an organization based in Xishan Base. Although, most people have been frozen to death by extreme cold weather now. But surviving people are difficult to deal with. According to probability theory, a city of Tianhai with a population of tens of millions. How many supernatural beings can be born? How many armed forces are there? So it's necessary for Uncle's concern. But don't worry too much either. The Xishan base is so powerful. It's not like we ended it all in one pot. In the future, we will live together. With our current strength, no one needs to be afraid. I just returned to the post-apocalyptic shelter. 2 wives gathered around to help me check my body. Afraid that I might get a little hurt. Zhou Hanmei also obediently stepped forward. Ask Uncle Lu if he is injured. Zhang Yi watched as his obedient 4th wife stood aside, suddenly pounced and hugged him. Karan, thank you for your victory this time. You have helped a lot. The sudden embrace made Lu Karen blush instantly, and he said that these are all things he should do. I just did a little help myself. Zhang Yi pinched Lu Karen's small face. Don't be presumptuous. Very important to me, Fabwa. Lu Karen's sugar-coated shell translated by Zhang. Beat dizzy and disoriented. Blush with embarrassment. But the 3rd wife next to her, Yang Xinxin, is not happy anymore. When will it be his turn? Zhang Yi also noticed Yang Xinxin's strange gaze. Come over immediately and hug Yang Xinxin. Let me say, the biggest contributor this time is our new employee. Without your powerful hacking skills, our assault on Xishan base this time, it's definitely not possible to complete it smoothly. Thank you, Xinxin. Not long after, Zhang Yi moved back to Yunk Mountain Villa. I told everyone. Zhou and Yang Mi also actively expressed agreement. Zhou Haimei was a little happy after listening to it. After all, he bought his home with his life savings before the end of the world. Right there, but Zhang Yi poured a bucket of cold water on him. Your villa has long been bombed out. But it's okay. There are still many intact villas there. When you choose another one, it will be the same. Just take away the necessities of life. Leave a portion of daily necessities behind. If something happens again someday, this place can also be used as a temporary base. In the future, no one can enter this place except me. I'm not good enough to leave this place for someone else to live in. Just as Zhang Yi was about to leave, found a sneaky figure at the corner of the corridor. Turns out it's Li Jian. He heard a huge explosion coming from the west last night. Feeling like something's wrong. Plus, I saw Zhang Yi coming back from outside early in the morning. I just want to come over and see the situation. Zhang Yi did not explain, but instead, I asked Li Jian how his health has been lately. Li Jian let out a sigh. It means that I haven't used that ability again recently. The professor said that if we continue to use it, I'm not far from turning it into fertilizer. Since that's the case, take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. After returning to Yunk Mountain Villa, Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu and Su to Villa, go back to your room to rest on your own. 2 consecutive injections of stimulants. The next step is serious. Unreal state. But now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Here it is, here it is. Zhang Yi finally wants to have a child with Joku. Not long ago, Liang Yu returned to Shujia village with his students. But the villagers hid after seeing Liang Yu. The people from Xishan base have returned again. The issue of student housing has now been resolved. But we will face a more serious problem next. Food. Students will meet for a while and a half. I can't even master the ability of Iceman to catch fish. We can't take action against the villagers anymore. Thinking of this, Liang Yu let out a sigh. It seems that we can only ask Mr. Zhang Yi for some food. Transitioning for a while. Meanwhile, Joku came to the room to find Zhang Yi, and cautiously inquire. We are now safe. Should we consider having a child? Why do you suddenly have such thoughts? If we in the future, all thoughts will be on the child. Then I touched Joku's little face, indicating timely enjoyment. Don't think so far yet. Apocalypse present. Zhang Yi doesn't plan on having children, not to mention its impact on current life. it will also become a burden. Joe's anxious expression. I just want to have a crystallization of love. Actually, Joe is worried about his position not being guaranteed. There are more and more girls in the shelter now. After having children. In Zhang Yi's heart, his position will be more stable. Zhang Yi couldn't tell the little details in Joe's heart. Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. I have a better way. Maintain your beauty and figure well. Dig deeper into the techniques. After listening, Joe used his small fist to hammer Zhang Yi's chest. And blushing with embarrassment, she knew you would bully me. But how could anyone practice this kind of thing on their own? At this moment, Uncle Yu happened to have something to do with Zhang Yi. Put Zhang Yi and Joe's wolf at the door. Listen clearly. Then I awkwardly coughed for a moment. Teacher Zhang Yi Liang has arrived. Waiting for you outside. Zhang Yi can roughly guess what Liang Yu is looking for from him. Although he doesn't really want to manage those students. But for the sake of Liang Yu's face. Or politely ask him to sit down and talk. Zhang Yi is strange. Why doesn't Liang Yu wear a temperature-controlled combat notebook? Then I realized that electricity is a scarce resource now. Teacher Yang, in fact, with your abilities, I could have lived more comfortably. I didn't expect it to be so difficult now. Tell me what you want to do with me. He was originally the apocalyptic awakening, a supernatural named awakening. But because of my sense of responsibility as a teacher, abandoning glory, wealth, and status, bringing students to live in a barren land, originally an adult student, accustomed to being pampered before the end of the world, the apocalypse of not having enough to eat now, still thinking about reaching out as usual, the day when food comes to our mouths. Liang Yu reluctantly came to ask Zhang Yi for food, to solve the urgent situation at hand. Liang Yu is afraid of Zhang Yi because he hates those students. Will he not be given food? So I spoke first. I have already helped you eliminate the Shishan base. Now we have also moved into Shujia village. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Provide some food. Then he explained. My own students are often spoiled. I want them to learn how to search for food and fish. It will take some more time. Zhang Yi, who can be reborn for a lifetime, has already seen through these students. It seems that they haven't suffered enough at the Shishan base yet. Liang Yu finished listening. I can only reluctantly ask Zhang Yi to stop this topic. Give him food first. Overcoming the difficulties in front of us. Think of ways to deal with things in the future. Zhang Yi took out a pile of instant noodles and snacks from a space. These things are enough for you to eat for half a month. This is what I promised you. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu's back and felt a bit lonely. I couldn't help but say something. A woman living with so many students. It must be quite difficult, isn't it? Liang Yu was frozen by Zhang Yi's caring words. As a teacher, after the end of the world, he dedicated to protecting his students. But students only see him as a reliance. Who cares about him again? Caring about him. Zhang Yi's concerned words. Undoubtedly, it stirred up a ripple in Liang Yu's heart. Liang Yu moistened her eyes. Thank you, Zhang Yi. But I can't leave that group of students behind. Once I let go, they won't be able to survive in this apocalypse. Thank you. Unable to let go of the profession and burden on oneself. Is that why I live so tired? If I can handle his students reasonably, maybe he will be very happy. Maybe find a suitable reason to let Yang Yu go. He can live a peaceful life with me. Anyway, his students are not good either. Eating a time. It's also good to get rid of those dragging oil bottles. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi started his plan. Teacher Liang, you are spoiling your students too much. They're almost adults, right? Still like an unborn child now. Relying on you everywhere. Have you ever thought about it? What should I do after finishing these foods? Are you the one who supports everyone again? Liang Yu is also very helpless. I originally thought that, after experiencing the incident at the Shishan base, his students, it will mature a bit. Now it seems like it's just his wishful thinking. Teacher Liang, you are working too hard like this. Why don't you let me help you? I want you as a person. Zhang Yi finally said this sentence to Teacher Liang. Just now, Liang Yu is preparing to leave with food, but Zhang Yi suddenly stopped Liang Yu. I can help you. I can provide you with food. Liang Yu made some mistakes, but Zhang Yi immediately explained. I have already stored a large amount of materials myself. No problem raising more than a dozen people. Then I looked at the guards. It means seeing you work so hard. As a kind person, I can't bear to see it anymore. What is Zhang Yi? Ren Liangyue watched Zhang Yi's performance quietly. He understands that Zhang Yi cannot do things without benefits, so he opened his mouth to inquire. What does Zhang Yi want from them? Zhang Yi suddenly stood up, facing Liang Yu with a serious expression. I need you to offer enough in exchange for food. I want you as a person. Liang Yu blushed and froze in place as soon as she brushed her brush. After calming down, he pointed at Zhang Yi and shouted loudly. Don't go too far. Stinky and shameless. I will never betray my body. Zhang Yi's expression with a wicked smile after listening. What and what? I just want you to be my tutor. Teach me martial arts. Are you mistaken? Zhang Yi clearly deliberately said it himself, and even beat Liang Yu upside down. Watching Liang Yu's awkward and shy appearance, Zhang Yi continues to flirt. Oh, Teacher Liang. What exactly is in your head? You are a teacher. Liang Yu doesn't want to continue this topic with Zhang Yi. I can only apologize. Who wants Zhang Yi to be such a shameless person? Surprisingly, he started to show his temper. Teacher Liang looks down on me too much, right? Do I, Zhang Yi, seem like the kind of person who takes advantage of someone's situation? You're not like. Exactly. Zhang Yi pretended to leave. I won't force Teacher Liang anymore. Sending off guests. Liang Yu is in a hurry. Immediately call out to Zhang Yi, and expressed willingness to be Zhang Yi's private tutor. The conversation between the two was overheard by young Xinxin, who was hiding on the side. Does brother Zhang Yi have any ideas about Teacher Liang as well? Just calling Zhang Yi martial arts can get you food. We must not miss such a good opportunity. Ji Daimang is a straightforward female teacher with strong combat effectiveness. I'm done with it. Each of them has their motives. Later, Zhang Yi instructed Liang Yu to start tomorrow. Teach him martial arts for 2 hours every day. He provides food for 10 people. Liang Yu listened and begged Zhang Yi to give more. They have 16 people. Teacher Liang, this is not a one-time offer, but every day. Say it again. You also don't want your students to be lazy. Let's rely on my assistants to make a living. Finally, Liang Yu agreed to Zhang Yi's conditions. Zhang Yi did this. It's just deliberately making them not share enough food. Internal conflicts within the plan. After Liang Yu left, Lu Karen pushed Yang Xinxin out. Brother, do you want to play with Teacher Liang? Zhang Yi's post-apocalyptic team has once again experienced an epic strengthening. Yang Xinxin could tell at a glance that Zhang Yi had borrowed a physical object to test the fake. Recovering Liang Yu Shizhen. Lu Karen, on the other hand, showed a playful expression. Zhang Yi may have been too extravagant, right? When Zhang Yi's face was awkward, Xinxin spoke up to explain. For the apocalypse, establishing alliances is indeed a concept of human development. Besides, Teacher Liang is very powerful. And for female charm, it does have a great attraction to males. Plus, Teacher Liang's pitiful little brain. It's normal for my brother to have an idea of Teacher Liang. Zhang Yi's careful thinking cannot be completely concealed from young Xinxin. Teacher Liang's combat effectiveness is very strong, as everyone can see. So I plan to include him in our team. As for the relationship between men and women, that doesn't exist. After listening to Zhang Yi's precise answer, Yang Xinxin encouraged Zhang Yi to let go and do it. He will also do his best to assist Zhang Yi. What kind of person is Teacher Liang? We know better than you do. I am very clear about it. How to persuade him to become one of us. Actually, there's no need to cause too much trouble. With our current conditions, it's not difficult to make him feel tempted. Yang Xinxin of Zhang's translation. Now let Teacher Liang join us as a stumbling block. That's my group of classmates. Teacher Liang is quite brainless. Now is not the time to take action against his students. If he finds out that I killed his student, he still has to fight hard with me. Although I say so, but Zhang Yi still encourages Yang Xinxin. If there's any good idea, you can let go of it. As long as it's not that his relationship with Liang Yu is strained, it's okay. Just as Yang Xinxin was leaving, tell Zhang Yi. In the information database of Shishan Base, he has made new discoveries again, but I haven't fully organized it yet. Just a reminder to my brother first. Currently, Tianhai City is the same as Shishan Base. There is more than one powerful organization. Plus, with all the commotion we had before, I guess it has already attracted the attention of other forces. Zhang Yi had already guessed that. The vast city of Tianhai. It's also impossible for only Shishan Base to be the only city. Current strength, they are not afraid of anything. If we include Liang Yu, you have 5 superpowers. Any force that wants to be our enemy, we all need to weigh and consider. I understand now. I will organize the information as soon as possible. A post-apocalyptic fortress that cannot even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb, but couldn't resist a woman's invasion. Turns out women have the meaning of penetrating solids. When Zhang Yi discovered that the post-apocalyptic fortress had been invaded, it's already too late. In the future, the first thing to do here is to have this. Then enter the shocking snow disaster in the search. If you read in advance, you can search for novels that are